HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Cap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Captain Jaded Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you, we've got AI Jack, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride on this Deal Breakers Thursday with open phone lines for you. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Cap, before we jump in, I want you to know I got a message from someone who says hello to you. That says hello.
That'd be my friend Howard Ankin.
The great Howard Ankin, yesterday at the UIC Illinois State game. I said, Howard, I talk about you apparently day and night because he was there. You know, it was John Marshall Law 31 years ago in which he graduated, and now it's UIC Law, and he presides over that. And we did halftime for that basketball game yesterday, as well as a little color from Howard in the second half. So it's just good to see Howard there, smiling, having a good time. People know who he is, you know, because of the commercials and because of his time here at ESPN 1000. So he says hello, Howard Ankin.
He's the best.
He on my ball.
Eric Revels, his guy, I'm sure was with him. Yeah, they're awesome people and great partners of ours here on Cap and J Hood and ESPN 1000.
His face emblazoned on the scoreboard at the UIC game yesterday. I said, how does that make you feel? He goes, it's a little bit embarrassing. He continues to see his face everywhere, but he's earned it.
He has.
He's earned it, right?
He's tremendous.
So
Put that lawyer in your phone.
Yes.
Say it every day.
So he says hello to you, Cap.
Tell him I said hi.
Yeah, yes. I think you just did.
Hi, Howard.
Cap, it's deadline day and the National Basketball Association's deadline day, even though over the last 4 or 5 days we've had some deals already taking place, but the deadline is today. And we found out yesterday that the Chicago Bulls are going to keep Lonzo Ball, a 2-year extension. You know, after over 1,000 days not playing basketball, he earned a 2-year, $20 million deal. When I saw that come across my phone, I did not blink because as much as we give Derrick Rose his flowers, and rightfully so, for coming back from devastating injuries to still continue his NBA career, I think that we should start to look at Lonzo Ball and say, you know what? You just kept at it. You didn't quit. You just kept going. You were able to have something wrong with your lower extremities that doctors hadn't seen before. That was tough, but he went through, and he's able to tell the story now of him back in the NBA playing for the Chicago Bulls after so much time away.
So they go out and get a guy who said to the Bulls front office, I don't want to leave. You guys were really, really good to me. When I was out with all these injuries, you supported me, and I would like to be here to help mentor the next generation of Bulls players. 18-year-old Matas Pazelis, people like that, whoever they're going to draft coming up. And the Bulls said, well, here's what we're thinking. Major pay cut. Again, we should all get a pay cut to $10 million a year. But that's in NBA terms, he took a team-friendly deal, and they said, we need somebody to help mentor these kids. He's in his 20s. He's still young. And so they got a deal done. Look, when I saw it, I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? You have to make sure you lose as many games as you can. I would think without Zach, they will. I would hope there's some more moves coming today, and then they'll do more in the offseason. But you have to be in this lottery. It's one of the best draft classes we've seen in decades. You have got to be in the lottery. Now, is Lonzo Ball the difference between you winning a bunch of games and not? Probably not. Mm-hmm. But I would move anything else that's not nailed down other than the 18-year-old kid, Vazelis.
and who I think is going to be a real find for this Chicago Bulls team, by the way. I love Buzelis already because he comes in with a chip on his shoulder. He felt like he was underdrafted. So, and Chicago kid, and he's tough as nails. I just think that we haven't seen the best of as of yet because he's such a young guy. But I think that that's one of the pieces that you build around. I just want to make sure that we give Lonzo Ball his flowers because he could have easily said, okay, I'm out of here. And the Bulls, and here's the positive of the Bulls that we don't talk enough about because there's so much negativity around the team. The team is irrelevant when it comes to television because it's not seen across the city like it usually is. But here's where the Reinsdorfs are good. What they did for Derrick Rose, what they did for Jay Williams when they didn't have to, right? Mm-hmm. Jay Williams, hey, don't be on a motorcycle. He's on a motorcycle, and he saw what happened there. Same thing with Lonzo Ball. They could have just pushed him to the side, but this is when the organization says, we're going to do right by you. We feel like, hey, you stuck with it. You went through the rehab process. You were out for years. And so Lonzo wanted to stay, and the Bulls wanted to have him. So, again, that's a positive story for the Bulls.
Yeah, and you got look, the fact that the White Sox won 41 games falls at one guy's feet, and his name's Jerry Reinsdorf.
Right at his floor.
That's just a fact.
Right at his floor chimes.
Correct. Just a fact.
Yeah.
You cannot dispute the fact that people that work for him say what a wonderful person he is to work for. Mm-hmm. That still does not excuse the fact that the two franchises that he runs are both in a bad spot. But to see how he took care of our friend Jay Williams when he ended his career, almost his life, in a motorcycle accident and paid him every dollar he had coming, that was super first class. Because in his contract, you can't be on a motorcycle, as you said. And then to see how they supported Lonzo, and Lonzo's giving it back to them by saying, I'll be here to mentor these guys. I'll take whatever you put on the table. That is a class relationship. And you talked about Jerry's relationship with Derrick Rose is outstanding.
Right.
The whole Reinsdorf family, Michael, they all are tight with Derrick. So that speaks to some of the really good things. But now you got to figure out a way to win with your freaking teams.
That happens when you change your management structure. It's because you have to have a fresh set of eyes on that. Oh, I wish that the former general manager of the Golden State Warriors were running the Chicago Bulls team. I wish that he was doing that.
Talking about Bob Myers.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'd rather have Sam Presti, but Bob Myers is good.
Well, I'm talking about someone who's available. Yeah, I think the whole world would like Sam Presti, but he's running Oklahoma City. I'm talking about someone that's doing TV that's available. I would throw the bag at Myers because he knows how to build an organization. And so I would love to have it. I would drive him, get him from the airport to the west side and let him and get him comfortable in the seat.
Why do you think no one's hired him?
I think that he just wants the year off and to be able to survive. He's not going to just take any job, is what I'm told. And I think that that's good. After all that time with dealing with Draymond Green, nothing. The winning aside, it's just the day-to-day pressure and the grind. Doing TV, stepping away for a little bit, and then be able to get the job he wants, I think that's smart. I think that's smart because, that's a pressure cooker in Oakland, in San Francisco. So I think that's good. I wish he was the general manager of the Chicago Bulls today because I could tell you the Bulls will be a perennial playoff team and not lingering around the 9th or 10th spot in the East. He would find a way to build this thing. And so, Jack comes in and we're talking about the Chicago Bulls and he says, he doesn't trust the Bulls to do the right thing. I would agree that if by the time we get to the end of the deadline, Cap, and Vucevic is not out of here, so what do you stand for? We always talk about mission statements around here, right? So what are you trying to be? Because you're right. It's a very talented draft, very top-heavy draft. If the Bulls are not involved in that, like the Bulls are not getting Cooper Flagg. They're just not doing that. They're not getting Ace Bailey, more than likely. But you can still get a quality player.
You never know.
You're not. You're not bad enough. You're not. You have to really sink this thing to even be in the conversation. The Bulls have too much still veteran pride on this team. That's the problem from the beginning.
Yeah,
I told
watched the game last night, and
that's what it is.
Anthony Edwards is so good. He had 49.
That's what it is. You see the roster.
This fourth quarter, they got their head kicked in, the Bulls.
Sure.
Head kicked in. Just keep losing. Let Buzelis play well. Keep losing. Winning does nothing for you. You're not winning a title. You're not contending to win a title. Keep losing games. Period.
I wish they would have considered that in the last offseason, to try to disassemble this team. But this is what it is. Like, your core right now, before we even get to the end of the deadline, it's Lonzo Ball, it's White, it's Vucevic, it's Giddey, it's Dosunmu, it's Buzelis. And those guys can shoot the basketball. There's no suitors for Kobe White, no suitors for Vucevic, a guy that is a double-double machine when he walks in the building.
Not at the price they're asking for. They want draft capital. Because if they trade him, you can't have a do-over. And they're not getting anything of value offered back.
Yeah. And also, it's Karnisovas, Cap. Not quite the wheeler dealer like some of the best teams in the NBA. He just isn't.
No, because I made a call yesterday and someone said, dude, Michael has gotten out of his way and let him completely run the thing. And he wanted to stay consistent. We're going to keep continuity. We're going to keep this team together. I think they're better than they've played. Well, here we are. 2 years later, here we are.
And so you're clinging to a 10th spot. That does not help you in the draft coming up.
Correct.
You do it the way Utah won yesterday. I was watching the end of that game when I got home last night from UIC. Utah, they didn't want to beat Golden State, but they beat Golden State. They only have 12 wins this season. New Orleans with 12 wins this season. The Washington Wizards with 9. Charlotte. Those are the teams that's going to be vying for Cooper Flag sweepstakes. And then there's the Bulls. Just saying, like, you still have too much talent. You're going to lose your share of games, but you won't be as bad as those teams. They can increase their chances of getting a top draft pick because of how bad they are, how bad the roster is constructed. But I mean, it's just the way it is. I wish that the Bulls would pick a lane, because if you're not going to unload anyone else, then you really haven't picked a lane. Your lane is, we like our core. We'll just deal with our core. Getting rid of DeMar DeRozan 1 year and then getting rid of Zach LaVine this year is not necessarily taking a direction. Not yet.
Correct.
Because you got to do more.
Correct. You have to move Vucevic. The sad thing is that you got people out there that have turned their back on the Bulls.
Yeah.
I told you, I have a neighbor who's a huge Bulls fan.
Tutu?
No.
Oh.
He is a huge Bulls fan. And I asked him recently, you watching? He's like, nope. Not watching a second. Haven't seen a game. Why?
Wow.
Because I don't care anymore. Well, that's way worse. I've always told you this. If you do something in the house and your wife's mad, she still cares.
Yes.
Where's Jonathan? I don't know, and I really don't care. Well, then you're in way worse shape. And that's the relationship that a lot of fans are having with the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Way worse that they're apathetic. It's bad.
I know those checks look really, really good when they come in twice a month, Cap, to ownership or for the general manager or whoever is running the Chicago Bulls. But, man, I need to be able to stand out one way, shape, or form. I just couldn't just take the money. I got to be able to do something. You don't make change for change's sake. You make change because you feel like you can make a difference. Hey, we're going to pick a lane. That means I'm going backwards as a franchise. We're going to reset this thing. Well, we could have told you that 2 or 3 years ago, Karnisovas, Eversley. But, they did. They liked their continuity. And, again, it's just about reality. Reality is that whatever the core is with the Chicago Bulls, Cap, it was never going to be as good as Cleveland or Boston or some of the upper echelon teams in the East. So why do that? Do you really get up in the morning and say Zach LaVine and company is as good as the Celtics? And the answer is no, across the board. But you're just trying to maintain your job by just hanging on, playoff berth, and then get bounced early. That's no good.
Yeah, but people that are driving to work today, getting the kids to school, whatever it is, having a cup of coffee, they wake up in a city that, okay, I think the Cubs have a chance to be really good. The Bears are putting their money where their mouth is, but right now they're still a 5-12 football team.
Right.
The White Sox have the worst record in the history of the sport. The Bulls are irrelevant, and the Blackhawks are worse than that. And now we've got national analysts firing on Connor Bedard. They don't like how he plays.
Huh?
Mark Messier, Paul Bissonnette, these guys are crushing him.
Mark Messier. He's a second-year player. He's a child.
They're killing him. about how he plays. They called it pond hockey. Yeah, he gets up a few numbers, not playing the game the way a winning player is supposed to play. So, I mean, the state of Chicago sports is truly pathetic. It's truly pathetic.
Mm-hmm. It is.
And for people that are raising little kids right now, you know, I had dinner last night with a couple of guys. Actually, there were three of us. It was I donated going to dinner for a pancreatic cancer charity. And there was a father and a son that bought it. And we went to dinner last night. We were at Carlucci's in Rosemont. Mm-hmm. And I'm talking to them, and the dad said, yeah, we went through a divorce, and the bond that kept my son and I strong. Baseball. Sports. Yep. Cubs baseball. Okay, well, these guys, the dad's in his 70s now, and the son's in his 50s, has his own family. What about the mom and dad that are out there right now listening to what we're saying? Right now. And they're like, you want me to make my kid a Chicago sports fan where almost every team sucks, and that's the relationship we're going to build? My kid's not going to be interested. Like, if you're a mom or dad in Kansas City, you're like, get together, we're going to watch Mahomes this week.
Yeah. It's part of the culture of the family.
Even the Bills.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, we're going to watch Josh Allen and the Bills.
Sure.
Or if you're a baseball fan, we're going to watch the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Mets, like really good teams. Mm-hmm. This town?
Yeah.
Other than the Cubs looking, they haven't done it yet, looking like they're ready to take a little bit of a step forward, what team do you have great hope? Hey, son, daughter, this is going to be our lifelong bond together. Yeah, we're going to watch the White Sox game. They suck. I mean, really? Think about the families that watched MJ and Scotty. Like, they're tied together generationally. And now, no Kaner, no Taves, no Keith, no Crawford, no Hossa, no championships, no contention. The worst hockey team in the league. The worst baseball team. One of the worst and most ineptly run basketball teams. Mm-hmm. It's truly pathetic. I feel for the moms and dads out there that are younger than you and I, that are raising young kids. Well, can we watch a game together? No. I'm going to be on YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Right. That was unheard of back in the day, Cap. You would watch with grandpa. You would watch with your parents. You would watch with your relatives because they watched because you watched.
Correct.
But now kids have a choice. And so, AI Jack, let's open the phone lines this morning. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Cap, we should address this to parents and guardians listening to the show this morning, driving around or listening to the show right now. Are your kids watching or rooting for Chicago sports teams as closely as you did when you were a kid? Like, what's the difference between you as a fan, as a kid, and your kids now? Because we have told the story many times of young people walking around the neighborhood with a Patrick Mahomes jersey, even though they live in Chicago.
Yeah.
A Steph Curry jersey, because even though they live in Chicago.
Yeah.
They're looking at the stars and saying, because those guys make me happy, I want to wear their gear. Chicago sports, not as much because those teams are losing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with wearing a Caleb Williams jersey because he's going to go in his second year. But the point is, though, we see more and more young people wearing jerseys or sweaters of teams from out of town because they're stars other places, winning teams, championship teams. I'd love, because you brought up that point, I think that we should ask people, again, if you're a parent, are your kids watching and rooting for Chicago sports teams as closely as you did as a kid? Like, are your kids Cub fans or Sox fans, Bulls or Bears fans, Blackhawks fans? Are they wearing the gear, or are they wearing gear from out of town? I'm interested in other players from other teams.
I mean, if you are a dad with a son or daughter or a mom with a son or daughter that loves watching football on Sundays, tell me what year other than 2018 in the last 15 years that you could sit down and go, we're going to watch the Bears play today, and you had anything to cheer for. Give me one.
Yeah.
You had a pop-up division championship in 2018. Other than that, Nothing.
Right.
Absolute awful. Hey, you want to watch the Bear game? No, not really.
You know what? I'll tell you why the kid is right for doing that. I'll tell you why they will tell you, no, Dad, not really. No, Mom, actually, I have something else to do. I'll tell you why. That's coming up next. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Bears Weekly on the new home of the Bears. Catch Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer weekly with the latest news, in-depth interviews, and lots more. Bears Weekly right after Waddle and Sylvie tonight at 6:30 on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
What's up, is Jay Hood. The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem, counseling, resources are available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like West Tech Automation Solutions in Buffalo Grove. To learn how they can help you, visit TMAIllinois.org.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a huge inheritance. But a phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard for a new one on us. Just trade in any phone from our top brands with select unlimited plans. $829.99 purchase with new smartphone line on select unlimited plans. Minimum $90 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months required. Less $830 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Trade-in terms apply. Payoff phone requires smartphone purchase and port-in with new smartphone line on select plan. Must provide most recent bill showing payoff amount of eligible phone. Additional terms apply.
$7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $7 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Cap and J Hood are back. Presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000. Presented by ESPN Bet. Glad that you're with us here on this Deal Breakers Thursday. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Cap, we're asking the question to parents and guardians that's listening to the show this morning. Are your kids watching or rooting for Chicago sports teams as closely as you did? I can understand why a young person in this generation now, says, you know what, Uncle Cappy, I watch your recaps on YouTube. You're yelling about the Cubs every day. You're yelling about the Bears. You seem unhappy, even though you're watching Chicago sports. You may love it, but I see angst on you. You're throwing the remote around. You're pissed off. You're swearing at the TV. I don't want that angst. I want sports joy. I'll watch Patrick Mahomes. Seriously, I'm sure that's what they look at and they say, man, Dad's always upset. Mom's always upset. Why do we keep going to games if we're still mad? Our teams never win. I'm going to go and hitch my wagon to a winner. I get that. I wouldn't have done that, but I understand why a kid today feels that way.
Yeah, all the guys in my neighborhood are all sports fans. And the guy, not the kid, the guy, he's younger than me. I'm going to say he's 50.
Okay.
I saw him in a Chiefs jersey. I'm like, what are you wearing? He said, I'm done with the Bears. I'm like, they just got Ben Johnson. He's like, yeah, I've heard it before. I'm a Chiefs fan.
Okay.
Really? He said, yep, all in. I go, don't come running back. Yeah. Like, you're a Chiefs fan. Like my heart is into my teams. Like, I don't understand that mentality. To be a fan of a team, give your time, your money, your heart, and then, I'm a fan of that team now because they're good. That's phony. You're a phony.
Okay, so, but what happens when you flatline, though? What about when Ben sees, Grampy's gone? Oh, well, let's go Dodgers.
Right.
What happens then, Cap?
If he puts a Dodgers jersey on.
What about when that's all for you?
He turned 4 yesterday.
Yes.
And I called him, and he was wearing a Mahomes jersey. My wife went up there for dinner. I had to do this charity thing.
Wait a minute.
And I'm like, what's he wearing? He's got his Mahomes jersey on. I'm like,
what?
I'm like, he's wearing what? Yeah. My wife bought him a Mahomes jersey when we were in Kansas City last year.
But did you stop her? Why'd you let her do that?
I bought a Caleb Williams jersey.
Okay, but
now I think he's changing his number, so I'm going to have to get him another one.
Cap, you got to step in there. At some point, you got to step in there. Like, because you can't let that happen. You don't want Ben to be confused as a child.
Correct.
Because you've already got him saying, take that, and you already tried to get him to be a Cub fan.
That also got me in trouble.
Okay, well, that's fine, though, but he's becoming a Cub fan because of you. He's trying to be you because of your passion for sport. But at some point, he's going to say, why is Cappy always upset? What's the problem? Because the team's not very good, not committed to winning enough. Don't see enough championships around here. So I understand why I feel that way.
I haven't seen a different baseball jersey. We're good. He's been okay with the Cubs.
I suppose. Probably too long for him. But football, though, Mahomes.
He was, I think, went to his first game at 4 months. Yeah.
Okay, Cap. I get it. But let's go to the phone lines and talk about this because it's a great conversation piece that you brought up based on where you were yesterday.
The Jayhawk, our boss.
Okay.
The great Dan Zetterman.
There he is. All right.
His son, all in on the Chicago teams, Avery. He's mad that they suck. He begs to watch Bulls games, but we can't get them on our TV. The whole city sports scene, except for the great ESPN Chicago, is blank.
Okay. If your son really wants to see Bulls games, he probably is not really your son based on how you are. Let's go to the phone lines and talk to you. 312. Wow. the way Danny feels about the Bulls, I don't think that's really his son. Let's go to the phone line. Basketball. What? Orland Park, and Josh leads us off here on Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet. Hello, Josh.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going today?
Good, thank you.
What's going on, buddy?
Nothing, man. Just dropped my daughter off at school, and this one hits home for me because I got an 11-year-old son.
Yeah.
He wouldn't sit down to watch a Chicago sports team with me if I paid him.
None of them?
Does he like sports?
Damn. He loves sports. He's in travel baseball, a couple basketball leagues, and he'll go to a game. I took him to a Bears game last year because he likes Justin Jefferson, so he got to see him play. He'll sit out and have a hot dog at a baseball game, but
wait a minute.
When I sit down and say, hey, let's watch a Bears game today, he said, Dad, you sit there for 3 hours pissed off yelling at the TV. Why would I sit there? That doesn't look fun.
See?
He's right.
He went to see. He likes.
We suck again.
He likes Justin Jefferson, you said.
I mean, look, it actually makes me question, the financial future of some of these sports teams because eventually people like us are kind of going to just die off, and it's going to be left to this younger group who I just don't think are invested.
Yeah, and that's concerns
fair.
Me.
Now, here's the thing, Josh. Unless it's generational, and I will say that because it's generational, if Grandpa went and Dad went and Mom went, again, if the team's good, you'll still go as an 11-year-old. But if it's bad, I could see how that family tree's cut off at the limb. Like, no, I'm going to cut this off.
Like when the Cubs won, like a guy like Josh.
Yeah.
Josh, are you a Sox fan or Cubs fan?
I'm a Sox fan.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So, yeah, it is what it is. It's part of it. But like in 05 or 2016, I remember there was a show that MLB Network did, and they interviewed Tom Ricketts, and he's like, I'm blown away by the intergenerational tie that this team has to so many. And there were 5 million at the parade. And there are people like me going out to the cemetery. I went to the cemetery 2 days after they won to tell my dad, hey, Dad, we did it. We won. Here's a cup of coffee. I brought the newspaper. I brought a hat, a pin, a ball. Dad, we did it. And I looked around, and there were hundreds.
Yes.
And I took calls, and people were like, yeah, I went out to the cemetery. I went to the cemetery. I went to the cemetery, blah, 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 blah. And I just feel like we're losing that tie, that family tie.
Nobody wants the young generation's already too busy, whether it's YouTube or watching highlights, how they're able to consume it. When you have sports teams across the board, it says we got to be shorter. We got to have basketball that's 2 hours. We need to have baseball with a pitch clock. They're trying desperately to try to get the young generation to be interested and invested in their sport. But if the team's bad, it's like, I'll go someplace else. I'm not going to sit around for 3 hours and watch this. Even though the sun is shining and the beer's cold and the food's great, Cap, still, if the product sucks, for a young person, like, I don't have time for this. I'm out. Busy.
Every Wednesday night, my wife does family Zoom with her 2 sisters, her 81-year-old dad, some of the nieces, some of the husbands are all on this thing. And I said, hey, here come the Cubbies, Veronica. She's a diehard Cubs fan, my sister-in-law. And my father-in-law was like, yeah, let me know when they get some bullpen help. But
already knows.
Yeah. Like he's always down on the Cubs bullpen. The point was, we were talking baseball.
Yep.
He's 81. I'm my age.
Yep.
Veronica's like 53. Even one of the nieces is talking about the Cubs. Like all these generations, we're talking Cubs baseball. But God, some of the teams in this town, man,
I understand.
make it awfully hard.
You can understand why a young person listening to this show is like, yeah, they're just arguing about Chicago sports all the time. I want some joy.
Right.
I want some sports peace.
Yes.
Southside G is on Cap and J Hood. G, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
Well, thank you.
Oh, man, yeah. So I lost my son to the Atlanta Braves a couple of years ago.
Really?
We were.
Was it a custody battle, G? Was it a custody battle? What happened there?
Yeah, man. No, I fought, man. I put up a good fight, but he said Acuna is his guy. He plays baseball. He's a senior out here in Morton, and they play baseball. So he said, Acuna is my guy. Ryan Snore sucks. I said, well, I can't really argue with the last point, but yeah. So I lost him to the, and we're traditional. We go to the Sox Park every year, and we enjoy the game. He's usually against the Athletics or the Braves, but yeah, unfortunately, it has happened. It has hit my home. I did what I could to fight it off, but Chicago team sucked. We hate the Cubs, but I will say when the Cubs win the World Series, my grandfather was the biggest Cubs fan on God's green earth, and we buried him in his Cubs hat just because he would have loved to see the Cubs win the World Series. It's what he lived for. So,
and your kid said, "F that! I'm going to be a Braves fan," despite Dad being in the grave. So long. That's what happened, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the way that it is. When you see your favorite team break your heart and won't go out and sign any big names, it kind of deters you from wanting to fan for that team, because if the owner's not interested, why should the fans be?
I love the idea, and G, we appreciate the phone call. I love the idea, Cap, on a summer night that G's son is watching Bally Sports South, locked in on the Braves game every night. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
It all sucks.
He's watching Jeff Francoeur doing color every night, watching the Braves. And by the way, you want to lock in on a team? Braves have a commitment to winning.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, I understand that. But see, there it is. That's a Cub fan family. Nah, I'm going to watch the Braves. The Braves? Yep. Going to watch the Braves because they have a commitment to winning, and they always are in the mix.
And that's my whole point, that I don't truly believe Jerry, Tom, George, I don't believe, Wirtz, I don't really truly believe that they understand what's the right way to put the civic responsibility that they have when they buy a team.
Yeah.
It's not just a business. It's not just, well, I want to have a toy. It's not that. There are millions and millions of people that may not care that you have the 8th-ranked farm system or the 2nd-ranked farm system or that you're near the luxury. They don't care.
No.
They want to know when they come home from their job where they probably, it's a job. It's not a passion. Like, we get to do something that we're so blessed to do and we love what we do.
Yeah.
But most people go home and they're like, yeah, I got to pay the bills. I got to pay the mortgage. Oh, he wants a pair of Jordans. She wants to get the new American Girl doll.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
And they just want to turn the game on and go, my team's got a chance tonight. The game matters.
Just want some peace.
Oh,
yeah.
Minnesota, 157, Chicago, 122, or whatever the score is.
Yeah.
They just want commitment that I empathize with you. I want to win as much as you do.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. More of your phone calls on this coming up. We got shot or no shot at 8 o'clock. 31 degrees, getting up to 38 degrees today. Watch out for black ice on Cap and J Hood.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Peggy and Dion, Saturdays from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville. Brought to you by Zazu Salons.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook app and use promo code WMVP. That's promo code WMVP for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537. 21 and over. Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ROCK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321-321. That's ROCK to 321-321.
Bulls fans looking to support your school or youth basketball organization? Group fundraising programs are now available and offer individual and group benefits. Visit bulls.com/groups to learn more.
Hey, Verizon customers, get ready to have even more of a fun all weekend long in NOLA as the House of Horizon opens its door to you. Yes, the House of Horizon, a great spot. Events start at Fulton Alley beginning today with access to exclusive items from Ruigi Villasenor and Kristen Yuschek. Yes, for more information, head to houseofverizon.com. And to claim exclusive tickets, visit the My Verizon app. Verizon customers plus guests only. All ages are welcome at the House of Verizon during open access hours. During select events, attendees will be required to be 21 plus. Attendees under the age of 18 must be accompanied by an adult or a guardian. Jay Moore.
Cap and Jay Hood are back.
We are back, baby. We are back. We're back. Classic.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Our Chicago sports and their teams losing young fans. We're talking about it right here on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then Mike Greenberg steps in at 10, followed by Carmen Yurko at 12. Waddle and Miller from 2:30 to 6:30 into Bears Weekly with Jeff and Tom. And Bleck and Abdallah at 7:30 right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000.
So I have a issue.
When water's wet, you have an issue.
First of all, thanks for letting me use your little area over there.
That's the worst. Just like you have this whole section over there, and you're like, I got to get my water. He's got his little powder there, and of course he does that right here.
Electrolytes.
That's fine, but I mean, you have an area to do that. You just don't douse your water splashed all over my area.
So I go into the little kitchenette area, kitchen area.
There's no reason for it.
And whoever put the paper towel out on the little holder, the paper towel and the toilet paper have to go over, not under. So I have to change the paper towel there and flip it the other way. And people are like, why do you change the paper towel? Because it bothers me.
I thought you was making a prop bet. Over or under?
No, sir.
Well, if it's a bathroom, it's a plop bet.
And then
so
that's good. I cannot handle.
Pardon me.
Like, we were at someone's home for dinner.
Tacos, yeah.
And I went there. They had two bathrooms, like, on the first floor. I went into the first one. I changed the the toilet paper from under to over.
That's fine, but that's a-hole behavior. That's not your home.
Then a little later, I had to go to the bathroom again. And I went to the other bathroom, and it was under, so I changed it over. Dessert gets served, and the host of the house said, it's so weird. Honey, he says to his wife, why did you put the toilet paper over? You always put it under. She's like, I didn't touch the toilet paper. He's like, both toilet papers are put on wrong. And I'm just sitting there going, hope he doesn't realize it was me.
Oh, my God.
And they finally deduced that it was me. He's like, why do you feel it necessary to have to change how I like the toilet paper in my own house?
Yes. Complete a-hole behavior.
Because it bothered me.
That's fine, but it's not your home.
That's true.
That's
my
not
wife told me.
Yeah. It's just. And by the way, around here, someone wanted the paper towels the way they want the paper towels. That's not what you do. You're here to host and go home. You're not here to be able to tell people how to towel.
Nobody's here. It's just us.
You not see me here? I mean, there's people down the hall. What about them? Maybe they want it the way they want it. Again, it's Cap's world. We're just living in it. It's amazing. Just leave people alone. Why can't you just do that?
I didn't leave any. Didn't bother anybody. I just flipped the paper towel the way I like it better.
Okay, but that's still not right. What about everyone else?
Well, when I'm gone, they can flip it back.
They shouldn't have to have that effort to do that if you just leave things alone. What are you, a child?
Pretty much.
Yes, that's the point. Don't do that. I'll talk to Mindy about it. All right. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone. Going to someone's home and flipping the toilet paper. I'm not comfortable. It should be over. That's the way it should be.
That is correct.
Take that, everyone. No. Yeah. You're doing the same thing, whether it's over or under. You're still doing the same thing, aren't you? Next, you're going to tell people how to wipe. That'll be the next thing you do.
No,
it should be standing. Let's go back to the phone lines and talk to. Let's go to Sammy in Berwyn is with us here on Cap and J Hood. Sammy, good morning.
Morning, guys. How you guys doing?
We're good, man.
We're standing. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm calling because I was listening to the conversation, and I'm kind of going through that right now. So my son's a diehard baseball fan, loves the Cubs, but lately he's been asking me about the Dodgers. He's been asking for Dodgers jerseys, and I'm just like, bro, like, why?
Wow, Sammy. But you can understand why, right? Look at the stars. You mean that's the way it is? I mean, you can understand. If you're a kid and you see star after star, Cap, Blake Snell's on that team, Ohtani's on that team.
Yeah, I think it would get boring. I'd rather be a Cub fan.
Yes, because nothing like being miserable for the majority of your life. Screaming about the lack of a commitment to winning. Jed! What are you doing, Tom? You want to have that? No kid wants to be yelling into a phone like you on your recap. No one wants to do that for the rest of their life. The kid looks at the Dodgers, and by the way, Cap, you know this because you've been to Wrigley Field or either a guaranteed rate. When the Dodgers come into town, oh my God, they either fly in or they're hiding in the shadows around Chicagoland. They come out big time. A huge Dodger contingent comes to Chicago.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Huge.
People don't realize the owner of the Dodgers, he lives like 3 blocks from Wrigley.
But if you're a kid, Cap, and again, we are different, you and I, coming up. We are different because we only had singular channels to watch what we had to watch. You know why I was a Sox fan and not a Cub fan living on the South Side? Because I didn't want to get my ass kicked. So I had to be a Sox fan. That's why.
Fair.
So that was me watching Channel 44, watching the Chicago White Sox as a kid. You listening and watching the Cubs, running home from school, because that's all we had.
That's it.
The rest of it was like the one Saturday game of the week, and then that's it. But now kids have more choices than ever. They can watch all the games at the same time if they wanted to. But at the same time, what I think kids have done that's smarter is that they pick the stars that they like, and they follow them and their social media and their highlights and all that because they like to be happy. You and I are miserable. Chicago sports fans.
Our team's just, God, it's so fun.
Jack?
The other part of it, too, and you mentioned how all your friends were also Sox fans, right? It's so much easier to have people that you connect with from different places now as well, just because of social media and everything like that. So I have cousins from Michigan who are Lions fans. I have friends who are Dodgers fans, Yankees fans. And if I want that community of people to root for the same team as me, I don't have to stick to the people who are around me geographically now. I can just text my buddies who are Yankees fans and say, oh, did you see the Yankees game? And we can connect like that now, too. So those kids have all these friends from all over the place who they're able to talk about their favorite teams with now.
Those people, those Yankee fans are obnoxious. Austin, Texas, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's Ken on Cap and J Hood. Ken, good morning.
Good morning.
Where are you walking to, Ken? Ken, where are you walking? Where are you going?
I got to get to work. I've been waiting for you guys to let me on. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
I have 4 sons. My wife and Tammy. We both grew up in the Chicago suburbs, Oak Forest and Naperville. Moved to Austin a while ago, but we have 4 sons: 28, 24, 19, 18, and 2 of them have completely defected from the Bears. They've all been to Bears games. I've been a season ticket holder since 2005, and we tried to raise them right, but they just kind of looked at us and said, hey, we like the Dolphins, we like the Titans, and
what?
Yeah,
Ken,
the Dolphins.
I know. They're not even any good.
Well, that was part of it. They're like, your fandom is so sad that we're going to root for the worst team this year. That was the tank for 2 a year. And now they really genuinely like the Dolphins. And
they haven't won for 25. They haven't won a playoff game in over 25 years. What do you mean? Like is they like the colors?
Like if you told me they're a Chiefs fan and Eagles, okay.
2011. I'll just leave you with this, guys. This topic really resonated with me, and what I can tell you is that the opposite of love is indifference. When I'm sitting there watching this game, I have 2 kids that feel the generational pain, and I have 2 kids that are completely indifferent to the team. And I'm on the other side of this now. So when your kid comes up to you and says, hey, looks like you guys signed Jalen Johnson to a long-term contract. Good job. You guys, with a wry smile, your kid's left the team. So I blame the team. What can I do?
I blame the owners. I truly don't believe our owners understand there is a civic responsibility when you buy a team. There is.
Dolphins, huh?
Yeah, I don't get that.
They're not any good.
No.
For years, they haven't been any good.
No.
I know it seems like they have been because they're, the Miami, but they haven't been good at all.
No.
And he said Titans, too. Huh?
They're not good either.
Interesting. Cap's grandson, a Chiefs fan.
No. He just happened to have the jersey on.
Let's talk about this. Don't forget Shot or No Shot, 8 o'clock right here on Cap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Cap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. The Chicago Bears Podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah, bet. Playoffs are here. Big game this weekend, and my family and I will enjoy our favorite obsession, Daisy Dips. Our guilty pleasure during the football season is eating dips with chips, wings, or in my case, veggies, but always with Daisy Dips. And now Daisy's come out with Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip. These are game changers, baby. Good as homemade dips, and they have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'd find in your very own kitchen. Top your game day menu with Daisy French Onion and Daisy Ranch Dips, available at a grocery store near you.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Yurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Illinois who are 21 or older. First bet after registration must qualify. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Black History Month, National University honors those who have broken barriers and paved the way for future generations. If you're a parent and a professional, a dreamer and a doer, NU is here to support you with flexible online classes and career-focused resources, so you can earn your degree while balancing work, family, and everything in between. Visit nu.edu to learn more. That's nu.edu.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336, 800-444-9336, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-9336.
This segment is brought to you by ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com, your hormone replacement therapy specialist. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safer. And you can call and click Grainger.com or just stop by. Jay Moore.
Now back to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet.
I don't want lunch. I want breakfast.
On ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Thursday. Deal Breakers Thursday. We've got Deal Breakers coming your way at 8:30, a Super Bowl edition of the Deal Breakers. And we've got more prop bets. Cap, have you put anything down yet? I mean, no, it's Thursday. Super Bowl's right around the corner. Have you put any money down yet?
Yeah, I have the Eagles winning the football game. Money line.
Anything else?
I will be playing a same-game parlay, and I will be putting something on A.J. Brown. I got a few. In fact, I jotted them down. Let me tell you exactly.
How many legs on that parlay? 7? 8?
Something where I can $20 can pay, decent money. Yeah.
Retirement money.
I have over 5.5 different Eagles to have a reception.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's fair.
Over 3.5 Eagles to have a rush attempt because they'll run. Dallas Goedert will get a carry.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Hurts, Barkley, and Gainwell.
That works.
Or somebody in that backfield.
Mm-hmm.
I have Jalen Hurts over 209.5 yards and A.J. Brown an anytime TD.
Now, those are just things you've jotted down. You have not locked it in yet, have you?
Only thing I've locked in are the Eagles.
Okay. I want to talk to Tom Thayer about this at 9 o'clock. I want you to go over those with him and see whether or not that's a green light or a red light on any of those. Because it's Tom Thayer, after all.
Correct.
So see what he thinks about that. That to me, that's all sounds good. 10-team parlay.
Yeah, I'll play I play the Eagles, and then I'll have the, $20 or $25 like 7-8 leg parlay just to have fun during the game, for sure. By the way, Stack 23. Sorry, but At the Catman is 100% right to change the paper rolls. There's a special place in hell for people that do that under BS. Take that. Ken, oh my God, Cap, I do the same thing with the toilet paper anywhere I go. It drives me crazy.
I just have other fish to fry to be concerned with how papers are put on the toilet paper roll. It doesn't matter because I'm in and out of there. Because it's too much time, especially in someone else's bathroom. In my own, if I want to be able to change it, I can. But in a foreign bathroom, Cap, say if it's a public toilet, that's not right. You're at the airport. Hey, I'm going to turn this around.
Mess with that.
But you understand the point, though.
Yeah.
I don't have time. Someone else's bathroom, yeah. I like it at home, Cap. The whole road bathroom thing, tough. It's tough.
It is.
I'm better at home than on the road in that spot.
There you go.
So I don't want to spend too much time in there. Well, it's someone else's germs.
Right.
That's tough. You're a germaphobe. You know what I'm talking about.
I don't think I'm a germaphobe.
That's a lie. Yes, you are.
I just wash my hands a lot.
No, you are a germaphobe. I've seen you. When's the last time you touched the door to go to the garage, Cap? 2007?
Oh, you mean the garage here?
Yeah. When's the last time
I always take my hoodie, put my hand in the the front pocket, and I use that to open it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what filthy animal has been going in and out of there.
How about our bathroom? When's the last time you used the handle there after you've washed your hands?
I don't need to use the handle.
You do take the sleeve again and open the door that way.
No, I keep the door open, propped open.
Depends.
I use my foot.
Uh-huh. Yes. So you are somewhat of a germaphobe. I've watched you in action. And by the way, I'm not knocking you. This is just who you are because you want to just keep yourself away from germs and colds and flu and all that kind of thing. So I understand. I'm just saying that I watch you just like I watch the nature shows on Channel 11. I watch the animal at work.
Like I just got done dealing with a bad cold.
Yes.
And
pardon me. Excuse me.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, Jay Moore.
Pardon me.
And I do it the best job I possibly can to fight, eat vitamin C, vitamin D, oranges. I had a banana on the way to work. I try.
Yes, I understand.
But I'm not going to touch the dirty handles in a downtown parking garage. Sorry, not going to happen.
No, I mean, but you're very particular about touching anything if you can help it. I've watched you in action. It's just like watching the nature shows on Channel 11. There is the bold Kaplan as he walks to the bathroom, taking his sleeve, making sure he doesn't touch the handle, as he swiftly goes into the urinal and then washes his hands, singing happy birthday 5 times, drying his hands and then taking his foot and then propping the door open, never using his hands. It's the Kaplan. Watch him closely. He's fascinating, folks, in the wild. Shot or no shot in 2 minutes on Cap and J Hood.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Cap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like West Tech Automation Solutions in Buffalo Grove. To learn how they can help you, visit TMAIllinois.org.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook app and use promo code WMVP. That's promo code WMVP for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537. 21 and over. Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, Deal Breakers at 8:30. Right now, shot or no shot, here's AI Jack McGrath.
Good morning, guys. How are we doing this morning?
We're good, AI. What's up, man?
Nothing much. Great weekend in sports. Obviously, we have the Super Bowl in, 3-4 days now? And then NBA trade deadline has been ridiculous. This is one of the crazier trade deadlines in any sport that I think I can remember at this point.
AI, many fans that consume the NBA really love the drama and the transactions as much or more so than the games. What's been going on with Jimmy Butler, which we'll talk about in a little bit, what's been going on with him has resonated with people. People think the NBA is not dead by any stretch because they got a really quality television deal. But what people really gravitate to is the drama. The players wanted to be forced out. They want to go someplace else. And then this trade deadline. So it's typical of the NBA season, that is for sure.
And what perfect planning by the NBA to schedule the trade deadline in the week before the Super Bowl. The NBA has taken all the top sports headlines this week, and it's the Super Bowl. Obviously, it's the biggest story in sports because it's the Super Bowl, but the NBA has certainly grabbed attention this week as well.
And none of it about being on the floor.
Yeah, 100%.
None of it about the great Jokic and SGA and who you saw last night, Anthony Edwards. Nothing about that, Cap.
Well,
But everything else.
Look, watching Anthony Edwards last night, oh, God.
Oh, he's a problem. Oh, he's a walking
That
bucket.
guy, and they tried so hard to get him 50. He rimmed one. He missed a free throw. He was 17 of 17 at the line, and then he missed to get to 50. Then they got him the ball, and he traveled. Then he had missed another one, and they finally said, all right, you're done. Get out.
Yes. We tried. It didn't work. But that's the way it is, Jack. So what do we have for this Thursday edition?
Well, yeah, former big name, one of the biggest trades yesterday was Jimmy Butler is off to the Golden State Warriors for Andrew Wiggins and more. Jimmy Butler joining Steph Curry. Golden State's in the middle of the Western Conference standings right now. Shot or no shot, at 36 years old, now teaming up with Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry will win another championship before his time is up.
Okay, I'm going to say that's a no shot, and here's why. So with Jimmy Butler, let's start there, Cap. You know, Jimmy Butler got his way, and it's amazing how he got his way because he wanted to be away from the Miami Heat, and the deal took place. He actually gets $69 million richer. It's a 2-year, $111 million. So he actually makes $69 million off of this, of him kicking and screaming, want to be out of Miami.
That is unbelievable.
So, I mean, but this is the league, though. Like, Pat Riley kept suspending him. He's like, no, you're not getting your way. You're not going to Phoenix. We're going to make sure that doesn't happen. But he goes to Golden State, a team that he said he didn't want to be a part of. Butler said he didn't want to be a Golden State Warrior about a week ago, and now he's with the Warriors. Okay, fine. So you're asking whether or not they win a championship. Jimmy Butler has to be able to conform to the way the Warriors do business. This is not one of those things where Jimmy just get all the shots now because you're here. But he needs to conform to what Steph Curry wants. I heard Curry last night after the loss against Utah say that we know there's been a lot of drama in Miami with Jimmy, and hopefully he's left that all behind him, and so he can work it within what we do. Can Jimmy do that? Will Jimmy start bitching about not getting enough shots in that offense? I don't know the answer to that. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't understand the extension.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but this is the problem. How is it that you kick your way out of Miami and get rewarded for it?
Get $110 million more. What?
He made money on the deal.
If we behaved here the way he does, and we got suspended multiple times for being awful as a teammate,
yeah,
we'd be gone.
Yes. Yes.
They wouldn't go, all right, honey, guess what? Here's $110 million.
That's what it is. So I'm going to say no shot to that. He'll get Andrew Wiggins shots because Wiggins was traded. So I would say that is a no shot. And that's nothing against Steph. It's just about the dynamic of the Warriors. Are they closer? Yes. Championship? Probably not. What do you think? With Jimmy on the team, Podziemski and Curry, are they a championship level team? Will they win a championship?
Old guys.
Yeah, I agree.
A bunch of old dudes. No, I don't feel it.
Yeah, I would say that's a no shot. I know the league would root for it, though, because that's all they hang their hat on is LeBron and the Warriors. That's what they're hanging their hat on, because God forbid that you make Jokic the face of the league. Can't do that. My God, can't do that.
Somebody, I don't know who it was, multiple people are tweeting Olden State, not Golden State.
It is Olden State, yes.
It is.
So that's a no shot for me. All right, AI.
Let's jump to the NFL. NFL honors tonight, which means we are going to get a new batch of Hall of Famers announced to go into the NFL Hall of Fame. One of the more prominent names on the list is Eli Manning. The biggest recognition to Eli Manning's Hall of Fame case is that he beat the second-best quarterback of all time in the Super Bowl twice, Tom Brady. Mm-hmm. So Eli Manning, first ballot chance to be in the Hall of Fame tonight, shot or no shot, Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, it's a shot.
He's a
Hall of Famer.
But I guess, Jack, you're asking how soon, correct?
I guess how soon. There is debate about whether he actually deserves it. If you look at his numbers, he's 11th in passing yardage in NFL history. Yeah. But he also led the league in interceptions 3 times. His passer rating all time is in the mid-60s ranking-wise in NFL history. Like, other than the 2 Super Bowls, I don't know if the numbers necessarily back up a Hall of Fame case.
Okay, so this won't surprise Cap, but I'm going to say it just so everybody can hear it out loud. Artificial Intelligence Jack is telling us that he doesn't think it's a Hall of Fame case. Eli Manning's numbers are relatable to Warren Moon, Hall of Famer, Ben Roethlisberger, future Hall of Famer, Matt Stafford,
future Hall of
Famer, John Hadle, Don McNabb, Terry Bradshaw, Hall of Famer, Joe Montana, Hall of Famer, Carson Palmer, Drew Bledsoe, Bob Greasy, Hall of Famer.
He's getting in, AI. Super Bowl MVP twice, 2 Super Bowl championships, went in there and beat the 17-0 New England Patriots. He's a lock.
He's shown up in big games, and he's clutch. There's no arguing that.
He's a lock.
It may not be sparkling to you, Jack, but when I give you these great names, and Caps and I didn't see Bob Greasy in his prime, you and I. You didn't see Greasy in his prime, did you?
I saw Greasy, but I was a tiny young child.
That's a lie.
No, that's true.
That's not true. You were not a tiny young child. I just love this guy. I always try to skew younger. It's just unbelievable. You saw him between 67 and 1980.
He played that late?
You were born in 60. Anyway, so
70.
He always pushes it up. He pushes the timeline up because he feels good, folks. He doesn't feel that age. So he's just rewinding the clock like the old odometer on a used car. There you go. 10,000 miles, see? That thing looks old and rickety. Oh, it's 10,000 miles on it. You changed the odometer. Well, maybe. That's what Cap's doing with his age.
That's illegal.
So we just named for you Hall of Famers there. It may not be sparkling numbers to you, Jack, but he's a Hall of Famer. When? I don't know, but
the eye
he
test
is.
says so.
Yeah, sure. And it's what you just laid out. Beating Tom Brady a couple times. This won't be like the NBA or basketball where it's like, that guy's a star on TV, put him in the Hall of Fame. No, the numbers are there. Numbers are there.
That's it.
If Caleb Williams has an Eli Manning career, are you happy?
Yeah, I got a ring out of it.
2 Super Bowls and 2 Super Bowl MVPs. Yeah, I'm good.
Yep, I'll take that. And it's a 10-year span. I'll take that. Sure, absolutely. Knock it down twice. Perennial playoff team. I like it. All right, Jack.
We are, less than 6 hours away from the official NBA trade deadline. Nikola Vucevic is still a Bull currently. Shot or no shot? Vuce is traded before the deadline.
It's certainly sounding like it's not going to happen. I'll keep up hope, but it's certainly sounding like it's not going to get done.
I mean,
so I'll say no shot.
It seems like it's a no shot, Kev. I feel like the high watermark or the apex of what the Bulls are going to do here is trade Zach LaVine. And I just think that you should be doing more.
A lot more.
So if you don't do that, once again, there's really no direction for the Bulls. What's your direction? Because if you're standing pat with what you have, those guys will shoot you out of the lottery. I'm telling you. They might be, I'll put it this way. I'll say it differently. The Bulls might be in the room for the lottery, but they'll have no shot for a Cooper flag.
They'd have to get super lucky.
Yeah. I mean, that's the Derrick Rose 1%er there. Cold envelope. Or whatever it took to get Derrick Rose.
Correct.
Correct. I'm just saying.
You know who was in the room who knew and they confiscated his phone? He was representing the Bulls.
Was it a former Bull?
It was Brandon Faber.
Brandon Faber.
The
PR guy.
Yeah. There is a great piece that my guy Ryan McGuffey did at NBC. And we were talking about it with Faber. And I haven't watched it. And they pulled up some of the clips of it. I got to watch the whole thing. They confiscate his phone. He's in there, and he knows the numbers as they're coming up. You guys just won the lottery, and he can't tell anybody.
Oh, man.
Got no way to contact anyone.
Oh, man.
He's locked away.
Locked the phone up.
Secaucus.
Yeah.
New Jersey.
Can't say anything. Wow. I wonder how the league feels about Chicago. I know how the league feels about Los Angeles and New York. I'm just telling you right now. Old man Stern would have blocked that deal with Luka and Anthony Davis.
Probably.
Absolutely would have. For basketball reasons.
Yeah.
He would have stopped it.
He did that. He said, Chris Paul, you can't get traded to wherever it was. Yeah.
He would have stepped in there because it has to go through his desk first.
That's correct.
You're doing what? you are trading a Hall of Fame future talent. We're not doing that. He would have stopped it right there.
He did.
He would. There's no way that Luka would be in Los Angeles. They would have done something else. That is for sure. Do you have another one, AI?
Yeah, one more. In Super Bowl Media Day, Saquon Barkley, it came out that Saquon Barkley was very close to signing with the Chicago Bears. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the week, but I want to dive deeper into it. Mm-hmm. There's been a lot of talk about how Saquon Barkley, behind this Eagles offensive line that has basically carried them to a Super Bowl, he's got so much rushing room that it's really made the difference for him, and that's why he's having an MVP-like season. My question is, shot or no shot? In hindsight, it would have been worth it for the Bears to up the ante and sign Saquon Barkley.
I'm going to say no shot because he was not coming. He said part of it was I wanted to stick it to the Giants.
He did want to stick it to the Giants, yes. AI, here's what you're looking at. Let's just talk this out, all of us here. You're looking at the numbers, and you're saying, wow, look at those numbers with the Eagles. The Eagles have the best offensive line in the league. Imagine what Saquon Barkley would go through with this offensive line and this offense and this many offensive coordinators all in one season. Just think about it. Do you think that you get the backwards box jump from Saquon Barkley with the Bears? Do you think he does that as a Chicago Bear? Think about it. Like that just doesn't happen. He'd be better than what the Bears have at the running back position, yes. But would he be able to run free like he's had with the Eagles in the Chicago? It just wouldn't happen.
No, he'd get crushed, just like you did in New York for most of his career.
It's like, I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it would not have worked here.
I would have loved for the Bears to get Saquon Barkley in hindsight over DeAndre Swift. Absolutely. But it's almost the same result. You know, when we get pushback on this, Cap, I always find that fascinating because no one really looks at the other side of it. It's one thing to say, I love the talent. I like the talent. But the talent can't flourish without help. It's not fantasy football where it's individual talent, where it's like Saquon Barkley as a Bear would be a beast. Yeah?
Oh,
running in front of what line?
Correct.
Whose line? The Eagles line or the Bears line?
That's correct.
It's just, all it is, Cap, is just perspective. That's all it is. Listen, I'm a fan, just like you're a fan, like everybody else. I know the difference between fantasy football and real football that we watch every Sunday. And the real football tells me that the offensive line was not ready for Saquon Barkley. Barkley could not run free at Soldier Field with that line. They cannot do this with this offensive coordinator or this rookie quarterback. It wouldn't happen. So just, again, perspective. The Eagles are excellent. That's why they're in the Super Bowl. And they have a line. And this is why Barkley feels like he's 22 again. With the Bears, he'd feel like he's 60.
Yeah, he wouldn't be playing Sunday.
Come on, man. No
shot.
No
AI
shot.
Jack.
And
plus, if you match the money, why was he coming here?
He wasn't. You would have to pay him a bit more than he did.
And he still might say, no, I'm going to the Eagles.
True.
I just think that it's not you, Jack. I'm just saying that when people bring this up, it's not all that deep. Look at the Bears, look at Barkley. Look at the Eagles and look at Jay Moore. It's what it is. It's what it is. The Bears are just not on that level yet to be able to protect Barkley. Barkley individually is a terrific talent, but he cannot run the football by himself. That's all.
Yeah, that's why I hate when they do these redrafts, because it's like if we could see in the future, everybody will know who to draft. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's like they keep doing these redrafts and said, oh, this person had a better season, so I would take them first. It's like it don't make sense. If you would put anybody behind that offensive line, they'll be buried in Soldier Field, just like you said.
Correct.
It is unfortunate that Courtney and the writers for ESPN had to do the redraft from last year's draft. You do that in 3 years. And when we were doing pandemic shows, you know what I was doing at night? I was doing redrafts. The Bulls redrafts from the 90s.
Yeah, like, boy, if we'd have taken that guy.
Okay, now we can have a conversation. They made those writers at ESPN be able to say, pretty much, who would you take, Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels? Okay, so that's unfair. Have you seen him for 3 years? Do you know that Caleb is going to be the same quarterback, better or worse? Let's have a little perspective. Can't do that, though, Cap. You need to know today, right now.
Correct.
Jaden Daniels better than Caleb for the rest of his career? Yes, maybe no. We need to know today, right now. Take it. Give me that take right now. I won't do it. Perspective, Cap.
Let it play out.
Got to watch. That's it. Got to watch the development, one way or the other. Either the development or going backwards. I've got to be able to see the development. But you got to know today, Cap. If you don't tell me today, you're a loser.
Right. You're an idiot.
It's incredible, man. It's incredible. That's the way it is. We will go around the National Football League, and also we will have Deal Breakers at 8:30. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
We talk all the time about ESPN Bet. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Opt into their big game giveaway promo for your chance at over $1 million in prizes. 25 lucky winners will walk away with $10,000 in cash, and 7,500 will win $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem. Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. ESPN Bet, the official sportsbook of the Cap and J Hood Morning Show. Jay Moore.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
It's the Cap and J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text GRIT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 42424. That's GRIT to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Here is David Kaplan.
Thanks, John. Appreciate you, buddy. These microphones, man. We could do a segment on this. Who put these new mics in here?
You can move it. You just got to grab it.
These new microphones here, man.
You just got to grab it. You can move it.
No. Sorry. You can move it this way. I'm 5'9", and I got to get down on my knees. I think so freaking low.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 45 and he's 5'9". 5'9", my ass.
And pause.
Yeah.
Actually 5'9.25".
Yeah. It's unbelievable. Rolls the age back and gives himself 3 more inches. What are you doing? Do you know we're on YouTube? Put the camera on. Jack, put the camera on.
Damn.
Don't you? So now he's a lead guard, and he's 45. Next thing you'll know, he'll tell you he's got hair. A full head of hair. Wow. Tell him, folks.
Playoffs are here. My family and I get to enjoy our favorite obsession, Daisy Dips. Our guilty pleasure during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, or in my case, veggies, but always with Daisy Dips. And now Daisy's come out with Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip. These are game changers. They're as good as homemade dips. And they have real herbs and spices, ingredients you find in your own kitchen. Top your game day menu with Daisy French Onion, Daisy Ranch Dips, available at a grocery store near you.
Welcome back to Cap and J Hood. You're officially locked in. On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks.
He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
Time to go around the NFL. Here's AI Jack.
We've got more Super Bowl prop bets today as we count down towards the Super Bowl. These are going to be a little bit more game-related. Yesterday, we had the Gatorade color and the national anthem time. Today, we're going to be talking over-unders and picks for the game a little bit. But first, let's start off with Saquon Barkley. Over-under 112 rushing yards, 112 and a half rushing yards.
He's gone sheepish on you, Cap. You hear what he said? 112 rushing. What about the big, was it 260?
242 and a half, kid.
Not this week.
Wait a minute.
He's not playing the worst run defense in the NFL this week.
Wait a second. You cut it in half, Jack. What the little computer in him has calculated, the AI Jack, he's calculated 112, you said.
I'll go over.
So Barkley has rushed for over 118 yards in 5 straight games. That's stats from CBS. But the Chiefs, the past 2 games, have not given up over 100 yards to either running back, James Cook or Joe Mixon. So their run defense has been stout in the playoffs.
But they haven't taken on Saquon Barkley, so I'll say slightly the over there, 112.
Yeah, I'm going over.
So 113.
Yeah, over.
I think I'm going to take the under. I know it's different. I know it's a switch up from last week, but this defense has been so good for Kansas City. I was also burnt by it last week, so there's that, or 2 weeks ago, so there's that as well. But the defense has been so good for Kansas City. I think he gets more involved in the passing game this week than he was last week. I think he'll have 112 yards in the game. I don't think he'll have over 112 rushing yards in the game, though.
I find that interesting, Cap. He was over the top.
It was over the freaking top.
Now more conservative. 112 rushing yards. I think that works. I think 112 rushing yards works. And you're right about Kansas City's defense, but they haven't taken on Barkley yet. That's the best of the 3 that you mentioned. So I think it's going to be quite the test. I think Barkley will find a way.
Is Saquon Barkley the most important player in this game?
He is not.
He is not.
What's next?
All right. Fair enough. Anytime touchdown scores. Who do you guys like in this one?
A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown, I'm seeing him at a solid plus 170 to get in the end zone.
Where is
Hurts?
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts is minus 110.
Mm-hmm. Kelsey, down the line.
Kelsey, plus 135.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll go with Xavier Worthy.
Xavier, where is he on the list?
Xavier Worthy is plus 155. I'm going to go DeAndre Hopkins. I think DeAndre Hopkins has been quiet the past few games. It seems like a big-time moment. DeAndre Hopkins is finally getting his moment in the Super Bowl. I like D-Hop.
How about Kareem Hunt?
Kareem Hunt is plus 140.
You find all this on ESPN Bet, of course.
That's correct.
All right, give us some others.
Let's go to, how about some Patrick Mahomes passing props?
Okay.
So Patrick Mahomes over-under is 250 passing yards.
250?
250.
Under.
I will say under. It'll be 197 to 200, somewhere in that. And by the way, that's good enough to win. Good enough. I would say it's in that range.
With that defense, certainly.
Yeah, I would say that I would take that probably. So I got 2 obvious bets now. I got that one, and I have the anthem from the other day that will go over. No question about it. Because it's Batiste, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no question. And the piano?
And the piano. But
that's how we do it.
You have to remember, the bet does not include when the piano starts. It starts when he says his first word.
O say?
Mm-hmm.
What if the O stretches out, though, to a good
that
10
counts.
seconds?
Right as he says.
Say, can you? All of a sudden, it's Marvin Gaye. What are you doing there, Gaye?
Remember that?
What are you doing? Now, that hit the over, Cap.
What I think we're going to get.
Easy.
Marvin Gaye did.
For Patrick Mahomes' passing yards, what I think we're going to get in this game is two teams that control possession. The Eagles with Saquon are going to try to control possession, and the Chiefs control possession every single game. And because of that, Patrick Mahomes won't be airing it out, and I'm going to take the under in that game. And that prop because of that.
There you go.
All right, give us another, sir.
All right, how about Patrick Mahomes' passing touchdowns? 2.5 over under.
Over. I say over.
There'll be some.
How many?
2.5.
Under.
Really?
Who's rushing it in?
Kareem
Him
Hunt.
or him
Hunt.
or Mahomes?
No.
Is he getting in there?
No.
Never know.
According
Kareem
to this
Hunt.
little stat book I have here, Mahomes is averaging 1.6 passing touchdowns per game. So that's significantly under.
In the playoffs, you said?
No, just in general this season.
No, they'll find
Does
a
that
way.
include the playoffs?
I do not have that available. I'm not sure.
Well, why not? You're AI Jack.
I know.
Just hit the
Look
button.
it up. I don't know.
You have the button, don't you? You're the one with the information. This is what we programmed you for. You know why he's AI Jack, Cap? You know why? Because if you're going to build a broadcaster, producer, TV talent, future program director, you'd spit it out and it look like AI Jack.
That's it.
So you should have the information. I would, God, Jack, it's a Super Bowl. So you say 2.5. I could take the under there and say 2. You could still be a winner with 2. 2 passing touchdowns.
If you're taking the over, parlay that with Patrick Mahomes MVP. Because if he passes for over 2.5 touchdowns, he's winning the MVP of the game.
Yep, I think so.
As long as it's not all three to the same player.
What if he throws 2, but Worthy catches 1 and runs 1 in?
Yeah, then Xavier Worthy's got a shot.
That'd be amazing. What are you doing?
You have to remember the fan vote part of the Super Bowl MVP, though. I think that trips people up because 20% of the vote is fan vote. Xavier Worthy is not a household name compared to these other guys.
All right, Jack, give us another.
But he just fixed his microphone. Why does mine not have that type of implement to be able to raise it up?
Well, Cap, culturally speaking, mine is supposed to be taller than yours. Wow. Here's AI Jack.
Longest completion in the game, over under 34.5 yards.
Yes.
I'm going to say over because there's going to be a play action that's going to get more than 34.5 yards.
I think you're right. I wouldn't play that, but I think you're right.
A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith's going to catch a deep ball at some point. They have to, right? They're too good of receivers not to break open.
I believe that you're right. So I think that's what I would do, yeah. I wouldn't bet it, but I think that's going to happen. I think Cap is correct.
Are we ready to make a pick on the game, or are we waiting until tomorrow for that?
Well, are we off tomorrow?
We're here.
Okay, we'll do it tomorrow. The
All
pick
right.
on the game.
We'll do it
Because
tomorrow.
if we did it now, Jack, then what's tomorrow's show? What are you going to say?
I'm not in tomorrow, so that's whoever's in tomorrow's problem.
That's exactly. Well, you're typical around here, just passing the heat to someone else.
Right. What are we doing? We're getting Z-Pack tomorrow, right?
Yep, Kevin Z-Pack.
Liquid smooth. Tell you what, it's so typical around here. Just passes the heat. Doesn't care about tomorrow's show because he's not around.
No, save it till tomorrow. That's a tease for you right there.
What's the joke about the doorknob? Everybody gets a turn?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how it works around here. Coming up.
What do you got to do 10 to noon too?
Coming up. We.
Take that, Shay.
we will get a chance to do Deal Breakers, Cap. But it's a Super Bowl edition of Deal Breakers.
Oh, this ought to be a
special edition.
Let's
go.
Okay, you don't need to scream it out. I said it once. That's good enough. You need to scream it out.
We need to emphasize it.
No, we don't.
It's going to be great.
Well.
Now I've hyped it up too much.
Well, I'll be the judge of that. And we'll have Tom Thayer coming up at 9 o'clock. It's going to be great. Yeah. What's the over-under on that's going to be great, Cap, from AI Jack?
I'm going to go 26%.
All right. That's his battery life. We will have Tom Thayer coming up at 9 o'clock. But Deal Breakers next on Cap and J. Hood.
Good morning to you. Cap and J. Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J. Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J. Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Hey, we got Deal Breakers coming up and Tom Thayer at 9 o'clock. But first, guys, you don't want to fumble Valentine's Day. You need a solid game plan, a foolproof flowers deal from Books Company. The Books Company and wow your Valentine. And get 25% off your entire purchase. Books makes it simple. Choose the Quickie Book with the click of a button. Get their best-selling book right now, right on time for Valentine's Day. She'll brag about it for weeks. Or pick from their collection of unique modern designs, or go to their flower subscription, the #1 husband life hack, and be a hero every month. You really can't go wrong. Books aren't just any kind of flowers. They're flowers that are cut fresh and where they grow best. So you get bigger, brighter blooms that last longer. And some are even grown on the side of a volcano. She'll be blown away by how stunning they are. Valentine's Day is February 14th, right after the big game, so you don't want to fumble the flowers. Get your order in today. Go to Books.com and get the promo code CANTY for 25% off. That is Books, BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY, CANTY, Books, and the promo code CANTY. Say more.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Hey guys, it's Cap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name in comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook app and use promo code WMVP. That's promo code WMVP for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537. 21 and over. Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The intensity is heating up as my Blue Demons continue to battle the Big East best. Huge matchups coming up at Wintrust Arena. Blue Demons face off against St. John's, Butler, and Georgetown in must-see action. Don't just hear about it. Experience it live. Lock your seats in now at DePaulBlueDemons.com/ticket.
Welcome back to Cap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
We all have to make choices in sports and in life. It could be running on third down.
You ran the same third down situation, and you ran the same play twice. You're getting paid for that.
I cannot believe the call.
Or managing finances.
This country, you got to make the money first.
Or it could be a deal breaker.
Time for Deal Breakers on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. As I speak with my high microphone, nice and high. We turn now to...
Why can't I do that with mine?
Well, I took a pill earlier. Here's
I don't
AI
need
Jack.
a pill, but I don't have the ability to do that with the setup they put over here. Come on, Zetterman, you're better than that.
We turn now to AI Jack with this edition of Deal Breakers.
Special Super Bowl edition of Deal Breakers. First scenario, you're hanging out with a group of your buddies to watch the Super Bowl. You are all avid football fans, locked into the game. Right after the anthem ends, your friend bursts through the door with his 3 children, all under 5 years old. He shrugs his shoulder and says the babysitter has canceled on him. They're distracting you from the game. Do you ask him to leave or let him stay with his crying, loud children while you're trying to watch the Super Bowl?
Is it a one-room home?
It is a one-room home. Can't put they're toddlers. You can't put them in the other room. It's a baby. You have to keep it in the room with you.
Do you? Do you have to, Cap? Can't you bring the bassinet?
Bring it in.
Yeah, and just sit the. I mean, he says it's a one-room home. By the way, is it a tiny house?
It's not like a tiny house. It's an apartment or something. It's you can't really get away from it, you know.
Touchdown.
Oh. Apparently the baby is an Eagles fan. So, okay. They burst through the home. There's no babysitter, Cap. They have 3 screaming kids at a Super Bowl party. That's a tough spot.
Yeah, that would not work out well.
They burst, by the way, no call, by the way. You said they bursted through the door, you said.
Babysitter canceled late. They were in a rush and boom, just walked in.
Okay. You got to have the hard conversation, can't you? I mean, listen.
What are you doing, kicking them out?
Well, Cap, I mean, three kids, loud. Super Bowl, big day. Yeah.
And there's nowhere to put them.
Ducks on the pond, Cap. Nowhere to put them. Yes. Bases loaded. Nowhere to put them. Yes. Hell yeah. I mean, that's tough. Well, but you're right, Cap, because you're a kind man. You can't kick them out. It's your friend.
Could kick one of the couple out.
What, Joe? Kick the parents out or kick one of the kids out?
No, one of the parents with the kids.
Oh, like the mom.
Or the dad. Maybe the mom's the bigger football fan.
Whoever's the lesser of the football fan, go to Denny's for 3 hours. Go someplace else, so go back home. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's a hard spot, though. It's 5:30.
But they should be smarter than that.
Well, as Mom used to say, common sense ain't common. They just want to be there. So, Jay Moore, I might have to phone a friend. Jay Moore, what do we do in that spot? You heard the scenario. 3 kids screaming.
They're in an indoor game room or amusement park, like within a few miles, and you give them a few bucks and go.
You want them to go to Thillins?
No, like
they're like 5 years old. You can't just drop them there.
No, one of the parents has to leave and take the kids somewhere.
I got to find a reliable family member. I'm sure you got one somewhere that needs some cash. That'll probably take them off your hands for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Boy, that's a bad situation.
Twitch says there will probably still be more crying at the game from Mahomes to the referees than there will be at your party.
Possibly. Might be a photo finish there.
Yeah, I would probably. Jonathan, do me a favor. You got to get the kids out of here, man. It's a Super Bowl party. The kids are out of their minds.
And here's the thing, which is probably the truth. It's an adult theme party.
Yeah.
Drinking, smoking, maybe. Yeah, you want your kids around that, really.
Gummies, whatever.
Yeah. You don't want them around that, Cap, right?
Right.
So maybe this is not the right spot
I'm
for
going
them.
to give you a choice. Either get the kids out of here, or I'm giving each one of them a shot of bourbon until they pass out.
Oh, my God. Right into the infamil. Right into the formula. Oh, my God.
DCFS.
My God. Is DCFS? Are they invited to the Super Bowl party? Yeah, that's a tough one. I would say that is a deal breaker. Yes, Jack.
Yeah.
That's a tough spot. Because again, cursing, drinking, smoking, debauchery. Who knows what's going on at the Super Bowl party? Anything could happen in any corner in that room.
That's correct.
And you don't want your kids to be involved with that. And plus, I don't want to hear them screaming. But I won't say that out loud. Here's Jack McGrath.
It is the best year of your life. The Bears have finally reached the Super Bowl, and you finally have found the love of your life. But she's from Green Bay. Luckily, football really isn't her thing. And she hasn't shown an interest in the games all year. Until now. With the encouragement of her Green Bay friends, at your Super Bowl party, she dresses in Packers gear and roots against the Bears in the Super Bowl, saying it's her duty as a Green Bay resident. Break up with her because of that.
Is she hot?
Yeah, how hot is she?
Jack, go ahead. How is she?
You're dating her.
That doesn't, again.
1 to 10. She a 4.2 or a 9.7?
He can't do it because he was not programmed to answer that question.
Correct.
Can't do it. This is on Jay Moore.
She's a 7.
Oh, that's fine.
Did she cook?
Oh, would you stop with that? You get one of those questions. You don't get
very
multiple.
nice pan. Oh yeah, sear. Nothing but sear. Yeah, she can cook.
Got all clad.
No, you said nothing but sear. I want to know if she can cook.
Yeah, I would.
She's the love of your life. Up until now, everything has gone swimmingly.
And I'm going to dump her because she's a Packer fan?
Because she's rooting against the Bears in the Super Bowl.
That's
Who
fine.
cares? That's fine.
That's fine. I'm
No,
not a meatball
not
that
a
way.
deal breaker.
I'm not a meatball that way. Yes,
Not a deal breaker.
I like the way you laid that out, though, because she was not emotionally invested in any of it until she said, oh, the Bears in the Super Bowl. Well, I'm from Green Bay. I'm going to be against you. Okay, fine. Nice, you can poke me in the ribs on that. That's fine. That's no problem. But when the Bears win, then you know what's going to happen, Cap. The Bears win. Bang, 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 yeah. That's for the Bears.
Payoff.
Take that.
I won the squares.
We hope it's not a square. We hope it's not.
I won all 4 quarters.
Okay, so there it is. And that is part 1 of Deal Breakers. Part 2 right around the corner. Tom Thayer at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. His thoughts about the Super Bowl. Licks in New Orleans. Cap and Jay Hood, presented by ESPN Bet.
You're listening to Cap and Jay Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Cap and Jay Hood, presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but 1 is a collection of many. 1 can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
All right, fellas, let's tackle the age-old question, what do I get her for Valentine's Day? Don't stress. Send foolproof flowers from the Books Company and wow your Valentine. And get 25% off your entire purchase. Books makes it simple. Choose the Quickie Book. With a click of a button, get their best-selling bouquet right on time for Valentine's Day. She'll brag about it for weeks. Or pick from their collection of unique modern designs or go for their flower subscription, the #1 husband life hack, and be the hero every month. You really can't go wrong. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from where they grow best. So you get bigger, brighter blooms that last longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. She'll be blown away by how stunning they are. Valentine's Day is February 14th, right after the big game, so don't fumble the flowers. Get your order in now. Go to Books.com, use my promo code Canty for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Books, promo code Canty. Hey, it's Chris Canty. Guys, you don't want to fumble Valentine's Day. You need a solid game plan. Send foolproof flowers from the Books Company and get 25% off your entire purchase. Books flowers are fresh, vibrant, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Don't wait. Valentine's Day is February 14th, so get your order in now. Go to Books.com, use my promo code Canty for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Books, promo code Canty.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indoor test tracks and outdoor test drives. It's a car shopper's dream at the Chicago Auto Show, February 8th through the 17th at McCormick Place. Buy your tickets today at ChicagoAutoShow.com and check out all the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs.
The Cap and J Hood Morning Show brought to you by GNC. At GNC, nutrition isn't a department, it's a whole freaking store. Nutrition for bigger gains, sculpting that revenge body, and to have you feeling like you are ready to go. You got goals, GNC has results. Visit your local GNC store or gnc.com. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Cap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Deal breakers. Here's AI Jack.
Last year, you found out your friend is getting married. Great for him. He asked you to be a groomsman in the wedding. He's not really a sports fan, though, and you don't really think of the date well in advance.
Mm-hmm.
You find out that he scheduled his wedding for the same day as the Super Bowl. Oh, wait, and you're an Eagles fan. So your team is playing in the Super Bowl the same day you are supposed to be a groomsman in his wedding. By coincidence, one of your other friends happens to have Super Bowl tickets and invites you to the game. So you have the option. Do you go to the Super Bowl, or do you honor your commitment and stand in your friend's wedding on Super Bowl Sunday?
How close a friend am I to him? Because if he's that stupid that he's getting married on Super Bowl Sunday, I question how close our friendship is.
He asked you to be a groomsman in his wedding, so you're at least like one of his 5 or 6 best friends.
Okay, what time's the wedding? You got a 10 o'clocker?
No, it's a normal time wedding. It's the reception's at night. The ceremony's in the morning, so you could always kind of do that. But you have to get to New Orleans, so there's really no way he can do both.
Okay, that's a no shot. Like, that ain't happening.
Well, since I'm a sportscaster, sorry, bud, I got to work. I appreciate it, though.
Yeah.
I got an easy out.
Why didn't you move it to a Saturday night? Can you move it to Saturday? Same rate, I'm sure. Get a Saturday rate. Who gets married on Sunday? Sunday night, by the way. You get married on Sunday night?
I got married on Sunday morning.
I did some fact-checking to make sure this happens, and there are plenty of angry internet posts about people who have to go to weddings on Super Bowl Sunday.
People that get married on Super Bowl Sunday are stupid.
Well, I mean, not everybody's a sports fan, Cap. I mean, some people
doesn't matter. You got to think about everybody else.
Damn.
I don't mind it on Super Bowl Sunday, but I like a 10 o'clock start. Can I get a 10 a.m.er?
I got married at 11 a.m.
So I can float. I got married at 11 a.m., but it was on a Saturday, November 4th. And the reason why it was in November is because I always remember it's around NBA season. So I'll never forget that. So here's the point, Cap. If it's at night, sorry, man, I'm going to have to miss this. I'm an Eagles fan. I got tickets to Super Bowl, too, because you laid it on thick there, yeah, Jack. You got tickets, too? Sorry, bro. Sorry.
You committed to the wedding about a year ago.
You can slide that date, can't you?
Yeah, but when you commit to the wedding, what's the date? Hold on, when's the Super Bowl? Immediately, dude, I might have to work.
What if you're the best man?
Well, everything is done on Zoom these days. So.
You have to give a speech during the fourth quarter of the game.
Seriously, you got to know better than that, man. Even if you're not the biggest sports fan, understand the dates. What's going on here? The Super Bowl, even for the non-sports fan, the people like to look at the commercials or watch the game, whatever. It's a family and friends event, and so you're gonna put your wedding on in that spot?
Yeah,
come on, bro.
I would. If it's my team is playing, yeah, I'd be out.
Yeah, so that's a deal breaker. I know that you're saying, what about the friendship, Jack? However, again, that date could be, especially a year from now, slide it over. And by the way, because we're in Sports Cap, we would know ahead of time. As soon as that date is announced for the Super Bowl, hold on a second. You're getting married, bro, you know that's on the Super Bowl, right? Yeah, but that's what she wants. Slide the date. You still got time. Slide it over. Do a Saturday night deal. We'll fly out Sunday. Something like that.
Right.
But if you're just going to hold on to that date because your girl says so or her family says so, sorry, it's not going to be there.
Right.
I'll Zoom it in.
I'll get you a nice gift, but I'm out. I'm going to have to work.
It's the Super Bowl. And I'm an Eagles fan and I got tickets. Yeah, sorry. My team might win the Super Bowl. I may never see that again, but she'll get married maybe again down the line.
2-3 times.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
We don't even like her.
How do you answer that question, Jack? You still singing with the groom?
I think I got to go to the wedding. Unfortunately. I'd watch the game on my phone. I'd do everything I can to watch the game, but if I committed to that, I have to go.
You're a real brochacho, boy, I tell you.
Yeah.
Tell you what.
I had a friend.
Don't applaud for that. Don't applaud for that.
Yeah, it's a boo.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I had a friend who was getting married. He asked me to be in the wedding. I was coaching. We ended up having a game get moved, and we played that day of the wedding. I said, hey, man, I will barely make it, but I'll be able to make the ceremony.
Yeah.
I'm coming from the game. Fortunately, it was a home game. And I said, I'll be there, but I won't get there till the wedding's at 6:30. Like, our game's done at like 5:45. And I will race out of there. He's like, don't do me any favors. You should miss your game. I'm like,
what?
I'm like, wait a second. This is how I make a living. Just because you're an accountant, you can do your tax returns whenever.
Mm-hmm.
No shot. Not missing the game. He was, to this day, he still brings it up.
Yeah.
Not happy with it.
And rightfully so. Is Tom Thayer there, by the way? Tom, how do you answer that question? How would you do that? Because it's on the line, like it's Super Bowl Sunday, and you're supposed to be a groomsman in a wedding. I mean, do you not know the dates beforehand, a year before? Are you going to the game or are you going to the wedding?
I'm going to the game. You're not going to be really close friends anymore after you get married anyway. So, you might as well take advantage of the once in a year opportunity.
That's it.
That makes sense.
I mean, but you should know when you get asked. Hang on a second, bro. That's like around Super Bowl time. When's the Super Bowl next year? It's the 9th. I'm out. Sorry.
Yeah, I got tickets to the game, too. Sorry, man.
Yeah.
But Jack says he's there for the wedding. He'll just watch it on his phone.
You're laying on your deathbed, Jack, and your team won one stinking Super Bowl. Like if it was Game 7 of the Cubs in 2016. No, I went to AI Jack's wedding. I didn't see Game 7 except on my phone. No. Sorry.
No, he'll be watching the game, watching Nico Horner.
Exactly. Get Nico Horner to stand up in your wedding.
Can you squeeze in one more, please? Do you have one more?
You're dating this girl. It's been a few weeks. She's a Chiefs fan. She's hinted that she's fairly superstitious when it comes to games. She says she's the reason the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl. Her superstition is she wears and doesn't wash the same pair of socks for the entire playoffs and has been wearing the same pair of socks for 4 weeks while the Chiefs make the run. She's done this every single year. Is that enough to break up with her?
Is it?
No, it is not. It is not.
I would say no.
Because when she goes to sleep, I could sneak down and wash them. Set them right back down on the floor. There you go.
Well, if Tom was doing that, you know that he'd wash it and then hang it outside for it to dry.
Correct, because he doesn't own a dryer.
That's right. So Tom would make sure it's nice and clean.
I wouldn't care if she wore the same socks as long as if we were a Chiefs fan and they won the Super Bowl, fine.
That's it.
Right.
Yeah. Get the job done.
I think you can air dry really well now when it's being cold today. Isn't it a good drying day?
I hang them down the basement during the wintertime.
Okay.
So you don't get any sleet on the clean clothes.
Right.
There you go.
We'll talk about the Super Bowl with Super Bowl champion Tom Thayer. That's in 2 minutes on Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
It starts as a little nuisance. Before you know it, that awful joint pain takes over your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car feels impossible. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. I know how debilitating constant joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back can be. But here's the great news. QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore those damaged joints, all without surgery. These therapies, including PRP treatments, are revolutionizing the way we treat arthritis pain. Under the expert care of medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli, QC Kinetics is right here in Chicago, helping thousands of people get lasting relief. Imagine getting back to your life without joint pain, downtime, or going under the knife. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Don't wait. Find out if you're a candidate today. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Saturday appointments are available as well. Here's a number, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Stop the pain. Start living again. And I'm telling you, QC Kinetics will help you feel better, move better, live better.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training in the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
What time is it? It's Thayer Thursday. Tom Thayer. 1985 Super Bowl champion and football analyst for the Chicago Bears.
Compete to win the division, get into the playoffs.
Former offensive lineman.
Do they need to get better? Do they need to give up less sacks? Yes, of course.
Tom Thayer. It's Thayer Thursday on Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We have AI Jack. We've got Jay Moore. We've got you here on this Tom Thayer Thursday as we turn to the Super Bowl champion color analyst for the Chicago Bears right here on Cap and J Hood. Good morning, Tom. How about you?
Good. Thanks, Jonathan. How you doing?
Doing great because the Super Bowl is here.
Yeah,
Yes,
we're excited. We're hoping that someday our Bears will get there. We'll talk about them in a second. I really think the key to this game is Jalen Hurts, not Saquon Barkley. He is obviously a great player. I think the Chiefs are going to sell out to make sure he's not a game wrecker and running for 200 yards, and I think that makes Jalen Hurts a very, very dangerous weapon. Your thoughts?
You know, I like that. But first of all, I kind of look at the opposite end. The two key players in this game to me, a lot like when Reggie White played in the Super Bowl for the Green Bay Packers, it's going to be Jalen Carter and Chris Jones. Because you know what I'm going to do, Cap, is I'm going to investigate the opponent's offensive line, and I'm going to see where my vulnerabilities lie. And then I'm going to attack that player repeatedly with Chris Jones and Jalen Carter, and I'm going to shrink the offensive field. So I'm going to have one guy that's going to shrink the workable distance, and then I'm going to have 10 guys occupy that workable area. And if Jalen Hurts can somehow wear out a guy like Chris Jones and become super avoidable, create some space for his receivers to get downfield, maybe some screens and outlet passes to a guy like Saquon Barkley. He is the key to the offensive success of the Philadelphia Eagles is opening space. But I have to see how they contend with both Jalen Carter and Chris Jones.
I'm really looking at the trenches too, Tom. So I'm trying to figure out Spagnuolo, who is a terrific defensive coordinator. What can he do to stop Saquon Barkley and that running attack? Because Barkley's been great, no question. But what can the Chiefs do to slow down that running attack? Because that might be the key for Kansas City.
Yeah, I just think, because it's a neutral site, and so you don't have an advantage of crowd noise for either one of the teams. And I think Spagnuolo can make the offensive line and all the blockers, tight ends, running backs, receivers think continuously throughout the cadence. And if they have some interruption in their thinking process, and then it gives one guy a half step, a half a body advantage, and then that's enough to make an offense look dysfunctional. So I think that he is creative the way that he uses his bodies at or near the line of scrimmage throughout the cadence. And if he can create some disruption, now you're going to have to see, how healthy are these guys? Is the center position healthy for Philly, or is it a position that we can take advantage of because the center didn't start last week, but he had to come in the game when Landon Dickinson got hurt? And so I would test that position a little bit as early as possible in the game.
In terms of a game like this, you played in a game like this. When you look at getting ready, and it's different, halftime's longer, breaks are longer, obviously the stage is so much brighter. How do you keep it as a player where it's just another game? I just have to treat it like another game. Is that possible?
It is. You got to get all the important stuff out of the way early in the week, and that's tickets and family demands and that stuff. Cap, when we went to the Super Bowl, I took a cab to the Superdome by myself and got there so early that all that process was behind me. And when I walked across the field and walked into the locker room, there was nobody inside the stadium yet. And so from that second on, the only thing that mattered to me was getting ready for kickoff and getting prepared for the rest of the day. And so I think if you can kind of avoid yourself a little bit of all the fanfare that surrounds the game, get out of your hotel room as quickly as possible, get onto that bus or get to the stadium as quickly as you need to, and just get yourself inside that comfort zone. And that's what I did. And, I walked in the stadium. I had flip-flop shorts and a T-shirt on, walked in the back door of the stadium before they had all the security processes they have now, and just get into the locker room and start getting mentally and physically ready.
Tom Thayer with us on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. So for a long time in the 80s, we'd had this conversation about Elway versus Montana, who's better, who's best. Then you threw in a Dan Fouts, and you threw in a Warren Moon. There were so many prolific
Marino,
so many prolific quarterbacks in the day. So when you take a look at Patrick Mahomes, where do you place him amongst the best you've seen?
He's right up near the top because, when Joe Montana had all of his success, he was developed by Bill Walsh in the West Coast offense, and he was kindly the perfect fit for that type of offense. You didn't necessarily need an explosive arm or be in an anticipatory quarterback. You just kind of went along to the system and the play called. When you look at Patrick Mahomes and what he's able to do after he gets the, center quarterback exchange, he's so creative. He's got such superior arm talent. He's got such confidence and understanding where the guys are going to be throughout their route tree, or how a guy like Kelsey is going to break off and give him an option or an opportunity to get the ball to him. I'm not going to let Kelsey have any free releases. I'm going to try to make his route tree as dysfunctional as possible, just to not to allow Patrick Mahomes to have that outlet opportunity. I'm going to try to put Patrick Mahomes in a retreat like he did against Tampa a couple of years ago. And so if you can make it as uncomfortable as possible for him, then you got to do it. However, I still think that he's one of the most intelligent, kind of guy that fits perfectly along with Andy Reid and that Andy Reid's background in football. And so you got the perfect combination of a guy that comes from a Lavelle Edwards system in college to feeding all that information to Patrick Mahomes at this stage of his career.
So that means that you have Mahomes below Brady. That sounds like it. Like you said, he's right up there. So he's 2 or 3 for you, Mahomes?
Yeah, he's definitely 2 with an arrow. And if he wins 3 in a row, you got to give him his due, no doubt about it. But yeah, Tom Brady, obviously he's still at the top of the totem pole. And if Patrick Mahomes, he's a young guy, and if he continues to, put Super Bowls in his back pocket, obviously he's going to overtake Brady, and he's going to be at the top of the totem pole.
As you break this game down,
McMahon,
and both have good offensive lines, both have really good coaching, both have really good receivers. I think the Eagles have a better receiver room than maybe the Chiefs do. I would give, obviously, the edge to Mahomes over Jalen Hurts. If you had to bet it, you're in Vegas with me, and I go, all right, I'm paying for your bet. You got $500 right there. How you betting the game?
I'm going Philly all the way. Cap, one thing about Philly is I think the most liked team to the 85 Bears since there's been a team in the Super Bowl. And you mentioned everything. So you got a guy like Vic Fangio who's leading the defense like the Bears had Buddy Ryan. You have superior offense and defensive lines on Philly like we had in the 85 Bears. When you guys talked a little bit earlier, if they take Saquon out of the game, Walter Payton, 22 carries for 61 yards, but Willie Gauld had 129 yards receiving. So you have those other options if their intentions is to try to make or change the dimensions of the offense. And so when you got good tight ends on both teams, you got good receivers. To me, I do give probably a grade up higher for the Philly offensive line, depending upon their health status going into the game. And I still think it's Philly. I picked Philly and Baltimore at the early in on the season, and if they would have fed the ball to Derrick Henry a little bit more in the playoffs, Baltimore might have been there as well.
Yeah, I'm on the Eagles. I've already bet the Eagles. I would not be shocked if they won the game by a touchdown, to be honest with you, or more.
I don't think it's the worst thing that Philly wanted to do would be going into this game as a last possession game. Mm-hmm. And if the last possession, the ball was held by Kansas City, you're really taking your chances there. So to me, it's about can Philly get enough of a comfortable lead where they can take a couple chances on defense and, kind of stay in that attacking style front like Tampa did a couple of years ago.
I would say that the Eagles have the check marks on everything that we've been talking about. The running game, the offense, the lines, especially offensive, defensive lines. But the only difference is that Patrick Mahomes doesn't play for the Eagles. And that's why I can't rule them out. It's not improbable for them to have a three-peat because Mahomes has that magic, Tom. I mean, that's an intangible that we have no idea what's going to happen on Sunday. But there is that intangible of Mahomes being able to make something out of nothing, where the defense – give Spagnuolo a lot of credit, too, as a defensive coordinator. He's going to have something dialed up for that Eagles offense. So because they've had the mojo and the magic, I can't bet against them. Until we see them go down, I can't bet against them.
Jay Hood, I agree with you 100%. And if I was a bettor, I'd be broke because I'd probably betting a little bit more with my heart than really doing a really deep dive investigative study of, how this game is going to come out. I just like Philly, what I see out of them. I've been on a team that's really similar to the assets that they have. And I think when you have, maybe the matchup of Vic Fangio against Spagnuolo, and then you have a Chris Jones against the Jalen Carter. Those are a couple of the matchups that may not get the credit that they deserve at the end of the game, but they'll have an impact in the game.
I don't know. Maybe it's me and Cap, Tom. Maybe you could talk us off the ledge. I think that the choices that Ben Johnson has made as far as his assistant coaches, I think we feel pretty good about him, don't we, Cap? I mean, just some of the names. It's not because his names we know. It's just the skill level, the experience. I think that this really looks good so far.
Well, I feel like, Tom, to Hoodie's point, like they got the linebacker coach yesterday. He's 67. He's got 37 years of NFL experience. And then you go with 28-year-old Declan Doyle. And then you have Ben Johnson at 38. And you have Antoine Randall L., who played in the league. Mm-hmm. And you have J.T. Barrett, who was a really accomplished football player. I love the type of staff. I've never seen the Bears approach it this way.
I agree. I like the staff that they're putting together. I always like ex-players on the staff because they are the voice of reason when they're trying to get a point across to the positions that they're coaching. And so I like the staff that Ben Johnson is assembling. Obviously, he's going to be in charge of the offense, and Declan Doyle is going to have to be that behind-the-scenes type of guy that, like Ben Johnson said in his introductory press conference, to set the table for the offense and get those guys mentally prepared. And some of the conversations that I've had about the offensive line coach and stuff, I just hear a lot of complimentary things about him. And that's going to be the key here. Is you think of all the exterior assets the Bears have, it's going to be about the development of the offense and defensive line and the talent that they bring aboard.
So I went to one of the first practices Mike Ditka ever conducted at the old Hallis Hall. My brother was a student up there at Lake Forest. We go to practice, and Ditka's screaming on a hot summer day, and Noah Jackson turns to the crowd. He goes, "You see what Boone Armstrong got us? A maniac." And he wasn't around that much longer, and I heard DJ Moore say yesterday at the Super Bowl, "I'm scared because I was told to be comfortable with being uncomfortable." He goes, "I don't know what's coming." I feel like Ben Johnson's not Ditka, obviously, but it's going to be a whole different way to hold people accountable.
Good. Listen, man, that's all we've been hearing out of the players since they've approached the podium since the season ended, is they want someone that's going to be brought in and hold them accountable. And I think if you really want to get this thing and win those division games at the end of the game like you lost them this past year, you need that accountability. You need the attention to details. And you need everything that Ben Johnson, hopefully is going to bring aboard. And I like, too, that these coaches aren't speaking unrealistically. They're talking more in references to what they need to do to get this team to be a more competitive division-winning football team.
I just want the Bears to be in a spot like the Philadelphia Eagles representing the NFC one day in this regime, because, Tom, it's overdue. I mean, we've gone through these regime changes before. I'm optimistic regarding what they're trying to do with the coaching staff. I just want to see what happens as far as adding more players via the draft and free agency to this roster, and then go from there. Anything can happen next year, but the point is, though, it doesn't happen without talent.
You're right, but the thing about it is, and I was glad Declan brought it up, that we got to get Cole Kmet more actively involved in this offense, and I think he was ignored since in the last 2/3 of the season. And I think when you look at the production of tight ends around the league, he can be one of the key ingredients to get this whole offense going, from the running game to the downfield passing game to that mid-range passing game. So it's just better uses of some of the assets they already have in place, and then Ryan Poles and his staff finding the best line of scrimmage talent that they can possibly find.
Hey, man, have a great day. Enjoy the Super Bowl. How is your knee?
It's doing great. I'm glad it's over, and I'm on the upside.
All right, we're going to go to dinner.
Yes, I got my credit card ready.
Look forward to it.
Just keep stretching it out, Tom. Remember, he doesn't remember much anymore, so just keep stretching it out. He'll forget this.
By the way,
Hoodie, I expect you to come along. So.
Oh no, he didn't invite me. I guess there's a reason for that.
I'm inviting you.
Well, Tom, thank you very much. Thanks for doing that, because my partner, I work with everybody, did not invite me to the dinner, but if you're inviting me, I'll be there. So I appreciate
100%
that.
I'm inviting you.
There's a good egg there. Tom, thank you very much.
See you, boys.
There it is. The great Tom Thayer inviting me to dinner with he and Cap. I think that's outstanding with us here on the show.
I actually invited you on the show.
That is a lie.
That is true.
That's not true.
I'll pull the tape. I actually did.
You wouldn't know where to find it.
You can help me.
You want me to help you?
I think it's in the little chunks.
No. Jay Moore, that did not happen. Tell him, Jay Moore. That did not happen.
It did. By the way, Ryan Day, breaking news. Big new 7-year contract extension.
Oh, of course. Win the national championship, he hasn't slept this well since the Clinton administration. Look at his eyes now, nice and clear.
That's it.
Big bags under his eyes because all the stress. It happens when you have a national championship. Now he looks, 20 years younger. And he doesn't have to put in the just for men. He looks just fine.
I'm good.
Yeah. 7-year deal is deserved. He will knock it down again. He will have another championship while he's there. Because the portal's wide open. You know that guy can coach. Win against Michigan, lose against Michigan, he'll win another national championship. I'm not saying it's next year, but in that time, he'll knock it down again.
No question.
He's just that good a coach, and that's a destination program, Cap. Even his era of the portal and all this movement from student athletes, Ohio State's still Ohio State. It's still a destination. They'll win again. I know Michigan fans don't want to hear that, but he will.
Fact.
He's just one of the tops in the game. Ryan Day.
Him, Kirby.
Yeah.
There's a bunch.
Yeah, but he's right there in the team photo. Top 4 coach in the league, he'll get it done again.
By the way, did you see the Brian Kelly news?
What's going on with a player? He had an issue with a player,
He had a player that apparently had a brain tumor. After our break, I will read you. The father went on Good Morning America, and now Brian Kelly is responding.
Okay. That's I saw some of that. I'd like to hear. I don't know the full extent of that story, but you can fill us in. By the way, our conversation with Tom Thayer is brought to you by the Village of Rosemont. Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. YouTube. For the live stream of ESPN Chicago, subscribe for free today at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
I don't mess around when it comes to trusted service. When it's time to handle your home's heating and cooling, I recommend you go with Automatic Mechanical Services. Their motto is, we make people comfortable. Yes, HVAC companies strive to make people comfortable, but they take it a step further at Automatic and make sure their clients are comfortable throughout the entire process. They offer fair, upfront pricing, no gimmicks, and clean, courteous technicians who are not pushing sales, just real solutions. Trust me. My guy Steve and his team at Automatic get it right. Visit Automatic.com. That is Automatic.com.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook app and use promo code WMVP. That's promo code WMVP for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537. 21 and over. Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
If you're looking for $500,000 to $1 million or more of affordable term life insurance, we're Term Provider, experts in finding affordable term life insurance for those that may not be in perfect health. Prostate cancer, heart conditions, high cholesterol, or on prescription medications, you may still qualify for $500,000 to $1 million or more of affordable term life insurance. Call Term Provider at 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
$7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $7 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Cap and J Hood are back.
Appreciate you guys. I listen to you streaming on the ESPN 1000 app.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With you till 10 o'clock, then Mike Greenberg comes in at 10, followed by Carmen and Yurko at 12. Waddle and Meller from 2:30 to 6:30. Bears Weekly with Jeff and Tom at 6:30. Bleck and Abdallah at 7:30. All part of the mix right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. So you were saying about Brian Kelly, the coach for LSU.
So Brian Kelly is under fire because former LSU safety Greg Brooks Jr. had a brain tumor and had to undergo emergency brain surgery. And the father went on Good Morning America. The father, Sir Greg Brooks Sr., said, we have not heard from LSU coaches in more than a year. Kelly says it's factually incorrect to state that I was not there by his side through this ordeal when he had the surgery in September of 2023. Okay, he has not disputed the fact that they have not heard from him in more than a year. The kid played in the first two games. He said that he was struggling in practice. He had nausea, dizziness, and headaches. LSU coaches told him, someone's going to take your starting spot if you sit out. So he tried to play in LSU's first two games of the 2023 season. More than a month after he first experienced symptoms, LSU sent Brooks to a neurologist who discovered a tumor called a medulloblastoma. He underwent emergency surgery September 15, 2023. During the surgery, he suffered multiple strokes and sustained severe and permanent injuries. Though he is now cancer-free, he's had to relearn how to eat and write. He cannot walk and has difficulty speaking. The father said, how can you not pick up the phone? Where were you? Forget about football. My son almost lost his life, coach. Pick up the phone and say you love the kid, man. And this was the father on Good Morning America. The interview was released on Monday. Kelly, you can question me as a football coach. You can question me in terms of the things we do on the field. But off the field, as a parent, husband, and someone actively involved in every community I've been involved with, this is where the line is drawn with me. That comment struck a nerve with me. But nowhere does he ever say, I've been in touch with the family. He said I was by his side during the ordeal.
And said that his staff, someone from his staff, has been there every day.
Every day during the ordeal when he was in the hospital.
Yeah.
Well, the father is saying, we haven't heard from you in more than a year. I'm not a Brian Kelly guy. I never was. It's hard for me to dislike Notre Dame football because I have such great respect for Marcus Freeman. I think that is a class man. Everything I have observed from him, people who know him, who I know, said, dude, you'd love him. He's the best. Brian Kelly, in my world, what happened with the kid that fell off the
scissors lift.
Scissors lift that fell and he was killed. Brian Kelly should have lost his job then. Brian Kelly is a scumbag in my world. I would never. Here's the ultimate compliment as the father of four sons. I would let so-and-so, my son, Nick, Alex, Garrett, Brett, I would let them play for this coach. That's the ultimate gift. I'm going to trust my kid to you. I would never, ever let one of my kids ever play for Brian Kelly. Marcus Freeman, totally different story.
Yeah, so The story we're talking about from 2010 is the young man, a student who died on the scissors lift. He was working with the
Declan Sullivan.
Yeah, working with the Notre Dame team at the time, and Declan Sullivan is his name. And he talked about how he was on a scissors lift, gusts of wind up to 60 miles an hour, and was just terrified that he was up there. And of course, the scissors lift collapsed, and he died. Is he in touch with that family? I have no idea. But I just think that, Brian Kelly, and as a matter of fact, during the break, we were just playing his comments. He wanted to defend himself, and he says that he's been there every step of the way during the ordeal. But what about now? What about in 2025?
Right. The dad says, we haven't heard from you since over a year.
Mm-hmm.
How do you not, say what you want about the late Bob Knight, who I loved, when Landon Turner was in a horrible car accident and paralyzed for the rest of his life. Bob Knight put together the funding to make sure that kid's house was taken care of, that he had a motorized vet throughout his life.
Yeah, emotional people have ups and downs, and Knight was one of those guys. He was in an era in which you could be able to intimidate players with his voice, or be able to touch players or push players to try to be the best that they could be. That's a different era, clearly. But, of course, people of his demeanor also has a nice edge and a nice side to them as well. With Brian Kelly, I don't know. I just think that, I always look at him from the football standpoint, and just that press conference at LSU where he did a code switching thing, trying to talk Southern when he's from Massachusetts. I just thought that was weird. But for that family to go on Good Morning America, and by the way, that's vetted, Cap. They just don't let anyone sit on the couch and tell their story.
Correct.
They're clearly vetting that story, and then you see that, and that's heart-wrenching because it's unfortunate, Cap. There are so many coaches that we've seen over the years where they don't keep in touch with the players that they coached. If they go through a tough situation, just move the drill, because they're concerned about the here and now and put kids behind them. Cap, once you've recruited that kid, once they're playing for you, you are with them for life. You are. Unless they don't want to be around you anymore, even today in 2025, you have a connection to players that you've coached because that's the relationship that you have. It's important.
Correct.
If you're sitting on the couch and you're talking to the parents or the guardians and you are saying, I want your son to play for my team, that's a bond that should be there forever.
Forever.
That person could be there for a year. They could be there for 4 years. The point is, though, is that it started at a certain level for you to recruit them, for you to appreciate them, to learn their background, to coach them, and also help them if they want to after their basketball career is over or after their sports career is over. That's a relationship they're supposed to have with a player.
Correct.
And for Brian Kelly, according to this young man's parents at Good Morning America, there's been no connection, no contact. That's not what coaches do. That's not what leader of men or women do.
Yeah, that was really, really, really bad to hear about Brian Kelly. Again, I've never been a fan, but to hear what the kid's father says, kid's unable to walk. He was a LSU starting football player. And you haven't heard from him in more than a year?
That's tough.
That's pathetic.
Yeah, it really is. By the way, it's just amazing how sports works. You can be in a very difficult situation as a coach, get fired here, get fired there, and you will find a way to resurface. Shane Waldron, according to Jeremy Fowler, to the Jaguars, the likely passing game coordinator for Jacksonville, according to Jeremy Fowler.
Really?
You're not surprised at that? This is the way sports works, Cap. You'll have a job for the next 20 years on some team. Shane Waldron failed early here with the Bears. You know what? You failed with the Bears. Tell us about the Bears' experience. Well, that's good enough. Be part of our team, Shane, because we saw what you did with Geno. It's always on the resume. It's on the top of his resume. Fix Geno Smith. Good enough for me. Hired.
Right. They'll go, yeah, you were working for Eberflus. We get it.
You coaches, it's just like roaches. You're not going anywhere. You have to be completely just a bad person to just be out of coaching. You'll always find a way.
Find a job.
It just Shane Waldron, you were fired. You couldn't even last half the season. Yep, you're the right guy for the job. He is. Him shaking hand, trying to figure out what the offense is? No, shaky Shane. You can't be part of my team. Go to the 33rd team. Learn. Then get back into the league. Now, Jaguars say, you know, perfect. Duval's got their guy.
Him and Liam Cohen.
It's just
Duval.
There he is, Duval. You know how you coaches will do it, man. You know someone who knows someone who knows someone, and you get back in the game just like that. When you failed here, you failed Caleb Williams. Jacksonville. Perfect. It's amazing how you guys do it, the coaches. I'm back in, hun. Don't worry. We can keep our lifestyle. And now we can save we're in Florida. No state tax. We're good. We're going to make this work. He might be canned in a couple of years, but at least we got a landing spot and a palm tree.
That's it.
Oh, God. So in other words, as you tell us this, Jack, so Trevor Lawrence is in more trouble now that he's working with Shane Waldron.
Duval. Honey, what do you want me to do with all your Bears gear? Give it to the kids in the neighborhood. We're Jaguars now.
Oh, my God. Just the worst. All right. 312-332-3776, our phone number. The Chiefs are in the Super Bowl for a third time. Could they win the championship? How were they built? We talk about it coming up next. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet.
Cap, J Hood. Cap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the boom.
The Chicago Bears podcast.
Here comes the boom.
If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah.
The playoffs are here, and my family and I get to enjoy our new favorite obsession, Daisy Dips. Our guilty pleasures during football season, eating dips with chips, wings, or in my case, veggies, but always with Daisy Dips. And now Daisy's come out with Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip. These are game changers, good as homemade dips. They have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'll find in your own kitchen. Top your game day menu with Daisy French Onion and Daisy Ranch Dips, available at a grocery store near you.
All right, fellas, let's tackle the age-old question, what do I get her for Valentine's Day? Don't stress. Send foolproof flowers from the Books Company and wow your Valentine. And get 25% off your entire purchase. Books makes it simple. Choose the Quickie Book. With the click of a button, get their best-selling bouquet right on time for Valentine's Day. She'll brag about it for weeks. Or pick from their collection of unique modern designs or go for their flower subscription, the #1 husband life hack, and be the hero every month. You really can't go wrong. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from where they grow best. So you get bigger, brighter blooms that last longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. She'll be blown away by how stunning they are. Valentine's Day is February 14th, right after the big game, so don't fumble the flowers. Get your order in now. Go to Books.com, use my promo code Canty for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Books, promo code Canty.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text HIM to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HIM to 321-321. That's HIM to 321-321.
Bulls season ticket plans are still available. Season ticket holders receive exclusive benefits and invites, plus savings on parking, merchandise, individual game pricing, and more. Learn more at bulls.com/tickets.
Cap and Jay Hood are back.
Show me the money.
Presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Cap and Jay Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With you till 10 o'clock. Then Mike Greenberg comes in at 10 o'clock. Hey, don't forget, our show is presented by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Opt in to the big game giveaway promo for your chance at over $1 million in prizes. 25 lucky winners will walk away with $10,000 in cash, and $7,500 will win $100 in bonus bets. Gambling problem, counseling, resources available. 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Our headlines are brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook. Lonzo Ball is going to stay with the Chicago Bulls. 2-year, $20 million deal for him. And so that's a big deal for the Bulls because that stabilizes the Chicago Bulls where we are right now. And, of course, we've been talking about the Super Bowl as well. LIX for the Super Bowl in New Orleans. And so, again, we're talking about that. And speaking of, by the way, Cap, the Super Bowl, AI Jack found a story from CBS Sports. And it's talking about how the Kansas City Chiefs were built. It's called Super Bowl 2025, how the Chiefs were able to remake their entire secondary with a single NFL draft class. Cap, I hope that the Chicago Bears can be able to hit home runs in the draft and free agency to rebuild this thing. I know there's no quick fixes. I know that in this world we're in, everyone wants a quick fix. They want to be able to have it now. But with Ryan Poles in the position that he's in right now, he knows that he's got to get to work. Sure, he might have more time to be able to get this done under this new regime with Ben Johnson, but the urgency should be there to be able to get out of the basement of the NFC North.
Yeah, and I know Sylvie's talked about this. You and I have talked about this, about could you stomach spending your entire draft class on just fixing your O-line?
No.
I can't do that. Are there other holes? You need to get another safety that can play in case Brisker's concussion issues resurface. Mm-hmm. It's not like his first concussion ever. So you've got to handle that. You've got to upgrade your defensive line. Andrew Billings is coming back from a torn pec, and he's a really good football player, but you need a youthful injection of a 3 technique or somebody that can play inside, unless Yerk can be, what's the name of the movie character that ages in reverse?
Benjamin Button.
Benjamin Button. Les Yerk can become Benjamin Button. Mm-hmm. Mason Graham, who I know Shay likes a lot, would be a really interesting guy from Michigan. But it's not like you got 9 first-round picks here.
True. But, Jack, what you laid out here is interesting because what the Chiefs did is something unusual. I know that for some there's some Chiefs fatigue. You don't want them to win the championship, but here's the thing. Don't be mad at Patrick Mahomes. Don't be mad at Xavier Worthy. Don't be mad at the Chiefs skill position players. You want to be mad at someone, be mad at the front office because they do their job so well. What you laid out here is that the Chiefs threw almost all of their draft capital at the problem of their secondary cap. Kansas City had 10 draft picks in 2022 and used 5 of them on defensive backs. You got Trent McDuffie. You got Brian
He's
Cook.
a hell of a player.
You have Joshua Williams. You have Jalen Watson and Najee Johnson. So they are able to do all of that. When you remake an entire position group in one offseason, that means that there's a sense of pressure to be able to get it done. And so, again, you want to spread the wealth on your draft and free agency, sure. But you know that the Bears need to be able to have the protection for Caleb Williams. You know that you need to have more of a pass rush than what you had. So I think that that's a central focus for me because it seems obvious. I mean, there might be a wide receiver that he likes, that Poles likes in the draft. Like, I got to have – do you really need him? Do you really need that wide receiver at that particular time in the draft? Or do you want to take care of something that is lingering, that is a flashing red light on your team, like the offensive defensive line? And the Chiefs did what was obvious. We need to be better in the secondary, and they put so much draft capital at it.
Yeah, the one thing I would tell you is I've always believed, and I guess having done that for a job for a while, that with some exception, you usually only take the best player on your board, period. Now, if the best player on the board at 10 is a quarterback, you're either trading out of the pick or you're going to not do that because you have Caleb. But if you tell me, wow, we're picking at 10 and the left tackle that's there is clearly the best player on the board, but I got to get myself a defensive tackle here, and I got him rated like number 22, you don't do that. You do not do that. That's why your board has to be, you got to be locked in, and you and your coaches and your scouts, when you set that board and it locks in, you better all be on the same page, man.
Jack?
Yeah, I agree with you, Cap, but I think to some degree, if the 10th guy on your board is a wide receiver and you still need that lineman, and you don't think that lineman who you have 15 on your board is going to be their next pick, you have to jump and take the lineman at this point. You have to
Depends
focus
how different you have them
position.
rated. If you have one all the way there and then you go, there's the guy I need. No. Then you trade down. You don't overdraft dramatically. If you tell me you have one guy at 12 and one at 10, it's not that big. But if you tell me that the lineman you need is ranked 24th on your board and you're picking 10th, and the guy who's sitting there at 10 is, well, he's a really good player. He's the 10th guy on my board. It fits. You do not either trade down and get your lineman that you want. You don't take the guy that's 20 spots worse. You
Better
don't.
make sure you get that lineman then, because they need to fix this and they need to focus in on that position group. The other thing from this article that gave me hope is after the 2021 Super Bowl, remember when the Buccaneers crushed Patrick Mahomes in the pocket and the Chiefs needed a new offensive line? They brought in 4 new starting offensive linemen for the next season through the draft and free agency. That gives me a little bit of hope that the Bears can also do something similar, bring in 4 or 5 new guys, and it will be successful because the Chiefs were in doing that the very next season.
I think it's very clear, Jack, what you're saying, because you don't want to outdumb the room. I think that the way that Ryan Poles has been drafting, you could be able to make some changes there, the way you've been going about it. You drafted Roma Dunze and Caleb Williams and said, we're good. We're going to get the best punter that's available. That's fine. But the rest of your draft looked as if you have been in the playoffs for the last 5 or 6 years. Amagaje, we think Booker's a good athlete. You need to be able to look at it and understand that whether Justin Fields is the quarterback or Caleb Williams is the quarterback, those guys need protection. Look at the teams that are in the upper echelon of this National Football League. You know what they have in common? They've got great lines. And I know that you don't build it overnight, but my God, you've got to start someplace. If you're just going to go, we like Genty at running back at 10 because that's the best value on our board. Okay, so that does not help you as far as what your defensive line's got to do to get after the quarterback. It does not help you for the protection of Caleb Williams. You got to be smart about this thing. But ultimately, as I've been saying to Cap a million times now since the end of the season, you've got to be able to get the right guys, but also develop that talent too. Is this an organization now with this head coaching staff under Ben Johnson that can develop talent? It's one thing to say, you know what, I like that David Kaplan. I think that this guy can make a difference. Can you, yeah, that's fine. He was great in college. Can you develop him to where you want him to? That's a big thing. It's something that we don't talk enough about, Cap, but we are going to start to do that around here when it comes to the draft, because it's one thing to say, I love that player. I love that player because you saw him in college or you read about him. But can you as an organization develop that guy? And that's been the problem around here for a while.
Well, the other thing is people get so caught up at the combine. He ran a 4.36. He benched 225 7,000 times. We can make a player out of him. Yeah? Are you sure about that? You sure he's got the mentality to be a football player? Because like I was talking to a former player who's retired for a decade, and he said, dude, I'm not the strongest. I was not the fastest, but guess what? I'd play through things that would make other people puke. It was just a gift I was given. I could channel my emotions through the pain I was in, and I stayed out there and kept playing when I probably shouldn't have been out there. But he said that's what my team needed me to do. He said you get other guys given the gift of speed and strength and size, but when the game's on the line, do you have the grit that they need? No.
See? And you got to know who that is when you acquire them. And by the way, when you go to that evaluation, you may not know the 100%, but can you coach that in them the way you want them to play for your system, the way you want to play?
Correct.
That's the thing, Cap.
Correct.
We've seen a lot of guys, that are supposed to be at the top of their game, and they fall short because, A, you didn't have the infrastructure to coach them up, or B, that guy didn't have the intestinal fortitude to be able to get that job done.
Well, the other thing is there are certain coaches that are able to put an arm around you, and you're the kind of player that you don't want someone screaming and telling you how worthless you are. And there are other guys, they foam at the mouth when you do that. I'm going to show you. You got to be with the right coach in the right system. There's so much that goes into it.
Somehow, some way, I keep showing up for work, even though Cap keeps telling me how worthless I am. So,
you're worth billions.
I keep showing up anyway, Cap.
He's the greatest.
Who is?
That'd be you.
Oh no, you know what?
I hitch my wagon to your star.
Oh
kid.
yeah, I'm sure. Yes,
that's it.
You're 5'9" star. You attach it to.
A little closer to 5'10".
You're getting taller by the hour. He's 5'10" and he's 40 years old, folks.
That's it. I'll weigh my 30s by the end of the day.
Coming up, the Cap and J Hood cut of the day on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Take that.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Bears Weekly on the new home of the Bears. Catch Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer weekly with the latest news, in-depth interviews, and lots more. Bears Weekly right after Waddle and Sylvie tonight at 6:30 on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Yurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Illinois who are 21 or older. First bet after registration must qualify. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie from my friends at WindowNation.com. You know me, I hate winter. Not only do I hate it outside, I used to hate it inside too because my windows stunk. That was until I called Window Nation and I saved 60% off all window styles and I paid nothing for 2 years. Now you can get that same deal by calling 866-90Nation or go online to WindowNation.com. My guy Alan Favada will come over and give you a free in-home estimate. Call today, 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
Something amazing is happening in business. More companies are turning to Mac. From finance to fulfillment, CDW will seamlessly support Mac integration into your organization. With the power of Apple Silicon, best-in-class security, and compatibility across your favorite apps, your team will have the performance they need and the tools they love. Make amazing happen. Mac and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/Apple.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold.
Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
This portion of the Cap and J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by sinus and snoring. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Cap and Jay Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's unbelievable, folks. Now I'm doing the things he's getting paid for. It's amazing. I'm sorry?
Sinus and snoring. MD.com.
I already took care of it. So you owe me something for that.
You want a little
No, I don't want your electrolytes. No. Now time for the Cap and J Hood cut of the day. Here's Jay Moore.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Whatever.
Take that. It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
You're teaching AI Jack some history here because he doesn't believe that there's actually a man named Salty Saltwell, but that was his name.
That was.
He's looking it up now in his computer.
The same team had at the same time a coach named Peanuts Lowry. Remember him?
Yes. Which means we don't do nicknames as well as we used to. Jay Moore, we used to do nicknames really well. Somebody would have a nickname and it would stick forever.
Salty. Peanuts.
Peanuts.
When Salty was coaching, was he ever mad? You know, when somebody's salty.
Yeah, yes, Jay Moore.
They
Yes,
salty.
yes,
They mad.
Very good. Yes.
Mad coach.
Oh, he passed, Salty.
Oh, sorry.
His 96th birthday was in 2020, and he died 3 weeks later. Yes. How about that?
For Brother Salty, we would just like to be able to just give praise to what Salty brought to the table. He was always mad when he walked around, scowl on his face. But you know what? He meant good. He meant well for the Chicago Cubs. Salty Saltwell. Brother Saltwell, thank you for all that you've been able to bring to us. Your nuts were salty, and we liked it that way. We liked it like that way. We loved the salty nuts.
These nuts.
We loved that you would always bring cashews to every party. We love that you always had a pecan ready with a smile on your face. Salty Saltwell passed away in 2020. The pandemic took him, but we'll always remember what he brought to the Chicago National League Ball Club.
And that's all, folks. These nuts.
The Cap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Salty Saltwell.
And his salty nut. That's what happened to Salty Saltwell. Today, Cap, is National Chopsticks Day. Do you remember the first time you used chopsticks?
I despise using chopsticks. I'm the guy that goes to the Asian restaurant and says, excuse me, can I get a fork? My kids all use chopsticks.
You tried that as a kid and said, I just don't like it. It had to start as a kid, right? Because it did for me.
Yeah, how do you pick the stuff up?
I tried that, the old hoi toi Chinese restaurant, and they'd say, hey, Mom would say, here's the rice and here's all the stuff, and just falling right through it. I'm like, I'll just take the old fork. That's good enough.
Once my wife got me the ones at the restaurant. Can he have the kids' chopsticks, please? Where they have like a rubber band,
yeah,
like a little white thing at the top, and it works. No.
Thanks to you for listening and being part of the program.
We invented forks.
Thank you, Jack, and thank you, Jay Moore. Let's do this tomorrow at 7.
Let's do it.
So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
It's finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
This Sunday, get ready for the big game at Sheffield's Beer and Wine Garden. Watch the game on big screens and enjoy the taste of Sam Adams American Light. Clean, crisp, and brewed for game day. Plus, savor delicious BBQ and food specials. And enter quarterly raffles for a chance to win great prizes. It's the perfect big game day experience at Sheffield's Beer and Wine Garden. Cheers to great friends, great food, and a great beer with Sam Adams American Light. Cheers. Please enjoy responsibly.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
You're listening to Greeny, the Mike Greenberg Show on ESPN Chicago. Coming up at noon, Carmen and Yurko, followed by Waddle and Sylvie in for Crosstalk at 2:30. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Did you hear this one?
My wife told me I had to take a New Year's resolution that I would not predict greatness for our Chicago team until they've earned the respect to get that.
Okay, well, failing to live up when yesterday you said the Bears will win the
I was kidding.
Yes. Cap's got Chasing Greatness sweatshirts to sell. You know how that works, Cap. Yeah. You know, the losing team has these shirts. You know where those shirts go to? They go to the Congo.
Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
During the regular season, a lot of it is dealt with emotions about where you are in the standings.
This is not a rebuild, it's a reset, and that's the best case scenario if you're a Heat fan.
Jimmy Butler is the winner here. After demanding a trade, even though he had wanted to go to Phoenix, he ends up in Golden State with Steph Curry, and he gets a new 2-year contract.
This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. Plus, you can listen and watch on the ESPN app.
We are here on Media Row. It is Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM, Channel 80, and tune in. Q Myers in for Greeny. Got my man Evan Cohen here with me from Unsportsmanlike. Evan, you heard Jimmy Butler being traded from your Miami Heat to my Golden State Warriors. It's funny that we're doing this, right? It's the Heat and the Warriors collaborating. Butler is now in the Bay, and, well, the Miami Heat get a lot in return. What did you think about this trade off top for the Miami Heat side of things?
Well, Q, I think they had to make it. And for a while, I did not think they had to make it. Yeah. I thought it was going to be, well, if he's not with the team or with another team by the deadline, all right, you regroup, you have a meeting, you kind of deal with it for the rest of the season. It got so bad that it was at a point that it had to happen. I do want to just make sure I say this. I think if you're a Heat fan, similar to you with the Warriors, like with Klay Thompson, the first thing you should do, well, not similar, Klay won championships, Jimmy did not, but the first thing that you should do in my mind is just simply say, hey, thanks for the 5-6 years.
For sure.
Because 2 NBA Finals do not happen without him. Right? Like, the development of this team does not happen without Jimmy Butler. So I first want to say thank you. Second of all, I like the return for the Heat. Do I love the return for the Heat? No, it's not ideal because you're taking on money past when they want to take on money. They get the Warriors pick. But it's what had to happen. Everybody needed a fresh start. And I'm curious to know what you think about this, because what I've been saying is after everybody lost, it seems like everybody won. Meaning your squad didn't get KD, so that's a loss.
Right.
My squad and Jimmy couldn't figure this out. That's a loss. So after we all lost here as fans, I think everybody kind of got a good situation for themselves.
I feel like Miami did a really good job because you knew that he wasn't going to be playing for the Heat anyway. You knew it had already gone to the point of no return. And so you got something in return for a guy who wasn't going to be playing with you. And, I mean, I look at it from the Warriors' point of view, and it's funny. You think about KD. I got excited. I was here fired up yesterday thinking
that KD was going to go back to the Bay, and then you get Jimmy Butler, where that's good, but it's not great.
Right.
Right.
So after you lost, you won.
Yeah, but it was like I got a consolation prize. But it's
and you extended the consolation prize.
Exactly. And so
how do you feel about that?
I don't know how much better that makes the Warriors today. I really don't, especially
if you don't, it doesn't make them better tomorrow.
Exactly. That's the point. It's just it's good, right? I had a lot of people hitting me up saying, "Hey, man, Jimmy Butler, that's cool," right? I mean, it was no super excitement when there was the thoughts that it could end up being Kevin Durant. It was like, okay, let's get the band back together, let's make it happen. Now, I like obviously Jimmy Butler. We know what he could do, both ends of the court. That's fantastic, but I just don't see him being that piece that's going to put them over the top. And look, I don't know if KD would have done that this year. Because of the situation.
He would have had a better chance.
He would have had a better chance.
But I will say this. If you were to say to me right now, today is February 6th, between now and the end of the regular season.
Yeah.
If you're just going to award MVP from now on, I believe Jimmy Butler would be in consideration.
He's going to be a motivator, Jimmy Butler, right?
Man.
I mean, you've seen him. Obviously, you cheered for him and the Heat. He's going to be a guy that's going to get that joy that he didn't have in Miami, which means the contract.
Million. That's
exactly. And so
Hembo's here, by the way.
Hey,
do you want Hembo on?
Hey, Hembo's going to come hang out with us. But yeah, he absolutely is getting the joy back because of the money. He's agreed to the deal of $111 million.
Would you have done that if you were the Warriors?
I don't
would
think
you have
so.
played hardball? Like, hey, we just acquired you.
I would have played hardball because he played hardball, right? I mean, how many hours ago was it where he said he wasn't signing an extension with the Warriors?
Right. So I wouldn't. That's what I would have done. If I were them, I would have taken the risk of, okay, like, you're here. What are you going to do?
Right.
You're gonna not play for another team.
Exactly.
You're gonna hold out again for another team. And by the way, even if you were to do that, as crazy as this sounds, Q, long term for the Warriors, there's an argument, as great as Wiggins was for you guys in winning a championship a few years back, was second best player against the Celtics in that series. Let's just play it out as they didn't give him a contract extension, which means he had a $52 million contract to opt into next year if he wanted to. And let's just say he made it hell for them. I'm not going to show up. I won't be there, whatever it is. All right. I'm still going to go through with the trade if I'm the Warriors because, as you said, they're probably going nowhere this year. So trading Wiggins gets them out from an extra year when things are going to be cleared up for them. So even if he were to go crazy and not want to be there, I actually think you still, in a way, keep him there.
Keep him there. And I have to be honest. I like Wiggins. He just has been so inconsistent since they've won that championship. I don't know what it is. I know he had some stuff going on in his personal life, and that's fine. That's his thing, not mine. But I think Jimmy Butler obviously is clearly a more consistent Andrew Wiggins. He's a much better player than him when he's on. And I feel like now he'll be on at least for 1 year. He'll be on now that he's got this agreement in place.
Q, great point. The great slip in there. The at least for 1 year.
Yeah.
I want to try to create a new term for teams.
Okay.
Teams have to consider it's harsh, it's cutthroat, and it's cold. Luka-ing players. You got to Luka them. What do I mean by that? You now have
trade them while they're 25 in the face of the franchise.
Well, no. Well done. Not that. What I mean is, so Butler's under contract for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Then next year and 1 year after that. You said he'll be good at least for 1 year.
Right.
Depending on what you get from him this year, if I'm the Warriors, I would say right now you should commit to trading him at next deadline or the offseason after next season with 1 year left on his deal because you know he's going to be a problem.
Right. I could sign up for that. I don't think that that's a bad idea at all. I could definitely sign up for that, and I could see why that would benefit the Warriors in the long run. The truth of the matter, at the end of the day, Evan, what I've been saying when it comes to guys like Steph, when I'm talking about guys like LeBron, even KD at this stage of the game, it's about winning championships, or at least putting yourself in the best opportunity. So the organization has to be responsible for putting players in place that can give those stars that I just mentioned the best opportunity to try to win. It's not about building your team for a 4, 5, 6 year run. It's about right now.
Yeah, and obviously the Warriors did that because they gave up their first-round pick this year, assuming it's not in the top 10.
Right.
Miami gets their first-round pick, and Miami didn't have a 25 first-rounder, and this is known as a great draft. And if you look at what Miami has done, I mean, Khalil Ware, first-round pick, they're starting center. Bam Adebayo, first-round pick, they're starting power forward. Tyler Hero, first-round pick, they're starting point guard. Jaime Jaquez, first-round pick, was an all-rookie-ish performer last year. And Nikola Jovic, first-round pick. That's 5 first-round picks. Had 20-plus against the Sixers last night. 5 in a win, Cam. 5 first-round picks.
Right.
that are really contributing heavy right now. And forever, people looked at Miami as, well, they're going to find guys off the scrap heap and make them into something. Yeah, they do that.
They do that too.
That's the thing. Now they have a better chance at really building this thing up because I think the league changed last year and I think it's going to change for a long time now. The Boston Celtics won the title last year because they had 6 or 7 guys that are at least average on both offense and defense. Not a specialist on one, at least average on both. So now what you're seeing is, which is not what your team did, by the way, is no big threes, not even necessarily big twos.
Right.
Like Oklahoma City. How many guys do they have on their team that are at least average on offense and defense?
Right. They've
the
done,
whole roster.
I'm about to say they've done really well with that. Right.
Houston
check
now.
every box there.
Memphis, Houston, Cleveland.
Like what Houston's doing. Love what Cleveland's doing.
Right. So I think that the Warriors are actually not set up to do that necessarily. The Heat, conversely, are because of those 5 first-round picks, the scrap heap guys, and now they just added another one. And Wiggins.
Right.
He's at least average on offense and defense.
Definitely, yes, he's definitely at least average on offense and defense. So I know I got to let you get out of here, but I want to ask you, just when the whole Heat culture situation, where do we stand right now when it comes to Heat culture?
Great question. And you, as a fan of the teams you're a fan of, just win, baby, right? You probably
that's a T-shirt now,
right?
That's a T-shirt now instead of a
mantra,
instead of a real way of life.
But you've experienced this as a Raiders fan of like, what does that mean? And people kind of crapping on you of like, oh, just win, baby. Hey, they haven't won in years, bro.
Right.
I'm just me imitating myself.
Is that how they say?
That's just me imitating me is what I just did here. So I think here's how I would look at the Heat culture side of it. I did not realize, as I was rooting them on, that they got away from what Heat culture is. And what I mean by that is there's no one bigger than the team.
Right.
And that mentality is not for everyone, especially in today's day and age in the NFL. And excuse me, in the NBA. They allowed Jimmy to be, I don't want to say bigger than the team, but separate from the team.
Right.
And so I think they're now getting back to it. Right?
Yeah.
But here would be what Heat culture, really would be. Is if in the moment that Pat Riley decided at the end of last season, I am not going to extend Jimmy Butler, you trade him without anyone knowing.
Yeah.
That's Heat culture.
That's exactly. And so
they didn't do that.
When Pat Riley started talking about him at the end of last season, remember, and I said then that's the beginning of the end. He started talking.
I did not. So you were right. I was wrong.
He started talking about that. And he said, "You don't extend someone who doesn't play." And I don't know the exact word. Right. He was right.
You guys just did.
Thank you. Thank you for go ahead and
I like the Warriors. I respect the hell out of them. That organization, you want to talk about joy, that organization leads with joy. They talk about that all the time. They try to find players with joy.
Right. And then now they got Jimmy Butler. He's got joy now.
I mean,
he's got joy now
Warriors,
with the extension that he's agreed to.
The Warriors' mantra, in many ways, or at least, why am I getting the rap sign from Will?
Got you. He got you.
I have to go.
He gave you the rap sign.
I was going to say this. The Warriors and Steve Kerr's mantra really comes from a book about tennis.
Yeah.
Seriously.
No,
I know
you're
know
not
this.
wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Like, literally, there's a book that Pete Carroll and Steve Kerr swear by about tennis and how the mental game around that sport can bring out the best in people as competitors and bring out the joy in people.
You see how you did that? That's why you're a pro, because you brought it back to the Raiders, too. You brought up Pete Carroll and Steve Kerr.
I didn't even think about
the
that.
Warriors, Pete Carroll.
In my head, he was still in the Seahawks.
See? Well, there you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nuno's telling you got things to do.
Where did Hembo go?
Hey, look, Hembo was like, oh, Evan's got this. I'm out.
He's too big time. All right.
He big time me. How about that? But thank you so much, Evan Cohen, of course, from Unsportsmanlike here on ESPN Radio, along with Michelle Smallman and our resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty. So continuing on with this conversation when it comes to this trade, and it's so funny from a Warriors point of view, I was so excited about the fact that, well, Kevin Durant could be possibly returning to the Bay Area. So I thought, okay, here you go. Get the band back together. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Steph and KD, what could go wrong? And then, of course, it didn't end up happening. Walking around here on Media Row here in New Orleans and got the word that basically KD put an end to that before it ever really got started or got to where it needed to go. And the Warriors end up with Jimmy Butler. And as I've mentioned multiple times, Jimmy Butler, a really good player. He's definitely going to help them on both ends of the court. He's got the joy now that he's agreed to a 2-year deal. Hasn't signed it yet, but he's agreed to the deal. So at least that'll make him feel good about himself for now. But how long is that for now? How long is that joy still going to be there when it comes to Jimmy Buckets and the Golden State Warriors. And Cam and Bubba, I know you guys are locked in on this as well. You guys have been following this. Cam, just kind of from the perspective of you from the outside looking in, what did you ultimately think of this trade?
It's hard for the Heat to lose this trade, right? Like you brought up that they have a player who refuses to play for them. They now ostensibly are getting players who will not refuse to play for them. So it was hard for them to lose given the situation that they were currently in. The return certainly could have been better. And what we were saying before the show, Q, is that I don't think these guys are not going to fit in or anything in Heat culture, but the Heat now are centered around who? Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero, two really good players, but they've just got all these guys that would probably fill out an all-star roster with a centerpiece like Jimmy Butler around it, and that's why we saw that team go to the finals multiple times. But now it just seems like they're a collection of supporting characters, or Robins, if you will, and not any star to kind of center everything around. So good return for the Heat, not a great return. I think the Jimmy Butler in Golden State thing is probably a little past time that it's going to really do anything, especially with the Warriors kind of low on the Western Conference standings, but a good return on both sides given where both teams were situationally.
I thought Evan hit it out the park when it came to the Heat culture comment, right? And the fact that the Heat had gotten away from the Heat culture with the fact that Jimmy Butler was, I don't want to say holding them hostage, but really he was still kind of playing with their emotions, right? Just kind of doing whatever he was doing and being a malcontent, and that's not necessarily what the Heat are all about. And normally they would have nipped that in the bud before it really got rolling.
Yeah,
but
so he's being a malcontent
happened.
there. So now what? He signed a 2-year extension, so we have the rest of this
1
year.
year, he'll be happy, Bubba.
And 2 more years. So, what is it going to be? Yeah,
he'll have joy for a year.
What's the over-under? You're going to say a full year? So
I'll give him 1 season. I'll give him 1 season, and then somebody will sign a massive contract extension. He'll think that he's severely underpaid, and he'll want to get back to
give him
the
the
table.
rest of this year, and then all of next year, he'll be happy?
I'll go ahead and give him the benefit of the doubt, and I'll say that, just because he's playing with Steph.
And that leaves him a full other season where he's going to be upset, right?
No, then that's when they do exactly what Evan said and get ready to move him by the trade deadline.
Right.
That's all you can do. That is all you can do. We're live from New Orleans for coverage of the big game, brought to you by GNC and Verizon. Greeny is presented by Progressive Insurance. Your small business keeps you on the go. Progressive Commercial Insurance keeps your policy within reach with our easy-to-use mobile app. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com. Coming up, the two defensive coordinators in this game have been around so long they actually coached against our next guest, who's been in the Hall of Fame for 20 years. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bob Williams was the first black player of the prestigious Lakers franchise. In 2015, he and his wife Marietta were able to meet and speak with Kobe Bryant, who told him, "Thank you so much for paving the way."
Honoring Black History Month on ESPN Radio.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a huge inheritance. But a phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard for a new one on us. Just trade in any phone from our top brands with select unlimited plans. $829.99 purchase with new smartphone line on select unlimited plans. Minimum $90 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months required. Less $830 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Trade-in terms apply. Payoff phone requires smartphone purchase and port in with new smartphone line on select plan. Must provide most recent bill showing payoff amount of eligible phone. Additional terms apply.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Yurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-ServPro at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Chicago, it's time to feel the blue and red pride. DePaul Blue Demons basketball is back and better than ever. Come experience the fast-paced action, the electric atmosphere, and the roar of the crowd at Wintrust Arena. Don't miss your chance to see Big East battles and rising stars lighting up the court. Bring your family, your friends, and your school spirit to the heart of the city. Tickets are on sale now. Visit DePaulBlueDemons.com to secure your seats. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com. DePaul basketball, where Chicago plays. See you at the game, Blue Demon Nation.
When a parent sees their child smile, they see hope. Aleem hoped that his son Rajib would have an easier life than he had. You see, Rajib, just like his father, was born with a cleft. But as a fisherman in a small village in Indonesia, the cost of surgery was out of reach. Their lives were transformed thanks to Smile Train, which sponsors free, life-changing cleft surgeries and other essential treatments. Rajib's surgery marked Smile Train's 2 millionth, and incredibly, Aleem's was the 2 million and first. Now, their smiles are a symbol of hope for children with clefts all over the world. 540 babies are born with a cleft each day, but through Smile Train, millions of lives have been changed. To learn more and support the global cleft community, visit smiletrain.org/learn. Smile Train. Changing the world, one smile at a time.
Teachers are dynamic leaders, shaping a new generation. They bring a variety of perspectives from diverse backgrounds, innovating how they teach to prepare students for our fast-changing world. Achieving this takes skill and expertise. They're tireless explorers, creatively discovering a universe of solutions, telling stories, experimenting, inspiring, mentoring, connecting cultures, and connecting with each other. Leading by example. Experience the unique joy of helping students thrive. Teaching is a journey that shapes lives. Are you ready to begin? Explore teaching at teach.org, a campaign supported by the U.S. Department of Education, Teach.org, and 1 million teachers of color.
Waddle and Sylvie, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by.
Super Bowl 59 is set.
Representing the AFC will be the Kansas City Chiefs.
Mahomes, end zone. He's got another.
Can they three-peat in the Super Bowl? Well, it's never been done.
Representing the NFC will be the Philadelphia Eagles.
What a run! Touchdown! Saquon Barkley.
Fly, Eagles fly. Touchdown, 1, 2, 3.
For the second time in the last 3 years, the Eagles are in the Super Bowl. And they get a chance for some get back at the team that denied them 2 years ago.
We are back here on Media Row preparing ourselves for Super Bowl 59 here on Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, also on your smart speaker, represented by Progressive Insurance alongside my tag team partner, Hembo. I'm Q Myers in for Greeny today, and we are joined now by the Hall of Famer, the Gold Jacket, Warren Moon. Hall of Fame class of 2006, 9-time Pro Bowler, 1990 AP Offensive Player of the Year. Warren, thanks so much for joining us today. How you doing so far on Radio Row, Media Row?
I'm doing great. This is my first time in this week, and we've been hitting it
every 15 minutes, but that's what you do when you come in here, and you guys do a great job of having patience of being able to do this day after day after day. I don't know how you do it. I'm going to do my 5 hours a day, and then I'm out of here.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Get me a hurricane somewhere or something.
We couldn't do anything that you were able to do, so we know our lane. You know your lane. NFL Alumni Association, you're here in partnership with them. What do you have going on with them?
Yeah, we have a campaign called Gear It Up Against Cancer, and we're trying to go out in communities and tell people how important it is to go out and get screened for different types of cancer that might be in your body and you don't even know about it. Like colorectal cancer right now is the leading cancer causing of death in our country. So and a lot of people don't know that, and it's very hard to detect because you don't walk around with any symptoms. So you don't know about it unless you go get screened. So we're just making sure people go out and get these screenings. We know how cancer has affected so many different people's lives. You guys have a great campaign with the Jimmy V Foundation and all that. So lots of money has been spent on cancer to try and find the cure. We got to keep doing that, but in the meantime, you got to make sure you go out and get screened to make sure you're healthy.
Yeah. Go ahead, Hembo.
So let's get back
to
Hembo.
Yeah, Hembo didn't want to jump in there.
I want to talk Super Bowl with you. You're one of the dozen or so best throwers of the football that the world has ever seen. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about Patrick Mahomes. I wouldn't say that he runs it as well as Lamar. I wouldn't say that he has an arm as strong as Josh Allen. He's not as accurate as Joe Burrow. When you watch this guy play down to down, drive to drive, game to game, what makes him the best quarterback in the game today despite not having, we'll call it, top of the food chain type tools?
Well, he has all of those things. He might not be the very top, but he can do all of those things. I mean, I've seen a guy throw the ball with his left hand and complete a pass in a game, you know. So, but the thing that I think that makes him stand out above those guys you talked about is his toughness and his competitiveness. We've seen him go out of games with a sprained ankle, comes back in and makes a 25-yard run to win a Super Bowl. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks don't do that. So his toughness and his competitiveness are the two things that I've been most impressed with him ever since I started watching him at Texas Tech. You know, he played and ran around in college and made plays without a very good football team, but you could see he had all the intangibles that it takes to be a great quarterback. Now he gets with Andy Reid, now he gets with Alex Smith, learns how to play the position, and the rest is history.
I'm glad you brought up him playing at Tech. I covered the Big 12 while he was there, and everyone said what he does there is not going to translate to the NFL. How did he make his game translated when he got with Andy Reid?
Well, good coaching and just kind of reeling him in and just taking all his great qualities and forming an offense that you're going to get the best out of what his abilities are. And Andy Reid has been able to do that. You look what Andy Reid has been doing with any quarterback he's had, whether it's Donovan McNabb or Michael Vick or, on and on and on. So whoever he's ever had at quarterback, they've been very productive because he knows how to take their best skills and turn it into great offense.
You know, that's a great point. I have believed for so long, so strongly, that the environment in which a young quarterback enters might be as important, if not more important, than the actual skill set that they possess. Look at, Patrick Mahomes drafted the same year as Mitchell Trubisky. Trubisky goes ahead of him in the draft. As you look at quarterbacks around the league, the way that they're developed, or in some cases ruined, to what extent do you believe the environment, the coaching staff, the scheme, the system provides these guys either an on-ramp to succeed or to fail?
All of that is the most important, is what you have around you. You look at the quarterbacks that have been successful early in their career, they're surrounded with either a good defense that's going to get them the football when they make a mistake. They have probably a good running game where everything's not put on their shoulders. And then they have good coaching, good play calling that takes advantage of what their skill set is. So the combination of those things, you see the young guys who come in the league have that. And you saw that with Jaden Daniels this year in Washington. Decent defense. They run the ball good enough. They have an offense that takes advantage of what he does well, gets the ball out of his hands quickly, and he had some weapons on the outside. So he had success. Now you look at some of the other quarterbacks that didn't have as much success because they didn't have that. So that has a whole lot to do with the environment you're drafted into.
We're here with the Hall of Famer Warren Moon here on Greeny on ESPN Radio on the ESPN app alongside Hembo. I'm Q Myers. On the other side of things, we talked about Patrick Mahomes. What about Jalen Hurts? He doesn't have the gaudy numbers. He doesn't just carry the team with his arm because they have a great running back in Saquon Barkley. But
it has a lot to do with it.
What have you seen from Jalen in particular, though, just him getting it done?
Well, he's a guy that does what it takes to win games. He's been a winner, when he was at Alabama.
Yeah.
He won football games. He didn't do it with his arm. He didn't do it all with his legs. He did a combination when he was even there. And then he went to Oklahoma and showed that he could throw the football if he was in that type of offense. So he's got all those abilities. But when you have a running back that's run for 2,000 yards in a season, you don't need to throw your quarterback 35, 40 times a game. You throw it when you need to. You have an offensive line that's as big as freaking Empire State Building in front of you, and it just opening big holes for him. And that helps your defense, too, when you're running the football, because that clock continues to run. It churns. It gives your defense a chance to be rested on the sideline. Then when they come back out there, then they can fly around to the football. So it really it shortens the game for you when you're running the football like that. But then when you have an efficient quarterback like Jalen Hurts, he makes the plays when he needs to.
So, and looking at his 3 playoff games this year, it's 131 passing yards, 128, and 246. The average fan might look at those numbers and say, this guy doesn't get it done from a passing standpoint. But what you're telling me is that within the framework of the Eagles' offense, Jalen Hurts is playing the exact kind of way that they need to maximize their potential.
They're asking him to manage the game and make a play here or there. He's also run the football well. What did he have, a 25, 30-yard run in the last football game? So he does a lot of different things for you. The last Super Bowl that he was in, he had kind of those same type of numbers coming in, but then he blew up in the Super Bowl because they needed him to blow up in the Super Bowl, and they scored 35 points in that ball game but lost 38-35. So he does whatever he's asked to do, and it's too bad that he does get criticism for not being in this passing environment that we see the league in. But he's not one of those guys throwing for 300 yards every week. But they don't need him to do that.
You mentioned him blowing up when he had to last time he was in the Super Bowl. How much is he going to need to blow up in this one, in your opinion?
I think they'll just play it by the game. I think that's how their play caller calls plays. Is our defense doing a good job of keeping us in it? Well, we'll keep running the football and be efficient offensively. But if Patrick gets off and they jump ahead by 10, 14 points, hey, maybe we need to throw it a little bit more. So I think they're going to play it by how the game dictates it.
So that's a great point that you bring up, because Jalen Hurts has had to attempt a total of 9 passes since the Eagles' bye in which his team has been trailing in the second half. We have no idea what the Eagles' game script looks like late in the game if they're losing, because they've hardly lost. Do you trust Jalen Hurts in that environment, in third and pass, in second and long, to go win a game for the Eagles rather than just put the ball in the belly of Saquon Barkley?
Well, I think with those 2 guys he has on the outside, Devontae Adams and
Smith and Brown.
Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. With those 2 guys on the outside, I do trust him, because he's got 2 guys that can win one-on-one. I think Kansas City's going to try and load it up in the box to try and stop Saquon, so there's going to be a lot of one-on-one coverage on the outside.
Right.
So can those 2 guys win? And I think they can.
Hall of Famer Warren Moon with us here on Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Spags and Vic Fangio. Those guys have been coaching for a long time. Matter of fact, you played against those guys as they were coaches. Not trying to make it sound old. I mean, you're a Hall of Famer. So, but just how do those guys continue to reinvent themselves and put out those phenomenal defenses like they have?
They just know the game, and they've gone along with the changes that have come in the game. The game was a more balanced game back in the day, a little bit more on the running side, dominated it. Now the passing game is kind of taken over, but we're starting to see the teams that have success are the ones that have a little bit more balance, that can run and throw the football. So the defenses have to kind of adjust to that, and now these defenses have so much speed on them, especially on the corners coming off the edge. That's why your quarterback has to be a little bit more athletic nowadays to get away from a lot of that speed. So the game has evolved. I love the way the game is going. I love how they're protecting the quarterback. I love how they're protecting players a little bit more, and making sure that they take into consideration head injuries and different things, because I had 6 concussions when I played. So the quarterback position is much more protected today, and I love it, but why didn't they do that when I was playing?
He was thrown for 6,000 yards in the season.
Right.
So 2 of the best defensive players in this game, of course, are Chris Jones and Jalen Carter.
Yes.
As one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever do it, describe to our audience what it's like having an interior game record, because so often the sacks come from the edge. But when you have that pressure coming from the interior at your nose, how does it affect you as a quarterback?
Yeah, well, the thing about Chris Jones, he'll move out on the edge too, and he'll get sacks from out there. So you just never know where he's going to line up. But when you have it coming right in your face, that's a little bit tougher, because one, you want to be able to step forward and throw the football, or you want to be able to step up in the pocket because the pressure's coming off the edge. When you have these guys coming in your face, now you're going to have to get rid of the football a little bit quicker. they're both really, they have good size on them as far as their height. They're like 6'4", 6'5", and now you have to try and throw the football over them as well. So that puts a lot more pressure on the quarterback to make sure that that part of the pocket is solidified. And the Chiefs have strength within the middle of their pocket. They have great guards and they have great center. So hopefully they'll be able to keep Jalen Carter out of there, because he is a beast, man. He is he is a special player. And you're starting to see in this league, not only do you have speed coming off the edge, these inside pass rushers have really become effective as well.
And it seems like it's starting to slow down for him too.
Yeah.
And that's scary. That's scary. If it starts to slow down for him, you better watch out. Again, Warren Moon is with us here on Greeny on ESPN Radio on the ESPN app. So we see Mahomes and how dominant he's been. Now Jalen Hurts is playing against him 2 times in the last 3 years. What about the others? What about Lamar? What about Joe Burrow? What about Josh Allen? Is there a real reality where they may end up becoming victims of Patrick Mahomes and his success, where they don't end up with those rings?
Yeah, and it just happens that way. It's like when Michael Jordan was playing. There was a lot of great players, Karl Malone and Charles Barkley, you name it. They didn't win championships because of him. And even when I played, Joe Montana and John Elway, they were the 2 guys that always got in my way. So you just happen to be in error sometime when you have some great guys playing at the same time as you, and unless you're able to knock them off somehow, you're going to always come in second.
Yeah, so the inevitable comp is going to be Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes. And obviously Mahomes has the chance to do something this year that Brady never did, and that is three-peat.
Right.
Let's live in a world in which that does happen. We're going to do the 30,000-foot first take legacy type discussion. Where do you view Patrick Mahomes in terms of his all-time trajectory, especially if he winds up winning this game on Sunday and becomes the first quarterback to three-peat since Bart Starr?
Well, there's never been a quarterback that's had this great a start in his career. I mean, what's his 5th Super Bowl in 7 years?
He's not even 30.
Yeah. That's sick. That's just sick.
He's the MVP of 3 of them so far. He's going to have a chance to win his 3rd in a row. That'll be 4 out of 7 years or something like that. So, yeah, just unbelievable what he's been able to do. And I don't know. He does something this year that nobody's ever done before to go along with the other things that he's done in these first 7 years. You got to put him right up there with the best to ever play this game.
Is he
you
the best?
have to.
Is he the best you've ever seen? Is he the best you've ever seen?
Well, I'm the best I've ever seen.
I heard that.
I watch myself on film after every game.
There you go. Hey,
but no.
There you go.
All kidding aside, he's one of the best I've ever seen. Yeah. I still like that Montana guy. He was pretty smooth.
He won a few games.
He was pretty good as well. So you're obviously a Hall of Famer. The Hall of Fame is going to be announced tonight. What is your memories of when you got the knock, when you got the word that you were going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, which is a very, very small fraternity?
Yeah, it's a little bit different the way they do it now compared to when I went in about, 20 years ago, 19 years ago. I was driving down the freeway in my car with my wife, headed to the hotel where they were going to have the announcements, and they had told me there was a chance that I might make it because I was in the final, I think it was 6 or 8 of us. And I didn't want to go down there because if I didn't make it, I didn't want to be standing there with my thumb in my butt and it not happen, right?
Right.
So I went down. I get a call on the way there, and it's a lady from the NFL that I had tried to get some tailgate party passes for some friends of mine. She told me she got them. I'm like, that's great. And I thought that was the call, but it wasn't. And then she said, you know what, I want to congratulate you for being inducted or being selected for the Hall of Fame. I'm like, what are you talking about? She said, it's going across the ticker tape that you're one of the 5. I'm like, nobody's told me anything. I said, let me get off the phone. I get off the phone. As soon as I get off the phone rings and they tell me, dude, I had to pull over my car on the side of the road. I was driving down the freeway with my wife. She had to take the wheel. I cried like a baby.
Wow.
Everything that I had gone through to try and even just play the position of quarterback, it all came pouring out of me. I mean, I thought about James Harris. I thought about Doug Williams. I thought about Marlon Briscoe. I thought about all the things these guys have gone through, and we finally have one in the Hall of Fame. So, yeah, it was a very, very emotional moment for me.
First ballot, right?
First ballot, yeah.
Think about this, Q. 14 quarterbacks in the history of this great game have gone in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot, and we are sitting next to one of the 14 to ever do it. This
is there
special.
Any stat you don't know?
Right, exactly.
How do you come up with this stuff?
I have no opinions and only facts. Welcome to the show.
All right.
So with that being said, let me ask you about Eli Manning. He's got an opportunity to join the crew. What do you think?
Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer. I don't know when it's going to happen for him, whether it might happen tonight or it could happen 4 years from now. I'm not sure, but there's so many great players that have played this game, and there's a lot of guys that have been waiting out there a long time, and there's a lot of guys that deserve to be in that aren't in right now, but they will eventually be in, I think, especially when you get to the finals. If you get to the finals of the Hall of Fame voting, eventually you're going to get in. So, like I said, Eli to me is the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be fun. This is awesome being up here with you, Warren, the Hall of Famer, hearing your stories. We can hear your stories all afternoon. We're having a really good time with us. But thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me on. And let's get people to get out there and get screened for cancer. Go to the website, NFLAGearItUp.org/cancer. All right?
There it is. You heard it. You heard it right there from the Hall of Famer, Warren Moon. We're live here from New Orleans all week for coverage of the big game brought to you by GNC and Verizon. Greeny is presented by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, they're making things even easier. They'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Coming up, even baseball starting to steal headlines from Super Bowl week. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Super Week 2025 on ESPN Radio.
It is that rowdy. It is that awesome.
Live from New Orleans, Louisiana.
So many people have descended upon the city.
I have the date. I have the reason.
Sign me up. I'm there.
Super Week 2025.
Yes. Yes.
That's how we do it. Great work.
Continues on ESPN Radio. Brought to you by GNC and Verizon.
Have you played Pick 6 from DraftKings? It's Super Bowl 59, the last time to play NFL Pick 6 this season. As the official daily fantasy sports partner of the NFL, DraftKings does fantasy sports like no one else. And DraftKings is making it even sweeter for first-timers. New Pick 6 customers play $5 to get $59 in Pick 6 credits. Win more cash on Pick 6. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code GREENY. That's code GREENY for new customers to play $5 and get $59 in Pick 6 credits. Only on DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Men, do you suffer from erectile dysfunction or Peyronie's disease? Has Viagra stopped working? Most ED cases are caused by plaque buildup, which causes blockages and restricts blood flow. Even Viagra can't get through. But thanks to the doctors at West Coast Men's Health, a revolutionary medical procedure is now available. Using acoustic wave therapy, this non-invasive, pain-free treatment breaks down plaque, restores blood flow, potentially reversing ED for good. And women, if your man has ED, talk to him about acoustic wave therapy and how West Coast Men's Health can help, regardless of age or medical history.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
If you were injured and needed an operation, you wouldn't go to a doctor who had never performed a surgery. You'd want to go to a doctor who would perform the operation you need time after time with the most success. If you're injured, the same should hold true for choosing a lawyer. Ask your lawyer how many cases they've won, how much they've recovered for their clients. Ask your lawyer how many times they've litigated cases in front of a jury. When was the last time they tried a case? What was the offer before the trial? What was the verdict after the trial? The Verdoliak Law Group has been taking personal injury cases to trial for over 55 years. We've recovered over $9 billion for our clients through legal representation and consulting. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we've been rejecting insurance companies' lowball offers since 1963. If you're injured and want a law firm with the knowledge, experience, and tenacity to get you what's fair, call 844-4VLG-LAW.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Illinois who are 21 or older. First bet after registration must qualify. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER.
Being blind doesn't always look how others may think. Stargardt disease was supposed to define me.
Retinitis pigmentosa aimed to overwhelm my family.
It tried to cut me down. A blinding eye disease attempted to force me away from doing what I was born to do.
But it cannot stop me. I have the tools.
I will keep moving forward.
Pushing past the limits of this disability.
I know where to find support and where I can be seen.
Loss of sight won't blind our vision. Innovative research, educational resources, supportive community. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is leading the charge in finding treatments and cures for blinding diseases. Learn more at fightingblindness.org. A public service message from the Foundation Fighting Blindness.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
Lindor at third, Nimmo at first. The pitch. Swing and a ball drilled. Right field. Frelick back at the wall. Out of here! It's out of here! Alonso an opposite field home run, and the Mets had the lead.
That's how it sounded, my guy John Boog Shambi on ESPN. Pete Alonso going yard. Remember that one? I'm always remembering plays that happen. I definitely remember that one. Sitting in my house watching that one. There you go. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app. Sirius XM Channel 80, also on your smart speaker, presented by Progressive Insurance. And alongside Hembo, I'm Q Myers in for Greeny. How about this, Hembo? Pete Alonso and the Mets are in an agreement on a 2-year, $54 million contract. Sources told ESPN on Wednesday, ending a lengthy free agency with a return engagement to the only team that he's played for.
I got stats, I've got context, and I'm super excited to talk baseball on Radio Row.
How about that?
Bubba,
how about
our
that?
resident Mets fan, you were the one that broke this news to the group chat last night. The moment it crossed the wire, the first thing that went through your mind?
The first thing was I couldn't believe the contract because, we got Scott Boras going to town there, and I think he's got to be the most mad because it's not a long term. So I feel like everyone's probably happy except for Scott Boras. Mets fans are happy. Alonso gets a lot of money up front. He can opt out. but there's no long-term deal, so Boris is probably mad. But yeah, I feel great about it. We get Alonso back. He's going to be the Mets home run, record king there probably next year. But we're not tied up for a huge amount of money and a huge amount of years, which was my concern. So I would have been okay if he left because I just did not want to give him a crazy amount. And even Steve Cohen alluded to it last week. He was talking to a bunch of Mets fans. They had like a Mets day at Citi Field, and he said the negotiations with Alonso were 100 times worse, basically, than Soto. Like he made it sound like dealing with Boris was just awful, which is not surprising. So I was okay with honestly Alonso leaving because I was not ready to break the bank and just give him a blank check. But this is kind of under the Cespedes model where you give him a decent amount of money up front, but he can opt out after 1 or 2 years. In this case, 1 year, and look, he can prove himself again. And I think it's a great deal all around for everyone. So I'm happy about it. And we got Lindor, Soto, and Alonso.
Bang.
Man,
that's pretty good to me. So I'm feeling great about it.
It felt like it was the inevitable that he was gone. Mm-hmm. I just knew that he was gone.
This is an upset now.
So when Bubba sends that text, like, wait, no way. All he said was Pete Alonso, and I was like, okay, where's he going?
This definitely feels like an upset, Q, and this is something that if you're Pete Alonso, his family, his representation,
right,
avert your ears because this is a player that turned down a 7-year, $158 million contract extension in the summer of 2023. So we're talking about a $100 million haircut
when
he decided not to sign that piece of paper a year and a half ago.
Wow. Bad decisions. Woo! Sometimes bad decisions are made, and it ends up working out really well for the Mets when it's all said and done.
The Mets
works out great.
By far the biggest winner here. So, Bubba, David Stearns, your second-year GM, comes in, plays hardball with Pete Alonso. You bring back the franchise icon on a 2-year contract. I think he should hit right behind Juan Soto. And the reason he should hit right behind Juan Soto is because we saw the magic that did for Aaron Judge last season. So Pete Alonso, for his career, averages 43 homers and 309 total bases for every 162 games he plays. So we know he's super productive. He's going to be even more productive next season. Last year was the first year in Aaron Judge's career in which more than half of his home runs came with men on base. Juan Soto was that man on base, it goes without saying. And so, Bubba, I believe that Pete Alonso in this lineup, you're looking at a Dodgers-Mets collision course for the NLCS. What say you?
No, I think that makes perfect sense. Yeah, I mean, with those three right there, I think it's great. I mean, David Stearns so far has been making all the right moves. Like I've said before, like we kind of took a couple of years for Cohen to kind of feel things out, and we didn't have, we had 4 different GMs, and we had a bunch of controversy with all of them, and it wasn't great. And then we got Stearns in here, and he's right of the ship, and now we're really heading in the right direction. And I feel like, for the most part, almost everything Stearns has done has been great. It's not been perfect, but he's done, near perfect. And even the small moves have been almost near perfect. So I've been very happy with what Stearns has done. And, I think, like you're saying, he was playing hardball with Pete. He wasn't going to just give him whatever he wanted. He was prepared to let him go if he had to. But, hey, he like you said, $100+ million that Pete decided not to go with. So I think Stearns has been moving all the right chess moves here, and I've been very happy. And I mean, like you said, Lindor, Soto, Alonso, and your offensive lineup right there, can't beat it.
With that being said, he was prepared to let him go, Hembo, but how much because of the run that he had in the postseason was like, we're prepared to let him go, but we really need to bring him back.
He's a fan favorite. He's a sympathetic figure, and this is a very affordable contract. And I think we can make a good football parallel here, Q, and that is Pete Alonso, which is to say the bat-first baseman. So that's a player with a sort of singular skill set at a non-premium position. That reminds me a little bit of Saquon Barkley. That reminds me a little bit of Derrick Henry.
I like how you brought that around.
Here's the deal.
Okay.
We're talking about guys who perform and don't get paid merely because of the position that they play.
Right.
The Mets are exploiting a market inefficiency. People aren't paying first basemen, just like teams aren't playing running backs. But we saw Derrick Henry ball out this year, and the Eagles are in the Super Bowl in large part because of Saquon Barkley. Do you believe that this is sort of four-dimensional chess by David Stearns, who acknowledges this is a player that can really hit?
Yeah.
And we're going to take advantage of the fact that he plays first base. But look, the bat plays. It doesn't matter where you play in the field when you're up at the plate.
There's no doubt about it. And that's smart, right? And that's when you know that you've got someone that knows what they're doing, handling the business, the smart side of things, right? There's so many times that you see ownership and you see organizations just throwing money at guys because they can.
Yes.
Right? But this is, we're going to throw a little bit of money at him. We're going to give him a little bit of chunk of change, and we know what he could do and means to this organization.
And the other thing, too, Pete Alonso means more to the Mets than he would mean to any other team, any other franchise, any other fan base. He provides the Mets more value than he would provide any other. And so this is a situation where, look, I think he probably is going to sign this piece of paper begrudgingly because we, of course, know that he turned down a lot more money than this. But in this environment, with a chance to rebuild his value some and potentially take the Mets to the World Series, I think Pete Alonso does have the chance to be remembered as an all-time great.
I'm about to say, plus he's staying home. He's staying home, and that does mean something, right? And again, the money, I know there's going to be, some sleepless nights that he'll be like, I could have got a lot more. But at the end of the day, he does have that opportunity.
He's not signing for $54,000,
no,
right? If his descendants don't want to have to work, they still don't have to. So, yes,
and like I said, he's about to be the Mets home run all-time leader, and
meaningful.
Iconic. And he's a fan favorite. So all those things go into the equation. Everyone loves him. He's a great guy. I think he's always great with the media. Like, everything about him, I think, is great. I think, if anything, it's just the last couple of years his plays waned a little bit.
But just a little.
But yeah, no, he's still great overall. And I think there's being in New York is obviously a plus. Doing it in New York is a plus. Being the all-time home leader on a franchise, continuing with one team for most of your career, for your 1 minute for your career is a huge thing. So yeah, I think there's a lot of positives to stay there. And he's going to go to Toronto. It seemed like that was the alternative right now. So just to get some extra money. So yeah, I think getting paid $30 million this year, there are worse things in the world than getting paid $30 million to bat around Lindor and Soto, possibly make a run at the World Series, and be the all-time home run leader for a franchise. Like, that sounds pretty good to me.
That's a hell of an offseason as well
the Dodgers,
for the Mets.
But they're pretty close.
Hell of an offseason for the Mets.
In the National League.
It's a great offseason so far for the Mets, I do believe. Great performance by Pete Alonso against the Brewers in last year's postseason, which helped the Mets bring him back. The Performance of the Week is brought to you by Skechers Footwear. Stylish comfort for men, women, and kids. And, again, I just think that the Mets have had a really good offseason and really kind of closed the gap. Coming up, our next guest is going to roll his eyes when he sees me. Not you, but me. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio on the ESPN app.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy, Cap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snowmelt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
What's up, is Jay Hood. The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem, counseling, resources are available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Do you know what to do when a car is pulled over on the side of the road? First, reduce your speed. Second, change lanes if possible. Third, proceed with caution. These 3 simple steps can be the difference between life and death. The next time you're on the road, do the right thing. Slow down, move over, and drive like your life and their life depends on it. Sponsored by the Illinois Broadcasters Association. Aired in cooperation with this station. Thanks to the AAA Auto Club for their financial support in the airing of this message.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
There are many times I thought, I can't do this. I mean, what parent isn't worried about, what am I not doing right? What am I not doing enough? And then I realized, wait, that's being a parent.
Don't worry about being perfect. I've had around 3 other mother figures in my life, but only one of them has taught me how a mother loves.
The greatest reward for me is he makes me better every day.
I would tell a family considering adopting a teenager that teenager, whoever it is, needs you, and they need what you have to offer.
Taylor's giving me hope. He's our son, and that is what he will always be.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council. We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I mean, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad, and I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
You're listening to Greeny, the Mike Greenberg Show on ESPN Chicago. Coming up at noon, Carmen and Yurko, followed by Waddle and Sylvie in for Crosstalk at 2:30. Did you hear this one?
Did you guys ever have a cold day where you didn't go to school because it was too cold outside? It happens.
Let me tell you something about the blizzard of 79. We didn't have any time off. You know what I did? I walked to school. My mother said I fell into a snowbank face first. She could see me, and then all of a sudden, I just disappeared into the snow. And then apparently she said I dusted off my fro and my snowsuit and just kept walking. That's how you do it, Cap. That's it. You don't cry in the snowbank. It's a much softer environment now.
Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Can't miss radio. Tuesdays on ESPN Chicago's Waddle and Sylvie Show. Be here for Michael Wilbon at 5.
This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. Plus, you can listen and watch on the ESPN app.
Alongside Hembo, I'm Q Myers. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and TuneIn. We're presented by Progressive Insurance here on Media Row in New Orleans. Just a couple of days away from Super Bowl 59. It's Super Bowl week, and Hembo, it's funny being on Media Row all week long. The one thing I've learned over the years is you don't actually talk a lot about the Super Bowl. You talk about a lot, but you don't really talk a lot about the Super Bowl.
Here's
Shocking.
The deal. Here's the deal, my friend. Here's the deal. Sorry to interrupt your
No,
train
you're
of thought.
good.
I just had a little bit of a pinch me moment.
Okay.
So I was born in Baltimore, but grew up in Philadelphia.
Okay.
I've been a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles for something approximating 25 years.
Okay.
My favorite football team is playing in the Super Bowl in a couple days. I'm here talking about it. I could not be more excited to be doing this with you. There are so many interesting subplots when it comes to the history, when it comes to the X's and O's. This is honestly, like, obviously I'm biased. I root for the team.
Right.
I think one of the most, This is one of the most compelling Super Bowls I can ever remember. And last year we literally had one that went to overtime.
Right.
This one with a 1.5-point spread, it has all the makings.
No, it does. It absolutely does. And, there's some people that have, and they say, well, Chiefs fatigue, obviously you get it, right? I mean, they've been here so many times, been there, done that. But the Eagles and the Chiefs just played 2 years ago. Yeah. I'm not mad that they're running it back. Right, because I thought that was a great game, and this one has the opportunity to. And honestly, I know you're an Eagle fan. I'm not trying to gas you up, but just looking at it on paper.
Gas me up.
The Eagles are the better team.
Oh, the Eagles are the better team. Let's play a game I like to call True or False. I made this game up. True or False, all right?
Did you just now make it up?
I'm the first
never
person
heard
ever
of true
conceived
or false.
of this
Never
notion.
heard of True or False.
True or False. Would you prefer multiple choice?
I've never heard of that either.
We'll do True or False.
Okay.
Philly has a better O-line. True or False?
True.
Philly has a better D-line. True or False?
True.
Philly has better skill weapons. Tight ends, running back, wide receiver.
Absolutely. True. Yeah. Travis Kelce is a monster, obviously, on the other side of things. But, yeah, I would say true for sure.
True or false? Philly has a better back seven. Linebackers, secondary.
Ooh, I mean, they do, but it's close. That Chiefs defense is pretty stinking nasty.
So true, but it's a true.
It's a
tepid true.
It's a true, but it's not a true. You know what I mean? It's not a Master P true.
So what we have just decided.
That was a New Orleans reference that you didn't get either.
Over my head. When in Rome, right?
Hey, man, I'm just saying. I saw Master P the other night.
So I think what we have decided here
is
that the Kansas City Chiefs, as a 1.5 favorite in this game, have no advantages other than the quarterback.
Facts.
They're still favored in this game in large part because of Patrick Mahomes.
And the fact that the Chiefs are the Chiefs and they find ways to do Chief things, which are win.
They major in win. They don't major in stat profile.
Facts.
They don't major in explosive plays.
Right.
They don't major in gadgets or gizmos or anything aside from just figuring out how to win.
Right.
My favorite thing about Andy Reid, my favorite thing about Patrick Mahomes is that they're the greatest problem solvers in the game today. It's whatever the game requires. It's whatever the game calls for. They're always prepared.
Yep.
And Patrick Mahomes is so incredible at feel. Like, he plays the game with an artistry, which is why you can't always look at his numbers and just do the science. I like doing the numbers. I like doing the science.
Yeah.
But Patrick Mahomes plays the position like Tom Brady with an artistry. What does this moment require? And that's why, of course, as an Eagles fan, I am terrified that if this game is late and close, that guy's going to stab me in the heart once again.
Well, that's the thing about it. You just can't allow that to be late and close and he get the ball, right? Because you already know the inevitable that's about to happen. And look, I'm in Vegas. I cover the Raiders. Get to see what the Chiefs do twice a year.
Yeah.
And every single time, it doesn't matter how close the Raiders might play them, I think, well, you know what's about to happen because, well, that's going to happen.
The greatest
15's
athletes
there.
of all time, the greatest teams of all time are not just dominant.
Right.
They're inevitable. Patrick Mahomes on 3rd and long is a good play for them. The Chiefs being down by multiple scores in the second half is not a disadvantageous position in which to be.
Right.
They're the only team in sports right now that are legitimately inevitable.
Right.
All that being said, we still have to do an honest football conversation, and when doing so, it's hard to find many advantages for the Chiefs to have from a personnel standpoint. This does remind me a little bit, all right? I'm knocking on wood here as an Eagles fan.
Okay.
This reminds me a little bit of the Chiefs-Bucks Super Bowl. That Bucks team, that Bucks roster was loaded.
It was.
Vita Vea and Ndamukong Suh wrecked that game from the inside out. The Chiefs stood no
And that's
chance.
how you have to do it.
How?
Right?
Be specific.
That's how you have to do it. That's why Jalen Carter's got to be that bad man that, as Freddie Coleman would say, that bloodthirsty pirate. You know, that's where it's going to start because Patrick Mahomes is going to want to do what? As you mentioned, step up. That's what it's all about, stepping up. The pressure, we know the edge rushers, they get after the quarterback. They normally get the most sacks, but there's that interior pressure. If you can get that, you can get Patrick Mahomes off his spot and start running around, and that's what he did against Tampa Bay. He ran for more yards than Saquon Barkley ran this year.
I think he ran for 500 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
That's what I'm saying.
So,
he had to do that, and that's what allowed Tampa Bay to win that game.
So in your opinion, when the Chiefs have the ball, the player that matters the most is Jalen Carter because of the disruption
The
that he
interior.
caused
Yep.
and the blueprint from that Super Bowl.
Right.
I'd like to just take a second to spotlight a couple rookies that the Eagles have playing in their secondary that have been magnificent this year.
All right, hey, Quinyon Mitchell, go on and say it. DBs win games. Go on and give Quinyon Mitchell that love.
He is a ball player.
I know.
He is already a top 10
know.
quarter in the sport. You trust him one-on-one, and there's no one on the Kansas City Chiefs that you would say definitively has a matchup advantage over him. And, dude, Cooper DeJean, the rookie from Iowa, has been awesome this season. He's a Swiss Army knife in Vic Fangio's defense. I'm telling you, look, Cam, you're an Eagles fan just like I am. The extent to which this team's defense has improved year over year is an even bigger reason why I have some degree of we'll call it, cautious optimism in this game than Saquon Barkley, because the defense actually has a chance, if not to strangle Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, at least suppress what they can do, which is not something I would have ever imagined saying a year ago.
Yeah, watch that wild card loss to the Bucs. It is the worst display of tackling you will ever see in your entire life. And now the Eagles are potentially the best tackling team in the NFL. Like, I can't believe what I'm watching. These guys wrap up, they drag guys to the ground, they use their arms, they don't just fling themselves at people and miss every single time. It's crazy. Like, obviously they've gotten significantly better and more talented, but it's not just that. It is Vic Fangio got in here and kicked some butt and made sure that people knew, like, this is not acceptable. This is not what a championship-level defense is.
Yeah. You know, and Hembo, real quick, I got to tell you, man, you mentioned Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. The Eagles identified, I got to give Howie Roseman so much credit. They identified what they needed to do. We saw them get older in the secondary last year, and they went out and they went back-to-back with their draft picks and got the corners that they needed. So that I got to give you credit for shouting them out, and got to give Howie Roseman credit for that as well. Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination of basketball and hockey this season with the game-changing rewards program and unbeatable selection of tickets. They make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by 100% buyer guarantee, giving you a peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Breaking NFL news, Pete Carroll's returning to coaching. The 73-year-old has agreed to a 3-year deal with a 4th-year team option to coach the Raiders.
I absolutely love the decision, a proven program builder.
He's obviously an outstanding coach. He was an outstanding coach on a collegiate level.
Pete Carroll will be the new voice in Las Vegas. He will be a respected voice in Las Vegas because of all the things that he's already accomplished.
Pete Carroll is the new voice in Las Vegas with the Raiders, and they have a very loud voice, respected voice, and a hell of a player on the field as well, and that would be Max Crosby, the 4-time Pro Bowler, Raiders defensive end. He joins us here on Greeny on ESPN Radio on the ESPN app, and Max knows I'm in Vegas. He's like, I can't get away from this guy.
He's following me. I'm kind of concerned now, for real. It's an honor, bro. It's great to see you. It's a familiar face, a real one. So it's good to see you, brother.
Absolutely. It's great to be here. Great to be seen. And well, we haven't really got to talk to you since Pete Carroll was named the head coach. You were there at the press conference. What did you think? What about the energy, which matches your energy? What did you think about Pete Carroll?
Yeah, everything I've experienced so far has been incredible. I've had some awesome conversations with him. He's very straightforward with his approach, talking about competing, talking about energy. They literally got like JBL speakers upstairs. It sounds like a nightclub up there when you walk up there. So that's a little bit different.
Right.
I love that, though. That's who I am. Like, if anybody knows me, like, I'm walking around the building, I'm just blaring music in my pocket. I'll forget sometimes. I'm like bumping Chief Keef in the hallway. They're like, bro, your phone is still on. But I love that type of energy. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, we're modern-day gladiators. You're putting your life on the line to go out there and play this game. It's dangerous. It's balls to the wall. Yeah. And if you don't have fun with it, you're going to be miserable. At the end of the day, the work ethic, the work comes first, but you have fun while you're doing it. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. So it's been cool so far, for sure.
So in Seattle, obviously he enjoyed immense success, and in large part because he built some of the great defenses in the NFL this century. You're the best player on that defense, in my opinion, one of the very best in the game today. Do you feel like this could represent an identity shift, potentially in a division with so many good quarterbacks, given his experience in Seattle building great defenses?
Yeah, he's done it before. You know what I mean? On the collegiate level, in the NFL, that's what's extremely encouraging. And then you add a Tom Brady to the mix, who's done it at the highest level. You got new ownership, guys that are, billionaires in their own right, in their own business, from private equity. Like, everything across the board, like, everybody excels and wins in what they do. And super encouraging. For me, I'm taking it one day at a time. You know what I mean? I'm literally one step at a time along the way. But, yeah, for me, I see those defenses. I played in that system before. You know what I mean? When we had Gus Bradley, we were in that system. I learned, I had to be the big end. I'm playing 6-tech, rushing on the edge, doing all my things. And, it made me a better player. So super encouraged. I know Pete has a defensive background. He has a defensive mind. And he's brought great players in, and he's found how to find the right quarterback. So we'll see what that is. I don't know. Obviously I love Aiden too. Like, we'll see how that shakes out. But like I said, I'm taking it one step at a time, and moving forward. Obviously, in my situation, like, been public about it. You know, we're working through the contract situation as well, and you know, for me, I'm just being present and soaking it all in.
Max Crosby is with us here on Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app alongside Hembo. I'm Q Myers, and you mentioned the contract. You know, get something done there. We saw Myles Garrett, who's a hell of an edge rusher, come out and ask for a trade. What did you think when you saw that?
I wasn't expecting it. You know what I mean? I was working out, and then I heard the news after, and yeah, you know, for a guy like that, he's one of the best in the game. Somebody, you know, me and him have been the two DNs in the Pro Bowl. Me, him, and Trey, 4 years in a row now. Right. Been all pros together. Like, that's my competition at the same time. Like, I look up to him in ways, but also no, I'm the guy. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. So he's a great player, great dude, and I know he wants to win. He's got that mindset. He wouldn't be in that position if he didn't have that mindset. So I feel like we can, you know, we definitely, you know, we've had conversations. I haven't talked to him since the news, but he wants to win, and also he wants to be compensated. You know what I mean? We're contractually, we're kind of in the same boat. He's got 2 years, not guaranteed. Like, he's one of the best players in the world. Like, I'm one of the best players in the world. You know, that's got to be taken care of. It's a business at the end of the day. So, what you bring to the table on and off the field, you deserve to be paid that way as well. You want to win as a competitor. The contract, that'll take care of itself. Yeah. But the work comes first, and winning comes first. And a guy like that's been in Cleveland for 8 years and hasn't won much. Right. I've been in Vegas for 6 years.
You've been in the same situation.
It's been tough. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not going to lie. I've had 5 coaches, and it's not even been 7 years yet. Like, that's a lot, and you're expected to lead and a new group of guys every year. It's not easy. But at the end of the day, you just, like I said, I'm taking it one step at a time. I'm not trying to, you know, people are going to have their rumors. I can't even open my phone without looking at a rumor of where I'm getting traded. And a new fan base every other week. It's like, now it's the Bills. Like, they won't leave me alone. Like, they won't leave me alone. It's funny. And now you just that's how it goes. Like, Green Bay, you got all these teams that are coming out, you know, we want you, blah, blah, blah. Come this way. Yeah. For me, at the end of the day, it's like, it's a blessing in disguise. Like, it really just, it comes down to respect. And you have all these teams that want a part of you, and it's cool. But, you know, I look at it like, I really go back to, like, when I was a kid, like, thinking if I would have fast forward and seen the 27-year-old version of myself and seeing how far I've come and what I'm doing, I can't stress about that. I'm so blessed to be here. I'm in the prime of my career. I'm doing everything above and beyond. I didn't even know I would be here. So just taking it literally one step at a time. Contract, future, present, all that stuff. I'm gonna let it play out the way it's supposed to and do it calculated. I got a small circle, a great team around me, and we're gonna do what we're gonna do. So
I mean, on the field, your production is off the charts. My single favorite thing about your game is that you play every snap. You're one of the few players in the NFL that plays your position that never leaves the field. How much pride do you take in that aspect of your game, and why do you believe it's so incredibly instructive when figuring out your next contract that you're an every down player?
Yeah, I think it's more of a pride thing. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, everyone's going to have an opinion about what you should do. But in reality, nobody is willing to do what I do on a daily basis. I was up at 4:45 this morning, walking across Bourbon Street, making my agent come and work out with me because I got to rehab and work out. Nobody's doing that. You know what I mean? So it starts with that. People could talk about, oh, Max, you need to take more plays off. That's why you got hurt this year. Oh, he's going to start getting – I've missed 5 games, and I've played 6 years. So I think I'm doing pretty damn well. And my 2 injuries this year were from getting rolled up in piles. One was a cheap shot. The other, you know, with all due respect, it happens, but got chopped from the side and got my ankle stuck in the ground. Same thing happened against Baltimore. Yeah. And that was a game where I won the player of the week. You know what I mean? I had an incredible game that's literally second to last play, and I get rolled up by 3 people falling into me. That's just unfortunate. So people are going to be like, oh, well, the snaps starting to add up. Right. I played 500 straight snaps on a high ankle sprain and went out there and produced and made another Pro Bowl. So people can say what they want. I was playing it not 100%. I'm not making excuses. But I'm just going to say this, like, you have not seen the best version of me yet, and I can't wait for everyone to see that. So, yeah, I take a lot of pride in that, and it starts with my training. I don't think anybody trains at the level I do. With all due respect, I train all year round. Everywhere, if I have to travel out of town, it's my meal prep. I have a fridge stocked for me. I have a microwave everything across the board I want to be elite at, on and off the field, and that's why I'm able to do what I do, and I feel like that's what separates me
Big
from
time.
everybody else.
Big time.
That's the 4-time Pro Bowler, Raiders defensive end Max Crosby. Max, tell us who you're here with and what you're talking about this week.
Yeah, I'm here, obviously represent Saks Underwear, best underwear in the game. They're incredible. The people, obviously people talk about, I'm 260 guy, defensive end model in underwear. I never in a million years would you thought that would happen. If I was a kid, looking at my 27-year-old self, seeing, a billboard of me in underwear, I'm like, you're a liar.
Did you have to get some tips from your brother?
Exactly. My brother, for me, that was the reason why I'm like, I'm going to overtake Miles as the best underwear model in the family. So that was my ultimate goal.
Multiple underwear models in the family.
We have multiple, both brothers. So, yeah, honestly, they've truly been incredible. The people there, they've aligned with what I believe in and what I want to do. They've helped me with NIL, giving back money to Eastern Michigan and players at Eastern. We got Ashton Genty, Heisman runner-up, going to be first-round pick. We got him a part of the squad now.
Nice.
Just doing things to give back, and they've truly poured into all things that I pour into, and that means more than anything. So it was a match made in heaven.
Well, we appreciate you being here, spending some of your time, and I know you're going to have a busy day here on Media Row. Thanks so much.
Thank you, brother. Great to see you always.
Absolutely. Good to see you. It's Max Crosby there. We're live from New Orleans all week. Coverage for the big game brought to you by GNC and Verizon. Coming up, from a potential Hall of Famer to a current Hall of Famer, it's next on Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Super Week 2025 on ESPN Radio.
What a run! Touchdown! Saquon Barkley!
The latest news.
You beat that team, you have really accomplished something.
Plus, predictions and reaction. Super Week 2025, live from New Orleans, Louisiana, continues on ESPN Radio. Brought to you by GNC and Verizon.
Have you played Pick 6 from DraftKings? It's Super Bowl 59, the last time to play NFL Pick 6 this season. As the official daily fantasy sports partner of the NFL, DraftKings does fantasy sports like no one else. And DraftKings is making it even sweeter for first-timers. New Pick 6 customers play $5 to get $59 in Pick 6 credits. Win more cash on Pick 6. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code GREENY. That's code GREENY for new customers to play $5 and get $59 in Pick 6 credits. Only on DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Chief here to get you ready for your next escape. Experience the excitement at Four Winds Casino Resort in New Buffalo, Michigan. Award-winning cuisine, I can't wait to hit the Copper Rock Steakhouse on my next visit. Luxurious hotel rooms, the latest slots with the biggest progressive jackpots, a wide variety of table games, a sports book, and headliner entertainment. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casino. For more information and to make your reservation, go to fourwindscasino.com.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
I think my biggest challenge was getting through to him to understand that love is real
and you have goals in mind, you have things that want to happen, and I want to help you get there.
Sometimes people tend to shy away from wanting to adopt teenagers because they feel like they've lost so much, but there's still so much to gain.
Just knowing that there's just that other person that cares and loves me out there, it feels great. And they've done so much for me, and I can only be appreciative every single day for just having them in my life.
I think it's been the best decision because I gained a son, and he's the best son ever. If I was down and out, he'd be there.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Dear employer,
my name is Phil Martin.
My name is Michael Raskovich.
Ronaldo Bird.
Zach Deiser. I am writing to express my excitement at the opportunity to join your team.
As someone on the spectrum,
I possess a unique set of skills
that sets me apart from other candidates.
My detail-oriented nature allows me to communicate complex ideas,
to break down data,
to have no fear in meeting new people. I may communicate in ways that are different from what you are used to. Structure, routine,
and clear expectation.
Help me do my best work.
My autism allows me to have a perspective that needs to be seen and heard.
It allows me to make the world safer and improve systems in ways others can't.
It allows me to bring people's inner worlds to life with my artwork.
My autism
will bring your team important insights.
Thank you for your consideration.
An autistic inclusive workplace is good for business. It's time to make a change. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/win.
Carmen and Yurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
In New Orleans at the New Orleans Convention Center. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, and TuneIn. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. Alongside Hembo, I'm Q Myers in for Greeny, and we're joined now by the Hall of Famer, the Gold Jacket. That is Champ Bailey, Hall of Fame cornerback, Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2014, College Football Hall of Fame class 2022. 12-time Pro Bowler, 7-time All-Pro, NFL 2000s All-Decade Team. Champ, what didn't you do? What didn't you do? What list are you not on?
Goodness. I hate when people read all that stuff.
That's a whole lot of stuff. I ain't mad at you.
Hall of Famer and leave it at that.
I ain't mad at you. I got to give you your flowers.
I appreciate
man.
it.
No, I got to give you your flowers. If you're going to do all that, I'm going to tell you about all that.
Legend.
That's big time right there. And I know you got a really good partnership that you're with right now. And you're tell us about it.
Well, the company I'm working with is Positive Athlete, and you know, positive athlete can represent a lot of things, you know, the positivity in an athlete and all that. But I think the beauty of what we do is we recognize guys that are high character, teamwork oriented, you know, just hardworking kids that are doing all the good things in the community or whatever, great leaders, you know, always accountable. But they're never the ones that are the top of the top, right? It's the 99% or so that don't go to the next level. So we recognize them, you know, give them sponsored scholarship, reward them, highlight their work. But on the flip side, when you think about corporations, they want people with these type of traits, right? So we can accumulate a bunch of these kids into a database for potential corporations to partner with them or have them come work as employees. I mean, it's a beautiful marriage.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing I realized, you know, doing some work back in my home state, Georgia, is that all these companies have the same issue. It's getting great employees and then retaining them. Where do you find them? So I think athletes are really the epitome of what it means to be a hard worker or somebody you can count on.
Positive athlete. Sounds like a great initiative. And as we spin forward here, we'll get to the Super Bowl with you in just a second. But I do want to ask you a question about two of your former teams, both the Commanders and the Broncos this season. I think surprised a lot of us and to what extent that they improved. Looking at each of their circumstances and where they wound up, which turnaround, let's say, surprised you more as a former player of both?
Wow, good question. I would say Washington, really because, you know, we've seen the culture of that franchise the last 20-some years and where it was. But now you look at who they have as leaders, and it almost instantly flipped. And that just doesn't happen. It usually takes time to get out of that kind of rut. But I give them a lot of credit because when you add ownership that cares about the city of Washington the way Josh Harris and his crew does, then you add a winner like Magic Johnson to the ownership group, sky's the limit. Because the first thing you got to do is now have the leaders to go hire the right people. Then you draft the right quarterback. Man, this franchise is set up for success in the next few years.
How happy are you for that fan base? Who, I mean, you played in front of them, so you know how passionate they are, and they started to, a little bit of that started to fade.
They deserve it. I'm just surprised at how many fans are still locked in after all this time.
Right.
You know, I tell people all the time, I played 5 years in Washington, 10 after that in Denver. I still have more Washington fans come up to me about my time in Washington.
Wow.
It's the weirdest thing. But it is what it is. Like, that's just how it is. I love my Broncos. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like that fan base has been deprived from success for so long. They definitely deserve it.
So I actually thought of you last week when we learned of the Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis trade because we never see stuff like that happen. In fact, the last time something like that happened, you were involved in it. It was you in a trade for Clinton Portis. Take us back in the Wayback Machine, the moment you found out and the way that it changed your life, the way that it changed your career.
It was perfect. You know, I honestly don't – I wasn't buying in. It's not like I demanded a trade. It's kind of like this situation. Neither one of those guys demanded a trade. But when you're not happy in a place, it's almost fitting that you get to move on. But I was fortunate enough to move on to a franchise that was first class in everything they do.
Yeah.
A winning franchise, a franchise that's been in the playoffs the last few years. You know, so they had the right pieces for me to settle and go continue my career. So I give Washington a lot of credit for helping me get to the right location because it doesn't always work out like that.
Well, you got to a great location because you're in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah.
So obviously everything.
12-time Pro Bowler.
So I got all kind of different. If you want to hear them,
we're good.
I got a resume.
I can spout them out, baby.
Yeah, I sure can do it. We got the Hall of Famer Champ Bailey with us here on Green on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. You played with and against one of our teammates in Harry Douglas. What can you tell us about Harry?
Gosh. He's still talking. you know. That's one thing I can count on from Harry. He's going to give me a mouthful of everything, and I love it. You know, he's one of the most genuine people you're ever going to meet. I love watching him Saturday mornings do his thing. You never know what you're going to get.
Right.
So, I mean, he's a joyful person, man. I told him, man, he's one of my favorite people on TV right now, so don't stop doing it.
Was he your favorite person when you were playing against
No,
him?
I hated it. That's why we don't talk about that.
I
wasn't even going to bring it up. You know, because he's that guy that's going to hold and, you know, block you a little too long. He's that guy. So, you know. But it is what it is. He was a hard player.
So we just had Max Crosby in your seat in the very last segment. Obviously, he's a stud edge rusher. But I've long believed that a shutdown corner is the most impactful position along the defense. It's an unpopular opinion, but tell me why you might believe that having a shutdown corner is the most important thing that any defense can have.
You know, this is a very good question, and the timing is perfect because now we see Defensive Player of the Year being up for grabs this year between a corner and an edge rusher, right? Pat Surtain, Myles Garrett. I had the same situation back in 2006 with Jason Taylor and myself. We were both like neck and neck, and the edge rusher ended up winning it. I became the runner-up for that. I honestly feel like we get overlooked because sometimes the stats aren't there. You know, maybe you don't have a lot of tackles. You don't have a lot of interceptions. But when you go back and watch those games, you can really see the impact the corner makes when you really dial in and pay attention where that quarterback's not looking. When you take that part away, it's almost impossible for our offense to operate. So, of course, corners play a big role. The thing is, edge rushers are close to the ball. What's the most important position to highlight it on the field? It's the quarterback. So if you're close to him all the time, it's what people see. So they're already marketing themselves every week.
And meanwhile, your strength is the turn down. The turn down is hard to quantify.
Yeah, it is, man. And, you know, I love Myles Garrett. I even love Jason Taylor when he won it. He deserved it. And so does Myles Garrett, but so does Pat Surtain. So did I. So I just hope that they look at him as the cream of the crop and the guy that deserved it this year.
I wanted to ask you about Travis Hunter. You played both ways when you were at Georgia. He obviously plays both ways, won the Heisman Trophy. What kind of advice would you give him as he gets ready for his NFL start?
Well, to be honest, I had the pleasure of speaking with him last week. And I basically just told him to be yourself. You know, go out, try to do everything you want to do. If you aspire to do it, do it. The only thing that's going to stop him is a coach or injury, right? Like, what do they want from him? So do they play him on defense, offense, a little bit of both? I don't know. But if he's preparing himself to do everything he wants to do, sky's the limit for him. I just hope, he can stay healthy and he can get to continue his career and do whatever he wants, whether it's offense or defense. He's going to excel.
Right. He's going to excel in regardless of the role he wants to play.
He's a first-round pick no matter what.
As one of the best corners in the history of the NFL, if he has to either choose a side or prioritize a side, what advice would you provide him?
I'm a cornerback. And, being that I had a chance to play on the offensive side early in my career, I'm going to always pick corner. One thing about receiver compared to corner is it's a very dependent position.
Right.
You have to have protection to protect the quarterback. Now the quarterback has to get you the ball. And you have to get open. So it's a lot that has to play a role there. Cornerback, you just got to do your job. You just got to cover your guy, make sure you're in the right place. And it's very, very straightforward. And, you can have a great pass rush, and that'll make your job a little easier. But you can also excel without a great pass rush. So it's not so much dependent on everything else. So for me, I would always recommend corner.
Champ, before we let you go, who are you here on behalf of again? Let us know one more time.
Positive Athlete. So it's a recognition platform. So we're all across the country now. You can go to positiveathlete.org. You can nominate kids, coach, parent, administrator, AD, anybody can nominate these kids. So just go to positiveathlete.org, hit nominate, and nominate these kids that actually deserve recognition, that aren't excelling on the field the way most of the top athletes are, but they're excelling in the community, in the classroom, just high character people.
That's Hall of Fame worthy right there from the Hall of Famer.
Yes,
Champ,
sir.
Thanks so much for your time.
All right, man. Always a pleasure, man.
Thanks for having me.
Good man.
All right, guys.
Thanks for being here.
There he is. Champ Bailey with us here on Greeny on ESPN Radio. You can check out the playoff preview with the pros airing throughout the weekend on ESPN Radio, brought to you by GNC. At GNC, nutrition isn't a department, it's the whole freaking store. You got goals, GNC has results. Hembo, that was some really good stuff there with Champ. Really good stuff on Travis Hunter. I thought there was a lot of fantastic stuff there. What would you tell Travis Hunter to play? What do you think? What do you think he'll excel at on the NFL level?
The answer is he could be a top 10 corner or a top 10 wideout. Travis Hunter is probably going to chase the money because that's what athletes do. If you look at the average annual value of, we'll call it a top 10 player at each position, the wide receiver makes considerably more money. That's where you butter your bread more. I would expect that if Travis Hunter decides to choose his own adventure, he'll wind up as a full-time wide receiver, and he'll wind up as a number 3, a slot-type corner.
Right.
The problem, of course, with that strategy, if you want to call it that, is there's more downside there. Because if you're in the fourth quarter and you're gassed and you get beat out of the slot, that winds up being a touchdown. That's a lot worse of an outcome than not running a crisp route as a wide receiver in the fourth quarter, where your quarterback goes somewhere else. And so I think it's a very challenging decision to make. But I think from the outset, based on where the money is, he is likely to be a fuller time wide receiver.
And this is the thing about it, and I know what he's saying, and he's saying the right things, that he wants to play both ways. My concern from being a guy that covers the draft really well, you just mentioned it, the wide receiver makes a lot more money. When he gets drafted, you know what's going to happen?
What's going to happen?
Who picks him says, cornerback, Travis Hunter. Right?
You think the way that he is announced.
Yes, that's the thing.
By the way, here are the numbers. The average, it's a well-made point. The average annual value of a top 10 player at wideout is $30.1 million.
Right.
The average annual value of a top 10 corner is $20.6.
Right.
You're taking a $10 million haircut?
And that's what a team is going to try. You know how organizations are.
Absolutely.
They're trying to save money.
And also, the top of the food chain corner is a more rare commodity.
Right.
The market just has not caught up to the same extent there. And so, look, Travis Hunter, I actually think has the talent.
I do too.
To play 70, 80, 90 snaps a game.
Sure.
The question is there going to be an NFL team that allows him to shoot his shot?
Right.
I really hope that they do, because he could actually be an Ohtani-like figure in the NFL, and we've not seen one of those since like the 1960s.
And the thing about that is he'll be one of those guys, because he does that, everybody will want to see it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You don't necessarily have to be a fan of, say, Tennessee, where to grab him at number 1. You don't have to be a Titans fan to say, oh, Travis Hunter's playing. Let me check him out. Let me see what he's got. Okay, I'm going to watch that game. He's one of those guys that NFL fans in general will gravitate to.
And here's the thing. we have decided now with the way that we do sports, in any sport, that we like to compartmentalize what people do.
Right.
But it hasn't always been this way. Shohei Ohtani is proving in Major League Baseball that the mold that we have created might be a good foundation for most everyone.
Yeah.
But if there are exceptional talents, exceptional people, we can make exceptions. Way back in the day, we know that the legends like Sammy Baugh and Chuck Bednarik and George Blanda, these players did multiple things on a football field.
Right.
If Travis Hunter's skill and his conditioning and his stamina is such that he can actually impact the game in two ways, you're talking about a $50 million a year player.
Yes.
You're talking about a player whose value
It's a great investment for a team.
is equivalent to a quarterback.
Right.
So even if you pay him, we'll call it top of the wide receiver value, right?
Right.
And he plays reps at corner, he has an extraordinary value for any team that signs him. He's just like Shohei Ohtani.
Your return on investment's great.
Super high.
Your biggest thing is you got to just make sure he stays healthy.
It's
right?
also-
That'll be the only thing.
It's also a very low-risk proposition because should he fail, God forbid, in one of those two areas, some players then just have to exit the league or become a gadget player. Travis Hunter could then be a full-time player on the other side of the ball.
Other side of the ball.
You don't draft him sort of at the risk of him doing both. No, you draft him because
he could do both.
He does both. He
Right.
provides you so much optionality, which is why I think if I were drafted in Tennessee, I'd take him 1-1.
I wouldn't have any problem with that. I would not have any problem with that because, again, you're getting a Shohei Ohtani. You're getting multiple players.
Unicorn.
In one body, a unicorn, as Hembo said. That is perfect. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. And we're live from New Orleans for coverage of the big game brought to you by GNC and Verizon. And, Hembo, I know you got some sneaky trivia for us.
You've been dying to do this
I've been
in
doing
person.
it. Yes.
You've been dying to do this in
I've been dying to do group trivia.
Oh, we're doing that tomorrow. We're doing individual trivia right now,
man.
Q. And
I'm
your
dead.
question
So I'm dead.
is this.
Okay.
The first team, the first NFL franchise to reach the Super Bowl in 3 consecutive seasons. We know the Chiefs are going for a three-peat.
Yeah.
Winning 3 straight. What was the first team? What was the first franchise to make the Super Bowl in 3 consecutive seasons? That's your question.
Coming up to answer that question next. That's after this word from Red Cross. If you're able, please help people affected by the California wildfires in 2025. Donate at redcross.org/ESPN. That's redcross.org/ESPN to help the Red Cross respond and help people recover.
What's up, kiddos? Clinton Yates here. I've got a new show starting February 10th after the Super Bowl called Clinton and Friends, Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm just a journalist who loves life and have had the opportunity to see so many different places, and I can't wait to share it all with everyone and stay on top of the news of the day. Clinton and Friends. Don't be a stranger. I'll see you on the radio, kiddos.
Some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a huge inheritance. But a phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard for a new one on us. Just trade in any phone from our top brands with select unlimited plans. $829.99 purchase with new smartphone line on select unlimited plans. Minimum $90 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months required. Less $830 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Trade-in terms apply. Payoff phone requires smartphone purchase and port in with new smartphone line on select plan. Must provide most recent bill showing payoff amount of eligible phone. Additional terms apply.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold at $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook app and use promo code WMVP. That's promo code WMVP for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537. 21 and over. Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us. But, try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
Small businesses are the heart of America. Like you, these entrepreneurs started out with a dream and the drive to build a better life. If you have a small business idea to grow or challenge to face, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1964, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs build their businesses. Today, they are the nation's largest nonprofit source of expert mentoring, resources, and education. Whether you're starting out, building back, or have worked at it for years, SCORE will match you with specialized mentors. Our thousands of volunteers provide the guidance and connections you need for free. Your success is waiting. SCORE is ready to help. Find a mentor today at SCORE.org.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Get it done. Grainger offers access to over 1 million products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Wow, okay, and how are your trivia skills?
This is Sneaky Hembo Trivia.
Regular sneaky or extra sneaky?
I'm Hembo. He's Q Myers, 3 feet to my left, which is a wonderful sight to behold.
First time ever, right?
They're Cam and Bubba. Yes, we actually met for the first time in person an hour ago And Q,
on the air.
Be honest.
On the air.
I'm much less impressive in person.
Oh, man, you're my guy.
That doesn't mean I'm less impressive in person.
No, that means you're my guy.
See,
if
this is
less
what
impressive, you wouldn't be my guy.
This is what I said when Hembo told me that, is that implies that he's impressive from afar. Like, when I met him in person, I was like, oh, that's about what I expected from Hembo.
Right,
He's like, a guy who's
because
really
I'm just like a virtual god.
throws out
fits.
facts.
Everything fits.
I am looking at a list.
Shocking.
I'm looking at a list of every Super Bowl participant ever.
Can I look at the list before I answer?
By the way, this is Greeny on ESPN Radio. Your question is this. Your individual trivia question is this.
Okay.
Your favorite. The first franchise, the first NFL team to reach the Super Bowl in 3 consecutive seasons. Let's start back in Bristol with our boy Bubba.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that.
All
Bubba,
right.
who's your guest, bud?
I originally was going to say just throw out the Cowboys because back in the days they were doing some things, but then I'm going to shift over to the Dolphins because Don Shula and the boys, they made a couple Super Bowls. They won a couple Super Bowls, and I think we kind of forget about how often they were making the Super Bowl. So I'm going to go Miami Dolphins.
Bubba's going with the Dolphins and also giving us a stream of consciousness, which is always very much appreciated. Cam, who is your guest, directly or indirectly?
I am also going with the Dolphins. I believe they made the Super Bowl before their back-to-back in 72 perfect season and 73. So I think the Dolphins are going to be the right answer here.
So Q.
I mean, who am I to buck the trend, man?
I go with something else.
What was your first thought, Q?
What was
the
your
Bills?
All right,
At least I'm honest. At least I'm honest.
We know they did it, all right?
Right. At least I'm honest about it.
Would you like Q to go with your first inclination?
Yeah, let's go with it.
You're going to go with the Bills.
Yeah, hey, man, look. Some things are just the inevitable.
This is going to make you look awfully good if it's the Bills, right?
It's not, but it's okay.
The correct answer is the Dolphins.
Yeah, baby.
The Dolphins did so in 1971, 1972, and 1973. The reason I asked that question, Bubba, is for the exact reason that you articulated in your answer, and that's because I feel like that 71 team, often forgotten. People remember the 72 team because they were perfect, and the 73 team very well because they avenged their perfect season, or at least tried to, of course. And the 71 team often forgotten, but the answer to the question, the first team to go back to back to back to get to the Super Bowl, the Dolphins.
The funny thing about it is, though, the first team that popped in my head was the Bills, just because we know that they went the 4 times. And I knew then it wasn't right, but it was the first answer.
I think that the notion that the Bills were some kind of catastrophic failure that go into 4 straight Super Bowls and losing them all is some kind of disaster is ridiculous. It's one of the great achievements in the history of pro football.
Yep.
Getting to the Super Bowl is a big deal, and it should be celebrated, and especially if you do so 4 consecutive times.
Yeah, no, man, that's real. And so again, my trivia streak continues. I roll on, baby. I roll on here on Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Now, we got to bring in Cam for this, and it's not for trivia, but it's for awards. Let's go on and hand some awards. I could do this. All right? How you do that there? I could do it.
Current players. Active players.
I could do that.
This year.
Do you know that? How you do that there? You know that
What
reference?
are you referencing?
Oh, man. I told you I saw Master P the other night. You know who Master P is?
You think he learned who it was in the last hour?
Body of work.
No, he didn't know. He didn't even like understand that I said that. When I said Master P, he was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to acknowledge it."
You've made multiple Master P references this
We're
show?
in New Orleans.
Okay.
That means nothing to him.
I spent 6 hours yesterday on the plane listening to a World War II book.
You should have been listening to some No Limit Soldiers. See, you could have World War II, No Limit Soldiers.
I could have merged the two.
Oh,
that's a bit of a stretch, Cam, if you ask me.
So tonight is the NFL honors, and there's some awards being handed out. Hembo, I'll start with you. The Most Valuable Player Award, Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Lamar Jackson. Who would get your vote, and who will win?
Josh Allen would get my vote, and I believe that Lamar Jackson will win in a hotly contested, close vote. The reason I think Lamar Jackson's going to win, Q, is obvious.
Yeah.
And it's because he was named first-team All-Pro, and very irregularly does the person that, be recognized as that not wind up winning the MVP.
Facts.
Of course, the ones that play the quarterback position. The reason I would vote for Josh is because the numbers are very comparable. He had a clearly lesser-than roster and did not have the benefit of a 17th game, of course, because the Bills had already clinched what they could possibly clinch. And so I believe Josh Allen should win, and Lamar Jackson will win.
I agree with you that Lamar Jackson's going to win for everything that you said. He had a phenomenal season, obviously. I'm going to rock with Saquon Barkley. I've been rocking with Saquon Barkley. That's how I would. If I had the ultimate decision, I would pick Saquon Barkley. You know, I've been riding with Saquon all year. That he should be that guy. I'm still going to do that. Why not? Till the wheels fall off. The Eagles aren't in the Super Bowl. Plain and simple. Without that dude named Saquon Barkley. And it doesn't get more valuable than that. Being in the ultimate game, Super Bowl 59, is what you want to do. He is the one that got the Eagles here. He's the most valuable player.
We were talking about the Defensive Player of the Year award with Champ Bailey. Tonight, it's Zach Bond of the Eagles, Myles Garrett of the Browns, maybe soon to be no longer, Trey Hendrickson, Patrick Surtain, and TJ Watt Q. Who gets your vote for DPOY, and who will ultimately win?
You know what? I might have allowed myself to be influenced, but Champ Bailey was up here. He's a DB. I say DBs win games. I'm going to go with the youngster. I'm going to go with Pat Surtain. That's who I would vote for the Defensive Player of the Year because of what he's able to do. Lock down a whole side of the field. He's able to shadow the best wide receiver. He doesn't allow very many catches. I see the Broncos all the time as being a guy that covers the AFC West. He is a phenomenal player. So that's who I'd pick. Now, who I think is actually going to win, it's probably TJ Watt or Myles Garrett, so I'll just go ahead and go with TJ Watt.
Yeah, I think Myles Garrett's going to win because he has the stats, just like Champ Bailey said. They get the stats.
Yeah.
If I had a vote, I, like you, would vote for Patrick Surtain because he was the most outstanding defensive player in the NFL this season. He does so on an island. He does so at a premium position. And by the way, that Broncos defense was legendary.
Yeah, it was really good.
What a great unit that was. Very unexpected. He was the best player on it by an order of magnitude.
Right.
Got some good linemen, but that guy's a Hall of Fame talent, locking down the back end.
Yes.
Give me Patrick Surtain for Defensive Player of the Year, although I do think Q's right. It's going to go to an edge.
Myles Garrett would be the second year in a row that he won Defensive Player of the Year. How about the Coach of the Year? One of the better Coach of the Year battles we have ever had. We've got Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, who will join our show tomorrow, Sean Payton, Dan Quinn, and Andy Reid. What a lineup. Hembo, who wins Coach of the Year and who should win Coach of the Year?
Wait, we have Andy Reid on the show tomorrow?
I wish.
He's not doing anything, is he? He's not preparing for anything.
Oh, you weren't reading our lineup. You were reading all of the coaches that are up for the award.
Just one of them is joining, and that's Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell.
I see. Kevin O'Connell will get my vote because Kevin O'Connell's team came into the season with very low expectations. Oh, I have been championing Kevin O'Connell from the top of the
You are his
rafters.
biggest fan, yeah.
I am a huge fan of Kevin O'Connell. He creates a very, very manageable offense for any quarterback. I don't think there's a team in the NFL, maybe aside from Washington, who exceeded expectations more so than Minnesota, and I think even more so than Washington. You can attribute it, if not directly, very strongly to the head coach. I think he's really, really good at that job.
Yeah, I would pick Kevin O'Connell as well. I think Dan Campbell's going to win it, though.
You do?
I think Dan Campbell's going to win it because of the Lions and the story that they've had, and they had a phenomenal run. Everyone championed him, how great of a head coach he is, and I think he is really great. But I think that Dan Campbell will get it. Kevin O'Connell will get my vote. How about that?
I was going to ask you guys about Offensive Player of the Year, but I think we know who's going to win that one and who you guys would vote for. Am I wrong?
Saquon's a lock, is he not? I mean, I'd be fairly surprised if he wasn't unanimous, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I'm with you on that. Saquon is phenomenal. So, I would like him to get that MVP award, but Offensive Player of the Year is what he's going to have to do. He's Hembo. I'm Q Myers here on Media Row. This has been fun, man. We're hanging out here.
What about Rico Dowdle?
Rico Dowdle. Get some down ballot votes, Bubba.
This has been Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Coming up, it's Carmen and Yerk. There's a little breaking news this morning as Virginia McCaskey has passed at the age of 102. What a life, seeing her father's vision come to fruition and then some. What does that mean for the Bears going forward? We'll discuss. We get you set for Super Bowl 59. Todd Furman's live in Vegas in a couple hours. It's NBA trade deadline day. I'm going to play something that Brian Windhorst said this morning on Get Up about Vooch. Will he really stay through the deadline today, Yerk? We got a lot to tackle, my friend, and we're going to do some Super Bowl trivia as well.
The last of the championship lineage is gone.
That's true. It most certainly is, as Virginia has passed. It's Carmen and Yerk. Join us coming up at noon.
Have you played Pick 6 from DraftKings? It's Super Bowl 59, the last time to play NFL Pick 6 this season. As the official daily fantasy sports partner of the NFL, DraftKings does fantasy sports like no one else. And DraftKings is making it even sweeter for first-timers. New Pick 6 customers play $5 to get $59 in Pick 6 credits. Win more cash on Pick 6. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code GREENY. That's code GREENY for new customers to play $5 and get $59 in Pick 6 6 credits. Only on DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-MILLION.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old, 3-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion, and he said, "We're going to the ER immediately." And came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos, they started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T-cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing for me because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T-cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit LLS.org.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, loaded show on this Thursday. Lots of football, basketball trade deadline in the NBA. Connor Bedard continues to get torn to shreds by national pundits. It happened again last night after what Mark Messier said on Saturday afternoon, and I want to get into that a little bit. There is some breaking news at this hour, though, as Virginia McCaskey has passed at the age of 102. The Bears made the announcement within the last half hour, and the last sort of vestige to Papa Bear, of course, now is gone, and I don't believe Muggsy's children have really over the years had anything to do with running the Bears in any form. And so the Hallis part is gone. A life well lived, obviously. You make it to 102 and you see this thing that her father created, and no one in their wildest imagination, not his, not hers, could have envisioned, forget about 100 years ago, Yerk, when this thing was in its infancy. How about even 60 years ago, that this league and the game played this Sunday would turn into arguably the single most important piece of entertainment that we have in this country that we enjoy. I mean, that's what the NFL has become. That's what the Super Bowl has become. And it all started with her dad a little over 100 years ago.
That's the side where the football knowledge came from.
100%?
That's the side. The football knowledge, the bloodlines, the football bloodlines are gone.
Yes.
Are gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that
it
is
ran
gone.
Through her.
It ran through her.
Yeah.
She was the final vestige.
Yeah, she was.
That was her. She was holding on to it. And now you're left with what you're left with. And our condolences go out to the family.
For sure, absolutely. I mean, yeah, like, again, 102, I mean, if we should all be so lucky. And as far as I could always tell, even within the last couple of years as she was getting into her late 90s and early 100s, Virginia lived a pretty active, healthy life considering her age. I mean, you get to think about how old that actually is. And so it was a life well lived. It's going to beg the question now, I think, about what happens going forward, because there's always been conjecture about, like, what happens when Virginia passes. Does the team feel pressure? Does the family feel pressure from all the different board members and all the family members on the McCaskey side that are involved if the team would sell? And I've always heard about this estate tax that they're going to have to pay. And I don't know. I've tried to ask people who are way more intelligent, way more versed than I. And
somebody explained it to me that whatever that is, when that happens and they get it, that they don't have to. Depending upon
who knows?
It's something that's
we'll see in the coming months and years what happens. I would anticipate that business is conducted as usual.
Yep.
George McCaskey runs this team. George finally put some real serious, significant dollars and resources behind hopefully getting this process right this time around, getting the coach right, filling out the coaching staff, spending a high sum of money on a coach, going after some high-named assistants, probably not paying Dennis Allen that much because there's some offset language, I would imagine, right, Yerk, with his contract in New Orleans.
Yeah, but they could always shift that. You know how they can do that. They can pay him $100,000 this year, $100,000 next year, backload his contract, depending upon how long his contract was.
They made a financial investment, though, here.
Yeah,
you know, with a couple of their coaches.
Of course they did,
and
yes.
So I would think that it's business as usual, that George is the owner of this team and speaks for the rest of the family and is chairman, and the trickle down goes from there. I don't, and I guess we'll just see a year from now, 2 years from now, 6 months from now. I don't know what it'll look like if the team decides to sell some big stake or sell the whole thing. Who knows? That's always been the speculation. It's always been the speculation. But as we sit here, 30 minutes removed from getting the news, it's way too early to tell or speculate on exactly what might happen. But yeah, some run she had, to say the least, and what the vision of the family was to begin, like I said, all those years ago and those decades ago, to turn into what it's become. And I'm sure it'll be recognized this weekend at the Super Bowl. You know, they're going to do Walter Payton Man of the Year. The award ceremony is tonight. And Virginia was really the last direct tie to the person that got all this thing going a little over 100 years ago. There's no NFL without Papa Bears.
Right, and it was her dad that was borrowing money to other teams to keep them afloat.
That's right.
When they couldn't meet payroll, they'd talk to the Papa Bear, and the Papa Bear would come up with cash to keep them solvent. So,
imagine having to worry about that now if you're an NFL team.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about much, do they?
Don't have to worry about much. What an empire they've built, Yerk. If you want to join us today, you can at 312-332-3776. That is the phone number. It is trade deadline day in the National Basketball Association.
They signed Lonzo Ball to a contract extension.
They did. They signed Lonzo to a 2-year deal. I don't mind that so much. Look, I don't think you were trading Lonzo Ball. I mean, I don't know that anybody is going to take a chance on Lonzo's knee, even though he's made it through this year to this point on a pretty, I don't want to say like, what would you be? It's not like he's playing 10 minutes a night. I mean, Lonzo's played about 25 minutes a night, give or take.
He plays half the game.
Plays about half the game, and I think that's going to ramp up from here. I'm not surprised that there weren't many takers or that there was nothing that enticed them too much. 2 years at $20 million, okay, I have no problem with that.
It's 10 a year or 20 a year?
No, 10 a year, right?
10 a year,
yeah. I believe it's 10 a year. It's 2 years, $20 million total, yeah. I would be more surprised and somewhat more disappointed. I don't mind that Lonzo's back. That's great. Lonzo's been a great story. He's worked hard. I think he's still valued as a teammate. I'd be surprised and a little bit upset if Vooch is still here by the end of the day. It makes no sense to me. It really doesn't. Mark Williams got traded earlier today to the Lakers. Now, he is a totally different center than Vooch. He is a little bit more of an old school center. He's a better defender. He's bigger. He's a decade younger. But they just gave up a first-round draft pick that they had from last summer. They just gave them another future pick. They needed a center. They needed some size. They went out and they got it in a deal with the Hornets while the Bulls continue to sit and hold on to Vooch. Again, not knowing, maybe the Lakers are like, no, we don't want Vooch. We need a defender, and we need somebody big and strong and young, and we're going to go talk to Charlotte. But Vooch is still
they got a guy that doesn't want the basketball, too, right?
Well, that for sure. You don't need to
That's my
feature.
point.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to feature him.
He doesn't
as
need
much.
to be offensively featured.
Yeah.
He doesn't need the ball to be successful. He can be successful rebounding the ball and playing defense.
Yeah, and I get there's a huge age gap. I would just be surprised if there's not a team out there that is currently looking to add that can't find some value for Vooch that would call the Bulls and want to make a deal. Now, are the Bulls being stubborn? Are the Bulls sticking to it's got to be a first-round pick? We gave up 2 for this guy. We can't not get a first-round pick back. The latest thing I read this morning is that the Bulls are kind of sticking to that idea that it's got to be a first-rounder without too many protections in it. They don't want it so that it turns into just multiple seconds down the line. You might not have a choice. Doesn't make sense to keep Vooch on this roster past the deadline this afternoon. Here's Brian Windhorst earlier this morning on Get Up talking about the big splash that Golden State made last night, acquiring Jimmy Butler, and if Vooch could still be in play. Windy sort of hints here that Golden State might not be done yet. Take a listen.
Done? I mean, we were waiting on the Lakers to make a move. They did yesterday. Are the Warriors done here with getting Jimmy Butler?
I don't think so. They've got about $17 or $18 million left of expiring contracts. They still have some draft assets. Nikola Vucevic is a player that they've been very interested in, a big man from the Chicago Bulls. The Bulls are rebuilding. They need a guy who can shoot. I would not be surprised if a deal like that gets done today.
That was 4 hours ago. It's a pretty plugged-in, connected guy. While locally, Cowley and KC have reported they're bracing here for the fact that we should all brace for the fact that Vooch is going to still be on this roster. Brian Windhorst with a slightly different tune, and anybody that wants Vooch traded, I think you'd say that's a slightly more optimistic outlook at this thing. And if the Bulls have to adjust their asking price at some point, I think you have to adjust it. It just doesn't make much sense to keep him on the roster going forward. And second-round picks or first-round picks, whatever it is, the Bulls should have their eyes on collecting as many picks as possible. I was reading something that Chris and Adam sent me this morning. And, by the way, the boys are out doing some fun video stuff in Elmwood Park today with our great partner, Kevbo's here, Kevin Zipak, and Justin Pottinger are with us today. But I was reading something that, the Wizards had something like 18 second-round picks over the next, 7 drafts, and they consolidated a bunch of those to add to their collection of first-round picks, and they now have, 7 in the next – no, I think it's 10 in the next 7 drafts. The Wizards, who are a laughingstock right now, I get it. They might win the Cooper Flag sweepstakes here. They might capture the flag.
Sure.
They're an embarrassment. But they're kind of going through these, these growing pains of, stripping everything down and hopefully having enough draft assets to just fire and fire and fire and hit on a couple of guys. They have, 10 first-round picks in the next 7 drafts. The Bulls should be collecting these things wherever they can. I'm sorry. And if you feel like you're giving away Vooch, then you give him away. He's 34. He's not part of your future. Has he been efficient and pretty damn good this year? Yes. But so what? What has it gotten you?
Nothing.
Nothing. It's gotten you nothing.
It's time to move on.
So it's just time to move.
Time to move on.
It is. Whether you feel like you're getting fleeced or not, too bad, I guess.
Well, you got fleeced when you made the trade with Orlando. That's when you got fleeced.
Is that why he's so stubborn now and not?
Probably. But you've got him when he was, what, 29?
Yeah, sure. You got
30?
him 4 years ago.
Yeah.
You got him when he was 30 years old, right? Give or take. Yeah, you're right.
That's when you got fleeced.
But there has to be someone out there that wants a player of his profile as flawed as he is. He is still a big man that can score, that can shoot. Maybe he rides this heater from distance for the rest of the year. You can talk another team into that, can't you? I'm sure there's a team talking themselves into it.
You would think.
He's one of 4 players. We told you yesterday. 4.
Cat.
With Cat, Sabonis, Jokic. And I know he's not as good as any of those guys. That doesn't change the fact that statistically, he is one of 4 with those guys putting up the averages that he's putting up, points, rebounds, assists, whilst shooting 40% from distance.
Yeah.
There are 4 guys in the league doing that. And so I have to believe that somewhere out there, there's a team that wants him. And if you have to budge off your asking price, I don't think you should be stubborn. I think you should budge and just try to collect as many draft picks as possible and see what you can do with them. And anybody else on this roster, I still read this morning that there's some thought that Kobe White could end up going in the next few hours here ahead of the deadline.
We'll see. Time will tell. You know I love this day. This is one of my favorite days of the year.
The NBA trade deadline?
NBA trade deadline. I mean, I would never even think about being sick on this day.
Never?
No.
Poor Sylvie's sick again. He doesn't like being sick
I'm
on
not
this day.
surprised.
He's got that norovirus
Yeah,
thing.
whatever. He's got something.
That's awful.
You know what? I hope it runs through the system, and I hope he's fine.
Yes.
I hope we get him back Friday, right?
I think he's coming back tomorrow, or it's iffy because they say
you and I aren't here.
We're gone. I don't
That's
want him
a
to be
good
anywhere
thing.
near here. Thank God we're going to be gone tomorrow.
And then we'll back Monday. We'll fumigate the place.
Well, hell yes.
Yeah.
I don't want that thing. That's when I think you puke for like 24 straight hours.
And then the good kid's gone.
Well, you're here Monday.
Yeah,
And
I
then you're
said
gone.
Monday we're going to fumigate the place.
Oh, fumigate the place. Yeah.
And then I'm gone.
And then you're out.
Then I'm hightailing it out of town.
You're Audi 5000.
I'm Audi 5000. I already got the clubs in the bag.
Yurko's going golfing
The travel bag.
after Monday. Boy, I love your planning. I mean, like the day
Did
after.
you see that group,
You're working
too?
the day after the
Yeah.
Super Bowl, and then it's off to Florida to golf.
Off to Florida.
I saw the group.
That night, we're playing Concession Club, Old Florida, which is a private country club, Carm.
Wow, look
Yeah,
at
so
you.
it's Concession Club, named after Jack Nicklaus,
Jack Concession.
and Tony Jacklin.
Of course.
With the concession in the Ryder Cup.
Is that right?
The two of them were the architects on the on the plan.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's good.
They were playing like the Bay Village Club in the Renaissance.
Where in Florida are these?
Fort Myers.
You're going to Fort
One's in
Myers.
Bradenton, so we got to make a little bit of a drive. Yeah.
Little bit-
But basically the Fort Myers area.
Nice.
I got a guy turning 50, Slabo. Rob Stockwell. He's the assistant pro over at Midlothian Country Club, Carm. Still trying to get us on there, you know, me and you.
Is that a good one? I haven't played Midlothian.
Is Midlothian a good
That's a
country?
good one.
Hosted a U.S. Open.
All of those old Southside courses
It
are-
hosted a U.S. Open.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Boy, I've never played Midlothian.
Oh, yeah. Of course
Like
you have it.
Olympia, Flossmoor, Midlothian, all those courses.
We got to lean on some people.
Why has he not gotten us out there? Let's lean on him.
Can you play on a Monday?
Sure.
We have to take the day.
Okay. You can convince me.
Just letting you know.
I can play on a Monday. Country club life, man.
1914 U.S. Open, Midlothian.
Midlothian Country Club,
Hasn't
1914.
changed a bit.
Hasn't
Yeah.
changed a bit.
Oh, it's glorious.
Those courses down there are
Hey,
beautiful.
It's glorious.
Yeah.
Old school, Carm.
Mondays was always, when I caddied and I worked in the bag room as a young man at Naperville Country Club, Mondays
Mhm.
were fun because they did let the caddies.
That's what I call it, Monday Fun Day.
Monday Fun Day. You could
Yeah.
play the course, and they would let you bring a guest.
And you could go to the pool from 1 to 1:15.
Yeah, that's true. Just
Yeah,
like in
15
Caddyshack,
minutes,
15 minutes for the caddies.
15 minutes on Monday.
No, but I used to bring my dad out there then sometimes on a Monday. You know, he'd cut out work. Maybe we'd
Sure.
go play golf at Naperville Country Club. Yeah, beautiful track.
Wish me well.
The old Caddyshack now is the golf simulator.
Remember
Can
the
you
goal,
believe that?
The goal every year, right, is to shoot what? 360. And the 4 rounds.
and the 4
90, 90, 90,
Yeah,
90.
that makes sense.
I'm a boogie golfer. 16.3 handicap. That's all I want to do is play bogey golf. Carm.
Yeah.
So I'll put it out there. I'll take pictures of the scorecards. I'll keep our our fans and our listeners. I'll keep them in tune to what's happening.
I know you will. You always do.
A lot of sand and water down there, though, man.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
what a nightmare.
Cruz is on the south side. Cruz, what's up?
Tom.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Tell us, man.
How
What's
are
up?
you?
What's going on?
Hey, man, I just got a notification on my phone. I seen that Virginia McCaskey passed away. I just was curious on your guys' thoughts if you think things with the team will change or stay the same, or how do you think that's going to work out?
Carmen started
Cruz.
his dissertation today thinking that everything's probably going to stay the same. They're just going to march ahead.
Just my guess.
They've hired all the guys. I don't know what the tax implications are. I talked to an accountant that said it's really not going to hit them much.
That's what I've heard.
Right. It's not going to hit them much because there's some law that's in place that if you take it over from an asset to here, that they allow a one-time jump or something like that where it's not going to affect you and it's not going to cripple you financially.
I
don't know.
I've heard.
That's what I heard.
The same thing.
I am not an accountant.
I am not either. And I have specifically asked people that live in that world, Yurko, like corporate tax attorneys.
Right.
Okay. And there's.
What's your brother? Who's he?
But my brother is not a corporate tax attorney. He's an accountant.
He's an accountant.
Yes, so he does.
But not in that regard.
No.
Yeah.
He does assurance. He's a partner at PwC, and he's got mostly real estate companies that he deals with, big, large big, large.
What is that? Prince Water and Copper? I mean, what is PwC?
No, it's Price Waterhouse Coopers.
Okay, I'm just asking.
But he does assurance. He does external audit for big commercial real estate companies. But I do have someone that I'm connected to that is a corporate tax attorney. And he has told me kind of what you've heard. Now, we get pushback on this. Guys will call up, no, I'm an attorney. This is what's going to happen. I have been told that, A, there's no way the family's not prepared for it.
Right. Well, you'd have to be prepared.
You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar entity.
You're not getting caught by surprise
right. Like,
when somebody turns 100.
Exactly.
There's no surprises.
This is a multi-billion-dollar asset that has powerful and smart attorneys, and tax attorneys, and accountants.
Yes.
And that he has sort of said
that
the same
would
thing.
limit
He's like, they're
their
not
liability.
Exactly.
Yes. Limit their liability.
Apparently, a lot of it is in how that trust has been written.
I've got trust in that trust.
Of how the trust was sort of written when the old man passed.
Yeah.
In the early 80s. Listen, and again, it's way above our head. I'm just with Yurko. I've tried to ask some people over the years, because I've always heard that, like, they have to sell when she dies, when she passes, because they can't afford, they're not going to be able to pay the inheritance tax.
Yeah.
And I was like, could that really be? I mean, they're not prepared for that. I've been told, no, they'll be prepared for it.
I got a guy at PwC, too. My man, Subtrack Donnie.
Yeah.
He's a partner with PwC. I got a guy at KPMG.
Bigwig,
Sweet Baby Ray. I got
Sweet Baby Ray, but they don't live.
But they've got somebody that they work with that's got to know.
Yeah,
they got to know.
Ask
you know
them.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maybe I give them a ring. Maybe I shake the bushes, see if I can't get the snakes out. You know?
Yeah. So I think things are going to go.
Where's
forward.
that line from?
Say it again.
Shake the bushes and see where the snakes come out. Rising Sun, Sean Connery.
Oh, man, that's good.
With Wesley Snipes.
Yes. Yeah, that's pretty good. Good one.
Yes.
So, I think things stay the same, especially in the short term. I don't know where these Bezos rumors have always come from. Sometimes they say, what's the old expression? I don't want to malaprop this, Yerk. It's where there's smoke, there's fire, right?
Yeah.
We've heard that for years, this idea that Jeff Bezos is lining up to buy the Bears and that when Virginia passes, that's when the family's going to sell. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I don't believe that. I don't think that this team's going anywhere right now.
I don't believe that.
I think they sell only when they want to sell, if they ever want to sell. And I don't think they're ever going to be forced to sell.
I'm kind of with you.
So that's where we're at.
We are operating under the same assumption. Maybe we'll be wrong. A year from now, if Jeff Bezos is doing an introductory press conference as the owner, be like, okay, look at that. That's awesome. Jeff Bezos just bought the Bears. But
that's right.
I don't think that's happening.
You think he'd go to Restore?
I don't think so.
They might just get him right away, and it becomes like Restore Bears Field. You know what I'm saying? And on top of the dome is like a carpet of hair.
That's great.
I think I'm an idea man, guys.
You really are.
I am. Feed mayonnaise to tuna. Call Starkist. What movie?
I don't know.
Come on!
Doing today?
Michael Keaton.
Right
there. Michael Keaton and Henry Winkler.
It's
the one where they're corners.
Yeah, I can't think of it.
You can't think of either. Can I?
It's
Night Shift.
Night Shift.
Night Shift.
Night Shift. Yeah.
Remember, he's in the
It's
car.
Night
He
Shift.
goes in the tape recorder.
Yes.
Feed mayonnaise to tuna.
Yeah.
Call Starkiss.
It's Night Shift. Yeah. You're unbelievable, man.
I'm on a roll today. Death does it to me, Carm. That's what happens. Death does it to me. For me, it's the ultimate motivator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm an artist. You know, as an artist, different things motivate different people.
Death is the ultimate motivator.
That's how I
it's
handle
the ultimate motivator. To try to stay healthy.
Right. That's how I handle death.
Rest in peace, Virginia. 102. What a life. 312-332-3776. If you want to ring us up, give us thoughts on that. If you think something's going to happen with the Bears, trade deadline stuff. Could the Bulls possibly keep Vooch? And wouldn't you just trade him for anything at this point? Or do you push back against that? 312-332-ESPN. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Illinois who are 21 or older. First bet after registration must qualify. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a huge inheritance. But a phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard for a new one on us. Just trade in any phone from our top brands with select unlimited plans. $829.99 purchase with new smartphone line on select unlimited plans. Minimum $90 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months required. Place $830 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Trade-in terms apply. Payoff phone requires smartphone purchase and port-in with new smartphone line on select plan. Must provide most recent bill showing payoff amount of eligible phone. Additional terms apply.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
All right, fellas, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. You know what that means? Flowers. I'm getting to it, baby. I'm getting to it. Is it flowers, chocolates? And it's a little extra pressure to bring your A game when the night winds down.
Yeah, baby.
Lucky for you guys, I've got the perfect gift. Not just for you, but for your partner. That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew.
Really a gift for her at the end of the day, isn't it?
It is. You'll find out. Blue Chew is the ultimate performance enhancer for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but it's a chewable form, and it's at the fraction of a cost. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's all done online and shipped discreetly to your door. Look, fellas, candy's nice. Jewelry, sure. But let's be real. Your partner wants a night to remember.
Yes.
That's where Blue Chew comes in. A little confidence boost, a little extra fire, and suddenly you're the best Valentine's Day gift they've ever had. Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. This year, skip the stress and make sure the hardest part of Valentine's Day isn't picking out jewelry. Chew it and do it.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko 64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I love it. All right, we have a lot to do today. Carmen and Yerk, bunch of Super Bowl 59 preview. Todd Furman joins us live in Vegas to talk about the big game prop bets, final thoughts on sides and totals for Super Bowl 59. Tomorrow, come hang with us in Northwest Indiana at Twin Peaks. We're going back. We are going to be at the Cherville location from noon until 3, all over the big game on Sunday. So come grab some lunch with us, have a cold beer, maybe a cocktail. They make great craft cocktails, and we will see you tomorrow at Twin Peaks. Today, you can go see Waddle and Sylvie at Dave & Buster's in Schaumburg. Sylvie's still under the weather, so Meller and Tyler and Waddle will do the show together. It'll be a little three-man weave action over at Dave & Buster's in Schaumburg.
I like it.
So, yes, out and about, my friend, the next couple of days. Come press some flesh. Later this afternoon, we'll do a fun trivia game. I mean, we only have one football game left, man. Let's do a little bit more. Let's do some football trivia, okay?
Who doesn't love trivia?
And Yurko, as always, will be your lifeline. Yurko does not know the answers.
I don't know the answer.
But Yurko is going to be able to help you because this is right in his wheelhouse, folks. I promise
I thought
you.
I came up with the question today.
No, that's for the auto show tickets.
Okay.
That's auto show.
All right. I've
this
got that
is,
question.
I have a trivia game for later, football related.
I love it.
And if I had to guess, I would think my partner would go 10 for 10. There's maybe one.
I'm channeling the first answer. Right here, like Karnak the Magician. You kids don't know who the hell he is, but Johnny Carson used to do it, and it was fantastic. Right here.
Karnak. He had the hat on, and he put the envelope up
the
to his
envelope
head.
would have the answer in it, right?
Right.
And I would say a sly snake with a sore knee. And I open up the envelope. Who is Kenny Stabler?
That's perfect.
Right?
There you go, yeah.
A sly snake with a sore knee.
I thought maybe you were going to be Yurko.
Kenny Stabler, right? I could do Karnak.
But yeah,
is the first answer Kenny Stabler?
The Kenny Stabler's not an answer today. I will tell you that. But
quarterback for the Oakland Raiders back in the 70s. Went to Alabama, by the way.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, just so everybody knows.
I would think Yurko, there's maybe one in here that might trip him up, but he's going to be a good lifeline for you. So get ready for a little trivia.
That's right. We love giving stuff away
today.
is what we like to do.
We have a prize pack to
Isn't
give away.
that what we're here for?
We like to give to the audience.
We're givers. We've always been givers.
Look at this. Speaking of trivia, Daniel in Naperville actually wants to ask you a trivia question. All right, Daniel, go ahead.
Hey, Yerk.
Yeah.
You and Harry were out at the convention center, Stevenson, and you guys were doing promotions, and you asked me a question for a jacket, and the question was this. Rookies of the year, 1976. Football, baseball, baseball, and oh my God, I forgot the other one.
I think basketball, because I think I know the answer.
It was basketball, and I know you're going to get it, but back then it was a very tough question.
Yes.
But what's your answers?
It's very tough. I know what it is. Do you remember yet?
Yeah, give it to us.
It's Andre Dawson. It's Adrian Dantley. It's Anthony Dorsett.
Tony Dorsett. All ADs.
All ADs, right?
Yeah, the Dorsett tricked a lot of people.
It did, because everybody thinks of Tony Dorsett.
That's right.
Thanks, Daniel. That's down memory lane.
Boy, Donald E. Stevens Convention Center. I remember that.
It is a good question. You can use that at bar trivia. So, as Daniel was saying, in 1976, the NL MVP, the NBA MVP, and the NFL, not MVP, excuse me, Rookie of the Year, forgive me. The NL Rookie of the Year, the NBA Rookie of the Year, and the NFL Rookie of the Year all had the same initials.
AD.
And the one that makes it tricky is even if someone can remember Andre Dawson or Adrian Dantley,
they can't get Tony Dorsett.
Can't get Tony Dorsett.
Because it's Anthony Dorsett.
Exactly.
We were there, I believe, for the Hummels convention. The figurines.
I don't remember that.
You don't know the Hummel figurines?
I don't think so.
Oh, the collector pieces.
Hummel.
Donald E. Stevens had a wonderful collection.
You guys were there for that?
Oh, yeah. It's good times.
Hummel's collection.
Yeah, you've never seen those figurines?
I don't think so.
Take a look at them, Carm. You may have seen them in like a store.
Why would you guys have been there?
Well, we were there because it's in Rosemont, this whole thing. I mean...
I know, but why would you be there promoting a Hummel collection?
We were there doing an appearance, Carm. Making money.
For this?
Oh, hey, whoever pays the freight, kid.
That's odd to me.
Whoever pays the freight, guys.
I do know what they are now that you...
Yes.
Yeah, I do know what they are.
I mean, whoever...
They're like the little German boys swing, yeah.
Carm, whoever pays the freight, maybe you forgot. Things haven't always been this glorious at this facility.
Well, I didn't know. I can't imagine that something like that would attract sports radio personalities.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
That seems odd.
I remember. I mean, it was a long time ago.
That's incredible that you remember that and that Daniel remembers meeting you guys there.
Well, it's memorable when you run into the good kid.
And that you guys were
even more memorable when you run into the tiny one.
You guys are pimping Hummel figurines.
Anything we could to make a dollar back then, remember?
Oh, my
Times
God.
were tough here. We were trying to raise revenue.
Hold on. I'm going to put Chase on hold, actually. Hold on, Chase. We'll get back to you.
Maybe you forgot what we're doing here, kid. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the bottom line.
I want to start getting into some Super Bowl preview with you. Waddle and Sylvie yesterday, Meller was in. They had some good conversation about how they expect this game to go and Saquon's impact on this game and how if the Eagles are going to win this thing, is it going to have to be a Saquon game and a Saquon day that takes them there? It's incredible because Jalen Hurts was so good in this Super Bowl, in this matchup 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He was so good.
Was he a better quarterback 2 years ago than he is now?
I have
his second year in this league. The way he threw the ball,
I know.
I said to myself, "Wow, this kid has got it."
And, like,
man.
I've got some reservations
He figured
now.
some things out that second year. I don't know if he's been able to replicate that second year.
I think he has, and I've got some reservation or some hesitation going into this game. Thoughts on Super Bowl 59, Bulls trade deadline stuff, 312-332-3776 if you want to ring us up. It's Carmen and Yerk. We're coming right back.
This is Carmen and Yurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
$7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $7 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Hi, it's Cap, and I've got a Valentine's tip for you. If snoring is causing sleepless nights, don't wait. Do what I did. Visit Sinus and Snoring MD. They've helped patients like me breathe better and sleep soundly. Their independent practice offers in-office treatments from removing nasal polyps to fixing deviated septums. Call 414-441-4544 and give your Valentine and yourself the gift of better sleep. That's 414-441-4544 for Sinus and Snoring MD.
Do you know what to do when a car is pulled over on the side of the road? First, reduce your speed. Second, change lanes if possible. Third, proceed with caution. These 3 simple steps can be the difference between life and death. The next time you're on the road, do the right thing. Slow down, move over, and drive like your life and their life depends on it. Sponsored by the Illinois Broadcasters Association. Aired in cooperation with this station. Thanks to the AAA Auto Club for their financial support in the airing of this message.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisor Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, the shrimps are really jumbo.
The county just requested more electric charging stations.
Orders have really amped up at Able Electric.
We need 3 more at First and Main, and we just got another hotel chain.
It's no shock. Able Electric needs able electricians.
Grocery store wants charging stations, too.
And fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, this Sunday, catch the big game at a Northside Classic. Sheffield's Beer and Wine Garden. Sit back and enjoy with Sam Adams American Light. Clean, crisp, and perfect for game day. Paired perfectly with featured food specials, barbecue, and quarterly raffles. It's the ultimate game day experience at Sheffield's Beer and Wine Garden. This Sunday, cheers to great friends, great food, and a great beer with Sam Adams American Light.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Kansas City Chiefs still sitting at about a 1.5 point favorite in Sunday's game. Todd Furman at 2. It's Carmen and Yerk now on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. And watch us on our YouTube channel. If you ever miss anything, go to our YouTube channel and you'll get all the shorts, all the interviews, all the replays. Our conversation about Sabrina Carpenter and her music from the other day
I saw
is
some
now
of that
on YouTube.
I saw some of that on social media, Carmen.
Yeah, youtube.com/@Carmen and Yurko. Like and subscribe while
I
you're
did
there.
blush. I didn't realize that, but when you see that, some of the stuff you were reading me, Carm, whoa.
I mean, she's filthy.
Yeah, I mean,
which is fine for us, but for the kids,
Right.
like, come on.
I mean, I'm sure when we had Two Live Crew and what they were singing back in the day,
I'm
sure we had our moments back in the day.
Oh, I'm sure our parents
with our songs
thought the same thing. Like, we don't want you guys listening to this music.
Little bitty, eeny weeny, yellow polka dot bikini. If you listen to that song,
really going old school.
You listen to that song, you might find some things that might be a little rough, some double entendres.
Right.
Yeah, if you listen to that song, you might go, what are we exactly talking about here?
Yes, I concur.
All right.
But that doesn't mean that when you get older and your kids are listening to that music, you don't kind of freak out a little.
I got you. But that's what happened. Our parents were freaking out, and we were like, oh, man, just relax. It's just a song, man. They're just lyrics, Dad.
Wow.
Come on now.
She's a little dirty
Fortunately,
birdie. So.
Fortunately for me, my dad didn't understand a ton of English.
That's awesome, yeah.
So
it doesn't really matter that much.
I was okay with it.
That's
And Mom
fantastic.
was just like, but don't bother me, I'm cooking.
Yeah,
If
right.
you want to
yeah,
eat?
Yeah.
Then shut the hell up and leave me alone.
That's great.
Yeah. Okay. No problem, Mom.
I guess we helicopter too much these days. That's what they say.
Yeah,
Too
but
much
they let
help.
us do whatever. I was out till 10 o'clock one night. It was dark. She sent my uncle to go find me. And I didn't realize with the softball lights that it got, it was dark. And it was 10:30. I come walking home. My uncle walked me home. First thing my mom did, she didn't say, oh, where were you? She asked, do you know what time it is? Smack.
Damn.
Mom, I didn't know. I was trying to smack. Mom, I made $10 being the bad boy for the song. Smack. Oh, you got to be home when it's dark. That's all. That was the lesson to be learned.
Yes.
And I don't think I heard right out of my left ear for about 2 weeks.
Probably didn't.
But she hit me because she loved me, Carl.
Of course she did.
She loved me. That's why she hit me.
You got to understand that.
Oh.
So if I were not looking at any jersey numbers or names, right? If there were no names on the jerseys for this weekend's game, and you just plop down all the metrics, okay?
Right.
There is
a decided advantage toward
well,
one side.
No. I wouldn't
of
say
the
it's
football
no.
field.
I wouldn't say a decided advantage. I would say there is no way anybody, whether you are doing this professionally as a gambler and you're the best of the best, or you're a bookmaker and you've got very sophisticated algorithms, or you're doing it in a much more amateur but fun way like I do it, and my power numbers are very rudimentary, but still a formula for creating a point spread. There is no way anybody that looked at the data would tell you that the Kansas City Chiefs should be favored. It's impossible.
I agree.
But they're favored.
Yes.
Because?
I agree, because of Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
That's exactly right.
And maybe a little bit of Steve Spagnuolo. Maybe a little bit of that.
But it's, let's say, coaching and Patrick Mahomes. There is no way anybody's power number, anybody's, could possibly get you to the Kansas City Chiefs being favored in this game. If you just purely looked at metrics, and I won't even deep dive it, I'll just give you a few.
Just give me a few.
The Eagles are better in point differential, points per drive margin, total yards margin, and EPA per play differential.
Right.
They're better, significantly better, in every single metric.
They've given up fewer points. They've also scored more points.
Yes.
Yes. That also is there.
Yes.
Do you want to know what the greatest gift that Kansas City has? What's their best ability they have?
Their best ability they have?
Yes. The best ability they have.
I mean, I would say it's like what we just said. I would say it's some combination of their game planning with their head coach and their all-world quarterback who's going to be making his 5th Super Bowl start already. And he just doesn't really screw up that often.
They suffocate you. That's what they do. Like a boa constrictor. They get a hold of you, and every time you try to take a breath, all they do is tighten their grip. They tighten their grip. That's all they do. It doesn't look good sometimes. It doesn't look impressive. It looks like you're actually doing nothing. But all they're doing is tightening their grip, and at the end of the day, what they did was they suffocated you, and they out-executed you at the end of the day to get a victory. By how many points? At least one.
Yeah, at least one.
That's it. At least one.
Sometimes as few as 1 or 3.
At least one.
Yeah,
We've
right.
gone over all the Super Bowls with the New England Patriots and the plus-minus that they had
Oh,
there.
yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, the plus-minus in theirs per game was only like 1.5.
Yeah, they were all close. Yeah.
Every game was close.
Every game was close.
There was an 8-point loss and there was a 10-point victory.
Right.
Which gives you what? A +2. That's all it gives you
That's all
there.
it gives you.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, in the Super Bowl, all that matters is that you win. Their ability to suffocate you and to out-execute you. And when the key plays need to be made at key times during the game, somehow they always make them. Always. And that's their greatest stability. And when they were going through the season winning 15 games, everybody, well, that's just not so impressive. It's not so impressive. Winning football in the NFL is impressive. Winning games in the NFL is impressive. It's not easy to win in the NFL. And when you've got a head coach that has seen it all and is impervious to negative things that happen to him when they're out there, he doesn't get unsettled. You heard Andy the way he talked.
Oh, yeah.
He never is unsettled. When he is unsettled, it's quick, it's to the point, and it's to the individuals that are involved. That's it. He says it once, everybody they take it in, and then it's over and it's adjusted. That's their greatest strength, and that's why they have a smidge of an advantage. That's why. I looked at it and I said, geez, every single thing I look at tells me that this is going to happen.
Tells you Philly, right?
They're going to stop Saquon Barkley. That's their goal.
How do you,
Their goal is to stop Saquon.
Let's do a little X's and O's then. Let's do Yurko Chalk Talk. Like how, by the way, one thing before that, because you were talking about Andy being cool and calm. Wasn't it just last year that, like, early in the game, Travis Kelce was pushing him on the sidelines?
Yeah.
Wasn't that last year?
Oh, yeah.
And, like, Andy was cool and calm about the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, Travis Kelce, like, shoved him on the sideline because he was mad about it. He's been a
He wasn't
baby
getting the
about
football.
something.
He wasn't getting the football.
Like, wasn't that last
But
year?
he's been with him for how long?
I know.
You know?
But Andy just knows how to handle it.
Yes, he does.
All right, so
Because
he's
been around.
Give us
This is how you work it.
Give us the Chalk Talk here on what Spags does
This
to try to
is
stop
your defensive philosophy. I think in obvious run situations, they're going to be they got run blitzes and pass blitzes. They're going to be bringing a guy off the corner to force him to stay front side. It's going to be 1 yard penetration, extension, find the football. That's how they're going to play it. They're not going to put themselves out of position. What happens sometimes when they run that zone play, you get your backside guy that gets up 3-4 yards in the field. He almost doesn't need to be blocked because he's out of the play.
Out of the play.
The violation of the principle of uneven parallel lines. You can't violate that law when it comes to a defensive line's philosophy. And what I mean about uneven parallel lines is you've got guys that come across, you've got parallel lines, 6 individuals crossing the ball, and they're all even right there. If you get one guy that gets out of whack, right? One guy that gets out of whack, and you
Now
got
they're not
4
even?
guys playing, now they're not even. It's a natural chasm in the defense that not even the best linebacker can fill. You remember when Barry Sanders got John Lynch in the hole? And because the hole was a wide chasm, John Lynch really had no chance. And all he did was give him a hip, and he took it away.
Sure.
And he was gone. You can't allow him to have that. Those 3.9 yards of being able to rush the ball without being touched are going to be gone.
If you do that, you're done.
They're going to force him. They're going to force him with the principle of not violating the uneven parallel lines. They're going to force him to stutter a couple of times. If he stutters in the backfield, he's dead. So they're going to try to cause hesitation for Saquon Barkley. If they can cause hesitation for Saquon Barkley, that's going to be a problem.
When he gets to this, and I think what you're talking about
When
is
he
like
hits it
when he's
downhill,
downhill,
going,
and he's in the second level, and then he's one-on-one with a safety or a linebacker,
Yes.
like those guys have almost no chance.
Right. I mean, it's tough.
That's where Saquon's specialness
That's where
comes
he's
into
tough.
play.
Right. He's got wiggle.
I'll give him that.
He's got wiggle.
Yes, he does. He has
He's got wiggle.
explosiveness. He has burst. Like Meller and Waddle were talking about it yesterday. Like, and that's where you give Saquon credit. Not every running back in this league can hit that second level and then run away from everybody. No. That's what makes Saquon special. He can run away from everybody.
And if I'm Steve Spagnuolo, I'm working his calf on the bottom of piles. Oh, dropping an elbow on there, the extra one. Yeah, make it look natural, normal. But I am concentrating on that leg that is bothering him with extra elbows. Get him on the pile. Guys, it's not fair. It's somewhat dirty, but it doesn't make a difference. I'm not doing it to injure. I'm doing it for the cumulative effect, where it may cause him a problem. It may cause a little stiffness and tightness. Give me the next guy that might not be as special as
Gainwell's
Saquon
in
Barkley.
concussion protocol, too. You know,
Who's the third guy that came in and busted a 40-yarder?
I know, because their stupid line is so good.
Right.
I've seen a lot being made of the fact that, well, Spags hasn't allowed a 100-yard rusher like in 18 playoff games. I do think I think their rush defense in Kansas City is a little bit more susceptible than maybe people want to believe. If you look, okay, and he hasn't given up a 100-yard rusher, that's fine. James Cook should have probably gotten to that number. If you look at the last 5 or 6 games, even going back to last year, maybe we shouldn't compare year to year, but some of the yards per carry and EPA per rush have been very good for Kansas City's opposition. Teams have been able to find some success running the ball against.
So I'd want to look at red zone numbers. Because you can run the ball 20-20. Now give me some red zone numbers. So if I look at Kansas City's defense in the red zone and they're wonderfully efficient, like teams have gotten down there an X amount of times and they've ended up settling for field goals, or they've turned the ball over, or they turned it over on downs. A team that gets stingy in the red zone is a tough team to play against.
Usually, yeah.
And I would look at both sides of the football to see that red zone defense and what it looks like. Yeah, just take a look. They could be eerily similar, and I can't then gain an advantage one way or the other, and then flip it and look at red zone efficiency each way offensively and see who's a little bit better when they get down to the red zone. That might be able to give you some clues on what's going on. I don't have it in front of me, Carm. Quite frankly, those are advanced metrics. Usually, if I was looking at the film, I'd be able to pick up on that when I'm watching it. Team that's wonderfully efficient. Detroit,
both teams
efficient usually down in the red zone.
Scoring, you mean?
Yeah. Scoring, their offense would be.
Do you want to know, were you wondering about Philly and Kansas City's defenses?
Defense, yeah.
Both of them?
I want to know both of their defenses first.
They're both in the top 10 in red zone efficiency.
Who's better?
Philly's a little bit better. You're talking about literally barely 2 percentage points.
So it screams to me too. Under.
Yeah, see, I kind of like the over, but I'm more on an
Nobody
island.
cheers for the under.
Yeah, I know. Cheer for the under.
How about a first half under?
Sure.
You can cheer for a first half under.
The first quarter under has been a huge trend the last 20 years in the Super Bowl. Huge. I can give you some of those numbers later. Especially recently.
Am I the only guy hoping for an 11-11 first quarter?
Oh, first quarter.
Yeah, first quarter, 11-11. Is that out of whack?
That'd be kind of out of whack. Get to 11-11.
8-3, touchdown, 2-point conversion. These teams love their 2-point conversion.
I'm waiting to get all my squares numbers for the weekend. Those should start trickling in tomorrow.
Well, like I said, there's no bad number anymore in squares with 2-point conversions, with the silliness that you have.
Yeah.
Safeties, all types of stuff. You betting safety in the Super Bowl?
I'm not betting a safety.
Do you think there'll be a sack or a touchdown scored first? You can make that wager, too.
I know. I do kind of like the 2-point conversion prop. Yeah. Because these teams go for it so much, and if they miss, like Jake Elliott's missed a lot of extra points, and then you feel like they're going to be going for those twos. Now, not only do you have to go for it, you got to get it, but I kind of trust I trust both these teams to convert a 2-point play, and you get plus 235 on
first
that.
Touchdown. I want to bet each of the second tight ends.
Yeah,
for first
Gray
touchdowns, either one of them.
Not Cacciatore. What's his name?
Cacciatore. No. Cavatelli.
It's
Cavatelli. Cipriani.
It's not Mark Calcavecchio. What's his name?
Cipriani.
I'm blanking on his name.
I don't know.
He's a Paisan. It's
he's Italian.
Calcaterra, right?
Could be Calcaterra. The two backup
so you want
tight
Gray
ends.
and Calcaterra?
Right. 100 on each. And they've got to be long odds. Doesn't mean, there's no way in the world.
Those would be, you'd get paid handsomely.
Right. That's what I'm looking at. Everybody focuses. One guy forgets the backup tight end, and boom, there he is, catching a 3-yard touchdown pass.
It's Grant Calcaterra.
Calcaterra, yeah.
That's Phillies, and then Noah Gray, obviously.
That's a safe bet you can make with a chance of making some real money. You know what I'm saying?
Calcaterra has 1 touchdown this year.
Yeah.
If Calcaterra gets a touchdown, you're going to get paid handsomely.
Yeah, that's my point.
I love that. All right, if you got a thought on the Super Bowl, ring us up at 312-332-3776. Will Spags stop Saquon in this dynamic rushing attack? It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Someone asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. I actually went home and counted how many connected devices I own, and it's more than a dozen. All to keep me connected to the good stuff, my streaming, my gaming, all my interneting. You name it, I got it connected. Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year, and that's why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Now through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it. And then some. Visit Xfinity.com. Call them at 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store to switch today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees are extra after the promotion. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
All right, the big game is almost here, and Bub City's got your go-to for a winning spread between their award-winning wings, which are delicious, the smoked baby back ribs, and the prime brisket. Oh, my God, it's incredible. They've got everything you need to feed the team right, whether it's a small gathering or full house. They've got you covered. And the sides, woo, baby. Pre-order carry out today at bub-city.com. That's bub-city.com. Make your party the talk of the postseason.
Pap Oil inviting you to experience the excitement at Four Winds Casino Resort in New Buffalo, Michigan. Great dining, especially if Chief is buying when we visit next. Experience the latest slots with the biggest progressive jackpots, a wide variety of table games, a sports book, headliner entertainment, and luxurious hotel rooms. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casino. For more information and to make your reservation, go to fourwindscasino.com.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text TAP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text TAP to 321-321. That's TAP to 321-321.
Indoor test tracks and outdoor test drives. It's a car shopper's dream at the Chicago Auto Show, February 8th through the 17th at McCormick Place. Buy your tickets today at chicagoautoshow.com and check out all the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
We're going to play some trivia coming up after 1. Yurko's going to be your lifeline, so get your thinking caps on. Todd Furman joins us at 2. I want to play some stuff from Hawks Oilers last night. I know, Hawks Oilers, who cares?
Bissonnette?
It's, yeah.
Spitting chicklets, guys?
Yeah, it's, I don't know. I'll save it for a little bit later. I don't know if why all of a sudden this has started, if it's just natural reaction or if Bissonnette feels like for TNT he had to respond sort of the way the ABC crew did with how critical Mark Messier was of Connor Bedard over the weekend. But Bissonnette goes into him pretty good here from what he saw in the first period last night. A game I did watch a lot of. Actually, that might have been going into the third where he unloaded on him, now that I think about it, because that second period is where Bedard was pretty sloppy, if I'm remembering correctly. I did put it on after the Bulls
He
game.
was sloppy?
It was sloppy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was sloppy.
We might have to go to a game to give ourselves an honest assessment of it. Everybody's criticizing your hockey eyes and my hockey eyes. I like to think that we're experts when it comes to the game.
I don't know about that, but
Harmon, you've played enough to know.
I do have some thoughts, but I trust what these guys are seeing much more. And all of a sudden, in the last week, you've got two on national broadcasts. You've got two pretty prominent analysts and hockey voices really going in hard here on what they're seeing out of Connor Bedard or what they're not seeing. So I want to play that in a little bit. Quentin's on the west side. What's up, Quentin?
Hi there. It's a sad day in Bears Nation. Virginia McCaskey passed away. I was truly disappointed in that. I thought she would live another year or so, but I'm going to say this. I'm heading to the Hip Mall heading out to the Hip Mall. I will be going to get a Get Well card, and I will mail it to the Hallis Hall, and that's what I think. That's all I have to say.
All
and
right.
also go Eagles, go Eagles, go! we will take down the Kansas City Chiefs once and for all. There will be no three-peat for Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Fly, Eagles,
Goodbye.
fly. Thanks, Quentin. Instead of like a get-well card, maybe like a condolences card. I mean, she died, so I don't think
she's gone. She's not getting well.
She's not going to get well.
Yeah, my condolences.
I would get a condolences card, Quentin, and nail that to 1,000 Football Drive, Lake Forest, Illinois. Yeah.
There's no getting well.
But there's no getting well.
Yeah.
God bless Virginia. She lived to be 102. Nobody should be like, wow, I'm surprised. 102 that's some life. But God bless. Chase on the south side. What's up, Chase?
Hey fellas, what's going on?
What's up,
How
man?
you guys doing?
We're great.
Hey, so before I get to my Bulls point, so Carm, I played a 11-game parlay, right?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know I was win beyond, but 1 point away from winning $500? Oh man, I was so all I needed him to do was score 25 points, and so. Okay, so when the Spurs got the ball, it was the score.
You're talking about last night's game against the Hawks?
Yeah, last night's game. And he got fouled. He was going up for a dunk, and I was cheering like, yes. And then he got fouled, and all I kept thinking to myself is, oh, boy, just please don't miss one of these free throws. Just make two. And he made the first one. And I guess because the Atlanta Hawks didn't have any timeout, he missed the free throw on purpose, and, I was so mad.
That's tough.
Man,
yeah.
that hurt, man.
Yeah,
that was $500 down.
And they won by one. That's why those parlays are tough.
Yeah, I was so mad. But anyway, so I was going to talk to you guys about the Bulls. And so I was looking at it, and so they were saying that the possibility that the Bulls was talking about parting Draymond Green and 2 second-round picks for Boots. Did you guys read that?
Draymond Green? No, they're not going to trade Draymond.
I don't know. Something said that, but I just don't understand. Like as far as the Bulls concerned about the law. Look, I understand that they, Lonzo, how they, want to look out for him and all that. But why re-sign him to a deal? I mean, because the purpose is to look. He has 2 bad knees, and I get it, but I still don't understand the proposition of signing with a contract extension unless they plan on doing a signing trade.
Well, I think if anything, if he continues to play and show everybody that he can play, there's no minutes restriction and his knee's good. I think he's a tradable asset next year potentially. Maybe that's why you do it, Chase. It's an easy, reasonable number. Lonzo is very well regarded around the league. I'll tell you that. So I think that's what it is. It's a small amount. They like having him around, and if he's a tradable asset because he continues to prove that his knee. Look, he's coming back from something that's never been done, which is impressive. And if he continue to prove that his knee's okay, maybe it's a tradable asset. Would Golden State trade Draymond now? I don't know. Maybe they're worried about Jimmy and Draymond. That's maybe a combustible duo. I don't know. I don't think they're trading Draymond Green though. We haven't really talked about that yet. That happened after we were off the air.
Right, Jimmy Butler to Golden State.
We'll share some thoughts, I'm sure, as we go along through the show. If you want to play some trivia, test your knowledge, and win a great ESPN prize pack, line them up right now. We'll take 10 callers. 312-332-3776. We'll do that coming up here a little after 1. It's Carmen and Yurk back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports.
Men, do you suffer from erectile dysfunction or Peyronie's disease? Has Viagra stopped working? Most ED cases are caused by plaque buildup, which causes blockages and restricts blood flow. Even Viagra can't get through. But thanks to the doctors at West Coast Men's Health, a revolutionary medical procedure is now available. Using acoustic wave therapy, this non-invasive, pain-free treatment breaks down plaque, restores blood flow, potentially reversing ED for good. And women, if your man has ED, talk to him about acoustic wave therapy and how West Coast Men's Health can help, regardless of age or medical history.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
What's up is Jay Hood. The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem, counseling, resources are available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, hope everyone's having a great Thursday. It's Carmen and Yurk. Remember, tomorrow we're out and about to wrap the week, getting you set for the Super Bowl. We are at Twin Peaks in Cherville. Routes 41 and 30 in Northwest Indiana. Come hang with us noon to 3. Waddle and Sylvia are live today at the Dave & Buster's in Schaumburg. You can go watch the show. Sylvia is still sick. That norovirus thing is running through the family. I was texting with him earlier, and he said Mason's got it now. Like, it went from Braxton to Allie to Sylvie.
What about Dixon?
There is no Dixon.
Mason Dixon? He didn't name him after the line? No? He didn't do that?
You're such a jackass.
Okay.
So Sylvie is going to be off again today. It'll be Waddle, it'll be Meller, it'll be Tyler out there later today. Before we play some trivia and we continue on with our show, here is the statement from NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell on the passing of Virginia McCaskey.
Yep.
If you're just hearing that news, Virginia did pass at the age of 102, and she is really the last true vestige and connection to Papa Bear, to George Halas. I said earlier, I mean, nobody could have envisioned George Halas himself, Virginia, even as recently as probably 50 or 60 years ago, let alone 100 years ago when this thing was getting going, that this league would turn into the behemoth and the monolith that it is today. It has truly become America's game. It's become America's sporting passion, obviously. The event on Sunday is probably as big, if not bigger, than any event that you would categorize in the world of entertainment in North America. Wouldn't you agree? In the United States of America, for sure. Yeah. It is that big of a deal. I don't think anybody can envision that. Yurko said there was a time when this league was getting going and through its first couple of decades where George Halas had to lend money to other teams to keep them afloat,
He bailed
to
the
pay
Packers
their players.
out. He bailed the Packers out.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, that's like, to think about that now. And again, even when they were getting the Super Bowl going, nobody could have thought that it would turn into this, that it would be such a phenomenon. And Virginia has passed.
In 1993, the first salary cap, I believe, was $36.3 million.
Now it's like
$275 this year.
$275.
For the 2025 year, it'll be $275 million per team.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Here's the statement from Roger Goodell. Forgive me, I'm reading this off my phone, you guys. My eyes are terrible. I apologize if I screw anything up here. Virginia Halas McCaskey, the matriarch of the Chicago Bears and daughter of George Halas, the founder of the NFL, leaves a legacy of class, dignity, and humanity. Faith, family, and football, in that order, were her North Stars, and she lived by the simple adage to always do the right thing. The Bears that her father started meant the world to her, and he would be proud of the way she continued the family business with such dedication and passion. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the McCaskey and Halas families and to Bears fans around the world. That is the statement from Roger Goodell. I'm sure some acknowledgement will be made before the game on Sunday. Awards ceremony is tonight. Do they announce Walter Payton Man of the Year tonight, or do they wait till Sunday to do that? I think they do that tonight, right?
Yeah, they kind of changed everything up. You know,
I know.
That's what they've been doing. It used to be announced on Saturday.
Right.
The Hall of Famers, when do they get announced?
Tonight. I believe that's all tonight.
That used to be Saturday.
Yes. Awards tonight, Hall of Fame, and I think JP. I should text Jarrett real quick.
Yeah,
he's down there, and I think they announce Walter Payton Man of the Year tonight, right? Yes. And so there will be a lot of acknowledgement, I think, around that and around Virginia's passing here coming up this weekend as we get ready for Super Bowl 59. All right, let us play some trivia. If you get it right, you know the drill. You'll go in the hopper. to win a fabulous prize pack. Kev, will you keep track of all the names and throw them in the
if you insist, yeah.
Yeah, please, Kev. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll throw them into our little randomizer wheel, okay? Yurko will be your lifeline.
I'm ready.
I think the good kid's really going to be of assistance here if you guys
I
need
hope
some help.
so.
All
I
right?
hope so.
And we are doing, as you could probably imagine.
It happened in the NFL.
We're doing Super Bowl trivia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Is that good with you?
Yeah, it happened in the Super Bowl.
It did happen in the NFL, but it happened in the Super Bowl. Yeah. Mark in Lincoln Park, our buddy, are you ready for your question?
I am, Carm. I am.
If you get it right, the good kid is here. This is why we love having Yurko. Everybody needs a lifeline sometimes, Mark, okay?
There's only 59
I can't believe
of
I'm
these.
going for.
Go ahead.
All right, here's your question. This venue has hosted more Super Bowls than any other, with 7 and counting. The first was held in January of '78, the last in February of 2013. The venue also features the 2 most lopsided games in Super Bowl history.
Okay, what year did you say the first one was?
1978.
That's interesting. I would have thought Miami, but what do you think here?
Superdome.
The Superdome? Oh, did you say a dome?
I didn't say a dome. I said a venue.
He said a venue.
The Superdome's a venue.
The Bears did win by 36 points.
Miami's hosted a ton of Super Bowls.
Well,
I'm going Miami, but it doesn't make sense.
You say Miami?
I am.
That's wrong. You should have stuck with Yurko. That's why he's a lifeline. It is the Superdome.
Yeah.
The Bears, of course, and that venue 4 years later featured the biggest blowout in history when the Niners put it on the Broncos, 55-10.
Right.
So, yes, you got to trust the good kid, you guys. This is his fort. This is his speciality.
That's right.
Okay? I can't believe you, Mark. So, he is not a qualifier. Here we go. Randy in Oak Forest. Randy, are you ready for your question?
I am. How you doing, guys?
We're doing great, buddy. Here's your question.
Good.
This weekend, Patrick Mahomes will become just the 3rd quarterback in history to start 5 or more Super Bowls at quarterback. Name the other 2.
5 or more Super Bowls.
Well, you know one. One's easy.
Well, yeah, one's very easy.
Gary Bradshaw.
Okay.
I would go with Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Good start.
The other TB I would go with first.
And
the other
Drawing
one?
a blank.
Well, right now I'm drawing a blank, too, because I know Terry Bradshaw won 4.
Yes, that's
right.
Hey,
Yurko, it's Servant. I just want to let you know you better help me out, buddy.
Yeah, what's up, Randy? Live right next to the park.
Okay.
Memorial Park, where we grew up in beautiful Calumet City, Illinois. Hold on now. It's Tom Brady for sure.
Okay, so 5?
5 or more Super Bowls, yes.
Bradshaw never got to another one. They won 4.
All right.
And they never got to another one. Give me a time frame, Carm.
80s and 90s. I'll help you out.
80s and 90s.
Montana? No.
It would have to be.
Is that final answer? Brady and Montana?
I guess.
No, that is incorrect. It's Brady and John Elway.
Elway, guy, you're
5.
right.
Yes, of course.
Oh, I feel terrible, Randy.
0 for 2. Viking Scott is next. Now, I think Viking Scott might do all right.
Randy went with Terry Bradshaw and threw me off.
Terry Bradshaw, what's the matter with you?
This has got to be better than the last time I called in the trivia, and it was a wizard, a real wizard, or the Washington Wizards, and I gave one of the worst guesses ever. Didn't use Yurko as a lifeline and got booed for like 10 minutes after I hung up.
I think you guys will do okay here. Here it is. No qualifiers yet. Here it is. He had a clean sweep of his 4 Super Bowl starts, and in those games, he threw 11 touchdown passes to 0 interceptions.
So
well, I think it's Terry Bradshaw, actually, Yerk, ain't it?
Yeah, he's 4-0.
Okay, you guys going with Bradshaw?
Yeah.
That is incorrect. You guys suck. Joe Montana went 4-0 and did not throw a pick. Terry Bradshaw threw like 7 picks in the Super Bowls in which he played. Montana went 11-0, which is amazing. So
we're not doing
0 for 3.
Yeah, we're not doing too good right now.
Yurko, you did great.
I had one. I had the Superdome on.
Yeah, but Mark didn't go with you. All right, let's see if Dan in Plainfield can get on the board. Holy cow. All right, Dan, you ready?
Let's go, Yurko. We got this.
Here's your question. His 5 rushing touchdowns are the most in Super Bowl history. He did it across 3 games. His team won each one.
Oh, Yurko, you think Terrell Davis?
No, he did it across 3, and they won. It's Emmitt Smith.
What do you think, Dan? You going to go with Yerk?
I mean, I'm going to trust the big guy. Let's go.
Yes,
Emmitt Smith.
good thing you trusted him. It is Emmitt Smith.
It
Terrell
is
Davis only
Emmitt
played in
Smith.
2.
Yeah.
Nicely done. So Dan is a qualifier. Emmitt Smith. Yurko's 2 out of 4. He's the only one picking him up and putting him down right now. All right. The next one's a little bit tricky. Bob and Lansing, are you ready?
I'm here. I'm ready.
Pay attention to the clues, you guys. I'm leading you to it. He's the last defensive player to win Super Bowl MVP. It came in a dominant effort, which saw him register 2.5 sacks and 2 forced fumbles. His team was the underdog, won the game outright, and sent a Hall of Fame quarterback off into the sunset with another Lombardi trophy.
It was the Denver linebacker from the outside who's with Buffalo now.
What do you think, Bob? You know who that is?
Oh.
Because Yurko's got it. You just have to give me his name.
Yeah, that's the guy.
That's the guy.
He was with Denver. He's a pass-rushing outside guy that's with the Buffalo Bills right now.
Is it Von Miller?
It is Von Miller.
That's
Nicely done, Bob. Look at Yurko's crushing it. I told you he would.
That one, fellas.
Nicely done. All right, we got a couple qualifiers. Next up is Mike in Lockport. Mike, you ready?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Here's your question. In Super Bowl 23, his 215 receiving yards set a new single-game record, and it still stands to this day.
Is it Jerry Rice here?
I think so.
Yep, you don't have to outthink that one, boys. Jerry Rice. Mike, nicely done. Mike was all over it. Jerry Rice is the correct answer. Nice. All right, that was the game against the Bengals.
I believe you're right. Tim Crumright got his leg crushed in that one.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Matt in Wrigleyville, you're next. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go, Bob.
Now, if you were listening to
Matt.
Waddle and Silva yesterday, you actually would have heard this answer. I think Yurko's a good lifeline if you're struggling on this one, though, Matt. This is kind of in the way back, but here's your question. He became the first defensive player to ever win Super Bowl MVP honors way back in Super Bowl V. Ironically, it came in a loss.
Was there one guy
now
or two
listening to
guys?
Waddle Sylvie.
I've got it if you need it.
Good kid. What do you got for me?
Chuck Howley.
What do you think, Matt?
All right, let's go with it. Let her rip.
It was the great Hall of Fame linebacker, Chuck Howley. Nicely done.
This is
Now
what I'm
we're
here
rolling.
for. This is what I'm here for.
This is why
Chuck
the Yurko's
Howleys
here.
of the game.
And they actually mentioned it yesterday on the
Yeah.
Waddle and Sylvie show.
Yeah.
Somehow they started talking about it, and Mellon brought that up. All right, next up is Terry in, where's Terry? Coal City. There we go. Terry, you ready, buddy?
Yes, sir.
All right, here's your question. He had 3 of the most prolific passing games in Super Bowl history, and his 1,156 career Super Bowl passing yards are second all-time only to Tom Brady. He also joined Brady as the only quarterbacks in history to throw for more than 400 yards in a single Super Bowl game. This is probably slightly the toughest one, but if you think about it.
Say it again.
I'll say it again. He had 3 of the most prolific passing games in Super Bowl history. His 1,156 career Super Bowl passing yards are second all-time only to Tom Brady. He also joined Brady as the only quarterbacks in history to throw for more than 400 yards in a single Super Bowl game.
I'm trying to remember how many Super Bowls did Kurt Warner play in?
He might have had 3.
That's what I'm wondering.
What do you think, Terry? You going to go with it?
Kurt Warner is what I'm thinking.
I have faith in your Kurt Warner.
It's a good thing you have faith, Terry. You guys got it. Kurt Warner is the answer. I mean, the good kid is doing it right now. He is flexing, folks. This is a flex. Excellent.
Former UNI guy, Northern Iowa.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
right.
right.
Why I know it. He was
you
in my
believe
conference.
that? Almost 1,200 passing yards in 3 Super Bowls for Kurt Warner.
Yeah.
Picking them up and putting them down.
And again, I was trying to think of the third, but I remember with St. Louis.
Well, 2 with St. And I remember Arizona.
Yeah.
He lost the one to Pittsburgh when he was with Arizona.
Yeah.
He played in 3.
There you go.
All right, 2 to go. Brett in Lake Zurich. You ready, Brett?
I hope so. Hope you're ready.
All right,
I'm ready.
Here's your question. He is the only quarterback in Super Bowl history to catch a touchdown pass.
Oh, that's easy.
That's got to be Nick Foles.
That is Nick Foles. Brett, nicely done. Brett is a qualifier. And finally, last but not least, we have David in Palos Hills. David, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here's the question. The Patriots hold the record for most Super Bowl appearances with 11. 4 teams are tied for second most with 8. Name 2 of them.
Oh, man.
4
Eric, I'll need
teams.
your help on this.
4 teams have 8 Super Bowl appearances.
Appearances, correct.
I'm thinking
Kansas City's one of them. I'm thinking Kansas City's one of them. Are the Pittsburgh Steelers the other?
What about Dallas? How many do they have?
Oh, they got a few, yeah. So let's go with Dallas and who?
Let's go with the Chiefs in Dallas.
What about San Francisco?
Man.
Because they've been in a ton also.
What do you think?
I think we got San Francisco for sure.
Uh-huh.
What was the other one you said?
Dallas.
Stick to your guns, David.
Dallas
What did you say?
Pittsburgh.
Dallas?
Go with Dallas and San Francisco.
Yeah, we'll do Dallas, San Francisco.
All right, you guys got it. Dallas and San Francisco are two of the four. You guys came close. This is only number set. Well, technically, I guess this might be it. They haven't played the game yet, though. So maybe I would have had to give you that one. But Dallas, San Francisco, Denver, and Pittsburgh are your answers as of right now. So I'm glad you guys went with Dallas and San Francisco. All right, so we picked it up after a slow start. What do we have, 7 qualifiers? All right, 7 qualifiers. Spin the wheel, Kevbo. Round and round it goes.
Round and round.
Who is our winner of a prize pack?
Right.
You're not going to believe what's in this prize pack. They told me there's a bottle of 2015 Dom Perignon in this prize pack. It's going to be incredible.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not serious. All right, Kev, who is our winner?
All right. Well, it's funny enough that the winner here is the one caller that dropped off the line. So
The guy who was just on?
Yeah.
Why did he hang up?
I don't know why he hung up, but
Tell him to call back.
David in Palos Hills
David,
is
call
our
back.
winner.
What's the matter with you?
I hope he's okay. He's got the Dom Perignon coming.
He's got Dominic Caviar coming. David, call back. Now Joe and Berwyn's going to call me like, yeah, this is David in Palos. Send me my prize pack.
Viking Scott will
What are
call.
you hanging up for, David?
Send it to Crown Point.
Good job, you guys. Yurko, impressive. I told you that was in your wheelhouse.
I'm upset about the quarterbacks early on. The Elway and then the Montana thing really kind of did it to me.
You and Viking Scott.
Chuck
Viking
Howley.
Scott's got to stop with the trivia.
Chuck Howley.
Nice job.
Yeah, I had that. Von Miller, too. I knew that one. Von Miller.
That was great.
Yeah.
It was a good poll by you. Nice.
I had it. I had it. You gave a lot of hints on that one.
Well,
but I had it.
We want everybody
Last one, the first one.
We want everybody to feel like a
How
winner.
about the one that had 2 named?
2. What was that?
Two guys were named as
Oh,
MVPs.
that was Harvey Martin. And, hold on, give me a second. It was Dallas, right, Yerk?
Yes.
Harvey Martin and Bob Lilly?
Ed Too Tall Jones.
Damn it.
And I don't know if it was Randy White or one of those two.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out who it was. It could have been Harvey Martin and Ed Too Tall Jones.
Maybe that was it. No,
They were
I think it was
MVPs.
I think it was Randy White.
Yeah.
Now that you say that, I think it was Harvey Martin and Randy White that might have been the co-MVPs for one of those early Dallas Super Bowl
Yep.
wins. All right, so we'll talk to Todd Furman at 2. We got the lunch rush coming up in a little bit. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Strong, dependable, off-road ready. That's the Land Rover Defender. Beautiful, stylish, drives like a dream. That's the Land Rover Defender. Go see the full lineup of Land Rover Defenders over at my friends at Howard Orloff. I've got a Defender. I absolutely love it. You can get the 130, which has the extra storage space. It's got that third row. It is fantastic. But these are big, bad, bold, and elegant all at the same time. They are dreamy to drive, I promise you. Don't take my word for it. Go see for yourself. And go deal with the Orloff team. They'll welcome you to the family. Bill and his crew, the absolute best of the best. So if you're driving around in the city, get off the Kennedy right in Armitage when you see the Howard Orloff sign, and check out their beautiful showrooms today, or go online and see the full lineup at orloff.com.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for my friends at Window Nation. This February, you could miss Groundhog Day, President's Day, and even Valentine's Day. Well, some of you probably shouldn't miss Valentine's Day, but don't miss your chance from Window Nation to save 60% off all window styles and pay nothing for 2 full years. Only from Window Nation. This offer ends February 28th, so you'll want to schedule your free in-home consultation right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a huge inheritance. But a phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard for a new one on us. Just trade in any phone from our top brands with select unlimited plans. $829.99 purchase with new smartphone line on select unlimited plans. Minimum $90 per month to auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months required. Less $830 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Trade-in terms apply. Payoff phone requires smartphone purchase and port-in with new smartphone line on select plan. Must provide most recent bill showing payoff amount of eligible phone. Additional terms apply.
Hey, guys, I'm excited to let you know about a new partner of ours in Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch Lyons is a former NFL player like me, and he's the expert in protecting your nest egg and optimizing your income. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. That's Mitch, Lyons, wealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
My partner really went after Mark Messier, an all-time great last week, earlier this week after we played Messier's rant. Paul Bissonnette is not an all-time great, so God only knows how Yurko's going to fire away on Biz here. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Well, it depends what the criticism is.
Okay. So I was watching the game last night, and this was between the second and third period. The Hawks came back and did force overtime, got a point. They lost. They are terrible. I mean...
Yeah, they're a terrible hockey team.
They're terrible.
Right.
Bedard's second period was not good. He took 2 penalties. The first goal Edmonton scored. Now, granted, he was at the end of a long shift. I'll give him credit. Like, he did back check. He was already at the end of a long shift and then had to back check all the way into the Hawks zone to help prevent an easy 2-on-1. And Soderblom did make the save. And then as the puck got sort of cleared but still was just beyond the blue line, he went for a change.
Yeah.
On the far side of the ice. And
right,
that led to
the second period.
Yes. And that led to
an odd man chance.
And like Edmonton scored its first goal. So like there was that. Granted, again, he was at the end of a long shift. He had nothing left.
Right.
I mean, I could see it.
He was on E.
He had nothing left. He went for a change, maybe an ill-advised change. Like Kevin Weeks had said that you can't change there when they were going in after him here in the second intermission. And then that led to Paul Bissonnette. I didn't play the whole thing because a lot of it just has the video component. At this point, he's showing highlights, and he's showing you all the things that Bedard did wrong in the second period.
Okay.
But listen to the commentary on this. This is Paul Bissonnette, who's on the TNT coverage, of course, and has one of the biggest hockey podcasts in the world, the Spit and Chicklets podcast with Barstool. Here's Bissonnette going after Bedard.
Much as good he does, is sometimes he doesn't do great things. Now, so this is when he comes out of the penalty box after they kill it off. Not a great drop pass, but he coughs a few times here and then gets it poked away. But watch when he comes back out of the zone and the sequence that happens here. Okay? Tries to beat a guy one-on-one. It's going back the other way. That's where you just chip it north and go chase it down. Then he swings away from the play here, but luckily they end up going back the other way. And this is the fadeaway jumper, so to speak, as I call it. He pulls up, and it's just a weak pass. You got to put some muster on that. So it's another turnover, and it's back the other way. And once again, there at the end of the clip, he doesn't stop in front of the net. So there's so many little details to his game that he's lacking right now that, yes, he might put up 30, 35 goals a season and get his 50, 55 assists by paying power play and getting all these minutes. But they're going to continue to lose hockey games if that's how he's playing. That is pond hockey.
That's a big indictment when a guy says that's pond hockey.
That was Bissonnette?
That was Paul Bissonnette.
This is what I'll tell him. The team stinks. I understand why their focus is on the 19-year-old.
What's happening all of a sudden? Why in the last week?
Second-year player. Because one of the old veteran guys made a little stink first about not having it, not somebody giving him his flowers when he was at the All-Star game.
Oh, you think that's what the start of this was?
This is what I thought the whole start of this was.
Really?
All right, now listen, some of these critiques are fair.
I think some of Bissonnette's stuff is
Some of these
fair.
critiques are fair.
Yeah.
All right, there are little things that, you want to build good habits. You want to build smart habits. You want to play clean, efficient hockey. You do.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. All right? But you got a 19-year-old kid that's trying to carry a franchise because they stink. If they ever surround, or they're not surround him, if they ever get talent here, you and I have both said he's not a center.
It doesn't look like it.
He's not a center. He's a wing. He might have gotten away with that when he was young. You could be a center. Of
course.
You're not going to be a center here. You need to be a wing. You need him to be Patrick Kane.
Right.
That's what you want? Then let him be that. He had Johnny Taves as a center.
Right.
Do you remember what Johnny Taves did at the dot?
Yes.
Dominant at the dot, right?
Yes.
You know what this kid is at the dot?
He was decent last night, but I don't think he's very good overall.
34%.
Oh, no. Is it
on the
that
season?
bad?
Yes.
Is that right?
I read it. If it's 36%, then I'm slighting him 2 percentage points.
Unimaginable.
36%. He can't win. He's not a center.
I did not know
so
that.
Please quit playing him out of position. Find a center here. They're in the league. The guys that are great at winning at the dot. Find a center. Play him at wing, where he belongs.
And you lessen the defensive responsibility.
Play him at wing where he belongs.
Yeah.
That's all.
Let him
not a problem.
Play
him at wing. Do you want analysis Bissonnette should have given me? Bissonnette tell me that he's not a center and he needs to play wing. That'd be fine and that'd be fair. And I've got no issues with that. I don't have anything with what he said. But let's be honest with what needs to happen. He needs to play wing. You need to find centers. Find veteran centers to come in here and play alongside talented wings. I've got no problem with that. I got nothing wrong with what Bissonnette said. But again, this is a pile on.
Yeah.
You know what's going on.
Feels like.
Now,
and there is so little around him. So
they stink as a hockey team.
They're so bad. They're so bad.
You're the one bright spot on a miserable hockey team.
And so, I hate to even make these comparisons because they are not direct apples to apples, or there's some nuance, I guess, in the conversation. I think Yurko's probably right. I think this kid's going to be a very, very, very good player in this league. He's probably a winger. He's probably a little bit more like Patrick Kane. And Kaner's had a brilliant career.
Fantastic career.
Those players are generally not cornerstones to dynasties. Those players are the Taveses, the Sakic's, the Crosbys. I don't see that. The Yzermans, yeah. I don't see that in this player. That doesn't mean that he can't be great. I will say that Sidney Crosby, as a 19-year-old in his second year, won the MVP and won the scoring title. He also played with Evgeny Malkin. Connor McDavid, in his second year as a 20-year-old, see if you notice the trend, folks, won the MVP and won the scoring title. He's also playing with Leon Draisaitl. Connor McDavid doesn't have anything close to Evgeny Malkin or...
No.
He might as well be playing with me compared to Crosby and McDavid playing with Draisaitl and Malkin. You play with me and you might... that's the drop-off. He doesn't have anything close. So should we expect Connor in his second year, because he was compared to those guys, to win an MVP and to win the scoring title the way they did? No. In fairness, Crosby and McDavid are probably like two of the 12 or 15 best players to ever play. Okay? Crosby certainly is. McDavid might need to win a cup or two, okay, if you want to make that argument. Sidney Crosby's certainly one of the best 10 players to ever play in the NHL. I don't think this kid is that. That doesn't mean that he can't be great, but you better at some point find a way to build his confidence and get the most use out of him by fixing all the other problems with your franchise. And there are a lot of them.
Yes. But if somebody wants to criticize and say he doesn't play perfect hockey, that's fine. That's fair criticism.
A few guys do, I guess.
But it's a fair criticism.
Yes, it is. There's some looseness with the puck. And you know where he's great? Listen, when he has time and space, like any superb athlete in this league or just really skilled player, he's incredible. I mean, he really is. His shot is amazing. The minute what maybe is surprising to these guys and maybe even a little bit to me is like the minute it starts to get taken away, he thinks he can do what he did in junior hockey, and
Which
you can't.
You can't do it anymore. Yeah.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
And that's where he's still struggling. But I think you're right. If you lessen some of the responsibility and if you found some other playmakers, for the love of God, to put on the ice with this kid,
right?
Like it at some point, I think will look different because he is skilled. Don't tell me he's lazy. You don't get to be
an NHL
player, a number one
lazy.
pick by being lazy.
No.
That doesn't happen.
I think there's a subliminal frustration in there, not an outward frustration, but deep down, every time you take the ice, you know that you're up against it because of the lousy team you're on.
Right.
You're on a lousy hockey team.
We don't have to play it necessarily. We got to, and I'm interested in maybe taking it. We don't do many Hawks calls anymore, but the lines were ringing, so I think this has got Hawks fans passionate.
And if it's sloppy play, yeah, it's sloppy play. It needs to be. You need to know it's sloppy, and then you need to address it, period.
You know, and what you were just saying, too, about, like, just the mindset. Henrik Lundqvist, who's also on that set, after Bissonnette went off a little bit, Lundqvist was saying, kind of, I think what you were alluding to, that the hard thing for a player like Bedard right now, and really anybody in that franchise, and when you see the mistakes, their mindset a lot of nights is, what can I do to look good, to not necessarily in a selfish way, but just like, how can I score? How creative can I be? He said, when you're on a team that's so bad and there's no common goal to make the playoffs, what happens is guys are kind of doing their own thing.
It's individuals.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what Lundqvist was saying. He goes, what happens is guys just sort of do their own thing.
The culture. The Blackhawks organization make the White Sox look competent.
It's pretty bad.
Okay?
I know.
They make the White Sox look competent.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. But
I went that far.
It's pretty bad. I see some lines ringing on if you guys want to chime in. It just he feels like he's being they're like a punching bag all of a sudden for the national media. I'm wondering where it is, if it started with the JR thing, which is silly at the Winter Classic, but just if you've got a thought on it, if you're a Hawks fan.
And the other thing is, you don't expect to be on Team Canada. Don't expect to be on Team Canada. He's 19 years old.
Yeah, I know.
He's got another 10 years to think about making Team Canada.
I agree.
You can have your precious Team Canada and put whatever people you want on it. Nobody gives a rat's ass about Team Canada.
Yeah. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
Carmen, Yerko. Don't worry. They'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Did you know the Chicago Auto Show offers much more than just cars? Every year there's something new to experience, and 2025 is no different. This year, take a thrilling ride on one of 2 indoor mountain climbs with either Ford or Jeep and decide who conquers the challenge best. Come experience the latest electrified vehicles on 2 indoor tracks where you'll feel the power and performance. Take a trip into the national parks and adopt a dog with Subaru. Dream about a lavish lifestyle at the Supercar Gallery. Get behind the wheel to test drive vehicles on city streets. And don't miss new exhibits at the show, like Overlanding Chicago or the Family Zone. Join us for an indoor run, craft beer tasting, career day, and so much more. It's an experience you won't forget. The Chicago Auto Show, February 8th through the 17th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets online at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
No big game celebration is complete without a game of squares. Circa Sports now offers Circa Square Bets. Everyone who has played squares knows the pain of pulling terrible numbers. With Circa Squares, instead of randomly pulling numbers, choose your square and choose which numbers you get. Each square has its own odds. With a minimum bet of $1 and a maximum win of $100,000, it's easier than ever. Download the Circa Sports Illinois app to place your Circa Square bet. You gotta be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best. Which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. A professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far, do well.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text TAP to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text TAP to 321321. That's TAP to 321321.
$7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $7 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
We will do a quick lunch rush in a few minutes here. We've got Todd Furman at 2. Also during the 2 o'clock hour, Yurko has a trivia question for you for Auto Show tickets. Auto Show starts Saturday. It runs for 10 days, as always, at McCormick Place. Buy your tickets online at ChicagoAutoShow.com. But we have a 4-pack to give away. Crosstalks in about an hour. It'll be Meller and Tyler in with Waddle today's. Sylvie's still a little bit under the weather. They are live in Schaumburg at Dave & Buster's. You can see the guys there. And tomorrow we're live at Twin Peaks in Cherville. So make sure you hang with us getting ready for Super Bowl Sunday, noon until 3 tomorrow. Routes 41 and 30 in Cherville in Northwest Indiana at Twin Peaks. Nick is on the north side. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thanks for calling.
I just wanted to get on this Bedard conversation here. So I've watched the Bissonnette clip. I heard you guys talking about it. I've heard Messier's take over the weekend. I couldn't agree more with what you guys are saying. I just think it's totally unfair to be carving him up like this. I mean, the team is horrible. And, yeah, like they made some upgrades in the offseason, but you can clearly tell that it's not really making that much of a difference. He's still a young kid. And also, like, it's not like he's Patrice Bergeron. Like, you came in here wanting him to score goals and be an offensive force. So, like, to sit here and be like, oh, he's not back-checking, he's not getting in the dirty areas, like, he's 19 years old. Like, maybe he gets better at that with age, but you can't really expect him to do that when he's playing with replacement-level players out there. Yeah. So I just think it's crazy. I wish it wasn't happening because I think all this kid needs right now is for everyone to rally around him and the team. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see, and maybe he gets better down the road.
And hopefully. And Nick, thanks, man. We appreciate the phone call. And look, I get the responsibility of these analysts and what they're paid to do. And Connor Bedard, while he might be 19, listen, he's in his second year in the NHL. Like, it's big boy stuff now. And he's this incredible prospect, and a lot's expected of him. And he's a big boy. He doesn't necessarily need any of us to stick up for him. I think Yurko and I are just sharing our thoughts, listening to a couple of national prominent hockey voices talk about him. That's Bissonnette's job. That's Messier's job. Yeah. If they feel that way, say it.
That's what they do.
And I'm not
the same way it's my job to talk about the Bears.
Well, yeah, and
I get it.
And you can have a rebuttal to the things that you've heard in some of the criticisms of Bedard.
And people can tell me to go blow it out my keister too when I have my thoughts on the Bears.
Absolutely. Yeah, they tell us that all the time.
Yes, they do.
I think we're just kind of telling you what we think about it and kind of what we see. And do I wish in his second year, like Crosby, he'd be the MVP? Of course. Probably a little unrealistic. Team's not as good. He might not be as good. He probably isn't. But you're talking about truly one of the all-time greats in Sidney Crosby. I still think Bedard's got an incredibly bright future, and I'd hope that at some point the Hawks figure out the right players to put around him so they make the whole thing look better. And he doesn't go running for the hills when he has a chance in a couple of years when he's out of contract. Because I do think he's going to be a very good player. And there's a great usefulness that will come out of his skill set. Jim's in the West Loop. What's up, Jim?
Hey, I've watched every game this year. Yeah, I have an antenna, so. But
hey, last night it was actually on cable, so.
Yeah, last night it was actually on cable. It made me stay up late.
Yeah, me too.
But the thing you got to watch with this guy is, and if you watch every other team, nobody in the league other than Connor Bedard crosses the blue line and has 3 guys collapse on him every freaking time he comes down the ice. And they know there's no one to pass to. They know that there's not another offensive threat anywhere on the ice for him. So, it is what it is. The kid's done amazing things in the short period of time that he's been around here. I think, and Bissonnette, has he ever said anything positive about anybody? Ever?
I don't know.
I'm sure of it. Because I've heard Henrik, come to guys' defense numerous times after Bissonnette railed on him for a little while. But the other thing I wanted to point out to you guys is, if you are a hockey fan, this 4-country thing is going to be fabulous.
Yeah?
It is going to be like the what's the World Classic in baseball? Very similar to that.
What do they call it? The baseball classic. Or what do they call that thing? I think you're right. The World Baseball Classic, Jim. Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be much like that. I promise you, if you're even a little bit of a hockey fan, if you'd like to be a bit one, this is worth your time.
All right, cool. Jimmy, thanks, man. Appreciate it. What are they calling it? Are they calling it the World Hockey
Four
Classic?
Nations face-off.
Oh, yeah, that's what he said. The 4 nations.
Canada,
I'm sorry.
Finland, Sweden, the U.S. of A.
Those are pretty good nations when it comes to hockey.
Yeah.
The 4 nations face-off. Got it.
4 nations.
All right. All right, let's do a quick lunch rush. Kevbo, you doing this with us?
Yeah.
Black and Abdallah will be back tomorrow. They were on assignment in Elmwood Park with our great friends from the village of Elmwood Park today. They will be on tonight after Bears Weekly. Bears Weekly, 6:30 to 7 after Waddle and Sylvia, and then Black and Abdallah until 8. They're back tomorrow, but Kevin's here. Kevbo. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to pick a fight with you, Kev. I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah, no,
I'm with Waddle, though. Like, I can't do the liquid soap. I can't do it.
We're going to go through this song and dance again?
I find it awkward. Like, because I don't have a loofah.
No, I don't use a loofah. I just use my hands.
I think I don't know. And then, like, at these hotels, there must be a cost reason. There's no other reason they do it. The hotels have stopped using bar soap.
I think it's also a cleanliness thing.
Why? They give you a fresh bar of soap. You're not using the other guy's bar of soap.
No, but you leave that bar kind of straight in the bathroom sometime. I don't know.
What if, what's less cleanly? Cleanly? What if the guy decided to be a real jerk, took the top off, and decided to, like, stick the tip in it, and then, like,
Oh, my God. Where does your mind go?
How small is yours?
It's going to fit in that
I'll tell
orifice?
I'll tell you what's not. The fresh bar of soap.
No. Body wash all the way. This is a generational thing, I feel like.
I don't know, man. Like, I find, and then what do? You take somebody said you're supposed to use a washcloth, but, like, does anybody under 85 use a washcloth?
I don't use washcloth.
You're a bar soap guy, I think, aren't you?
No, I'm a kind of all-in-one guy.
Oh, so like shampoo and all-in-one?
No, all-in-one. Just I put it in the hand and use it to shampoo the hair and everything.
So what do you do? Like when you shampoo?
Lather it up and then
you
wash the body.
Wash the body?
With the lather from
the
hair.
That's not bad because at least you're lathering the hair.
Yeah, but you can't use shampoo and body soap the whole way around. It's two different formulas.
No, it's an all-in-one.
No, they've got all-in-one. He's right.
But it's ineffective. You're gaining efficiency, but you're losing quality.
For you.
No,
you're losing quality.
For society,
you've got a big head of hair. You might have some problems up there. I get it. I don't. So soap is soap.
I like a bar. I like to scrub.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, scrub the pits, scrub your undercarriage.
Oh, I know where you love to scrub. You spend a lot of extra time there.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get it clean.
I understand.
I just don't think the liquid does it.
I get you.
I don't know.
I've got no problem with it.
I'm a bar soap guy.
Kevin, you use the liquid? You got what?
I'm an Old Spice body gel guy.
10 different types of liquids in there,
Well, I don't know the ingredient list.
For like the legs different than the upper body because they are different. I mean...
Well, it's all epidermis. It's all epidermis.
Some would think it's skin.
It's all epidermis.
Multiple dermal levels.
All right, I heard that conversation yesterday. I'm a little bit more old school with Waddle. I do like the bar of soap.
Irish Spring guy?
I've got Irish Spring when I do go bar.
I'll
Irish
use
Spring.
it, but I like an exfoliating bar because it really gets you
sandpaper. The guy loves
I
sandpaper.
like the sandpaper. Yeah. Get the stink out. You know, you got to get the stink out.
It's important to get the stink out.
What is that, sand?
Yeah, sandalwood. What is that, sandalwood?
I don't know what it is.
All right, Kev, go ahead.
All right, we're going to start off with Super Bowl prop bets.
All right.
I'm going to do a few of these. This is one I like quite a bit for Sunday's game. Total players with a pass attempt.
Players with a pass attempt.
Set at 2.5 right now, and you can get that for plus 170. So
you're getting a one-trick play.
You're getting one-trick play or an injury by a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 170 there.
One-trick
like
play.
It.
I feel like I need more than plus 170 for that. I don't know.
For a trick play?
Yeah. I don't know why I think that. But.
Well, I mean, what do they consider a trick play?
Well, it doesn't. It's as long as someone other than Mahomes or Hurts throws a pass, you win.
I've got you.
You know what I mean?
Halfback pass.
Yep.
Reverse pass.
Tight end, Philly special.
Yeah.
You know, Philly.
Yep, I got you.
I don't totally disagree with that.
I'd go with that.
Kind of feel like you should get more than plus $1.70, but that's not a bad one. I could, with these two teams, I could see one halfback scenario.
Pass.
Yeah.
Halfback pass.
Yeah, something like that. Okay.
All right. Obviously, Taylor Swift, you know, we can't get away from her. She's going to be there. She's going to be shown a million times. But this one...
I don't think we need to get away from her. There's nothing
you don't
wrong
think we
with
need
Taylor?
Well, I'd like to focus on the game, Carmen. I'm here for
They won't focus on Taylor. They didn't show Taylor Swift in the AFC. They didn't show Taylor Swift in the AFC title game until, like, middle of the fourth quarter.
Then you got a ton of her.
You know...
But will she be shown during the national anthem?
I'm going to say no.
No on that?
I'm going to say no.
Just a John Batiste special?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the music stylings of a John Batiste?
I'm
no.
not.
No. Couldn't tell you one song. He's local, though. He's from New Orleans, I guess.
That makes sense.
The area.
Yeah.
Just dropped my water bottle.
Link Pontchartrain. Well, that makes sense. No, I do not know. But I would say no to that one. That's a no.
Yeah, no.
Is no the favorite?
Yeah.
No's the favorite.
Yeah. I would say no. All right, next.
Okay, scrolling down here, will Jason Kelsey be shown with clothing or accessories bearing the name, image, or likeness of either the Chiefs or the Eagles?
Oh, that's a good one. Will Kelsey be wearing Eagles or Chiefs stuff? Jason
Kelsey on the broadcast, you're saying.
Well, he's not on that broadcast, no, because it's a Fox game. So
he'll be in the studio. No, he'll be in the suite.
He'll be in the suite, yeah. I'm going to say, is he cheering for the Eagles?
I think he goes neutral.
I think he goes neutral.
You can't go. You can say you're neutral, but in your heart of hearts and in your brain, you're rooting for one outcome.
I've got you, but I think he'd go with a Chiefs chapeau. Or something with Chiefs more than he would go with Eagles.
Really? See, I think he'd be rooting for the Eagles.
Does he live in Philadelphia?
No, brotherly love, maybe.
Those are his brothers that he played with.
Yeah,
unlike his actual brother.
Blood's thicker than water.
This is a good one.
Blood is thicker than water.
I'm interested to actually track that one and see. Is Kelsey wearing Eagles?
Especially if you want to get in the post-game party. I think he'll be a chameleon. I think he'll have a little bit of both on, and whatever party he attends, he'll have a little bit of that.
All right, next one.
Chameleon.
All right, Saquon Barkley's longest rush of the game, over under 25.5 yards.
That's absurd.
Under.
He's been great at popping these big explosives, man, but against Spags, like you feel as they're going to be totally buttoned up, ready to stop him. I kind of lean with Yurko, but how many 60-yard runs does he have this year? I mean, it's insane.
Seems like he pops off for about a 30 or a 40 at least once a game.
40? I mean, how many, 50, 60-yard runs? He's incredible. There have been so many home runs.
You don't need 60. You only need 25, though, Carm, so that's the number. Over, under, 25.
I kind of lean with you. I lean under, but, man, that's a scary bet to make the way his season's gone.
I got you.
Scary bet to make.
Most professional bettors bet unders on everything.
That's true. They definitely lean under more than they lean over. That's very true. Next.
All right, one more here regarding the city of New Orleans. You guys fans of the city of New Orleans? You've been down there a few times?
Probably in my three favorite cities in the country.
Best food city I think I've ever been to.
Yes, it probably is.
In the country.
In the country.
Yes.
Probably New York, Chicago, New Orleans, best food cities, probably. Certain parts of California, but yeah, New Orleans is amazing.
So, which iconic New Orleans cuisine will be seen on the broadcast first during the game? Here are our options. Gumbo, jambalaya, beignets, po' boys.
Which will be seen first?
I would go with the jambalaya.
See, I think they might show a picture of like Cafe Du Monde, though, because it's so famous, the beignet place.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, skip that one. Skip Cafe Du Monde and go to a Cafe Beignet.
It's right in the name.
Yeah, Cafe Beignet is better, and you won't wait as long. My initial inclination was what Yurko said, jambalaya, but I think they might show Cafe Du Monde in like one of the lines, or something. So I'll go beignet. All right, a tough one though. This morning, Greeny didn't know what jambalaya was. Like, how do you not know what jambalaya is? Like, Greeny's a worldly fellow.
Yeah, at least that's what he wants people to believe.
They were doing like, will Greeny eat it? And they put and he goes, which one's the jambalaya?
Carm, which Cafe Beignet do I go to? The one on Bourbon Street,
the one on
Royal Street,
Royal.
Decatur Street, Canal Street?
The one on Royal.
The one on Royal?
Yes. Right.
There's a lot of them.
Yes, go to the one on Royal by Cafe Beignet on Royal by Hotel Monteleone. There's a nice little outdoor seating area. The line gets long, but it's not like Cafe Du Monde, and it's not as touristy.
Boy, that powdered sugar is featured, isn't it, Carm?
It's awesome.
That's the star of the dish.
Get the chicory coffee. They've got other breakfast items, too. Like, you can get a nice omelet and get an order of beignets. 3 to an order. Cafe Beignet's better.
8 a.m. to 10:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Wow.
It rocks, dude. It's so good.
Those are the big four, the famous New Orleans food items. One that
what about the muffaletta?
I was going to say the muffaletta sandwich.
I'm a
when
big
I went
fan.
down there, it's about as big as a large pizza.
Yes,
it
it's
takes
big sandwich.
Fantastic. I love a nice greasy sandwich.
The food down there is great. And get a Sazerac wherever you go.
Yeah.
Every freaking bartender down there makes like one of the best Sazeracs you'll ever have. They've just mastered it.
Well, the king cake, too. We got to have a king cake for the
Mardi
Mardi
Gras
Gras,
coming
right?
up. Yeah.
We got to get a king cake in here, guys.
I'm not even kidding. Like, I've been to like divey places just off Bourbon Street where they're giving you your cocktails in a solo cup because and like the bartender makes a killer Sazerac. It's insane. Hotel Monteleone's got the best though, in case you're wondering. All right,
I'm a
anything
big
else?
fan of the muffaletta.
The muffaletta sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
All right, that's the lunch roll.
Wait, I got a quick one here.
Go ahead.
Because I enjoy these commercials, and I know they're polarizing. Who's going to win the kick of destiny, Peyton or Eli?
I don't care.
I hope both of their legs fall off.
I love Peyton and Eli. I'm not like Yurko, but I don't care.
Commercials.
I don't care.
I think they're funny.
I love those two. I do. But I hope
they both get amputated legs.
All right, stop it. I have no idea, and nor do I care. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
It starts as a little nuisance. Before you know it, that awful joint pain takes over your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car feels impossible. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. I know how debilitating constant joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back can be. But here's the great news. QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore those damaged joints, all without surgery. These therapies, including PRP treatments, are revolutionizing the way we treat arthritis pain. Under the expert care of Medical Director Dr. Ashley Caravelli, QC Kinetics is right here in Chicago, helping thousands of people get lasting relief. Imagine getting back to your life without joint pain, downtime, or going under the knife. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Don't wait. Find out if you're a candidate today. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Saturday appointments are available as well. Here's a number, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Stop the pain. Start living again. And I'm telling telling you, QC Kinetics will help you feel better, move better, live better.
Howard, you know I love hockey, especially this season. But in addition to the fast pace, line changes, and physical intensity, there's something very satisfying about the ice itself, especially after the Zamboni makes a pass and leaves a shiny, flawless sheet.
Well, Cap, when I see a sheet of ice, my mind immediately goes to car spinning out, rear-end collisions, and slip and fall accidents.
Slip and fall?
You know who to call.
My guy, Howard Enkin, 312-6000000. Howard is our lawyer on the Kappa J. Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Finding the right employee for your company is tough. One wrong hire can be a major setback. You're not alone if you face this. A recent survey by Robert Half shows nearly half of hiring managers readily admit to making a bad hire. Luckily, there's a solution. With Robert Half's specialized recruiter's experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can have the right skilled professional in place quickly. We understand what it takes to build winning teams because at Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Todd Furman coming up live in Vegas. Oh, perfect song for that, around the corner. Harris and Joliet wants to defend Greeny. I don't think he needs defending. I mean, we weren't ripping him. I just said I was surprised Greeny doesn't know what jambalaya
He's been around the
looks like.
world, and
he's been around the world, yeah. What's up, Harris?
Yeah, it's Paris, but yeah.
Oh, Paris, sorry.
Nah, not defending Green. Just I think they did it more for a visual effect to show what goes in the gumbo, so they didn't put so much roux in it. And the whole thing about the Sazerac, not true. I've been to a place where I was watching the Western Conference Finals in a bar, and they put ice, like the little chiclet ice, in the Sazerac, and
that's
it was
terrible.
horrible.
Okay, that's terrible. You're right, Paris. You're right about that. Avoid that place. Paris, thanks, buddy. Most of the places in New Orleans really take pride in making their native cocktail.
How does one make a roux?
A roux is flour and butter. Yes.
Butter and flour.
Yeah. But that's in a gumbo. The jambalaya is different. Jambalaya is just rice and
crawfish.
No, usually like
and
pork sausage.
Andouille sausage.
Right.
Yeah.
And some aromatics.
You can put a little crawfish in there too.
Sure, I guess you could.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the gumbo is where is more of a stew with the
with the
roux and the okra,
and you can darken the roux too.
Yes,
oh,
you can make it rich.
Dark.
Yes,
oh
yes.
yeah.
Who doesn't love a dark roux?
Don't go to the place where they're putting the chiclet ice in the Sazerac. That is shameful.
Yeah.
That any place in New Orleans would do that. That's terrible because most of them take pride in it.
That's like what you get in a soda, right?
Yes.
The little baby ice.
That's,
yeah.
A Sazerac is served up. There's no Sazerac is
just served up.
Yes. That's shameful. I would go.
What's the difference between up and neat?
Well, up is a cocktail with no ice, so they don't call it neat. They call it up. When you have, yes.
If you just have a regular bourbon and you want it neat, there's no ice.
That's neat.
Up means it's a cocktail, mixture. A mixture is up,
which without ice.
One drink is neat.
Correct.
One ingredient. Thank you.
Yeah, but
I needed a clarification there.
That's
Thank you.
crazy that anybody would put ice in it. Is like, oh my God. All right, coming up next, we'll go to Vegas. We'll talk to our buddy Todd Furman. We got auto show tickets during the 2 o'clock hour to give away. And Yurko's got a great trivia question for that, by the way. And we'll crosstalk at 2:35. It's Carmen and Yurko. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. I just picked up my brand new 2025 Land Rover Defender from Howard Orloff Motors, and I couldn't be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at the fancy restaurant when it's parked out front. My kids absolutely love riding it. Howard Orloff Motors has the full lineup of 2025 Land Rover Defenders ready and waiting for you. So visit them today just off the Kennedy in Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie from my friends at windownation.com. You know me, I hate winter. Not only do I hate it outside, I used to hate it inside too because my windows stunk. That was until I called Window Nation and I saved 60% off all window styles and I paid nothing for 2 years. Now you can get that same deal by calling 866-90Nation or go online to windownation.com. My guy Alan Favada will come over and give you a free in-home estimate. Call today, 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, just a few days away from Super Bowl 59. Remember, tomorrow we are wrapping the week out and about in Yurko's neck of the nape of the wave, just blocks from his house. Northwest Indiana, the Twin Peaks in Cherville, routes 41 and 30. That's where we're going to be hanging, noon until 3. Come by, get some lunch, have a nice cold one. We get you set for the big game on Sunday between the Chiefs and the Eagles. Lots of football tomorrow, my friend.
Plenty.
Lots.
I like to say nothing but football, NBF.
Yeah, yes. Virginia McCaskey passed earlier today, just kind of resetting that news at 102. George Hallis's daughter, after running the team for the last, it's 42 years since I think the old man
83?
passed.
Is it 83?
Right, yeah, 42 years. Virginia has passed. What a life. Obviously, you make it as long as she did, and to be part of so many memorable things and to watch this league grow into the league that it has become, her dad's dream, just pretty incredible.
She was here when the stock market crashed in 29.
It's crazy, right?
She was a Ute.
She was a Ute.
Yeah.
And saw it all. I mean, geez. She saw the stock market crash and the Haktua girl. I mean, can you imagine? You know?
What a combination.
What a combination.
She disappeared, didn't she?
The Haktua girl disappeared pretty well. Her 15 minutes are up.
Along with her, what is that called? Digital money?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You saw the moon landing and the Haktua girl. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, you can claim both. You were pretty young when the moon landing happened, though.
69, I was 2.
Yeah, you were 2.
If it happened. Yeah.
Leave it to my partner, I swear. That's why I love him. You knucklehead.
I used to believe a lot. Now, come to find out there's a lot of chicanery going on. Just wait.
You and Abdallah together. You crack me up. All right, let's get out to our guest line and bring in one of our favorite weekly contributors. It's been a pleasure having him all football season. Again, we really do thank Todd a whole bunch for always carving out time for us. Look, he's a busy man. His podcast, the Bet the Board podcast, is one of the biggest in the spaces, the podcast that he does with Payne Insider, and he still carves out some time for, during his busy football schedule.
And we love him.
20 minutes every Thursday.
And we love him.
We do love him. And we appreciate his contribution to this show because the content is phenomenal. Whether we can always give out, it's impossible to always give out winners, okay? The content is what matters. And his is as good as any. and we appreciate his time all season long, and he joins us for one last time to preview the big game. It's Todd Furman live in Vegas. What's up, buddy?
Hey, I appreciate the intro, guys, but look, anything that I say about the Super Bowl is going to pale in comparison to the entertainment value multiple segments with Yerk talking meme coins is going to do for your younger skewing audience.
Yeah. Trying to get him on board, kid.
Hey,
Trying
look,
to get him on board.
You've been a visionary since day one, so if Carm's not going to drink the Kool-Aid, you can only lead a horse to water. You can't make him drink.
That's
good
right.
Point. I better learn. Yeah, that's a good point. What is it going to be like for you this weekend? I know you said you are staying in Vegas. You're not going to New Orleans. I mean, that's where the Super Bowl was last year. We know what the craziness was like. But is it avoid the Strip at all costs come Sunday? What's your plan for kind of consuming the weekend? Because whether the Super Bowl is in your backyard or not, we know how much people love to flock to Vegas for this big weekend.
So fortunately, I'll probably get to avoid the Strip on Sunday, but Saturday I won't be afforded that luxury, but it's part of the nature of doing business. So when you start to get a lot of that public money flowing into a lot of these prop markets, even with the advent of apps, sometimes you have to get creative in terms of being able to move money. So Saturday provides all sorts of opportunity to bounce from casino to casino and take advantage of some of the numbers that may not necessarily have been in range when they opened, but as they get beat into shape, numbers get a touch inflated, prices will get too low. So that's what I will be doing Saturday, carrying the good old backpack full of cash and trying to find some numbers that I can pick off for the final football Sunday of the season.
I love that. What do you think happens to this line, if anything, as we get closer? And we know, look, the public tends to back favorites. Public, I think, likes in general to back teams like the Chiefs. We know that this year was a historically good year for favorites in general. Do we see more Chiefs money in the next 48, 72 hours, and does this thing move off of 1.5, and inch towards a field goal or anything like that?
You would think that the public is flush with cash for the way that the last 2 months of the regular season has gone. Now, the playoffs not exactly quite as lucrative from a recreational bettor standpoint, but you did have 2 games that went flying over the total on Championship Sunday that no doubt helped. But in terms of this game here, look, I expected this number to open where it did. Not surprised at all that we've seen some Eagles money driving this number from 1.5 down to 1. We actually made Philadelphia a short favorite in this game. And while a lot of people go, wait a second, that should mean that automatically you should be running to the window to bet the Eagles. The percentage edge that you get when you make Philadelphia, let's call it a 0.75 point favorite, and the market opens up with them plus 1.5, is nowhere near as decided as if I make a game 3 and the rest of the betting market opens up 2.5 around that key number. So it changes that dynamic a little bit. I think you're going to get a lot more public support for Kansas City. You'll get professional bettors backing the Eagles, and there's a higher likelihood that we're going to trend towards pick'em than Philadelphia getting into that +2 range. But we'll see what happens in the final 72 hours as we get towards the game. But in terms of the total, not surprised at all, guys, that we've seen under money. I know when we looked at some of the hypothetical Super Bowl numbers, this was going to be one of the lower scoring matchups, at least on paper. Thought a lot of books would open this in that 46.5, 47 range, but you get the Eagles hanging 55 on the Commanders in the NFC Championship. You have Kansas City with the first 30-plus point outburst of the season. Lo and behold, some books come out as high as 50.5 here. Not shocked at all that we're now sitting at 48.5, kind of painted across the board, with some of the more recreational shops sitting at 49.
So, fun fact, Eagles are 5-0 straight up this season on artificial surfaces. That includes a win in New Orleans, which they say is one of the faster tracks. That was a very low-scoring game, actually, way back in Week 3. Eagles outscored their opponents on turf this year 151-58. I double-checked that like 3 times as I looked at those numbers. I was like, that's incredible. That's a plus 93. That's less than 12 points per game allowed. Granted, only one of those 5 games was against the playoff team, but does that stat mean anything going into this weekend, Todd?
It doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot, because when you're talking about strength of schedule and opponent, that's where you're going to place a lot more emphasis. And if you even want to go one step further, the Eagles are going to go into the Superdome as a shorter underdog against the Kansas City Chiefs than they were when they took on the Saints earlier this season. To kind of put things in perspective, guys, in terms of how much a regular season can change the way we view these teams and the way they're currently constructed. So it's a little bit of paralysis by analysis. You're going to get inundated with a ton of stats. I know you guys have, a lot of the listeners as well, trying to figure out what you want to place increased emphasis on. hard to ignore how good Kansas City has been with additional time to prepare. Mahomes is a short favorite or an underdog in games. The one trend that I would tell people to kind of ignore completely is in 8 previous matchups, Vic Fangio still looking for his first win against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. The personnel he has on this Eagles defense, far greater than what he had with the Miami Dolphins and all of his time managing that Denver Broncos defense as well.
That's a good point. Todd Furman from the Bet the Board podcast is our guest. It's Carmen and Yurk on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Follow Todd on X. He is at Todd Furman. Let's talk a little bit then about these defensive coordinators since you talked about Vic. Which DC is going to have more of an impact maybe in the final result, if that makes any sense? Like, will it be Vic scheming something that finally confuses Mahomes and slows down this offense or causes a big turnover seemingly in the moments where he never makes them? Or is it going to be Spags' ability to find a way to slow down that great running game that the Philadelphia Eagles bring into this matchup?
I think these are going to be two of the most important guys on the sideline. So I'm not sure either has more importance than the other. But you mentioned Spags and what he's going to be tasked with. For a Kansas City run defense that was outstanding through the first 7-8 weeks of the season, started to be a little bit more middling as we got down the stretch, and it's kind of bottomed out in 2 playoff games. When you look at their EPA against the run, if we extrapolated that out over the course of a full season, the Chiefs would rank 30th in that department. So they're going to need to be a little bit better, knowing that Philly is going to feed Saquon Barkley early and often. But I do think Spags will have some unique wrinkles in store to confuse Jalen Hurts and kind of figure out if they want to go man coverage with Trent McDuffie on A.J. Brown on the outside and then bracket Devontae Smith, or what particular offensive weapon they'd like to take away from Philadelphia in the passing game, since the Eagles did have a tremendous amount of success against a better Chiefs secondary when these teams met in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. On the other side of things, what I think will be interesting for Kansas City is that everything Philadelphia does well defensively plays into Kansas City's strengths. So does Kansas City go, you know what, we know what we do best, we're going to stick with it, or are they more likely to take on some of those chameleon-like tendencies and change what they want to do? Because you dig into Patrick Mahomes' numbers, he was outstanding when he gets the ball out of his hands quickly in less than 2.5 seconds. When he hung onto the ball too long in the pocket behind that makeshift offensive line, you started to see those metrics start to drift a little bit. Completion percentage over expectation, catchable throw rate, all of those things not consistent with what we've grown accustomed to. The problem for the Chiefs is the Eagles are one of the top defenses in the league in forcing opposing quarterbacks to get the ball out of their hands quickly. But again, when we mention strength of schedule, the Eagles haven't exactly taken on a murderer's row of opposing offenses. Yeah. There are a couple of data points that you can lean your hat on, but the full body of work does leave a little bit to be desired, even for a drastically improved secondary compared to how this unit finished last season.
I think we touched on this a little bit last week, but let's circle back. Let's look at the Saquon prop market. I think this is going to be one of the more interesting ones for folks. I think maybe professional bettors, because it's so out of whack, might stay away a little bit more, but I think just the general public is going to be gravitated towards that storyline. Like, it's almost inconceivable to think, after the way the game started 2 weeks ago in Philly, that he would go under his rushing total and under his attempts, but a little bit of a calf injury, and he's riding the bike, and he's using the Theragun, and they're watching his carries in that game. He doesn't even come close to going over the attempts, and then even with the long run to start, he ends up going under because his prop market is so out of whack because of how dominant he's been. I think it was like 122 or something in that game, whatever it was. How should people kind of attack this particular game and this particular prop if they're interested? Because we know with prop bets, one little injury, even a minor one, can very much affect the outcome of those bets, Todd.
Well, I mean, Carm, first and foremost, we shouldn't undersell the value of a Theragun. We know that it's key in Yurk's pre-show prep, getting ready every day throughout the course of the week, so he can have his cast loose and be ready to discuss sports at a very high level. But, guys, when you look at what these rushing numbers mean, to kind of put them in context, the last running back to go for 113-plus yards in a Super Bowl, Dominic Rhodes, back in 2006. Last running back to go for 114-plus, Michael Pittman, back in 2002. And the last running back to go for more than 125 yards rushing, Terrell Davis, back in 1997. Wow. So Saquon working against a bit of history here. But I think what's interesting about this market is I can't make a case to go under his total rushing yards being priced in that 112.5 range. However, I think the better path to getting a little bit of money down against Saquon Barkley is betting him under his longest rush, which is widely available at 20.5 yards. And while that may sound a little bit counterintuitive, my feeling is that Kansas City is going to have to figure out defensively if they want to commit 8 guys to the box, play their DBs on an island, and make themselves potentially vulnerable to the big play, or if it's going to be, you know what, we'll give Saquon Barkley 4 or 5 yards of carry. We'll let Philadelphia move the ball down the field methodically if that's how they want to go about their business. We just don't want to get hit with that back-breaking run. And I think Spags is going to approach it in that context. So I've gone under 25.5 yards for Saquon Barkley's longest rush. Look, he's got a path to go under that number and go over his total,
right.
But I think that's the way that I chose to attack it, and for me, gives me a little bit more opportunity and upside.
Which receiver do you think has a day?
If I'm betting on the receiver to finish with the most receiving yards, the one that I would look at, Yerk, is Devontae Smith at a price tag at right around 6-1. Now, I know a lot of people are clamoring for Dallas Goedert, given how Kansas City has defended the tight end. But unfortunately, you're being forced to pay a premium. With his over-under on receiving yards in the mid-50s, his catch number still sitting at 4.5, but heavily juiced. A.J. Brown, real boomer bust potential. We'll see if Trent McDuffie travels with him. And if you're going to ask me to figure out who Kansas City's leading receiver is going to be, it is a real Pandora's box because Philadelphia leaves the middle of the field open. I don't think Travis Kelce is going to be that guy to put up 100-plus yards like we saw against the Texans. But trying to figure out if it's a Juju game, if it's a Hollywood Brown game, or if DeAndre Hopkins comes off the milk carton, I've largely shied away from most of the receiving props for the Chiefs. The only one I have a small exposure to is Juju, over 1.5 catches, right around minus $1.10.
All right, before we let you go, just real quick on the NBA with the flurry of moves and very significant ones, obviously, this week, the 2 biggest being the Luka trade and Jimmy Butler to Golden State. Has it done anything to kind of shift and affect the NBA futures markets?
The Bulls note shorter than they were leading up to the trade deadline, unfortunately for Bulls fans. So they remain one of the bigger long shots on the board right now. At last check, about 1,000-1 the going rate there. But in terms of the overall favorites in the landscape, you have a clear-cut favorite in both the Eastern and Western Conference, Boston in the East and Oklahoma City in the West. Cleveland's number, in my opinion, extremely short. I mean, we saw Cleveland and Boston earlier this week. Cavs closed as a 1.5-point favorite, and Boston reminded us why they're still the team to beat in the Eastern Conference. Lakers' number has come down, especially after adding Luka and then the addition of Mark Williams, despite trading some of their depth pieces away. The team that I'm very curious to see if a number drifts further out, honestly, guys, would be the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, before they traded Luka, the Mavs are right around that 30-1 threshold. I've seen numbers upwards of 50, and while they may not have the star power in the backcourt, maybe a little bit of size, if they get that front line healthy, they at least on paper may pose a legitimate dark horse threat to Oklahoma City's dominance. So that would be a team that I would keep tabs on, especially if they struggle until they get all their pieces healthy.
All right, excellent. All right, so you mentioned that under longest rush prop. We were talking about that about an hour ago. We like that too, actually. For Saquon, you said a little Juju exposure for you. Anything else you want to give out in terms of what might even come close to being a best bet for the Super Bowl?
Sure. Kareem Hunt, not exactly bullish on his best-case scenario in a game like this. Again, Kareem Hunt, 17 carries, 60-plus yards last time against Buffalo, so odds makers inflate that tag. But this is a guy that's been a little bit more than 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Even if he gets 11 carries and averages 4 yards a pop, which he hasn't done this season, doesn't get him to his current number in that 45.5 range. So went under with Kareem Hunt. We actually gave out a kicker prop that we showed the most edge with, so encourage folks to listen to the Bet the Board podcast in that regard. And, in terms of some of the other markets that are there, I'll be looking at Patrick Mahomes for his over-under for passing yards. If that number continues to leak up, to try and make a case to go under. Haven't gotten there yet. Do think completions over for him makes a world of sense in a short, controlled passing game. And Devontae Smith, very curious to see where his receiving yards numbers settle in. I'd love the opportunity to be able to go over a price in the mid-40s. Not there yet, but those are some of the things still very much on my radar as I try and go into some of the marquee players.
Who wins MVP tonight, Lamar or Josh Allen?
I think given the all-pro vote, it's going to be Lamar Jackson. And for those folks that had the foresight to not necessarily buy into the narrative, grab a little bit of Lamar at 12-1. I would not be one of them, but I know they will be sitting waiting with bated breath to hopefully cash a little bit of a long shot ticket there. And for any folks that bet Jaden Daniels before the year at prices of 6-1 or greater, that becomes the ultimate definition of a rocking chair wager, to say the least.
Absolutely. All right, buddy, enjoy the game. Thanks, as always, for everything all year. We'll bug you maybe in about 6 weeks or so around March Madness. But you're the best. Continued success to you and Payne. We'll always be listening, and thanks for everything, okay?
Always a pleasure, gents. Best of luck this weekend with all your Super Bowl investments. And just a PSA to all the listeners out there, remember, just another game on the sports betting calendar. Bet responsibly. You don't want to try and take the fun out of this, knowing you'll have plenty of opportunities in college hoops, the NBA, NHL, and a variety of other sports to make that money just the same.
You said it, my man. Have a good weekend, all right?
Be good, boys.
All right, Todd. There's Todd Furman. We do thank him. Each and every week. It's like 20-something weeks he commits to us. And
he's a good man.
He's great. Check out the Bet the Board podcast with Todd and with Payne Insider. And they have Brad Powers, who's one of the better, probably one of the top college football handicappers in the country, go on with them during the course of the year to help break down college football. So it's good content there if you're in the betting space. And he'll be back in 2025. Todd's always been good to us, and it's great to have him every week to talk football. So he likes that same bet we talked about during the lunch rush. And we all kind of are on that one under Saquon's longest. It is sort of counterintuitive when you think about the way his year's gone and all the big explosives he's hit. But I think we all are kind of leaning that way, that we like that prop bet this weekend. Yurko's got some trivia for you next. He'll tell you what that is for some auto show tickets. And we'll get ready for crosstalk in about 15 minutes. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Chicago, it's time to feel the blue and red pride. DePaul Blue Demons basketball is back and better than ever. Come experience the fast-paced action, the electric atmosphere, and the roar of the crowd at Wintrust Arena. Don't miss your chance to see Big East battles and rising stars lighting up the court. Bring your family, your friends, and your school spirit to the heart of the city. Tickets are on sale now. Visit DePaulBlueDemons.com to secure your seats. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com. DePaul basketball, where Chicago plays. See you at the game, Blue Demon Nation.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
We have auto show tickets to give away all this week. New car dealer lots are full again. That's good news for consumers. Where's the best place to shop? The biggest variety of new cars, trucks, and SUVs? It's the Chicago Auto Show, of course. It starts Saturday. It goes through the 17th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy your tickets online at ChicagoAutoShow.com. Good Kid has your trivia question today. First correct caller will win a 4-pack of tickets to use any day, anytime.
At the Auto Show.
At the Auto Show.
Come on down to the car show.
I'll be at the Auto Show at
the
some
car
point.
show. I'm sure you
it.
will.
Oh,
you love that. Yeah. Are we ready for thine question?
Yes. Did you say, are we ready for thine?
Thine question? Yes.
Good music.
Oh, I love the music. In this 2000 remake of the 1974 film, Gone in 60 Seconds, Nicolas Cage stars as Memphis Reigns.
Yes. What a name, Memphis Reigns.
They've got to get 50 cars in a couple of days to save his little brother.
That's
Memphis
right.
Reigns' little brother was in trouble, and they gave each car a nickname. What was the nickname for the final car? The Shelby Mustang GT 500 in the movie Gone in 60 Seconds.
Great question. That's like his white whale, too, right? That's the one he could never quite steal.
Yeah, that's the one that got him in trouble.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the name of the Shelby GT? What's
Shelby
the nickname?
Mustang GT 500.
Yes.
What is the nickname?
Great question from the Good Kid. First correct caller will win at 312-332-3776. That's an easy one. Let's go, folks. Nicely done, Yurko. Tomorrow, maybe we'll do a trivia question from Ford versus Ferrari so we can talk more about Carroll Shelby. How's that?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Ford versus Ferrari, great movie.
Great movie.
His first trip to Le Mans.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I really loved that movie.
What's his name was phenomenal in it.
They're all phenomenal. But then Christian Bale, when's he not phenomenal?
Christian Bale was
He's incredible. He's like Daniel Day-Lewis
And then the jerk in that movie, it seems like he's just a jerk in every movie.
He plays the love interest of Reese Witherspoon. He was a nice guy. Remember the one, what was that one called? They did a rom-com together years ago.
I never
Sweet
found
Home
that
Alabama.
guy to be
He was nice. He was good in that one.
I never found him to be likable.
At least I think that's that guy. Pretty sure it's him.
Leo, what's his name in the movie? Leo something?
Leo Getz?
No.
He's a real jag in that movie.
Yeah, he is.
In Ford versus Ferrari.
Yeah,
You just want to punch him in the face.
Yeah,
You're right.
especially when he goes to the kid, get your hands off the car.
Yeah, he's a real jag. Mark in Lincoln Park was our winner. He redeemed himself. Well, that's amazing. Is that really Mark in Lincoln Park? Let's see if he redeemed himself. Hold on here. Marky.
I redeemed myself. It's Eleanor, fellas.
Boy, I mean, that's pretty good because...
it is Eleanor.
You were going to have to walk around with a bag over your head
Listen,
after...
Carm, I thought you said cities, not the actual stadium.
No, I said venue.
Because it's 11 and 11. It's Miami and New Orleans. It was my bad. I went with 11.
Venue is not city.
Venue is not city.
I love it. I love that you bounce back though on the same day of your great humiliation and disgrace. You bounce back with a glorious victory.
I panicked.
I love
I'm sorry.
I love it. Mark, you hold on. Make sure they got your number. Mark in Lincoln Park wins a 4-pack of tickets to the Chicago Auto Show. All right, you know what I want to finish with real quick before we
I don't know.
start crosstalk?
What would you like to finish with?
More Luka stuff. It's been the week of Luka. I can't help it.
That's
He's
fine.
probably going to play this weekend. It looks like Saturday.
Wonderful.
He might play. I'm going to give you some Luka comps, Yerk. Like, can you believe this guy was traded? Here's just some comps. Players before they turn 26, okay?
Right.
Which Luka doesn't turn 26 until next month.
Right.
Well, I take that back. Later this month, I think it is. But he's not 26 yet. Here are career scoring averages for players in NBA history before turning 26. Number 1, Wilt Chamberlain, 42.3 points per game. Obviously a much different era.
Yes.
Michael Jordan, number 2, 32.6 points per game. Kareem, number 3, 31.4.
Yeah.
Rick Barry, number 4.
Why not?
30.6. Big O, 5th, 30.2.
Otis Wilson.
Not that Big O. And
Oscar Robertson.
And
yeah.
Luka Doncic, 6th on the all-time list, 28.6 points per game. Now,
I saw the eyes go.
Let's do points per 100 to tease out the differences in era and in pace, okay?
Per 100.
Let's do per 100 possessions. Before turning 26, number 1 all-time, I don't think would surprise you because now we're eliminating Wilt, Michael Jeffrey Jordan, 41.5 points per game per 100 possessions. Number 2, Luka Doncic, 40.2. They are the only 2 players in NBA history before turning 26 years old to average 40 points per 100 possessions. Here's PER numbers before turning 26. MJ, number 1 all time, 29.6. Then it's Wilt, AD, who was involved in the trade. How about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Kareem, Shaq, David Robinson, LeBron, Bob Pettit, Oscar Robertson, Joker, and Luka. He's 12th on that list, and he's one of only 16 players in NBA history to make 5 or more All-Star games before turning 26. Those are some amazing comps, and they traded him.
Yep, Nico Harrison.
I still can't believe they traded him, Yurko.
Forever in Dallas, they'll know his name.
They will. Well, if they win, they'll be happy, I guess, if they
went
can
to
pull it off this year.
2 Western Conference Finals and 1 championship.
And 1 championship, yep.
Game. Yeah, didn't win it, but they went to 1 championship game. Not enough.
No,
not enough.
Coming up next, crosstalk with Waddle. And then Meller and Tyler are going to fill in for Sylvie today. They're live at David Buster's in Schaumburg. We'll talk to the guys coming up next. Yurko's got the final word.
Carmen and Yurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word.
Had to have the last word.
On Carmen and Yurko.
Feed mayonnaise to tuna. Call Starkist.
It's night shift. Yeah. You're unbelievable, man.
I'm on a roll today. Death does it to me, Carm. That's what happens. Death does it to me.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, it's Yurko. I'm here with Mitch Lyons, owner of Mitch Lyons Wealth. He's here to protect and optimize your retirement funds. What are some of the great football metaphors that apply to retirement planning?
Oh, man, there's so much that I apply to my career and helping people. Game plan, right? You got to have your best game plan to hit your goals. Retirement red zone, we talk about a lot as far as when you get into that area, approaching retirement or in retirement, the game changes just like it does on a football field. You don't want to take on unnecessary risk, and you really got to change your game plan at that point.
What's one thing you wish everybody knew about preparing for retirement?
I think the biggest thing is people don't need to take on the risks that they think they need to. You don't have to, and quite frankly, you don't want to when you're in retirement. You protect what you have and optimize through income strategies that we have available.
How can listeners get in touch with Mitch Lyons Wealth for a free consultation?
Call 866-857-8335. There's nothing to buy. There's nothing to lose. Call today to see if you can better protect and optimize your retirement. MitchellLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late night bites.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text LIKE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text LIKE to 42424. That's LIKE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
$7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $7 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Thanks for listening and calling and participating in today's show. Thank you to Todd Furman. And thanks to Kev Bowe, Kevin Zepak, and Justin Pottinger for sitting in for Black and Abdallah. Chris and Adam were out with our friends and partners at the Village of Elmwood Park. They hit a bunch of the great restaurants you always hear us talking about. There's so many great choices in Elmwood Park. And they were doing some fun video stuff. They brought food back, which was very nice of Chris and Adam. They brought, Russell's barbecues like Johnny's Beef. That's like some of the OG stuff over there in Elmwood Park. They've been there forever.
Sure.
They brought back some Russell's. They brought back some stuff from Masa Cafe. They brought back some stuff from Gringo and Blondie.
I had a chicken wing that was phenomenal.
Oh, man.
I had the lamb chop.
I think that was from maybe Donnie G's.
Right, with some asparagus.
Yeah.
Garlic asparagus.
Beautiful.
And I had a tamale.
You hit
one
everything.
Tamale. Yeah, I did a little bit, a little bit of a circle. It's lunchtime. Why not? I deserve it.
Of course.
I'm fine.
Go on the great culinary food tour of the world.
Yeah.
Let's do it. They didn't go to Jim and Pete's, I don't think. That's one of my other favorites there. I don't know if they hit Johnny's either, but man, they'll have some good video content up. And like I said, it was nice of them to bring a bunch of food back. The guys are going nuts over there. Charlie's going to eat for a week. I think he's running out of here with all of it. I'd ask him to talk right now, but I could see he's got his mouth
I came
full.
back in with the second tamale. I said, listen, I don't know who's, I go, this was good. I had one that was good. He goes, was it spicy? I go, I hate stuff that's hot. I go, it's got a little kick to it, but I liked it, which means it didn't have too much kick in it.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's got a hint of a kick. I think Smokey's on it right now, if I had to guess.
Kevin's eating
Smokey, you having that tamale?
No, Kevin's eating
Yeah, see, thumbs up. Somebody's having it. Good. I'm glad they're going to enjoy it.
Love our friends at Elmwood Park.
I gave it with my stamp of approval.
Yeah. Good.
That's what it was. It was delicious.
So are the boys back? Can we crosstalk? Yeah, we had trouble with
Boys are back in town.
The boys are back in town. Dave and Buster Schomburg. It's going to be Meller in for Sylvie again. Tyler's on hand as well out there. The guys will be hanging with Waddle. Go see the show today. What's up, boys?
I heard the good kid just killing it with the trivia.
Oh, he was impressive today.
Yeah.
Huh?
He came on strong. It was a little bit of a hiccup to start, but
Kurt
he came
Warner
on
got me righted. I righted the ship with Kurt Warner.
I was right along with you on a couple of them. I would have not gotten the Von Miller one. I was clapping in my car when I heard you get that one.
Yeah.
That was a very good one. Yeah. Some good questions, Carl.
Well, thank you. One of them was an
contest.
answer on your show yesterday. You guys were talking about Chuck Howley yesterday.
Yeah, Chuck Howley.
When he won the first, he was the first ever defensive guy to win.
I got that one. I was like the
Who's
only
the
trivia
second
question
guy?
I got.
I think Harvey Martin was
2 years
second.
later.
Oh, no, it was
2 years later.
Jake Scott.
Jake Scott,
Yeah,
Miami Dolphins.
from Miami.
100% correct, too.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Richard Dent was also an MVP of a
Sure he
Super
was.
Bowl.
Didn't Larry Brown win one for the Cowboys?
Yeah, he did.
Larry Brown did win one for the Cowboys.
Was it Malcolm Smith?
Yes.
For the Seahawks?
Yep. Malcolm Smith.
Malcolm Smith won as well.
Remember,
Yes.
he had like a fumble 6 and maybe a pick 6? That's when Sylvie was drunk by halftime.
Oh,
with
yeah.
purple teeth
Yeah,
at
he
your
had
house.
purple teeth at my house.
Because he was supporting Peyton Manning and
Yes.
the Broncos.
Dwight
hard.
Smith?
He was
Dwight Smith or Malcolm Smith?
Malcolm Smith.
It was Malcolm Smith. Yeah,
for sure.
Like you remember, we used to always had the conversation about Brady versus Manning, right?
Yes.
I mean, that was the universal sports argument, and he had been overserved, wouldn't you say? I mean, no, he wasn't sloppy, but he was.
Well, if
his teeth were purple from the
Yes.
red wine, and he was dejected because they were getting boat raced.
This was going to be like, because Peyton Manning had such a sensational season that year in terms of numbers. He went for 5,400 passing yards, over 50 touchdowns.
This was Foxy's coaching.
Yes.
Was it?
It was.
Foxy was the head coach.
And they just obliterated everything records-wise offensively. And then the Legion of Boom, that was really their huge coming out party because they put the clamps on Peyton Manning.
And then Sylvie with his purple teeth.
Was he really drinking that much wine that his teeth were purple?
His teeth were purple.
That's incredible.
It was accelerated by halftime because the Broncos were out of it so fast.
Yeah.
And he was rooting hard for the Broncos that day.
And he finally admitted it, Carm. That's the
Yes.
first time he said, I think you guys, I'm finally willing to admit it, that
Tom
Brady's
Brady.
a GOAT.
That's so funny. Wasn't that game the game that started with the safety, Meller, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The bad snap that went over
That's
Manning's
right. It was a
head.
bad snap. Yeah, that's right. Inauspicious start, to say the least, for the Broncos in that game.
Oh, man.
Because they did get boat raced in that one.
And then that was, at that point, what did Brady have? Three Super Bowl wins,
At
probably?
that point, he had 3.
He would go on to win 4 more.
And then he would win
And what,
4
Manning had one at the time?
He had one at the time, yes.
And then he won one the following year, was it, or 2 years
Well,
later?
he won 2 years later.
2 years later.
I think,
he was worse than Trent Dilfer that year.
Yes,
Remember, the
he
arm
was.
strength was nothing.
Yeah. Was Kubiak the coach
Yes.
that year?
Yes.
He was.
It was Gary Kubiak.
You're right. He was in the sidecar for that one.
Remember, he had been benched for Brock Osweiler during that season.
That's right.
Yeah.
Can you imagine benching Peyton Manning for Brock Osweiler?
No.
That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
He couldn't throw the ball anymore,
Right,
guys.
right.
Remember? It was
After the neck injury.
after the
Brock
neck-
Osweiler couldn't either, and he wasn't even injured.
It was also. It just goes to show, though, it was a different era of NFL football too, because you could have a defense where you could have a game manager who was smart about not turning the football over, at least as much
I got
as
to
he
tell
could.
you guys too. You're right about that, Miller. I get a kick out of going down memory lane and looking at the statistics of some of the great quarterbacks of like the previous era. Like, go ahead and look at that. Even with Elway and Aikman and like,
or Terry Bradshaw, who came
well,
up
that's
on,
even
I know,
further
but it's
back. But it's like all of these unbelievable, spectacular passing numbers are a really new phenomenon because I don't think Troy Aikman had more than 20 touchdown passes in a season more than once.
He might not have. I mean, Elway never had 30.
Yeah.
You know that? Think about that.
I know. And Carm, when you look at the number of interceptions
Yeah, I've got
these guys
Aikman.
threw.
He had 23 and 92.
Was that it, John?
That's
That was it.
That's
One time. And look at the interception totals, like their touchdown
141.
interception ratio. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
John Elway never threw 30 touchdown passes in a season.
Right.
And kids are going to look at that someday and look at those and be like, well, how he was great.
And I'm not trying
John Elway was great.
Yeah, I'm not trying to diminish how good they were. It's just another reminder how different the game was.
Totally.
Well, it's both the rules that have now made it very difficult for defensive backs
And
to
the
play
quarterbacks start getting their asses whipped, as frequently.
And then also throw in, back when Aikman and Elway were playing, if you got inside the 5, there was no coach in the league who was thinking about throwing the ball if it wasn't third down.
That's right.
First and second down, you give it to your tailback
That's right.
inside the 5.
To
And
that-
then Emmitt Smith would have 22 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Terrell Davis would have 25 touchdowns that season.
Yep.
To that point is when in 94 when Brett threw for 33, 38, 39, 35, 3 of those led the NFL in touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's,
so
maybe you could start to
that's
see.
why that's when Nat started to go,
Yes.
oh, take a look at that, take a look at that. That's what's going on here. So
I bet you Montana doesn't have many 30 touchdown seasons, right?
You'd be
I
shocked.
bet you,
I bet you'd be shocked at his stats too.
You know, like
I think Steve Young had far superior statistical seasons, individually versus Montana.
Right, for sure. Yeah, Montana only threw 30 touchdown passes once in a season. 87, that was it.
And that year he threw 3,054 yards.
And by the way, he had Jerry Rice with him and John Taylor with him and
Dwight
Brent
Clark
Jones with him and Dwight Clark and
Roger
Freddie
Craig.
Solomon and Roger Craig.
Roger Craig, who caught 100 passes one season out of the backfield.
I mean, it's just such a it's such a different game statistically.
2 years, 2 years for Steve Young in the 30s, 35 and 36.
Even that,
that surprises me, Johnny, because I would have thought more.
You sort of almost expect your guy now to get to 30. You know, if you've got one of the great ones, you kind of expect that quarterback's going to have 30 touchdowns.
I think you're right. Isn't Brett the guy that kind of he was?
Well, the guy that originally did it was Marino when he threw for 50 touchdown passes and close to
48. Yeah.
48 touchdown and 5,000 yards?
I think that's right, yeah.
Yeah. Was that his rookie year?
It was
second year.
Second
It was
year.
1984.
Yeah.
Those numbers are so far out of the realm, out of what was normal.
Yes.
That, that was truly, he was the offensive genius. And then he never achieved that again.
That may be, with that as the backdrop, you could probably make a really good case for that being the best season a quarterback has ever had in NFL history.
I know. You probably
based on those stats and when it happened, like at least statistically, wouldn't you say that's the best?
Yeah.
Do you know what
he blew it out of the water.
Do you know what his sack percentage was that year?
Oh, I know. I heard you.
He never took him.
2.25%.
Yeah.
2.25%.
And Carm, that's, I think, now guys, they dirt it. They throw it away. Back in the day, guys would just try to make a play, and they would throw it into a spot where.
Unreal.
Well, I mean, listen, his mantra was he was never going to take a sack.
Well, and he didn't.
Right. He'd throw the ball into the ground.
Right.
He led the league. He had the lowest sack percentage in the league in his first 7 seasons.
Take a look at how many times he was sacked.
In
10,
his career.
13,
Yes, it's crazy.
18, 17, 9, 6, 10.
It's crazy.
That's my point is I think he was the guy that first started, dirting it and throwing it away.
And just realizing.
We'll live for another down, whereas other guys were trying to be heroes by, trying to make plays even when.
And, that's maybe the one underrated statistic that your casual NFL fans may not be as in tune to how devastating a sack is to killing your drive and your chance for points. Like, we think of, it's not that big a deal because it's not a turnover.
Yeah.
But in reality, most of the time, if you take a sack, especially if it's for more than a 5-yard loss, it usually is a drive killer.
They're drive killers, Meller. You're right. They are. And Yurko and I talked about it at one point during the season just because we were trying to, we were talking about Caleb and some of the issues with holding the ball too long. If you look at I think I looked at the 5 best quarterbacks in NFL history with the lowest sack percentages, obviously. And I hope I'm getting, this is off memory, so I think I have them right. Marino's certainly in the top 5. I think it was Marino, Peyton Manning, Mahomes, Brady, and now I can't remember the 5th, but what does that tell you guys? It's the list of the greatest quarterbacks ever. Right. They get it. They don't take sacks. They didn't always have the best O-line. They didn't always have the best left tackle. It's a quarterback stat.
You know what?
And is it a weird coincidence that the 5 greatest quarterbacks ever also happen to have the 5 lowest sack percentages ever? That, no, I don't think that's an accident.
And the other thing too is look, I'm a big fan of pressure as much as anybody. And some people will tell you, well, sometimes the pressure is as important as a sack. Not really. Because if you can get that guy down 9 yards behind the line of scrimmage, now you've got 2nd and 19 versus pressuring him to throw the ball away, and it's 2nd and 10. Now, if you pressure him into turnovers, that's fine. But the negative yardage attached with a sack is just a drive killer.
It's a holding penalty without the loss of down.
Yes.
Or, or with the loss of down.
With the loss of down, right. Yeah. It's even worse.
Right. And think about how mad we get about holding penalties or false starts. You know what I mean? We're like, those are, those
you're right.
put you behind
you just
the sticks.
Can't take sacks.
They're absolute drive killers. It is.
So maybe if anything, and I know we've kind of talked about this at times, but that's the one glaring thing about Caleb Williams' rookie season is that, hey, He was careful with the football, didn't throw interceptions, but, man, for as many sacks as he took, and we know that a lot of them were on him, that's the one thing that hopefully Ben Johnson can get through to him.
Yeah, I agree with you. Caleb's sack percentage this year was nearly 11%, guys, and you just I don't know.
Good.
You can't play offense in this league like that, like we were saying. You just can't.
And that's not all on the offensive line.
No, absolutely not.
No.
It's what scares me about the Eagles this weekend with Jalen because, like, and I heard you guys talking about it yesterday. He was so good 2 years ago in that Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was.
I almost feel like he hasn't gotten close to being that good again, though, in a weird way. I know they've won games, but, like, he holds the ball so damn long. And I'll give you a number for this year. You guys are going to be like, what? So Hurts' sack percentage this year, I just told you what Caleb's was. That's unacceptable, okay? Hurts' this year was 9.52%. The Eagles, as an O-line, had the 6th best pass block win rate in the NFL.
That doesn't compute.
That's on Jalen Hurts, you guys, and that's what scares me about. I don't have a side in this game. I won't bet the side. I've got some prop bets. I can talk myself into either one of these teams winning, but I normally want to lean with the better quarterback and the better coach, and I think that's KC. And what would scare me, even though I think the Eagles are deeper and probably better, and every relevant metric tells you they should be the favorite, what would scare me is I don't know if I want to back Jalen Hurts, as great as he was in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Like, he holds the ball forever. And against this Chiefs defense, I think it's a recipe for disaster.
Against the Commanders. He had some clutch throws.
Yeah, he was better in that game. You're right.
Played really well. Look, he took 7 sacks in the game before against the Rams.
Yeah.
7. Took 7 sacks in that game.
I think the big thing is, and it probably is like kind of stating the obvious here, but Jalen Hurts absolutely excels when he doesn't have to play from behind.
Right.
Whenever you find the Eagles, though, chasing a game, and to your point, Carm, about them having to rely on him actually throwing the football to come back, those are the times when the Eagles tend to get beat. It doesn't happen often because they usually find ways to get big leads, and then they do a great job of just salting the game away. But that's maybe what I'd be concerned about is if the Chiefs can actually take a 7-10 point lead, can Jalen Hurts actually bring that team back? And the other thing is he never likes to roll to his left.
Right.
Watch on Sunday at every opportunity. He might start to fake a fade to the left, but he does not like to roll out to his left and throw the football. If he rolls out to the left more times than not, he is throwing the ball away. He can only roll to his right and throw on the run. It's basically the only way he does it.
He's like Zoolander. He can't go left.
Yes. I saw a stat this morning, I think, too. I think he averaged, including in playoff games, right at 180 passing yards a game, which ranked 31st in the league this year.
Yeah.
So, to have that little accomplishment in terms of passing yards and find yourself in the Super Bowl is pretty incredible. It tells you how well they ran the ball and how well Vic, ran that defense.
I think it tells you how good that team is. You're right.
Yeah.
And just how good they are in a lot of areas.
Well, yeah. I mean, we looked at, there was something they had yesterday. I forget. Maybe it was CBS Sportsline or something they did, like the top players in this Super Bowl. And Jalen Hurts came in 15th.
Yeah, there you go.
Regardless of position.
Yeah.
He was the 15th. Am I right about that?
Yes.
He was the 15th highest.
Was it 15th or 14th?
Rated player.
14th. Yeah, he was 14th.
Wow.
But then there were a couple players who were 15th, 16th, and 17th who you could have easily argued might be better players than Jalen Hurts.
I still believe, though, that if the Eagles win, I think there's a really good chance it's because he plays in this game the way he did in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. Because I think it's interesting. I heard your guys' conversation about trying to slow down Barkley. It's fascinating, to think about what Spags will try to do.
What could you do? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I thought you guys broke that down perfectly. And we'll see. I mean, he may be good enough, and that line may be good enough to get the best of the Chiefs regardless of what they do. But if, in fact, they find a way to contain that running game a little bit and it comes down to Jalen Hurts throwing a football, good luck.
I know. You guys going to get your hockey on today? You going to play Biz Nasty going after Bedard?
We brought it up.
We get our hockey on every day.
We did bring it up. It was interesting. I thought he did a better job of actually, with the video on TNT last night, of breaking down and showing you, hey, this is what he's actually doing wrong.
Right.
But the one thing I'll say is, who's he skating with? That's where you get back to this might be a lot of what Caleb Williams' issue was. He's trying to do too much because the talent that he's skating with on the line, love the effort that Ryan Donato gives. He's not a true,
of course not.
Top line winger that you would expect. And I think you guys, we talked about the other day. Connor Bedard ultimately might be better served as a winger, but he has to play center because you have no other options for him.
Yeah. PB reminded us too. He did win the Rookie of the Year last year.
Sure.
Yes, he did.
So, when I asked you guys 10 years from now, who's going to end up, do you believe, will have the more accomplished career? Caleb Williams or Connor Bedard?
And I said Bedard last night,
but got a head start on him based on his rookie performance.
But if Caleb gets things right, with Ben Johnson very quickly, he'll be in a position to own the city, and it'll be hard to say it's not Caleb.
Yeah, if they can get to the heights that we hope they get to with this offense and, just winning games, I think Miller's right.
Nothing happened up to 2 o'clock with the Bulls?
No, I mean, it didn't. Nothing, this is it. No.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Vooch is still here.
And it's not I'm asking sincerely because, basketball contracts are not exactly my thing. When you signed Javon Carter to a deal, under what circumstances would you ever give him a player option at the end of that contract?
I don't know.
When you're signing, the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th guy on your roster, is that commonplace in the NBA to give kind of a bench guy a player option?
It seems like a lot of guys have player options, but that's a good question, Tommy. I wouldn't pretend to be able to answer it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
On why and where the line of demarcation usually is for who you do want to give that
because
player
if you're
option
Javon
to.
Carter, you're opting in.
I
right?
would think. Have fun with that.
That's my point. Are you giving Lonzo?
Listen,
you giving Lonzo the deal
there,
they gave
there,
him as well?
there are 2 no-trade clauses, 2 players, LeBron and Bradley Beal. So go figure that out. I don't know. How does Bradley Beal get a no-trade clause? I mean, who the hell knows what's going on in the NBA sometimes? I have no clue. And what the Bulls front office is doing, your guess is as good as mine.
Crazy.
I'm beside myself.
All right, boys, what's up on the show today?
Well, obviously, we'll
a little bit of everything.
Yeah, we'll obviously talk about the passing of Virginia McCaskey.
Yeah, yep.
Waddle will talk a little bit when we start the show about his experience.
What a life, huh?
Oh, my God.
102 years.
Incredible.
And I think up to, recently,
yes,
she was sharp as a tack.
Pretty with it, from what I heard.
Yes, she was.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
what a tremendous life.
Yeah.
What a very kind and caring woman she was as well. She knew going back in time, she knew all the players, their families, was on all the trips. She was just a really kind person.
I have to say I was thoroughly amused by Yurko to start the show today when he dropped the death is the great motivator in life. He was on fire to start the show, so kudos to you, good kid.
Yeah. I love it.
And dropping, I think, a philosophy that is not untrue. Death is a great motivator.
Who is it a motivator for?
Yeah.
Some people find themselves complacent in life.
Right.
And then somebody dies, and then all of a sudden, boom, the light goes on.
Flip a switch.
It crystallizes for you, and the good kid will be on your shoulder telling you, hey,
okay.
That's right.
Time waits for no man.
Changes everybody.
He's special.
Okay.
Yeah,
Time waits for no man.
Courtney Cronin is going to join us at 4 o'clock. She was at the Super Bowl up until today. She came home to do Around the Horn, but she's going to join us. We'll talk to her. Jeff Joniak's going to hop on at 5:30. Obviously, to preview Bears Weekly, but more importantly,
Miller's
going to
watch a soccer game for the first half of the show at Dave & Buster's.
That's fine.
Yeah,
you guys are out tomorrow, aren't you?
We are. Twin Peaks and Cherville. Come see us. Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll see you guys tomorrow, and if anyone's in the area in Schaumburg and you want to swing by Dave & Buster's.
Are we going to see you guys later today?
Yurko's coming. I can't tonight, but
I'll
Yurko will be there.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm very optimistical about tonight's dinner.
Dave & Buster's in Schaumburg. Have a great show, guys.
Thank you, boys.
Meller's in for Sylvie. We'll see you tomorrow at Twin Peaks and Cherville. Have a great day.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us Wednesday night at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
One more final football weekend. One game left. You know what's important when you have friends and family over to watch your favorite sport? It's your game day menu. And our game day menu always includes Daisy Dips. That's correct. The Waddle game day menu includes chips and wings and veggies and a whole lot of other stuff, but most importantly, Daisy Dips. And now Daisy's come out with French onion dip and ranch dip as well. These are game changers, people. They are as good as homemade dips, and they have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'd find right there in your own kitchen. So top your game day menu with Daisy French onion and Daisy ranch dips. They're available at a grocery store near you.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe burst inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by My Guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336, 800-444-9336, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-9336.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Welcome to the Waddle and Sylvie Show. I'm Jeff Meller in for Sylvie, along with Tom Waddle. We're hanging out at Dave & Buster's at Schaumburg, in Schaumburg.
It's a beautiful place.
Yes.
We were here for the holiday parody song contest. They're fabulous hosts.
Yes.
Place is enormous. It's got a lot to do in here. It smells great.
Great snacks. We've had a few.
You've had more than a few.
Well, listen, the snacks are here. It's better to have snacks than
not.
not.
You're right. No, and you've had some snacks.
Lots of great items on the menu, so coming out and join us. They actually have a guacamole football field.
They do.
With the Philadelphia Eagles and Kansas City Chiefs logos.
Very creative.
Are those like a Parmesan crust? I'm trying to figure out what they actually used. But it looks like it's all edible, and they had some tomatoes, and what else was on there?
No, those were tomatoes. They're just not all red tomatoes.
Yeah,
They're
that's right.
Green tomatoes.
Representing the Chiefs and Eagles. So fantastic little guacamole football field that they put together for us. Celebrating the Super Bowl. We're talking Super Bowl. But before we get there, we obviously have to recognize the big news of the day. Of course, the death of Virginia Hallis McCaskey, George Hallis' daughter, the matriarch of the Chicago Bears, at the age of 102.
Yeah.
they announced that she died today. And
listen,
you've got personal experience.
Yeah. I mean, it was, a great honor and a pleasure to, obviously have the opportunity to play for the team. And Mrs. McCaskey was always around the team, always traveled with the team, always was very friendly. As you said, she's the matriarch of this great organization. Was very involved in the community, very involved with all different causes. Just, as many accomplishments that, you could list that were also very important. It's the one thing I would tell you is she was just a wonderful human being. She just was, and cared about every person in that building, not just players, coaches, staff, anyone that came into contact with her. You felt her warmth and her compassion, and just was and she had such a great personality as well. Always had an interesting conversation with her, always engaged in conversations, always was very much, as I said, around the team, and just a great person. And I know it's been a difficult stretch here recently. I will say, and obviously this is a very small item on a larger landscape, but I believe the last game she saw was a Bears victory over the
Packers,
the Green Bay Packers.
I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah.
But no, that is.
So knowing how much passion she had for this organization and this football team, and how much respect she had for that great rivalry between the Bears and the Packers, and knowing that we had been on the wrong end of that for so many times in a row, the opportunity to see the Bears come out on top, I'm sure was very important. But like I said, you could go on for hours talking about the great things she did in the community and how kind and warm and caring she was. She was just what I remember most about her was just being a really wonderful person. And I think anybody who played for the team would give you the same type of comments. It was so very important to her, this organization that her father created, and this league that he was instrumental, if not fully responsible for creating. But she had a great love for the sport, great love for the organization, and great love for anybody that was associated with the team, and you could feel that at all times. So
yeah,
it's great life. Listen, 102. The fact that and I saw her, I want to say, briefly at training camp. Didn't get a chance to talk to her. She was in the building for some, if I'm not mistaken, very briefly. But as recent as a couple of years ago, I can remember having a conversation. I was at an event with her, her and Pat, and several other people. It was something for Catholic Charities, I believe, and I mean she was as sharp as the day was long. So just an honor to have played for the team first and foremost, but certainly appreciated how she treated everybody.
Yeah,
because that's what I'll remember, is how kind and warm she was to everyone involved in the organization.
She assumed ownership of the Bears after the death of her father, George Halas, who Bears fans are very familiar with, Papa Bear, back in October 31st in 1983. So think about that. She had been the owner of the Bears for over 40 years. Today, Roger Goodell released a statement in which he said, Virginia Halas McCaskey, the matriarch of the Chicago Bears and the daughter of George Halas, the founder of the NFL, leaves a legacy of class, dignity, and humanity. Faith, family, and football, in that order, were her North Stars, and she lived by the simple adage to always do the right thing. The Bears that her father started meant the world to her, and he would be proud of the way she continued the family business with such dedication and passion. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the McCaskies and Halas families and Bears fans around the world. Again, that's Roger Goodell's statement from earlier today. I have no doubt that there will be a moment of silence before Sunday's Super Bowl 59. Yeah. So we will be expecting that.
The family released a statement as well, and it included the following: while we are sad, we are comforted, knowing Virginia Halas McCaskey lived a long, full, faith-filled life and is now with the love of her life on earth. She guided the Bears for 4 decades and based every business decision on what was best for the Bears players, coaches, staff, and fans. So, yes, definitely going to be missed up at Halas Hall and around the National Football League for sure. And I think then the conversation, look, I mean, there will be questions. How does this affect the team and what they will do going forward? I heard Carmen and Yurko talking about this a little bit earlier today. I don't think it'll have – I don't think this will impact how they do business anytime soon. I don't think that, this will affect anything. I know, some will ask questions. Will there be, tax ramifications? Will there be inheritance taxes that will come and, become an issue for – my guess is they've thought through all of this. Again, she lived to be 102. They've got all that buttoned up. I remember talking to you guys about an article. I don't know if it was from Forbes or wherever it was. My memory's not as good as it used to be, and it was never very good. But it was about how the league actually, and it was kind of this change was spearheaded by the family ownership groups in the National Football League, whether it was the Rooneys and the Maras and the McCaskies, about how to transfer ownership of a team and minimize the tax obligation when the primary owner would pass away. Mm-hmm. So I guess the moral of the story here is that I don't believe you're going to hear any announcements that things are going to be done. That there will be no changes to how business is being run for the foreseeable future. I don't know that to be the case, but that would be my speculation, that this will have no impact on how they will handle their business in the immediate future.
Yeah, I remember talking about that, and you're right. And I'm actually parsing through a fairly recent article, maybe within the last year.
It was about succession, right, in the
correct.
NFL? Yeah.
And how they had lowered the principal controlling owners, where they required to individually hold at least 30% interest in their franchise. That had been reduced, apparently. So, there are mechanisms in place where if the McCaskies choose to keep it in the family, I'm sure they could certainly do that. Obviously, that's the next question that a lot of people are going to have.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
After today's news. Yeah. So we'll see where it goes. But like you said, I wouldn't be surprised if George McCaskey continues to oversee the Bears for some time.
I would be very surprised if anything dramatic happened in any short period of time. So I think it will be on the football front, business as usual. And I know that there's some heavy hearts up there. But again, I mean, celebrate her life. She lived 102 years, and like I said, was one of the kindest and most caring people you could ever come in contact with. So.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So that is the news of the day, of course, is that Virginia McCaskey has died at the age of 102 years old.
I didn't realize today on a bigger, on the big stage, the big NFL stage, that the awards show is the
NFL Honors.
That's tonight?
That is tonight.
I thought it was always on Saturday night.
Always is a loose term, because the NFL Honors, I believe, is a fairly new concept that they've created within the last 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. The NFL recognized, they saw.
Okay, so when it
started on Saturday night. You are correct about that. When they started the whole NFL Honors show, which started to get linked to whoever was broadcasting the Super Bowl. So Fox this year, tonight, I believe at 8 o'clock Central Time, might be 7. It will broadcast the NFL Honors Show.
So also, is it today or this afternoon, the Hall of Fame ballots will be submitted?
They will reveal tonight on stage. If they do it like they did last year, they will announce them at the NFL Honors
But don't
ceremony.
You get like a sneak peek at people? I mean,
the knock on the door.
Doesn't it leak out in certain, for certain players?
The players who will be honored tonight, They already know.
Right.
For instance, a hotly contested name, which we're gonna run through, the 15 finalists. Only 5 of I'm trying to think, how do they deem it? Not the
former players,
but it's not the former players, but it's the recent retirees, because there are some
because there's a veteran
the Veterans Committee has some significant players who also have the potential of going in this year. Sterling Sharp, the one who I'm thinking of primarily, but he's not on the 15 finalist list. Of the 15 finalists, only 5 can go in. So Eli Manning is the biggest first-year name who is on the ballot, is a finalist, and I think is a very polarizing name. I think a lot of people would tell you that he is obviously a no-brainer Hall of Famer. And then I think a lot of other people would say, wait. You dig into the numbers of what Eli Manning actually did, and it's hard to say just aside from the 2 Super Bowls that he won. But aside from the 2 Super Bowl runs that he had, the rest of his career was fairly pedestrian.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we'll go through this exercise a little bit later. You have, obviously, the Hall of Fame finalists from the NFL, the modern era. You have the Hall of Fame finalists, coaches, contributors, senior categories. But the names will be announced tonight at 8 o'clock on the NFL Honors Show on Fox and the NFL Network. So,
along with,
do I get a vote? Are you going to give me a vote?
We're going to go through it.
You're going to see the class that I will induct.
Yes,
or select.
And I think what I will find is of the 15 finalists, I have no doubt that you will easily think that at least 5 belong in. The hard part will be trying to determine which 5 you would put in this year.
I think that there's one name that stands out above all.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you who it is right now.
We'll do
but
that.
One name that I would put at the top of the list, and maybe you can guess who I'm thinking when we get to this.
Yes, I think I have one name as well. So I think we're probably on the same page there. But we'll get into that in a little bit. We should also mention that the NBA trade deadline
has come and
gone.
And the Bulls
It is gone for the Bulls. And as we know from Sunday, Zach LaVine has been moved. Aside from that, though, Lonzo Ball has been assigned to a contract extension.
Okay, talk me through this, both of you. Talk me through this.
Tyler, feel free to chime in. Tyler Aki's with us as well.
Listen, I got it. What he has done coming back from the injury that he had, I don't believe anybody's ever done this before.
Correct.
In the NBA.
The surgery that he underwent, yeah.
I hear nothing but good things about him, the ultimate teammate. But they have signed him, instead of dealing him, they have signed him to a 2-year, $20 million contract extension where the second year of this contract is actually a team option.
Yes.
Obviously, this is not a boatload of money, but I believe I read somewhere that there were some teams that were calling and asking about him. So what do you make of the Bulls making a decision to keep him? I guess thinking, same with Vooch, they didn't like the offers they were giving. They think they'll be able to get more from somebody else in the offseason. We've heard that before, and it's never materialized.
So the way I see it with Lonzo is $10 million is nothing in the NBA.
Correct.
However, he's also not giving you any real production either. And if you can get anything for him, for a guy who's not, let's call it what it is, not going to play a lot of games in all likelihood moving forward. He's going to still, even at his healthiest, be on a very,
modest minutes limit,
load management, heavy regiment the rest of his career. If you can get anything for him, you do it. Even a heavily protected second, I would have done it. Just get rid of him, get him off. Because not only do I not understand not trading him, but then extending him on top of it, even if it is at a very team-friendly price, you should be trying to move off of guys like Lonzo Ball, even if he is a great guy in the locker room and for the team culture, whatever, as a mentor is the way that it's been phrased a lot. You still there's plenty of other guys who can fill that role. It doesn't have to be Lonzo Ball, and I'd rather try to find somebody, especially in the era now where you're dealing with these first and second aprons that can be so prohibitive in how you make moves. I would not be looking to try to take on money, especially for guys who may not be able to contribute very much moving forward.
I would ask, too, listen, God forbid, because of what he's gone through, there still has to be a fairly elevated level of concern that injury will bark again, no?
He's still is restricted from playing in back-to-back games.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he's got a minutes limit that he cannot exceed that they're still keeping him to. And so that's what you're operating under. What is the plan with Lonzo Ball for the long-term future? All he's doing
But listen, if there was no interest in him, then I understand. But I mean, if you believe what you hear, maybe there were some people that weren't interested, and then that extends to Vooch. You didn't like what you heard. Vooch is what, 31, 32?
Older than that, isn't he? 34?
I don't think he's that old, but but like Vooch is never going to have a better year than he's currently having right now.
He's 34 years old.
Is he really?
He's 34.
Oh, wow.
He's 34. He's averaging 19.5 points and 10 and
I saw Joe Callie's.
The problem with Vooch is that there may not have been a taker. Like, once the Lakers made that move
for Mark Williams,
and once the Warriors made their move for Jimmy Butler, like, that kind of prohibited a lot of things, because those were probably the only two real suitors for a guy like Vooch, and I don't think they could have fit in his salary in Golden State. And I think the way that they're set up too, they have to trade 1-for-1 for salaries now, because they're like very close to that second apron. So you can't cobble together 2 or 3 guys to match a salary. You have to go 1-for-1 on salary matching.
That's part of the new CBA,
and that's why
when you're above the first apron.
That's why
they're in hell.
A lot of trades that you're going to see in the NBA moving forward aren't going to make a lot of sense. But it's going to be the only way that you can actually move players nowadays. That's why you're not seeing a lot of these. That's part of why you probably saw the Luka Doncic trade look the way that it did, the De'Aaron Fox trade look the way, and thus the Zach LaVine trade look the way that it did. Like, there's just not a lot of ways to get creative now and try to move players, especially guys who are making north of $20 million per year.
It's crazy. I mean, I don't know.
Listen, I told you this a couple of years ago when Vooch was getting set to become a free agent. And I said, look, I don't think it's in the best interest of the Bulls to re-sign him.
Would
but
they give him 3 years, $60 million?
I will bet you handsomely that they will re-sign him because AK found the need to justify his horrible, disastrous trade with the Orlando Magic. Like, his only way of basically salvaging the deal he made was by saying, listen, we have – and anybody who follows basketball closely understood that Vooch is not a difference-making player, but it was – AK was trying to sell that the Bulls with Vooch, with Zach, with DeMar DeRozan, they could be a playoff caliber roster. And, you know, now the play-in tournament has, you know, given us a gray area now where teams like to posture and say that making the play-in tournament is making the playoffs when we all know it's not even close because, let's be real, having a 7th or 8th seed in the playoffs is a far different proposition than being a top 4 seed in the playoffs.
They didn't move Kobe White. They didn't move Io. They didn't move anybody.
They have
Kobe's the one I would have tried to move because I think he's the one that actually is a guy that would impact winning.
So what do you have at your disposal to make this team better going forward? You don't have the bevy of picks that other teams have.
But
this is not a destination for players.
The only way to really get the bevy of picks, you would have had to do it, especially for this draft that you would want it in, you would have had to seen this coming from like 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, look, they're behind the 8 ball.
Some of us did. In fact, all 3 of us knew that. Sitting here knew that was the
So I guess the point is they maintain their status in the middle of NBA hell.
Not necessarily.
At least they moved Zach LaVine. I think that's
moving LaVine was big. I would have liked to see Kobe also go because he's probably the most valuable of your pieces that you had, and also would have been an easy contract to move.
He's 3 years, $36 million.
Very easy to move contract wise, and also probably a guy that impacts winning too. I don't think whether you have Vooch or don't have Vooch on your team, I don't think is really going to make that much of a difference in your wins and losses the rest of the way.
That's where I disagree a little bit with you, Tyler, because
Vooch has never been a winning player.
I know that, but the one thing is if you remove him from the roster, all of a sudden, without Zach, without Vooch, all of a sudden the Bulls are much closer to the bottom feeders. Vooch,
you're not getting 20 and 10 from whoever else.
Exactly.
But if he's letting up 20 the other way, then what is it doing? Because defensively, he is an absolute negative. Like, his points probably about evens out at the end of the day because of how bad he is defensively.
Maybe, but at the same time, I don't think whoever you're going to flip in there and take his minutes instead of
is it going to be a stopper?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? At least he gives them something functionally as an offense. My concern is that right now they're sitting in the 10th spot, so they would still be in a play-in. And that may not matter because ultimately if you lose in the play-in tournament, you can still win the lottery, which really is, I think, what we've come down to. Waddle, Aki, is that
Waddle
and Aki, is that the Bulls have put themselves in a position where they're essentially rooting or they're praying that a 6.5% lottery chance comes in. That's kind of where they're.
I think the way that the rest of the trade deadline shook out, I think that the Bulls have a decent path to get to the 6th spot in terms of like the draft order.
Okay, to fall
to 6. Yeah, not to get to the 6th seed. No, I don't think that's what they've positioned themselves for.
You may be right, but right now the Atlanta Hawks are a game and a half ahead of the Bulls in the standings, and the Philadelphia 76ers are one game behind.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people think that eventually
the Sixers
should at least find their way into that top 10.
Yeah,
right?
And the Sixers don't own their pick this year either, so they have no motive to lose.
Yeah, so they want to at least make the play-in tournament at the very least.
And same with the Hawks, too. They don't own their pick.
But they've offloaded some pieces at the trade deadline here. So that's the one thing where I'm wondering, even if the Philadelphia 76ers rise, will the Hawks still be good enough to stay above the Bulls?
But the Hawks didn't get rid of a piece that's better than Zach LaVine. And so far, they've been better than the Bulls.
This is true. But then this gets back to the stat that Sylvie loves to point out, the Zach LaVine losing percentage or winning percentage, if you will.
Well, there you go. I mean, you get rid of Zach, but he's never been a winning. Look, I put all this in a blender and hit puree, and it's still very depressing.
At the end of the day, the Bulls are rooting for luck. It's just how much luck are they rooting for? Are they rooting for an extra 3% or?
Well, now here's the thing: if you're in, and I know you guys kind of laughed at me when I suggested it, but if they do make that play-in tournament,
we were laughing with you, not actually.
If they do make that play-in tournament. It's a weird scenario where
you know what? Get out of here.
You could find yourself in the playoffs. That's all I'm saying.
I think the way that the trade deadline went for other teams, there is a next to no chance that the Bulls are in the play-in.
Okay, we shall see.
By the way, talking about their defense, there's only one team in the league that's given up more points per game than the Bulls. That's the Wizards. It's just a big bucket of vomit, is all it is. That's what I see. Thank goodness. We've got a good hockey team to look at. Wait. Thank goodness spring training's right around the corner.
Hey, it is. You know what? Jesse Roger, who's going to be at Dave & Buster's here with us later on tonight, he's going to join us at 6 o'clock. We're going to pick his brain a little bit as he gets ready to head to spring training because he will be in the house. Feel free to come out and join us as well. Again, Dave & Buster's in Schaumburg, hanging out until 6:30 tonight when Bears Weekly will take center stage. Jeff Joniak will be with Tom Thayer for that. But before Jeff Joniak does Bears Weekly, he's going to join us at 5:30.
Yes, he will. So just to summarize, the NBA trade deadline is come and gone.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bulls didn't move Vooch, didn't move Kobe, didn't move Ayo, and gave Lonzo a contract extension.
Bingo.
Did I get all that right?
That's a bingo, my
Correct.
friend. That is a bingo. That is where we stand.
Take me outside and put me down.
That is the state of basketball in Chicago.
Let's talk football, okay?
Let's do that indeed. Do you want to do NFL Hall of Fame finalists, or do you want to do a little bit of Bears news? A couple of Bears wide receivers are asking for somebody
why don't you
to join them.
Surprise me when
All right.
we come back.
We're going to surprise Waddle with one of those two news items when we come back on Waddle and Sylvie.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us Wednesday night at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. Look, I know football season didn't end the way you wanted here in Chicago, but your chance to score big is still out there. Valentine's Day is an opportunity to turn it all around by investing in a stunning, unforgettable gift from Rogers & Holland's Jewelry. Rogers & Holland's has timeless pieces for every style and budget. Visit rogersandhollands.com to chat with an online pro or stop by your nearest Rogers & Hollands. Make this Valentine's Day your comeback moment. Rogers & Hollands, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text LION to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text LION to 321321. That's LION to 321321.
The intensity is heating up as the Blue Demons continue to battle the Big East's best. Huge matchups are coming up at Wintrust Arena. The Blue Demons face off against St. John's, Butler, and Georgetown in must-see action. Don't just hear about it, experience it live. Lock in your seats now at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Thursday before Super Bowl 59, Waddle and Sylvie hanging out at Dave & Buster's in Schaumburg.
Have you already come to a conclusion as to who you think wins? And where you may be placing a few side wagers?
I am.
Denny Lynch is still pimping squares. I don't know if you got that email. Like he's still.
Oh, is he still pimping? Uh-oh. What happened?
He's like 20 left.
You know what happens if
Super Bowl squares not as popular as
I
they
retired
used to be?
this year. I'm out.
You're not in? Why?
I'm out, yeah.
I think it depends on your workplace, right? Like if you need a significant number of people to fill a square pool, and I think.
Well, not if you got a group of degenerates who just love to, play the game of chance.
That's true.
So why'd you retire?
I just there's things that I like to.
Too many other online options
to focus.
Right?
Yeah, there's.
Okay, so instead of putting $20 on a square where you don't even know what numbers you're getting,
yeah,
where would you rather place that bet?
On an octopus.
Excuse me?
The NFL octopus. You know what that is?
If you had to guess, what's
Take a
the
guess.
NFL octopus? 8 arms. Okay, so what I'm going to say is it an 8-leg parlay?
No,
but
that's a pretty good guess, though, isn't it?
You're thinking 8 is the right mindset.
You're absolutely right. How would you go about
NFL octopus?
How would you go about getting 8? It's a fairly rare occurrence. So I have to imagine the odds are fairly decent if you hit
over 10 to 1.
14 to 1, I think, are the odds.
14 to 1. All right.
So what? See an octopus in the game.
So that means like a quarter ends at 8 and 8?
No. It's what a single individual player. Only an individual player can achieve an octopus.
I have no effing
How many
idea.
points do you get when you score a touchdown?
6.
Yes. Then what happens?
You go for it. You kick an extra point.
Or
you go for 2.
Yes.
How do you get to 8 points?
Well, you have a touchdown and 2-point conversion.
So if the same player,
or you have 2 field goals and a safety.
but but then Butker better be the one getting the safety.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the octopus is when a player scores a touchdown and then also converts the ensuing 2-point conversion.
So it's the same drive.
It's got to be the same player, though.
Same player on the same drive.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why 14-1, even though it's a good payout, actually
it's rare.
How
Do you think?
How
often
did it
happen this year?
I was just going to say that was my question.
Actually, I can probably check my text because I have a group chat where we always send
you have an octopus thread?
Yeah.
He's got an octopus thread.
Okay, so like my question is what are the odds of that versus hitting a square with Danny Lynch's? I don't know if we are allowed.
But it's not as fun to do. It'd be like I would find
Danny Lynch's illegal gambling scheme back at the office.
I would find way more joy on nailing an octopus bet than I would on winning a square.
Why? The joy comes with the return on investment.
Agreed.
Not how you get the money.
The joy also comes.
I don't care if a frog farts and I get 14-1. Then I don't care how I get 14-1.
The friends we make along the way.
Exactly, Chardog.
Come on, Charlie. So are you in a team bet for an octopus, a team octopus?
I've got I'm seeing 4 or 3 octopuses this year.
I got 3.
Wait, hold on. I got to check.
And how many drives?
I got to check the emoji, too.
Okay, so the point I'm making to you is you're not getting good value at 14
No, of course
1.
you're not.
It's
Absolutely
crappy
not.
value. You're getting better value giving a $20 bill to Lynch and his fraudulent
But again,
squares competition.
it's about the friends we make along the way, as Charlie said.
It's not as fun to say. It's not as fun to say I won my square pool.
It's a selfish
when you
win.
can say I hit on an octopus.
Yeah.
No, you guys are weird because the
when
joy. It's not about the friends along the way. It's about
all
the
right,
return
you know what?
on the investment.
You know what we're going to do? We're going to have you bet on the octopus this year, all right?
It's the journey, not the destination.
No, it's not. You're showing your youth and your immaturity.
All right, you know what?
It's not the journey. It's the destination when it comes to investment.
The ends justify the means.
You know
That's
what?
Waddle's telling you.
You're not don't bet on the octopus. That way when it hits, and Charlie and Potsy and I all give each other a 3-way digital high five, and
I bet you'll give each other more than that.
You'll be punching air over there, my friend.
The old 3-way
I'm just
digital
trying to tell
high
you
five.
that you should be getting more return on your investment. 14-1, those are crappy odds.
I would agree.
But it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun betting
Yeah.
on
For the love
something
of the
that gives you
game.
crappy odds.
I mean, you could get a square. There's certain squares that probably have longer than 14-1 odds.
You know, Waddle, back in the day, we used to just do this for fun, you know? Back when
Without
the game
money?
was pure.
No, you would just do it with somebody on an illegal street corner.
Here, let me pull up the Circus Squares.
Okay, so if this is for your squid bet or your octopus bet.
See, okay.
Is-
I'm going to count out how many have longer odds. 1, 2. It's going to be a while, so.
You do that math, and
So wait a second. So you're going to put $20 down on who for your octopus?
No, it's just anybody.
Anybody.
Anytime octopus, yeah.
Do they offer that on
anytime?
sites?
Yes.
Is it called an anytime octopus?
It's just called the octopus bet, yeah.
Will an octopus be scored in the game?
Yeah.
11 times it's happened this year.
What are the odds? Hey, do you guys?
How much money do you think that the house has taken?
Oh.
On the octopus bet. What is the worst bet? Like, I know Carm always says parlays are for fools.
Well, you're kind of parlaying a guy to score a touchdown and convert a 2-pointer.
Right. So, okay, Sue, is there anything other than the octopus bet?
You know what, though? I'll think about this. The Eagles might be one of the few teams that actually, with the tush push.
Well, because
that's part of what.
And if you get a touchdown and then a penalty.
Yeah. Or even without it. Sometimes they run it when they need 2 yards. And on top of that, Barkley and that offensive line is one of the rare combinations that they will run the ball for a 2-point conversion.
Yes.
Okay, I may join you in the octopus bet.
You're banned.
That's not
You're
true.
off the octopus
No,
list.
Not unless you own DraftKings, which is where I have.
We just put up a sign outside of our little octopus tent that says no waddle allowed.
Yeah.
You have an octopus tent?
Yes.
That's
very
weird.
cool.
Your face is on a wall somewhere, my friend. No admittance.
Is that the only weird bet that you have?
Oh, please. It's the Super Bowl. There's like nonstop.
I haven't seen it yet.
Charlie, have you participated in Lynch's fraudulent square pool?
I've never been a squares guy. I'm a big props guy. I love having like 8 or 9 props of varying degrees of risk.
So are you part of Tyler's Octopus Club?
I'm locking it in right now.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys, have any of you actually eaten octopus?
Yeah.
Calamari.
I love it.
Fantastic.
Okay. All right. Waddle's like, no.
Well, I mean, it's
So you're just anti-octopus.
Calamari's. I mean, what is calamari? It's not actually octopus, is it? It's squid.
Yeah, I'm talking
But
about.
I think there are like some you can get octopus pieces.
I'm not a huge calamari guy.
You can actually, have octopus.
I'm looking at the Italian guy
at a
Anthony
lot of
over in the
restaurants.
corner over there. He's like, no, that's not an octopus. That's a squid.
Yeah. So anyway, I was thinking just more generally octopus.
I have not had octopus.
Okay.
I'm not interested in it.
I have. I probably
Really?
wouldn't go back. I tried it.
You ever had octopus, Waddle?
No, I have not, buddy. Nope.
See, so he's just an anti-octopus guy.
That's not
no,
true.
No octopus bets. No eating octopus. That's okay. Listen, we can't all be in love with the octopus.
I'm just curious. I'm looking for some pointers on some things to play on the, because I think I'm going to end up playing the Chiefs, and that's really boring.
Waddle, could I interest you in any offensive lineman to score a touchdown at 18-1?
Any offensive lineman to score?
Yes.
I'm trying to
Probably not, but I would participate in. Who was it that was saying that?
Throw another pass.
Yeah,
over
more
2.5.
I think it was Big Cat saying more than 2.5.
That's one of my
players
favorite bets every year too.
to throw a pass.
The other bet that I haven't seen the number on it yet, but the total number from the jersey numbers for the touchdowns scored, like the sum of the jersey numbers.
I think it's like there's also the first touchdown scorer. Will the number be over 15.5
for their jersey number?
And so you guys are just throwing darts right now. Like
well, there's
no,
some strategy
no
to it, but
analytics.
yeah.
Stocks.
Yeah, penny stocks. Is that what you're doing? It's the journey, right, Charlie? It's the friends you meet along the way.
They're called investments, not wagers.
Investments.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Not when you're throwing darts on octopus. That's not an investment.
I cannot wait for there to be an octopus in the Super Bowl. Cannot wait.
Me too, because I'll have
No,
at least,
you won't.
I'll have $1 on it.
You're on the no-fly list.
No, I'll have $1 on
he's
it
got
just to say I actually was participating.
That you've
in it.
partaken. You've had a little taste of the octopus, if you will. All right, should we do these NFL Hall of Fame finalists?
Okay. Do we have enough time for that?
I don't know. How long is it going to take you?
Well, I'm not going to be able to give you my votes in a couple of minutes. So,
all right.
Yeah. Why don't we take a break and come back?
We'll take a quick timeout. We will put our stuff together. We'll let you look over.
We'll
the
make
list.
a little Hall of Fame inductee.
The Tom
prediction.
Waddle Hall of Fame ballot. We'll give that to you coming up next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Sylvie Show, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
As a sports guy, staying connected isn't just a luxury, it is a necessity. Whether I'm streaming a game, breaking down highlights on film, or prepping for the show, I need internet that is fast, reliable, and always up to speed. And that is why the Waddle House is always connected to Xfinity to keep us ahead of the game. At home, Xfinity is clutch. I can watch my favorite shows. Still plenty of bandwidth for the rest of the family. No buffering, no slowdowns, just seamless performance every single time. And when I'm on the go, Xfinity's millions of Wi-Fi hotspots, they have my back. Whether I'm heading to the studio, traveling, or just checking scores in between activities, I stay connected anywhere I go. No lag, no dead zones, just a fast, secure connection wherever I need it. If you're looking for internet that works as hard as you do, now's the time to make this switch to Xfinity. To get started, call them at 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or stop by an Xfinity store today.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
The big game is here, and it's time to elevate your game with Circa Sports Illinois. Circa Sports Illinois isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. The big game requires a big betting menu, and Circa Sports Illinois has you covered. From player props to game scenarios, Circa Sports has it all, including our fan favorite Circa Squares menu. Download the Circa Sports Illinois app today. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like West Tech Automation Solutions in Buffalo Grove. To learn how they can help you, visit TMAIllinois.org.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
By the way, I just perused the DraftKings website. I do not yet see the octopus bet.
Yeah, you're on the banned list.
I'm not on the banned list. I'm definitely not on the banned list.
Tyler has done the research, and Jalen Hurts, did we say this?
Jalen Hurts had one last time they were in the Super Bowl.
We were talking about it at the last segment, that if the Eagles are a team that probably have a higher probability of having that happen. Because think about it,
I would suggest they're probably the team with the highest probability of a single player doing it because of Jalen Hurts and the tush play.
Right. And Saquon has one this year, too.
I think betting on either of these teams to go for a 2-point conversion is actually a good bet as well, because I think Elliott misses a lot of extra points comparatively. So I would think that they would decide to go for 2 instead of kicking an extra point, but they may be chasing points if he misses one early in a game.
Well, and Sirianni is susceptible to lose his mind in any given moment of this game.
They may score a touchdown, go up 6-0, and he's like, go for 2.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised if you see that from Sirianni. He's prone to do stuff like that.
All right, keep searching, because I want to participate. Listen, you can't ban me. I mean, I've got my own account over here. It only has $24
Listen, I
in it.
can't ban you, but DraftKings can.
No,
apparently
they can't.
They have.
No, they have not. I don't have a whole lot left in the account, which tells you I'm not a very good gambler, but I will, in fact, make the play. All right, Meller, what do you got?
All right, so Hall of Fame finalists, there were 15 of them for the modern era. 5 or up to 5 can be inducted. We will find out this evening at the NFL Honors Ceremony.
Were they introduced? I know we kind of treaded in this.
Last year they were.
On Thursday. Yes.
Okay. Last year, I know and last year might have been the first time where they actually did it at the NFL Honor Ceremony on stage.
Okay.
Maybe it was 2 years ago, but this is a
So give me the
fairly
15,
new occurrence.
The 15 finalists.
All right.
So those that have been elected or selected
as finalists?
No, that are going in, they already know. We don't know, but
yes,
they know.
Correct.
Okay.
Of these 15 players, if up to 5 can be inducted, though if it is a total of 5, they already know. If it's
Has
less
anything
than 5,
leaked out on
no.
social media?
No, and I did.
Tyler, are you keeping
No, I
an
haven't
eye
seen
on
any.
it?
And I do think they ask the players to keep it a secret.
Okay.
For instance, I saw today that Peyton Manning was conducting an interview. Eli knows whether or not he made it. Peyton does not.
Okay.
And so Peyton was talking about that earlier today. All right. So I'll start with him because I mentioned him. Eli Manning is one of the names. Now, in alphabetical order, Eric Allen, cornerback, who actually played against quite a bit.
Great player.
Defensive end Jared Allen, who actually is a former Bear.
Short period of time with the Bears. Yes, he used to sack people and then do the lasso.
Cincinnati Bengals tackle Willie Anderson.
He's not getting it.
I don't think so.
He's not getting it.
He's not getting your vote. Let's put it that way, right?
Yes.
Because that's a no the way you react.
And I hate to. I don't. It's not personal.
No. Nope.
Willie Anderson's not getting it.
Jari Evans, guard for the Saints.
Saints. Okay.
Antonio Gates, Chargers tight ends. Wide receiver Torrey Holtz from The Greatest Show on Turf with the Rams. That's when he's most known, of course. Carolina Panthers linebacker Luke Kuechly, a Boston College alum.
Yes.
Eli Manning, as I mentioned. Steve Smith Sr., Carolina Panthers wide receiver, who Bears fans remember from that nightmare game against him at Soldier Field in the playoffs. Terrell Suggs, T-Sizzle, defensive end for the Baltimore Ravens primarily. Running back Fred Taylor, former teammate of Yurko, spent a lot of his days in Jacksonville with the Jaguars. Kicker Adam Vinatieri, who obviously made his name with the Pats, but actually spent more time in his career with the Colts.
Is this his first? This isn't his first year.
He has been on the ballot. And I'm not sure if this is his first year as a finalist, but he has been on the ballot before. Adam Vinatieri's longtime teammate, wide receiver Reggie Wayne. Safety Darren Woodson, who played most of his career with the Cowboys.
With Darren.
At NFL Network or ESPN?
I forget. I think it was ESPN.
Yes, I think it was ESPN.
Wonderful guy. Super guy. Great player. Wonderful guy. Played against him, too.
And then finally, your 15th finalist of the modern era, Marshall Yanda, guard tackle for the Baltimore Ravens. So, of those 15 names,
take a guess as to the first person I will select.
I believe that the no-brainer for you is Antonio Gates.
The no-brainer for me is Luke Kuechly.
Okay.
Look at Luke Kuechly's accomplishments. Luke Kuechly is going in. Luke Kuechly, I bet you, and you know I thought Urlacher was a first-ballot Hall of Famer. And for a lot of reasons, his stats, his play, and I thought he kind of revolutionized the position in certain ways because of his athletic ability, his ability in Lovey's defense to cover the seam routes and do so many different things. Luke Kuechly's accomplishments are unbelievable, and that's not just Boston College bias.
He was the 2013 Defensive Player of the Year. He was the Defensive Rookie of the Year in his rookie season in 2012. He was a 5-time All-Pro, a 7-time Pro Bowler, and he
had to be part of the team.
And remember, he only played 8 years.
He did that in 8 seasons.
He quit because of concussions.
Yes.
So Luke Kuechly's getting my vote, and he would be the one that I think is the biggest lock.
We're going to put him number 1 on your list because ultimately you're going to have to narrow this down to a max of 5. Is Antonio Gates
Antonio Gates would be number 2 on my list, I believe.
All right. So there's your first 2 locks. Now, is there anybody of those who I listed who jump out at you as obvious no-brainers? I wonder someone like Terrell Suggs stands out for me.
I think if you go back and look at T-Sizzle's numbers and his accomplishments, I don't think you're going to be as
Can I give you one stat on him?
Yeah.
He is the all-time leader in tackles for loss.
Okay.
He had 139 sacks in his career, which is, I don't know where that ranks. I'd have to pull up another page to see. He's a 7-time Pro Bowler. Only All-Pro, though, once.
Right.
He was, though, the Defensive Player of the Year in 2011. won 2 Super Bowls, although that second Super Bowl win was with the Chiefs, where he really didn't play much at all. So
he was also those Ravens defenses were outstanding, weren't they?
It was him and Ray Lewis and Ed Reed.
Well, you also had Tony Siragusa doing work. You had other guys. You had Ed Reed. You had guys that played roles that helped out. Look, I think there was a great article, too, on The Athletic, and I don't know if you read a lot of it, and it's kind of, along the line of what the good kid has talked about over the last several years about how much easier it seems to be to get into the NFL Hall of Fame. It's not as exclusive of a club as it used to be.
So Suggs is 8th all-time in sacks, and everyone ahead of him is obviously in.
So,
the next 3 guys behind him are in, and then the next guy is Jared Allen at 12.
So I guess the question would be, my point was more like there was only 1 year where he was an All-Pro, right?
Part of that's longevity, right? Because he just played for so damn. Like it's a little bit like the Frank Gore effect, right?
Yeah.
Like you just played for so damn
You
long.
bite your tongue. Terrell Suggs is no Frank Gore. Frank Gore, I will die on that hill. I do not believe is a Hall of Fame player, but he is going to go in.
His last, Charlie, to that point, his last 3 years, he had 7 sacks, 6.5, 5.5. So
yeah, not
12,
to the
he had
same
19
extent.
sacks in the last 3 years.
Yeah, he had 21. He added 21 sacks at the end there, but I don't know. I never felt like he was. He was generally, basically a 10, 11 sack guy in his career for most of his career. Okay, so Suggs versus Jared Allen.
Suggs would go in ahead of Jared Allen for me.
Okay. What about Eric Allen? Steve Smith?
I think I'd put Torrey Holt in before I'd put Steve Smith.
I agree with you. I've thought that for a long time, too.
I would put Torrey Holt in ahead of Reggie Wayne, too.
I would as well. I'm not sure,
So I think I would only put one wide receiver in, and I think it would be
Torrey Holt.
Torrey Holt.
I tend to agree with you about Holt over Steve Smith.
Now, I'm doing this on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have access to all the numbers and all the other stuff.
I would, based on the quality here, I would keep Adam Vinatieri out for sure this year, just based on what we have. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Willie Anderson. I don't feel like he needs to go in this year.
I told you Willie's not going in.
Aside from that, we've Darren Woodson, Marshall Yanda, Fred Taylor, Eli Manning. Those are kind of the.
I think Eli Manning's going in.
Would you give him a vote? Two Super Bowl wins. That's really his claim to fame. The big thing is, and honestly,
no, I know. I mean,
I will say this:
he was the MVP in both of those games, wasn't he?
He definitely wasn't one. Was he for both? Yeah, he was. The one thing is, I honestly believe if he was not a Manning, I don't know if there would be such a groundswell for him to be in the Hall of Fame. I think it would be a much harder climb.
I don't know that I'd put him in first ballot.
So, give him a no this year?
I think
but that's kind of stupid by my own measure because I think it's dumb.
But this is not the Baseball Hall of Fame. I guess the question is, would you give two other guys?
What the point I'm making is that look, if you're a Hall of Famer in 2026, you're a Hall of Famer in 2025.
I agree with you on that. However, in baseball, you get 10. You can give 10 guys a yes vote, whereas in football, you can only vote in 5.
I'll give you the names that I think are really good players, but I wouldn't put in Yanda, who I know was good. Darren Woodson, love him as a guy. Reggie Wayne, I know was a fantastic player. Vinatieri wouldn't go in for me. Fred Taylor wouldn't go in for me. Steve Smith would be borderline. Eli's borderline. Torrey Holt, I think, of the three receivers is probably the best. Jari Evans, I don't know. I'd have to ask Yerk, who played against him. I wouldn't put Willie Anderson in. And I'd be more inclined to put Terrell Suggs in before Jared Allen. And I'm not sure as really good as Eric Allen was. I don't know if
he was a Hall of Fame caliber.
Yeah.
So you might only put in 4 based on the way you kind of.
What would you vote on? Who would you vote on?
I think I would. I agree with the four that you put in, and
I mean Gates and Kuechly are no brainers for me. And you could talk me into Suggs.
I will say this: I thought Eric Allen was really good, too.
Eric Allen was excellent.
I would put Suggs in for sure. So I would go Gates, Kuechly, Suggs. I would put in Holt, although I think Steve Smith Sr. is actually going to get in this year before Torrey Holt, based on everything I've heard.
Steve Smith's had over 1,000 receiving yards, receptions, over 14,700 yards, and 81 touchdowns. He played longer, too, than Torrey Holt.
Yeah, I just think when I look back, though, I think Torrey Holt, just in terms of being a member of the greatest show on turf, it was him, Bruce, and Warner and Falk. Though I think all four of those guys should be in the Hall of Fame.
These were 1, 2, 3. He had 8 consecutive years where he had over 1,000 yards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his yards per catch was 14.5 for his career.
I think
74 touchdowns, fewer touchdowns than Steve Smith.
I think ultimately I would leave out Eli Manning, but I think he's going to get in.
It's kind of tough for me.
Would you put Eli in first ballot?
No,
I wouldn't.
Because I think back on it, and I'm like, all right. And I know that the way that we vote for MVP has changed, but he never received an MVP vote ever. And I get that in his era, largely it was you only voted for one player.
Correct.
And I think the only guy that can get away with that out of this era is Ben Roethlisberger, because he played in the AFC going up against Manning and Brady, so he was always being compared to that, whereas Eli was always in the NFC.
I just think, too, when you look at Eli Manning's stats,
There's
single
no
year, he threw 20 interceptions in a season, 25 interceptions in a season, 27 interceptions in a season.
I mean, he did not have a number of really good years.
There was never a time when you were like, "Oh, Eli's one of the best handful of quarterbacks."
Or
in the
like
NFL.
what?
And I feel like you have to be that.
There was never a time when Eli Manning was a top 5 quarterback. Ever in the game.
You can never point to and say, "Oh, remember that one Eli Manning season?" Like from a regular season standpoint, which is largely where a lot of these resumes are built.
So,
would you put Steve Smith in at the risk of him punching you if you said no?
The hard thing is, honestly, I think Steve Smith would be my 5th vote, but they don't generally put in two wide receivers in the same class. So that's why I would put in Holt before Steve Smith, but I think Smith goes in before Holt. All right, we can continue to talk about this in a little bit as well if we want to. Maybe we'll ask Jeff Joniak.
So, again, I would tell you real quick, Kuechly would go in for
Yes.
me, no doubt. Gates would probably be second for me. Then probably Suggs with this group. Am I crazy?
And no, I think Suggs is a Hall of Famer. Holt?
No, I said Holt. Did I say Holt? Yeah.
So those four.
I'd probably put Holt in as well.
All right, 312-332-3776 if you want to chime in on that. Up next, we'll talk with Courtney Cronin, who was down in New Orleans covering Super Bowl week. She's back, but we'll ask her thoughts, of course, on the passing of Virginia McCaskey and what she anticipates for Super Bowl 59 right here on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Waddle and Silva on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Can't miss radio. Today at 4 on the Waddle and Sylvie Show. Hear the one and only Barstool Big Cat. This is ESPN
Illinois
Chicago and the ESPN
strong.
Chicago app.
That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Dear winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the Svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Always Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturers' websites as of 10/20/24.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hold on there. Hold on. Jeff Meller's going to tell you a little something about something else. Maybe not.
Am I now, Waddle? All right.
Yeah,
sorry. My apologies on that one here.
Stop watching soccer.
Yeah. Big 4-0 win for Liverpool. I know you were watching with me. What are you doing for the big game? Not the Liverpool game, Waddle. There's no better place to experience it all than at Twin Peaks. With wall-to-wall TVs, ice-cold 29-degree beers, and your favorite made-from-scratch eats, you won't miss a moment of the action. Every seat is the best seat in the house at Twin Peaks. Don't just watch the game, experience it. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
The Thursday before Super Bowl 59.
Starting to feel it yet? You getting?
I am.
I was Super Bowl tingles.
I was getting the Super Bowl tingles in my tummy on the drive.
Oh, in your tummy?
In my tummy on the
really?
drive.
That's
to,
where you're getting
yes,
your tummy?
in my tummy.
How old are you?
Where do
like
you get
9?
Yeah. Well, where do you get the tingles?
I don't know, but not in my tummy.
Okay. Well, I'm just telling you. That's
okay.
where I get a little
in your tummy. You call your stomach your tummy?
Apparently, I do.
Tyler, what do you call your stomach? Do you call your stomach your tummy?
Call my stomach.
Yeah. You call it your tummy?
If I'm talking about getting the tingles, I say I get them in my tummy. But that's how I feel. Some of us love ball. I don't know what to tell you. It brings out the kid in us. Super Bowl Sunday brings out the kid in me, and that is what I cannot wait for. Chiefs.
I'm not. You know what? Listen, the fact that this is, the Chiefs going for 3 in a row.
Yeah.
And the Eagles being there, 2 out of the last 3 years as well. Like, I love it. I'm not bothered by that at all. I love dynasties. I love great teams. And I love watching teams try to do something that nobody else has ever done before. So I have zero Chief fatigue.
No.
Zero.
No, I love watching greatness, and I think that's what we were watching.
How's your tummy? You doing good?
It's feeling great.
Okay.
Feeling excited.
Excellent.
Let's ask Courtney Cronin if she has a little tingle in her tummy after getting back from covering Radio Row.
Well, she was down in New Orleans.
Yes.
Probably indigestion is more the feeling, right, Courtney?
Courtney, how you feeling?
I think that's what most people are going to be leaving New Orleans with, diagnosed with indigestion. I mean, it's so cool to see, like, when you think about restaurants that you want to go to in certain cities, like the Combine, for example. Everybody's trying to get into St. Elmo's or Harry and Izzy's. But, like, in New Orleans, there's 15 versions of those sorts of restaurants. So it's awesome that you can walk into any spot, whether it's in the Quarter, whether it's in Uptown, Magazine Street, and you know that you're going to walk away with a good meal. I had 2 great meals in 2 days, Cochon and Clancy's, for anybody who's been down there. Those are two of my favorite places, and 2 days was enough. 2 days was enough in the middle of Super Bowl week, I will say that.
I was going to ask you, too, like, do you get the sense that it's the same level of excitement this year as it is with all Super Bowls? Or is there some fatigue because of, the Chiefs being there 3 straight years and the Eagles being there 2 out of the last 3?
Yeah, the Eagles are more of the story right now, but it doesn't feel like there's any story at all, and that we're all just playing the hurry up and wait game until there's a game to talk about. There's no real intriguing storylines because we played out these storylines. The Chiefs and their 3 straight Super Bowl appearances, looking for the 3rd trophy. Like, what more can you say about that? And on the other side of it, we've already played up Saquon Barkley all season long. And we've talked about Jalen Hurts and the, turnaround of his season, Nick Sirianni getting this team on track. after the 5th week of the season. We've been playing out these same conversations since October. So I do think that I wouldn't say there's not excitement. It just is a little bit of a lull right now in one of the longer Super Bowl weeks where there's not a bunch of news coming out, even with the coaching search stuff still happening. Like Kellen Moore kind of feels, since the Saints haven't talked to anybody else, that that's his job at this point. But there's not even, we're waiting to see what happens there and how quickly they hire him. So it's exciting because it's a Super Bowl and it's in a place that does the Super Bowl, I think, better than most cities because it's New Orleans. It's meant for this. They're fitting in a Super Bowl around Mardi Gras. They're just really good at putting these events on. But the intrigue around the teams, because we've seen these teams on the stage 2 years ago and we see the Chiefs there just about every year, it feels like it's a little bit less exciting. And I'm sure the NBA trade deadline and everything else that happened this week with the Lakers probably had a little something to do with that.
Right. Courtney Cronin joining us here on Waddle and Sylvie Miller in for Sylvie today. Courtney, we joke all the time, Waddle and I do, about Roger Goodell being the ultimate meat shield for the league. He gets $50 million to take the slings and arrows. Yep. But, of course, he had the State of the NFL address earlier this week. What was the biggest takeaway for you from his presser?
I think it was a combination of his press conference and Lloyd Howell's press conference yesterday for the NFLPA State of the Union, that the messaging's kind of changed around the 18th game, and it does feel like, it's not as inevitable as Roger Goodell had once made it seem. I believe he said on the Pat McAfee show last year that, it's coming, and it's felt like this inevitable thing because of how it's been positioned, but that has to be collectively bargained in the agreement, and that CBA is not up until 2030. Doesn't mean that they can't go back, the owners and the players can't go back to the table to try to negotiate that. But it seems like that's kind of died down a little bit. There's a player safety element. There's the thought of the international schedule that the NFL wants to push through. How does that factor in when you're trying to get all those things done, and then you're trying to add another game on top of it? I don't think that players, and the PA stance is that no player wants an 18th game, considering they'd have to make changes to the off-season schedule, and we've talked about what that looks like with the ramp-up period in June, basically till training camp, and you don't really have much off time. It makes me wonder about the idea of oversaturation, which, of course, that's the storyline around the Eagles and the Chiefs this week. Oversaturated teams that have been at this stage before, and we're kind of tired of it. I think that adding an 18th game, as much as we all say we love football, there's going to be a bit of the oversaturation element to it that the league and the players' union have to be cognizant of.
I think it will come down to money, as it always does. If you had to project, Courtney, is there talk of when this would be implemented? Like you said, they would have to reopen the collective bargaining agreement. It's something the players would have to agree to. But is there any projection as to when this would be most likely to be put into place?
I don't know. That's the hard part because there's 4 years left on this, 5 rather. You could, they can come back at any time. I would imagine they're going to try to push the international schedule first to have the 17-game schedule of overseas teams, and that's difficult too because you're playing on soccer pitches more times than not, and they have to worry about the player health and safety element. I think you'd probably do that before you go to an 18th game, and to reopen those negotiations, that could end up taking a long time to get those things through because it felt the last time around when the players really didn't get much more for a 17-game schedule. The pay didn't change, and it wasn't an extra bye week added in when those two things probably should have been addressed. Those conversations now are non-negotiables with a second bye week and making sure that players are compensated for 18 games versus the 17 they play now, and that can take some time.
Was there any Bears conversation down there? The hiring of Ben Johnson and all that goes with this season that we just put to rest?
I mean, I definitely talked about it in a couple of different places. I saw DJ Moore and Roma Dunze yesterday. They were there for Bounty doing some promotional stuff. And there really wasn't much of a presence just in terms of the Bears are the biggest story of the offseason. They just got the number one coach of the cycle. It's never like that at Media Week, just from the ones that I've covered. And even big stories in the NFL don't seem to, when it is a Super Bowl, it kind of seems like those things fade into the background just a little bit. But we're 2.5, 3 weeks away now from the NFL Combine. And that, to me, is when the conversation starts picking up again to get through the Super Bowl, which now, because of the schedule, is pushed a week back. It gives teams that just went through a gauntlet of a coaching search like the Bears did over 17 games some time to recalibrate and to not be the story of the NFL. But they're going to go back to being that in a couple of weeks when they're looking for prospects that they are interested in drafting at the Combine and going to be talking about the offensive line, defensive line, some of the problem areas that this team has to address between free agency and the draft. It's probably a nice welcomed break. I know Ryan Poles and a lot of members of the front office were able to get out of town late this week, and they're probably going to go dark for a week or two just to be able to reset. This is the time of year for everybody who wasn't on a playoff team or a team that went deep in the postseason to try to unplug a bit. And I think that that's part of the reason, too, why the Bears have quietly, at least just for now, they're on the back burner when there's other stories to talk about.
Courtney joining us here on ESPN 1000. Courtney, I want to circle back because you mentioned it, the international schedule that the NFL is obviously driving to get a full 17 games over the course of a season. We did find out they announced the first game in Australia, the first regular season game in Australia this year, when they will be playing the Los Angeles Rams will be playing in Melbourne, and that's going to be a regular season game. My initial thoughts were, man, we know it's hard enough for teams who are traveling
They're going to leave a month in advance.
To play in London. Courtney, you covered the Bears when they went to London. You can talk about some of the jet lag that you experienced, and then to ask these players to come and and play if they take their bye or if they don't. But I mean, playing in Australia in the regular season, it just seems like at some point the NFL is going to have to just come to grips with player safety or just putting players in a at least decent position of playing these international games. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to play a game in Australia. I know why they're doing it, but it's just baffling to me when you look at the logistics.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than double the trip to London or Spain or Germany or any of the other places that the NFL has been. And that's asking a lot. That's something I don't believe that the players are going to vote on happening on a regular season basis. I mean, yes, that one for the Rams is going to go through next year. I'd be surprised with the player safety stuff because of how long it takes your body to recover, regardless of whether the bye week happens right then and there or whether it's later. It's such a grind, and you're sacrificing quality of play at some point. I understand the NFL wants to take over the world and wants to be a global league. That's a great, ambitious goal. I don't think it's what's best for the product because we saw as early as week 1 when the Eagles played the Packers in Brazil, how bad the surface was. And you have to be cognizant of that, the type of surfaces your players are playing on in places that are predominantly slick soccer surfaces. That's going to be a problem for the NFL. And if you start seeing a rash of these injuries in these international games, then what does it do to your product? It makes it less watchable. It makes teams think twice about wanting to participate in that. And sometimes they probably don't have as large of a voice as they'd want to on it. Would be surprised if you had more pushback from teams on things like that, if they end up getting the schedule through to where we're seeing 17 games, whether it's, and I know this is what the NFLPA said they do not want, the Middle East, India, continents that, they want to be global. Are they going to play on Antarctica at some point? I don't think so, just because it's a weather concern more than anything else. But I guarantee if there was a way to do it, the NFL would explore it, which I don't think that's a good thing. I think you can't spread yourself so thin as a league to the point where player safety and the health element is sacrificed because of dollars and the opportunity to create more of a global footprint. They've got a good one right now with the NFL in Europe and all of the places that they've played, with the Brazil game, now with Australia. I know it's only a matter of time before they start thinking about other places to add, but I would focus on those first and figuring out how do you get somebody back on a 20-hour flight from Australia? How do you get your stuff over there? The cost of that doesn't seem like it's worth it, in my opinion.
2030, there will be a game played on the moon.
And listen, it hasn't happened yet, but I guarantee you the Rams and whoever their opponent are in that game, when they come back, we're going to hear a lot of stories from players about how awful it was ultimately, because it's a completely different animal traveling to Australia versus traveling to Europe.
100%. And their bodies take, jet lag the idea with the sleep schedule and going over to London when they did and getting on their schedule, think about what that's going to be like for teams going to Australia. They're probably going to have to spend, it's not like you can play 2 games over there, but I wonder if that's going to have to change the NFL's approach to where you're not having a team go out for 1 week on a trip that's of that magnitude and then coming back and expecting to be back to normal. You're going to have the bye week, maybe even before and after, or something. I don't know. It's a really tough sell.
Courtney, you wonder if it's almost forced to be week 1, but you can't have a bye week in week 2. So I don't know.
Yeah, how does that
logistically,
work?
an absolute nightmare.
It's crazy. Courtney, do you believe the Bears should be interested in Myles Garrett?
I do. I think that would be a very wise call to make. And I know I've seen some reports about the Eagles are interested in him, and it's the Cowboys that are interested in him. A team like Chicago that has a very blatant need opposite Montez Sweat in the sack production that Myles Garrett has had throughout his career. I mean, there's been one season since 2019 when he had, I think that was the season he had the suspension for hitting Mason Rudolph with his helmet. Every year he's been in double-digit sack figures. That's what the Bears need. And I think when you have the draft capital that they do, the extra second-round pick, but also knowing what it's probably going to take, which are, future first in there as well because he's not even 30 years old, you make the call because this is a long-term move that allows you to shore up a weak spot on your defense with somebody with proven production. They have $80 million in cap space just around there. They can find ways financially to make this work. It's just going to be, what do you have the stomach for? Is it 2 first-round picks? Are we looking at a comp similar to what the Bears traded to the Raiders for Khalil Mack when he left Oakland? I don't know. I would think it'd be somewhere around there. There was a 2-year age difference, but Myles Garrett, back-to-back seasons with 14 sacks. He's been the best player defensively in the NFL for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a team that would not want to look at him, but I do think the Bears should.
Yeah. Also tonight, the Hall of Famers will be, this class will be announced. Do you have any strong feelings about who will go in or who should go in?
I've been seeing the stuff about Eli and, is he a first ballot Hall of Famer? I think he goes in. I think it's wrapped up tonight because he apparently already knows, but Peyton doesn't. Wouldn't that be weird if he already knew and knew he wasn't getting in, and there was all this buildup around it, and then he has to wait another season? The guy was part of 2 Super Bowls. He has 2 Super Bowl rings. That probably qualifies him as an automatic first ballot Hall of Famer. But this class is not nearly as exciting as last year's when, certainly in Chicago it was exciting to see 3 players go in, and with Steve McMichael and getting in on the senior ballot. It was there was a lot bigger names, I think, last year that went in, but this next group obviously has a lot of talent because this hall is not that big, and every year the NFL honors the night that these guys find out because they get the knock on their hotel room door is a cool thing to experience.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
Awesome.
Courtney, we started the show, of course, reflecting on the life of Virginia McCaskey. She dies at the age of 102 today. The Bears matriarch, she took over the team on October 31st in 1983 after the death of her father, George Halas, who we all know started the NFL. Do you have any thoughts or anything you'd like to say regarding to the death of Virginia McCaskey?
I think it's really cool that the last game that she was alive for was against the bitter rival, even though it hasn't been a rivalry in the last couple years between the Bears and the Packers, to see them win in that way with the walk-off field goal. And maybe it was a sign of things that will get better in the future. And Virginia lived, 102 years is incredible. Think about how much life she saw. My grandmother passed away 2 years ago at 102. And you think about all the things that they would have lived through and all the things she lived through to be taking over for George Halas when he passed away in the 1980s, and to run the franchise, rather to not be in the day-to-day operations of it, but to be the face of the franchise from an ownership standpoint for decades. A lot of good, a lot of not so good with this team. She's seen it all. She's seen it with her family members having to make some pretty tough decisions along the way, and firing her son, and George taking over in 2011. I hope someone writes a book on Virginia and what she did throughout her time on this earth, and just the institutional like the institutional pull that she had on the game of football, like the Hallis family, the McCaskey family, those are like the first families of the NFL. And it's really, when you're in Chicago and you like to learn about history of these teams, like you can't really tell the story of the NFL without her and her background and pedigree and the bloodline she comes from. And what an incredible life over a century of this. And I know that they said in the press release it's a sad day, but I think they're looking at it as it will. I mean, she just lived such a beautiful, incredible life. I know that death is never easy, but it's certainly all the things that she would have gotten to experience. It's a pretty cool existence to get to, walk away with that.
Very well said. Very well said. Before we cut you loose, Courtney, what happens on Sunday in New Orleans?
Well, this Jalen Carter thing's kind of worrisome right now. So he's had an illness the last 2 days, and that's affected his practice availability. We know what a game wrecker he is up front, and I think he really, whatever it is, get the IV bags, get the, cold and flu treatment. I know norovirus is going around everywhere.
Yes.
Again, we don't know what it is, but he needs to be better. Physically, he has to get better so that he can play, because that defense is reliant upon the pass rush in those critical situations. And I think Vic Fangio, if he wants to call the game that he wants to call, he's got to have his guy out there. But I'm picking the Eagles 31-27. That is my Super Bowl pick. Me picking against the Chiefs, I mean, what else is new? I know I won't be the only one wanting a changing of the guard there, but I think the Eagles right now are a more complete football team. They're a more explosive football team offensively. The amount of, the amount of explosive plays that they had going into the Super Bowl, it's a margin of plus 47 to minus 16 Chiefs. That's where the game should be won, but I would like to believe that defensively, the Eagles have the edge, but a big part of that is if Jalen Carter's going to play.
One final question for you, Courtney, before we let you go. This is straight from the Around the Horn playbook. If the Chiefs do win this game, should Travis Kelce hang him up, or should he come back for one more?
That's a dumb question.
It's
Jack.
an Around the Horn question if ever I heard one.
Question.
He should do whatever the hell he wants, Mueller. I could not care less. If he wants to play one more season, great. If he wants to get engaged with Taylor Swift on the field after the game, I'm not going to cry about it. I know everybody's saying that that's in the script, that's going to happen on Sunday. If it does, let them be happy. I know that we're tired of the oversaturation element, kind of bringing this back full circle to the 18-game schedule, and the Chiefs are at the pinnacle of that. We also are tired of them because they win a lot. They're really good. And even if they lose players in and out of the lineup, they're still damn good. It's a lot of jealousy. It's a lot of haterade. And, do you want to see somebody else win it? Sure. That's why I'm picking the Eagles. I'm trying to will it into existence.
I think that anybody who will willingly walk away from the game when you still have something left in the tank while Patrick Mahomes is still in his prime, that is football silly.
And your favorite. And you're his favorite target.
Yes. So we'll see. I think Travis Kelce's come out and said he's still got a lot left in him. So I don't see him stepping away anytime soon. I don't see anybody in the Chiefs stepping away anytime soon, as long as Patrick is doing what he's doing. Thank you so much, Courtney. Glad to have you back from New Orleans.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Courtney Cronin joining us here on Waddle and Sylvie. Meller in for Sylvie. Up next,
it is kind of. I'm seriously.
Yeah. What?
Wouldn't you think that if Travis Kelce's, I'm walking, it's his choice. I get it.
Yeah.
But I still think Travis Kelce can play. Maybe not at the level he could a couple of years ago. Maybe he needs to get on the treadmill a little bit more this offseason.
Maybe that's it. It's what I've seen this year.
But why the F would you step away from the game when your quarterback is who it is right now and that guy's in his prime?
Listen.
You're dumb.
The case you're making is a beautiful it's the perfect FOMO, fear of missing out. You do not want to be the guy who left before the fourth in a row.
Right.
So if they win, it's
do you think it would be more likely he would walk away if they lost versus win?
I don't know. I can make the argument for both sides, because what better way to hang him up, especially because I do feel like he's slowed down a bit this year. Now,
he'll hang him up if, in fact, he executes the octopus. Then he will actually call
octopus,
it a career.
An MVP, and a three-peat, and ride off into the sunset.
And just like they do in hockey, they'll throw, what is it, in Detroit? He'll throw
the octopus on
the octopus on the field. Would they do that if somebody did
No.
actually hit the?
Well, I
you
guess
don't think there's a
they
crazy?
should, yeah.
There's a crazy fan, Charlie, who may be at the game,
With
who
an
actually would bring an octopus in to
their
throw it on the
pants.
field just in case that happened.
Did you ever have an octopus in your entire career at any point?
As a player?
Even like high school?
He scored 9
Well, no, even like high school
Oh.
or college or something like that.
They didn't go for 2 back when he was in high school.
I don't recall if we did or
Probably,
we
it
didn't.
was probably
No,
wasn't
no.
a rule.
Never had an octopus?
Honestly,
I never had an
the
octopus.
2-point conversions weren't allowed when you were playing, were they?
I don't remember.
I don't think they were because
Oh, really?
they're like they came in the 90s when they.
You know what? I'll look that up and I'll let you know.
We will find out if Tom Waddle ever had a chance to score a 2-point conversion during his career. And
Do you know how many touchdowns I scored when I was in Little League football? I was a running back. I had 5 in one game.
look at you, Al Bundy.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry back then.
High.
I was Derrick Henry. That's right. Is that Charlie back there?
Sir.
It was Derrick Henry before
Well, you were-
Derrick Henry was Derrick Henry.
You were no Derrick Henry in the NFL, my friend. Maybe you should have stayed a running back. You could have set some records.
Well, did I ever tell you I was Derrick Henry
You just
in
told
the
me
NFL?
you just told me.
I
Derrick
said
Henry's
when I was
pro
a Little
comp
League.
was actually Tom Waddle.
But Derrick Henry was Derrick Henry when he was playing Pop Warner, and then he was still Derrick Henry.
I don't know that Derrick Henry
Henry-
was a force as a Pop Warner football player.
He was in high school.
I
Have
have
you
no
not? Have you
idea.
never seen the Derrick Henry high school stats?
I have not. No.
Are you serious? I've showed them to you.
No, I
They're the
haven't.
most absurd,
yeah.
ridiculous
like
stats
9,000 career yards
in the
or something
history
like
of high
that.
school football.
Well, maybe he was a late bloomer. Maybe he didn't play Pee Wee football.
By the way, college picked up the 2-pointer in 1958, but the NFL didn't have it until 1994.
All right.
So my final year. So I had I was
You had a
eligible
chance.
for it.
You had a chance.
Yeah.
But your entire collegiate career, you were eligible too.
No. Yes.
Yeah,
correct.
but in the NFL, not so much. All right, inside Waddle's world we go. Coming up next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Guys, you know Connie's Frozen Pizza is the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Sylvie Show, and we always talk about what is true Chicago-style pizza. It's not what out-of-towners and tourists think it is. Chicago-style pizza is thin, it's crispy, it's cut into squares, and thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. Connie's frozen pizzas are classic thin pies made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. It's a tradition. They're perfectly cheesy and saucy. They're exactly what you want on hand when you feel like having pizza. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available at your local grocer's freezer.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Are you dreaming of spring and looking for the best fencing for your home? Check out my friends at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They handle fences for homes, install playgrounds, hoops, trampolines, all over Chicagoland. No middleman, no big box runaround, just a great experience that will make your kids want to play outside all summer long. We have a hoop and trampoline from them, even my swing of sadness. So visit theguyon41.com to see their lineup and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
It's time to find out what's on Tom's mind.
Isn't that why you were here?
As we go inside Waddle's World.
Oh, yes. Welcome into Waddle's World. Just saw that Kendrick Lamar's only getting $1,000 for performing on Super Bowl Sunday. Is that correct?
You usually get nothing.
Are they pulling Are they pulling that racket again? No, but remember there was one year, was it with Beyonce, or when the NFL was in a bit of a standoff? Because look, when you're the halftime performance, obviously it's great exposure for the artist, but at the same time,
last year wasn't it Snoop Dogg and Dr.
No,
Dre?
no, that was
last year was Usher.
Usher, that's right. He was on the roller skates.
When Rihanna was 2 years ago?
Rihanna was 2 years ago, yeah.
Well, when was
3 years ago.
Was it that long?
Yeah.
It was in L.A.?
For Dre, Snoop, Eminem, Mary J. Blige.
That was out in L.A., right?
Yes, that was the Rams.
Yeah. So you don't get paid for it. You just benefit greatly in other ancillary ways.
It says they just cover expenses and production costs, but they don't pay the artists themselves.
Well, my guess, the production costs would be enormous.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be fair to say, right?
And I did show Waddle Derrick Henry's rushing stats for his senior year.
That is quite ridiculous.
He had 462 carries his senior year for 4,261 rushing yards. He scored 55 touchdowns. He averaged 9.2 yards per carry.
You know, part of that, how many games did he play? Because, that's almost criminal, the number of carries
13 games.
You gave a 16 or 17-year-old kid. That's insane. 40, how many?
462 carries.
But how many yards?
13 games.
40-something.
4,261 yards. He averaged almost 36 carries per game. That's a 17, 18-year-old.
That's absolutely crazy. All right, you want to go through some of these NBA trades? Tyler's a big Bulls fan who's not bothered by
give me all the big Bulls trades that were made at the
not bothered
deadline.
by what the Bulls did. I think that's what we learned earlier in the show, that he was for keeping Vooch and giving Lonzo Ball an extension and keeping Kobe around. And
he's on board with AK's plan, right?
Yeah.
Team AK all the way.
Do you want to play an AK soundbite?
Sure. Do you have one?
I do. Charlie, give us the best one.
I would like to kind of talk a little bit about the season. I thought we did a great job first 38 games.
What?
But hit the wall in January and had a couple of bad losses. Next 30 games will determine if we will
actually try
be in play-in and playoffs. This is something that is achievable, and our guys are capable of getting there.
Delusional.
Playoffs.
Charlie, that's the best you had? I guess you couldn't manufacture a better statement because the statement has to be what the statement is.
Statement.
Yeah.
He's talking about the playoffs.
Yeah.
There's one Charlie told me.
Thought they got off to a good start and then hit the wall. Didn't he say something comparable to that last year?
He probably says it every year. I saw this one.
Yeah, where's you told me there was a Joe Cowley follow-up question.
Yes, Joe Cowley is incredulous by this notion. Here it is.
Sometimes. I'm confused now with your statement.
Mm-hmm.
the actions are of a team that understands it's a sinking ship when you trade arguably your 3 best players since the offseason. But if you're talking about still making a playoff push, it seems you are confused with what direction you're still going. I mean, I don't recall a team that's trying to get out of the middle that still wants to make a playoff push.
No, what I said that in our private also conversations with some of the media, that if, next 30 games we're going to be out of the play-in and out of the playoffs, we'll get a good pick. But at the same time, if we, with this young team, can make the play-in and playoffs, it's going to be, I think, it's going to be accomplishment, because if your young guys developing and translates into wins, I think there's growth. So that's what I meant to say.
Bravo, Joe Cali, for
pressing him a little bit.
Pressing him on that. I just don't know how you allow a person with that perspective to be in charge.
Was he implying that he had an off-the-record conversation, too, by saying a private conversation with the media?
I heard that, too.
Right?
I thought the same thing.
That's what I inferred from what he was saying there, is that
your only hope to get out of hell is to find some luck. If you're making a push to try to be...
This is my point, though. Keeping
playoffs.
Keeping Vooch, keeping Kobe White, fine, but that does give you a
better chance at winning.
Making the play-in tournament, and potentially, again, I know you guys think it's ridiculous, but it's not impossible for them to win, in a one-game play-in possibility. You just get hot, and all of a sudden you find yourself in the playoffs. You don't even have you don't even have a lottery pick. That is really
you have to win twice, but yeah.
I know, but I'm just saying, it's not once you get there, weird
So
things
what
happen.
you're saying is you're buying the AK plan, is what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
Listen, it doesn't.
Meller's signing up for the AK plan.
Based on their what they've done, it does not surprise me at all. That's his perspective.
I mean,
it's a rudderless ship right now.
I just don't know that's the message you want to project after
trading Zach LaVine on Sunday. No, I wouldn't.
I'm tired of it.
He also had another quote. There's different structures that you can try to get to a championship. There's 2 to 3 star players and then a lot of role players, or you can build it as 9 to 10 very good players, and then said they're building toward the ladder model.
Yeah, okay.
That ladder model does not exist.
When was the last time an NBA team was filled with 9 to 10 good players?
Role players that won a championship.
Never happened.
So again, his actions are one thing, his words are another. I will judge you more on your actions than your words. But when you put them together, it's...
Yeah, and even your words don't make sense because, again, this is the NBA. It's a star-driven league.
What'd you say, Charlie? Delusional?
Delusional.
I give Callie a lot of credit, though, for just, he's...
Being like, dude, WTF.
Yeah.
AK, those are private conversations, Joe.
Jimmy Butler finally got his wish, and that was a trade from the Miami Heat. He goes to the Warriors, tears up his player option for next year, and signs a 2-year extension for $111 million.
Dude, that had all the makings of last call and a couple coming together, finding each other at the bar. Lights are on. All right, we'll go home together.
Let me ask you a question, though. And, again, I've been no NBA expert my entire life, less so now than ever before because I can't even watch the Bulls on my television. What Jimmy brings to the table is not exactly what the Warriors need, is it? Don't the Warriors need some three-point shooting to go along with Steph? And Jimmy's scoring before he decided to do what he was doing, and maybe that was, naturally affected by being disinterested, has gone down a touch. Is he the elixir that?
I don't think so. I think
that makes them better.
I think the Warriors were desperate when Kevin Durant said that he didn't want to go back to them. They were like, okay, well, consolation prize is Jimmy Butler, but I don't think he's for them by any means. It changes again. They're destined for the play-in tournament too. It looks like.
That's crazy. $111 million contract.
And they had to give him an extension, a 2-year extension on top of it.
Yeah. Who else got traded? Help me out, Tyler. I'm forgetting who else got traded. I had it written down.
The Suns added Nurkic. They got some interior play there.
Lakers traded for Mark Williams, a center from Charlotte, correct?
Yeah, he's a defensive center.
He was averaging 16 points, 10 rebounds a game.
Brandon Ingram was sent.
Believe there's a relationship between Mark Williams, right? He's a Duke guy and J.J. Redick, and there was some mutual kind of appreciation. Williams has struggled to stay healthy, though, has he? Not over the course of his career.
And I saw a clip floating around earlier today, just getting torched by the Hornets. Their television broadcast for the lack of effort by Mark Williams on a particular evening when they were playing the Wizards, where he just wasn't giving any effort to play defensively. So we'll see how that works.
Well,
for
maybe
the
he'd be more inspired when he's playing next to LeBron and Luka.
Yes.
So,
every piece that New Orleans got back in the Anthony Davis trade is now gone.
Well, with Ingram to the Raptors,
yeah, Brandon Ingram was sent to the Raptors today. He continues to be disappointing as well.
Some college football news. Ryan Day has signed a contract extension, making him the second highest paid head coach in college football. He lost both of his coordinators, right?
Who is he?
Chip Kelly got paid $6 million a year to be the OC of the Raiders.
Yeah, he's only behind Kirby Smart at Georgia. And then, he lost Jim Knowles, his defensive coordinator, went to Penn State, which was a very strange move.
Yeah. Did you guys also see that Myles Garrett says he consulted with LeBron on his trade request?
I saw that.
Why?
Because if you want to get out of Cleveland, who better to ask than LeBron James, I guess?
But
I don't know.
It's a little different.
LeBron at least left in free agency.
Right.
He didn't really force a trade.
By the way, back to Travis Kelce, we were talking about a little bit earlier, whether or not he would walk away from football. I think that would be silly, considering his quarterback is in his prime and is the best in the game. Travis has said he has, quote, full heart of football left in me. So it doesn't look like he's going away anytime soon.
Okay.
He does look a little more kind of doughy than he has in the past. Am I right about that?
The one thing, he just looks slow. Every time I see him catch the football these days, last year and every year prior to that, I never thought of him as slow. I know he was a tight end, so he wasn't going to be like one of the fastest guys on the field. But this year, he has looked slow. In and out of his, just in and out of his breaks.
Speaking of slow, Pete Alonso returning to the Mets, 2 years, $54 million.
The Polar Bear back in New York, and he will be teamed with Juan Soto, Francisco Lindor. And listen,
did I see that the Mets? Has it been the Mets that have spent over $1 billion this year?
Well, with
obviously,
Soto, yeah.
With the contracts going over the course of time.
Yeah, because Soto.
And the Marlins have spent $990,000, and the Mets have spent $1 billion.
I mean, again, you spent $700 million on Juan Soto, and you're going to rack up.
Are you sad as a Cubs fan that Pete Alonso's not coming to town? Were you a Pete Alonso guy?
Not really.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know he was a guy.
Would I have taken him? Yeah, but I'm not beat up about it.
No.
Would you, if the Cubs end up signing, and we'll talk to Jesse Rogers at 6 o'clock tonight. If the Cubs end up signing Alex Bregman for 2 years for $54 million, will you like that deal, or will you be like, that's a little too much? Or that's just.
I think that adding Bregman, I think, makes more sense than adding Alonso for the Cubs. Just because Bregman, he fits a spot that you, I think, need a little bit more. I'm kind of curious. I'm not saying that Michael Bush is going to be some star, but he had a solid rookie season.
Yeah,
he was
like
a top 3-4
year.
rookie in the NL last year.
Listen, and against right-handed pitching, you know that Michael Bush is going to be a really good player in your lineup.
Yeah.
And now the question is, will they let him play a little more often against left-handed pitchers? Do you even want him to play against left-handed pitchers?
Yeah.
That's the question.
And it's all going to be about improvement with him, and we'll see if he can do it hitting-wise. But defensively, he made significant strides beginning to end. But it's going to ultimately be what can you do against lefties.
By the way, back to college football. First of all, I believe Ryan Day got a 7-year, $12.5 million a year contract extension. I showed this stat to you as well from Brett McMurphy. He sent a tweet out, said the SEC announces they had over $808 million of total revenue for the 2023-24 fiscal year. That averages to $52.5 million per school, and it excludes bowl revenue retained by the school.
That's almost a Mets offseason.
That's crazy. College college sports is big business for sure. That's nothing new, but it's just the numbers are even more impressive as time goes on. All right, we have to take a break. When we come back, I do have a celebrity update on the Blake Lively situation.
But we don't have our Blake Lively Justin Baldini expert.
And somebody who happens to be an advocate for cocaine. That's next.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dion, Saturdays from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville. Brought to you by Zazu Salons.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Illinois who are 21 or older. First bet after registration must qualify. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a huge inheritance. But a phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard for a new one on us. Just trade in any phone from our top brands with select unlimited plans. $829.99 purchase with new smartphone line on select unlimited plans. Minimum $90 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months required. Less $830 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Trade-in terms apply. Payoff phone requires smartphone purchase and port-in with new smartphone line on select plan. Must provide most recent bill showing payoff amount of eligible phone. Additional terms apply.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text LIKE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text LIKE to 42424. That's LIKE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Find the way to lose unwanted body fat and enhance your sex drive at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook, visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. It's time to look and feel young again.
Waddle and Sylvie, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago.
Okay, I'd like to get your guys' thoughts on the following statement made by a world leader. Cocaine is no worse than whiskey. Would be sold like wine if it was legalized worldwide, according to Colombia's president.
So
what are you laughing at?
It's a good thing it's coming from an unbiased source that has no vested interest.
Says it's only illegal because it comes from Latin America, said Colombian President Gustavo Petro during a live broadcast of a government meeting. Colombia is the world's biggest cocaine producer and exporter. mainly to the U.S. and Europe, and has spent decades fighting against drug trafficking. During a 6-hour ministerial meeting broadcast live for the first time ever, the leftist president said cocaine is illegal because it is made in Latin America, not because it is worse than whiskey. Scientists have analyzed this. Cocaine is no worse than whiskey, he added, suggesting that the global cocaine industry could be easily dismantled if the drug were legalized worldwide. If you want peace, you have to dismantle the business of drug trafficking, he said. It could easily be dismantled if they legalized cocaine in the world. It would be sold like wine. Couple of Snickers from people sitting around.
Get the cocaine
and by
flowing.
Snickers, I'm not talking about the candy bar. I'm talking about people laughing.
Get the cocaine flowing.
What do you think, guys?
I'd like to see his.
You'd like to see the medical investigation?
The published study, yeah.
I want to get Charlie's opinion.
I don't think he's wrong about the wine part. I think
the
it
wine
absolutely
or the
would
whiskey.
be the part where he's like it'd be as popular as wine. I think I think that
it would absolutely be
no
popular.
doubt in my mind about that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
there.
but I'm going to have to see the citations on
I
the
might have to throw a challenge flag on the research
stuff.
It feels like it's one of those studies back in the 60s when big tobacco was funding why nicotine addiction wasn't actually true. But hey, if he's got the studies, I'll take a look.
Just thought it was interesting.
Funded by the Cocaine Farmers of America.
Yeah, of course.
Of Colombia.
Of Colombia, not America. Okay, from TMZ. Have you guys, I know Sylvie follows the Blake Lively situation with Justin, whatever his name is. Have you guys followed it? Tyler, is this on your radar?
No.
Not at all?
This is actually one of the least interesting stories to me of all time.
Really?
Charlie,
are you up on this story?
I'm pretty up on it.
Yeah? What do you think? Are you Team Blake or Team Justin?
It kind of seems like they both kind of suck.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I not fully up on it, but it just seems like every time one thing comes out, then another thing comes out that's way worse, and then another thing comes out that's way worse.
According to TMZ, there may be some bad blood with Blake Lively and Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, again, according to TMZ, feels she was used by Blake Lively in her new war with Justin Baldoni, and she resents Blake calling her one of her dragons and leveraging her name. As reported by TMZ, there was a critical meeting at Blake and Ryan Reynolds' New York City penthouse with Justin Baldoni to discuss a scene that Blake had rewritten for It Ends With Us. Is that movie worth watching?
My wife was not a huge fan. Okay. She read the book and she didn't like the direction they
Justin
took.
has said the meeting got superheated. He felt ambushed because Ryan and Taylor showed up, but a well-connected source close to Taylor tells TMZ Taylor came to Blake's apartment at the time Blake told her to, not knowing anyone else would be there. In other words, Taylor had no idea there was a meeting going on. So she feels like she may have been
used in the process.
Yeah. What do you think, Charlie?
I don't know. The dragon part, I mean, that's what all the producers call each other. We're all our dragons.
What? That's another term?
No, back at the ESPN Chicago Dragons.
Oh.
Yeah, we're all the dragons.
I didn't know that. Here's an interesting story. I thought the headline was great. Learning about gangs. The event was canceled in Saskatoon over threats of potential violence from gangs. The Pleasant Hill Community Association canceled an event because of threats of potential violence. The Learning About Gangs was an information session scheduled for late January at the local middle school. But the police decided that, unfortunately, because there were some threats of gang violence, they had to cancel the event. I thought it was interesting.
That is a picadillo.
Yeah. What is a picadillo?
It's a picadillo. Finding yourself in a pickle. I don't know.
Okay.
Quite the pickle they found themselves in at trying to teach the youth about gangs.
Okay.
Waddle.
That's all I got. As I said to Tyler as I was coming back from the men's room, it's a really slow day in terms of nonsense around the world right now. I don't know if that's just because it's Super Bowl week and everyone taps the brakes on being stupid.
I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Well, we're in a bit of a valley right now when it comes
it's
to some of the nonsensical stories I like to bring you.
It's a gully.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's all I got for you.
All right. That's a shame. Up next, we will do Aki's A-List, and then after that, Jeff Joniak will join us.
That's stuff to do.
Yes, we'll do that coming up on Waddle and Sylvie.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Sylvie. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
What's up is Jay Hood. The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem, counseling, resources are available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
It starts as a little nuisance. Before you know it, that awful joint pain takes over your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car feels impossible. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. I know how debilitating constant joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back can be. But here's the great news. QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore those damaged joints, all without surgery. These therapies, including PRP treatments, are revolutionizing the way we treat arthritis pain. Under the expert care of medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli, QC Kinetics is right here in Chicago, helping thousands of people get lasting relief. Imagine getting back to your life without joint pain, downtime, or going under the knife. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Don't wait. Find out if you're a candidate today. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Saturday appointments are available as well. Here's a number, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Stop the pain. Start living again. And I'm telling you, QC Kinetics will help you feel better, move better, live better.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Waddle and Sylvie broadcasting from Dave & Buster's in Schaumburg. Jeff Meller in for Sylvie today, who's out sick. Melancholy day for the Chicago Bears fans and family as Virginia Hallis McCaskey has died at the age of 102. Obviously lived a long and very memorable life as the matriarch of the Chicago Bears. She took over running the team back on October 31st in 1983 after the death of her father, George Hallis, who most Bears fans are very familiar with the fact that he helped found the NFL, which, of course, has gone on to become an absolute juggernaut when it comes to not just sports, but
2 years later, the team that she took over won the Super Bowl.
That is correct.
My guess is she would have never guessed that that team would have never, or the organization would not win another Super Bowl over the entirety of the rest of her life, especially with the dominance of that crew.
Absolutely.
At that stretch.
That's interesting to think about because we talk a lot about how that 85 Bears team was so dominant. And oftentimes, you know, anybody who's followed the league who was alive when that was happening, they will reference, you'll hear it all the time, the 85 Bears. Like, that means something. It's one of the few team names that actually you put a year in front of it, and people know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, some would argue that it's the greatest, single season or the greatest team of all time. I mean, you get some arguments from other teams, but they're definitely in the conversation, wouldn't you say? Top 5 NFL teams of all time, that 85 team?
I mean, the 72 Dolphins are always noted because they went undefeated. Of course, that was back when an NFL season was only 14 games.
Right.
So, and I think most people I think will tell you that the 85 Bears team was a superior team to the 72 Dolphins if you had to pick between the two. But of course, that Dolphins team did not lose. Now there's a couple of Steelers teams from the 70s, the Steel Curtain. They won 4 Super Bowls during that decade. I'm not sure. I wasn't alive at the time. I don't know if one team in particular was better than others.
I would say that, conservatively, they are in the conversation for top 5 football teams of all time.
Who, the 85 Bears?
Yeah.
I think I'm trying to I'm trying to parse out if they're the best, the greatest team of all time. And I think some people would make that argument. I'm trying, I know the...
I think they led the league, too, that year. Again, obviously, Walter was a fabulous player, and that offensive line was fantastic. Didn't they also lead the league in scoring that year? I mean, it wasn't an offensive crew that historically you would look back on and say, wow, that was a high-flying team. But if I'm not mistaken, I think maybe it was in large part because of how good the defense was.
I feel like I've heard that before, noted as a stat, so that would not surprise me in the least. I don't know it off the top of my head to be fact, so I will look that up and confirm it. But, so Virginia McCaskey took over for her father in 1983 upon his death, and then oversaw, of course, that great team, that Super Bowl championship. And she would go on to be the owner of the Bears for over 40 years, that it would last over. So we learned of her death today.
I mentioned earlier, I was very fortunate, blessed to have played for the team, and very fortunate to have had an opportunity to interact with her. She was, kind and caring, and, she knew all the players. She knew the families. The team meant a lot to her. The community meant a ton to her. She did a lot in the community, helping others. Just a really dynamic person and just a wonderful person as well. So
I read that, she's in 2005. She helped start the Bears Care Foundation, which obviously does a lot of great work.
Great work around the community.
She ended up ultimately having 11 children, 8 sons, 3 daughters. Of course, George, now the chairman of the board for the Bears. And she is also the grandmother to 21 grandchildren, Waddle. You have one yourself these days.
I do.
40 great-grandchildren and 4 great-great-grandchildren.
Yeah,
so,
family meant everything to her.
Absolutely,
for sure.
Absolutely. So Virginia McCaskey
passes away
at the age of 102.
Yeah, and by the way, to go back, I was talking about the 85 team. I believe they ranked 7th in total offense. That's yards. I believe averaging 48 points per game. That ranked them 2nd in the NFL. So, I guess the point I was trying to make was, as dominant as that defense was, and it was their calling card and their hallmark, the offense lit up the scoreboard quite a bit as well. So if you go back in time and you're trying to rank the best individual teams of all time based on the season that they played and won in, I think the Bears would certainly find themselves in the top 5 of that conversation.
Yeah, definitely, no doubt about it. Now, listen, what we're looking forward to on Sunday, we may actually start to have conversations about.
Well, the Chiefs are trying to do something that has never been done, which would be a three-peat. So, and what is this? The 8th season for Patrick Mahomes? I think his 8th year. I mean, plenty of football, regardless. Plenty of football left for him. So,
that leads me to something I was thinking about. You mentioned, so if they do win the Super Bowl, they'll become the first team to ever three-peat in NFL history, at least during the Super Bowl era. And Patrick Mahomes, that would give him his 4th Super Bowl ring.
Yes.
If they win on Sunday. Now, if his career ended after Sunday, where would you put Patrick Mahomes.
If his career ended?
Yeah, if you just
with
shut
4
it down,
Super Bowl
what
wins,
he was accomplished right now.
7 straight trips to the AFC title game.
Yes.
4 Super Bowl wins, 6 appearances or 5 appearances?
5 appearances. He
5
only
appearances.
lost one to Tom Brady and the Bucs.
He's top 5.
No doubt. I think that's a no-brainer. Who would you still say he would have to surpass if the Chiefs win a Super Bowl on Sunday? I mean, Tom Brady, obviously, I think still has GOAT status. 7 Super Bowl wins, 10 total Super Bowl appearances.
I've always been a huge Joe Montana fan.
Yes, and I think that's fair. Joe Montana was 4-0 in the Super Bowls.
Yeah.
I think it would be. You know what though? If Patrick Mahomes wins a 4th, could you already say at this point his career?
I would say, you know what? What's also very interesting is how they've done it. Like, if you go back to those 49er teams, they were stacked.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's done it. Like, they got rid of Tyreek Hill.
Yes.
And then went on to win 2 Super Bowls, right?
Correct.
So, like, his top receiver now is Xavier Worthy, isn't it, outside of Travis Kelce?
Yes.
I mean, what they've been able to do, just interchanging parts, it's been crazy. I don't want to steal any more time from Tyler. He's sitting over there patiently.
That is a great point.
Putting
Waddle.
together his A-list.
Silly me. I apologize. I got myself
Got
sidetracked
himself down
there.
in the Hall of Fame and the greatest teams of all
I
time.
apologize. My bad on that.
Wormhole.
My bad on that, Tyler. Without further ado, let's unveil Aki's A-list.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Had ourselves a 2-segment A-list yesterday. We could repeat that if you've got.
Well, I won't step on Jeff Joniak.
What do you have? Oh, that's right. My bad. My bad. You have a shed today?
Oh, we've always got a shed, fellas.
Okay.
We've always got a shed full of stories here. Let's start with some Super Bowl stuff. And I thought Bill Barnwell put a pretty good piece together, kind of detailing some of the storylines heading into this matchup. But
how long did it take you to read that article?
Oh, I only got about halfway through. There's only so many hours in the day. But the leading bullet point is the Saquon Barkley effect. And Saquon, I don't know if you guys have seen his number for this upcoming Super Bowl, but it is 111.5, his rushing prop, which is absolutely absurd. But going up against this this Chiefs defense, would you go over or under on Saquon's rushing prop for this week?
It's a good question. I brought this stat up yesterday, the fact that this Chiefs defense hasn't given up a 100-yard rusher in the last 18 playoff games. Now, I think you mentioned it yesterday, Meller, and I know Carmen, the good kid, was talking about it today. This year, the Texans actually had some success running the ball on him. Joe Mixon, I believe, averaged 5 yards or more per carry on that defense.
Stroud was able to run a little too.
Yeah. James Cook also had himself a day. He nearly had 15, 16 carries, so he could have.
Yeah, 6.5 yards per carry.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not a defense that will stifle you, but they find a way to kind of limit the monster runs. What did Saquon average this year in terms of yards per game? I mean, he
had 2,005 rushing yards, and he only played 16 games.
Yeah.
So
over 100. It's probably about 120.
Yeah, he averaged 125 per game.
They're gonna give it to him. I'm gonna still go under. I'm gonna tell you, I think Spags is gonna do everything he can to force them to beat them with Jalen Hurts throwing it.
See, I'm going to be in complete disagreement with you here. I think he's going to go over. Now, I still think the Chiefs can find a way to win this football game if he does that, but I think he's going to be fed, and as long as he doesn't leave with an injury, and I'm going to give his calf the benefit of the doubt with a 2-week period to get healthy.
I've never heard anybody give a body part the benefit of the doubt, but we're giving the benefit of the doubt to the calf.
All right. Well, then how should I guess?
No, I like it. I like it.
It's a new angle.
All right.
Yeah.
But I think he'll be better with 2 weeks of rest for the Super Bowl.
I heard Johnny saying today that at the bottom of that pile, He'd be encouraging if he was Spags. He'd be encouraging some of the defenders to be down there giving him the calf
giving him the business. Is that just like a
don't know
a wine bat? It's hard to give a calf the business though, isn't it?
You're gonna have to ask Johnny when he gets here.
When you're getting up, put the knee into the back of the calf.
That's a good point. Knee into the calf. But the hard part is
Ndamukong Suh, a little stomp on your way up.
See, the stomp's too hard
gets
to get
caught.
away with. Yeah. Stomp, usually you're setting yourself up for a very easy ejection, and that's the case.
Yeah.
I do think, though, Saquon has the ability to break off long runs if he hits that second level, unlve most.
Well, that's the one thing that
he's
would
faster
concern me.
than a lot of guys are ready for, and so I think he's going to get over.
I mean, his number of
112 and a half
over 20-yard rushes this year has to be ridiculously high.
Remember, 7.
What do you think?
7 touchdowns over 60
I would
yards.
probably go over because I think he's going to have one. Every game he has a touchdown of 40, 50 yards. So that's knocking out about a third to a half of it right there. And then can he get 60, 70 yards in his other 18, 19 touches that he's going to have the rest of the game?
And listen, I think this is, too, a moment for, a big player stepping up on the biggest stage. Where he's the first time he's going to have the opportunity to play in a Super Bowl. I think he's the kind of guy who rises to the occasion.
He did not have a game this year without having at least one carry of double digits yardage. Not one game.
His longest rush prop is 24 and a half, I want to say.
Ooh, that feels like an easy over. You got to
So
that is most running backs, their longest rush prop is 12 and a half.
In the playoffs, Barkley's long runs in each game, 60, 78, and 17 in the 3 playoff games. In the 15 games he played, or 16 games he played, they were 23, 68, 22, 18, 25, 72, 39, 11, 21, 19, 55, 10, 59, 65, 11, and 34. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He had 6 games where he had 8 games, counting the playoffs, where he had a run of at least 34 yards.
Listen, I hope
that's crazy.
Listen, it's been the perfect pairing, and I hope he stays healthy because he's got two more years on his contract with the Eagles.
Yeah.
He's a Hall of Fame caliber player. We've been talking a lot about the Hall of Famers today.
Yeah.
He's a Hall of Fame caliber player whose first 5 years with the Giants were marred by a terrible team and injuries. So I hope he can stay healthy and we can see a long, fruitful career from Saquon Barkley.
All right, his teammate Jalen Hurts. There's been a lot made of what he is, what he isn't. Obviously, we know if the Chiefs are down 10, Patrick Mahomes can certainly spark a comeback and bring them back. He did it a couple years ago, and he was down 10 at half against this Eagles team. If the Eagles go down 10 points, are they capable of coming back because of Jalen Hurts? Keep in mind the opponent, too.
I don't like their chances.
I don't like the chances either. He averaged 180 and change per game throwing it. If they have to come from behind and rally and they get down, what'd you say, by double digits?
Yeah.
I don't like their chances. That's not who they are. They're not a come from behind, throw it, to score team.
And listen, the one thing is if 10 points, maybe they could still stick with the run a little bit. But if it balloons to 2 touchdowns and they start to feel at all like they need to, push the pedal a little bit and try and keep up, and they have to throw the football, that is not playing to their strength by any means. And you do not want Jalen Hurts throwing the ball without having to account for the play action possibility. So I don't like the Eagles much at all if they fall behind big.
2 of the best defensive coordinators.
Now I will say this: somebody tweeted this a while ago that Jalen Hurts has won 7 straight games. This was up until 2023 when trailing by 10 or more. So maybe
he's won 7 straight games when trailing by 10 or more.
That's what this is. This says, in games where they were trailing by 10 or more points, that he's actually been a better player than you think. I'd still go no. I would say no.
The defensive coordinators in this game are 2 of the best. But whose overall defense has the edge when you account for personnel plus the play caller?
Wow.
You got Vic Fangio and probably a more talented Eagles defense, but you may have a better play caller on the other half in Steve Spagnuolo, but still very good pieces.
I got Chris Jones and Karlaftis, right?
You do.
As my primary pass rushers.
Yep.
Absolutely.
They've got Jalen Carter and Josh Sweat.
Sweat,
yes.
yep. And Brandon Graham may be back, too, for this game.
They've got 2 rookies in their secondary.
Don't forget Nolan Smith, who comes off the edge.
Jordan Davis has had himself a nice playoffs,
yeah,
too.
He's more of a run stuffer, Nakobe Dean, he's out. He got hurt early in the playoffs.
I would say that the coaches are a push.
With DCs.
And I would probably say that there's a slight edge to the Eagles on defense. So your question is what? Who do you give
overall?
The edge to? I'd probably give a slight edge to
unit,
the defense,
basically.
or to the Eagles defense.
Yeah, I just think they have I like the talent a little bit more for the Eagles. But
I mean, Baum is
Defensive Player of the Year
candidate.
finalist. Yeah, he might win the award tonight. I wouldn't necessarily think he's the best odds, but he's got a chance at it.
Yeah.
I think it's. I mean, listen. At the end of the day, I think it's more of a push than anything. But if I had to give the slight edge to one of the, I would probably go with the Eagles.
Is there any other defense in the league that you would take over these two, or take above one of the two? I'm trying to think.
Maybe the Steelers.
Yeah, they fell off.
They
they struggled at the end of the year.
But T.J. Watt started dealing with some injuries. But they've got depth pass rushing wise, and you're always going to be pretty good with that.
But it does.
But that's the only one that I feel like is in that neighborhood.
Feel like these might be the 2 best defenses in the league.
I mean, Houston was good.
Houston can get after the quarterback. Good in coverage.
Else? Denver was pretty good, but they had their warts. The Jets ended up statistically giving up 24 points per game. The Titans ended up giving a bunch of points up at the end of the year.
I think
you may be right.
I think they might be the 2 best defenses in the league.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow was making the media Radio Row rounds today, and he said that he was making a message to the front office, making it clear that he wants to see deals get done for his guys, those being Trey Hendrickson, T. Higgins, and Jamar Chase. He also lumped Mike Gesicki in there as well.
Mikey G, as he called him.
The Bengals are supposed to be inside the top 10 for available cap space this offseason, but let's stick to the big 3 of Trey, T, and Chase here. How many of those guys will be Bengals for the foreseeable future?
Jamar Chase will be.
Yes, no doubt.
I don't think they're – are they going to be able to pay T. Higgins what somebody else may step up and pay him?
I wonder if they've almost burnt the bridge.
You know how you repair that bridge?
Money.
With big bags of cash.
But can you make the – will you be able to make the money work? When where the pecking order is of if you have to pick and choose, you can only throw a life raft to one of the receivers.
Well,
it's going to Jamar Chase.
I would say this to you as well. As bad as their defense has been, I don't think you can let Trey Hendrickson go. He's had back-to-back 17.5 sack seasons. He is 30.
Yeah.
He'll be 31 in the upcoming season. But I would be inclined to pay him. If I had to choose between him and T. Higgins at this point, I have to get my defense right.
Listen, I understand it, and I applaud Joe Burrow for using the public or applying the public pressure that he has, as the face of the franchise. But at the same time, if you want to play devil's advocate here, hey, all these guys you want to pay me, what was our record as we tried to salvage and clutch at a a playoff spot that was slipping away from their between their grasp for the entirety of the season? They battled back to 9-8, Waddle.
Yeah.
But it was a product of their own making. The reason they didn't make the playoffs was because they had a horrendous start. They had to win their final 5 games just to finish 9-8.
Listen, I just don't think. I mean, pass rushers it's hard to find guys that can sack 17.5 quarterbacks every year. He's done it twice.
Yeah.
I know he's older.
But even if you get 13 out of them.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, my priorities would be Jamar Chase and Hendrickson before it would be T. Higgins. And that's with acknowledging that T. Higgins is a fantastic player as well.
Listen, if they can find the money to keep all 3, go for it. I would say that's not a terrible idea, but they might have to. T. Higgins might be the cap casualty.
They just may not. When you're also paying your quarterback $55 million a year, whatever it is, it's hard to have that luxury of being able to pay. Like, does he want to take a contract like Devontae Smith took? Because Devontae Smith's contract, I don't think, is nearly as lucrative as what T. Higgins is looking for. It works in Philly with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts. I mean,
but the difference in Philly is that they've got an owner that's willing to restructure deals.
Yes, I was going to say, I mean, that's with Howie.
Yeah, and Jeffrey Lurie, like, they'll do that. But I don't know if they will do that in Cincinnati based off of
Mike Brown's history
precedence.
is not one of somebody who's willing to splash the cash.
No.
It also helps, too, that, like, all the Eagles' best players, at least on defense, are on rookie contracts. And Cincinnati's just missed draft after draft after draft with their guys.
And Charlie, I just don't think that you can let go of Hendrickson despite him being 30 with as bad as your defense is.
Not if you want to actually be in the playoffs next year.
Yeah. Ashton Genty was making the rounds as well on Radio Row, and he joined the Fantasy Football Happy Hour, and he's obviously the top running back prospect in the NFL draft and has his eyes potentially set on a certain team.
Is this where we hear the Ashton Genty audio?
It's not firing.
Well, all right. Well, anyway,
you know why?
Spoiler.
You know why? Because it's nonsense that the Bears would be the team that he'd be looking at. You're not going to use the 10th pick of the draft.
He's
on a
eyeing the Bears, yes.
Why? Because Jahmyr Gibbs was drafted by Ben Johnson's team 3 years ago? Is that why? You're not spending the 10th pick of the draft to draft a running back behind an offensive line that is that needy.
No. Yeah. Listen, we had a Donnybrook the other day over Saquon Barkley running behind the Bears offensive line. I cannot get into the argument of trying to defend Ashton Genty running behind this Bears offensive line.
No. I mean, listen, this is supposed to be a really deep class of running backs, isn't it?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Like, I think I saw somewhere where there's 20 running backs with draftable grades. You don't need to spend a 10th pick overall. That was a luxury. And, again, he has been a perennial Pro Bowl caliber player. Jahmyr Gibbs has been. But that team was set in a lot of other areas when they made that pick. This Bears team does not have that luxury to make that type of play. So you cannot use the 10th pick of the draft on a running back.
And listen, I love Genty, but I also am cautious about the fact that, listen, he was not playing in the SEC.
No, he wasn't.
Well, he was playing against 9-man boxes almost every down.
But that's a different animal, too, when the 9-man boxes – the combined weight isn't close to what you're seeing.
You're saying that's a faulty box?
Yeah,
9-man
a little
box
bit.
that
Like,
they're throwing you out there?
Yeah, like, I'm sorry. If you're
Smurf turf?
If you got a 210-pound linebacker who's part of the 9-man box, you know, Ashton Genty gets to the second level, it's not quite the same.
Listen, if Ashton Genty can last into the third round, then maybe we can have a conversation.
Listen,
not 10th.
If he's there in the second, I'd entertain the notion, but I don't think he's going to get there. So, you know,
definitely won't be there in the second round.
But that's the earliest.
What else you got?
Real quick, an Illinois lawmaker wants to tie public financing for sports stadiums to team performances. Bob Morgan.
Doesn't he do the Saturday?
No, it's his brother.
That's Tom.
That's Tom's brother, Bob.
But he's saying it would require any team to have a winning record in at least 3 of its past 5 regular seasons before it would be eligible for public financing to build a new stadium.
I love the sentiment.
Yeah.
I really do. I like where it's coming from. I don't think that is something that would ever take place.
Who would be the first team in this city that's eligible?
The Cubs?
Cubs, yeah.
Probably. That's what I.
Well, listen,
and they're the last team that's looking for a new stadium.
I got to tell you, like, I mean, I said this in the past. I think the Bears' lack of success has definitely hurt. Whether you think that should be a criteria or not, whether or not the city and the state is going to give public funding to a billionaire family to build a stadium, but their lack of success certainly hasn't helped their cause. So in theory, I love the message. Look, you want public money?
Try.
You want public money? Be better at your, as a group.
Yeah. As Steve Cohen always says, like, his owning of a sports team is philanthropic because he can bring happiness to millions of people.
But he's also footing the bill for all of it.
Right.
I'm assuming. I don't think that.
That's his philanthropy, is making millions of people happy at the cost of millions of his own bank account.
I like it.
So
yeah, it feels like I have no problem with the proposal, but it feels like a non-starter.
By the way, Devontae Smith signed a 3-year, $75 million contract with $51 million guaranteed. Do you think T. Higgins would settle for that $375?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
He'll
That's
definitely
what
look at himself as a better receiver than Devontae Smith is.
So that's why I think it's going to be harder for the Bengals to actually lock up those guys.
You know what's so funny, too, and this is where the NFL's gotten a little bit
But Smith was a mid to high first-round pick, too.
Top 10,
oh, yeah.
Top 10
yeah,
top
yeah.
6, maybe? Six
He's a
overall.
Heisman winner, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like 6th overall, maybe, if I'm not mistaken. The one thing, though, it's funny, though, how out of whack it's become, because that's where, as good as Devontae Smith is, and I know he's critical, he helps their offense, what did Saquon Barkley get this year? 3 for 36, I think?
Yes.
And that contract was massaged by Howie Roseman.
I would absolutely, if I would so much rather pay Saquon Barkley the same number that Devontae Smith's getting. Now, the Eagles don't have to. More power to them.
Yeah.
But I think the running back, wide receiver landscape is a little out of whack these days.
Well, it is for a team that runs it more than throws it. So,
yeah, I mean, listen, if you had to pick, who would you keep on the Eagles? If Barkley or Devontae Smith?
Behind that offensive line, I'd keep
Barkley.
Yeah. If I had,
I know you love Devontae Smith.
Well,
but behind that offensive line, I would probably keep Smith because
if you had a more pedestrian offensive line, I may change because then the passing game and what Devontae Smith may be more important to what they're doing.
All right, interesting convo. That was Aki's A-List, presented by Tyler Aki.
Did we leave anything in the shed?
Oh, there's plenty in the shed, fellas.
Is there? Well, maybe we can revisit it later.
I don't know if we'll have enough time, but we will have time for Jeff Joniak, who joins us next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
One more opportunity to watch football this weekend. One more opportunity to make sure that your game day menu is spectacular. And it will be, if in fact you include Daisy Dips. That's what the Waddles do. All of our football viewing game day menus include Daisy Dips. They go with chips, with wings, with veggies, anything you got in the house. And now Daisy's come out with Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip. These are game changers. As good as homemade, as they have real herbs and spices and ingredients you're going to find right in your own kitchen. Top your game day menu with Daisy French Onion and Daisy Ranch Dips. They're available at a grocery store near you.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. I just picked up my brand new 2025 Land Rover Defender from Howard Orloff Motors, and I couldn't be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at the fancy restaurant when it's parked out front. My kids absolutely love riding it. Howard Orloff Motors has the full lineup of 2025 Land Rover Defenders ready and waiting for you. So visit them today just off the Kennedy in Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Illinois who are 21 or older. First bet after registration must qualify. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Looking for your next family outing? Family ticket packs by BMO are available for select games and include a ticket, hot dog, chips, and a drink at a discounted rate. Visit bulls.com/family to get tickets today.
Waddle and Sylvie are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Sylvie and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Tonight, you can hear Bears Weekly coming up at 6:30 after we're done here at Dave & Buster's in Schaumburg. I'm Jeff Meller in for Sylvie today on Waddle and Sylvie. Obviously, we got the melancholy news regarding Virginia McCaskey earlier today. Thought it would be a perfect opportunity to have Jeff Joniak, the voice of the Chicago Bears for over 20 years, to join us and not just talk a little bit about the Super Bowl, but obviously about the George Halas's daughter, the matriarch of the Chicago Bears.
She was omnipresent. She was, around the building, for years on a, regular basis. She was on all the trips and, was at every game. So,
yes, a very, very long, illustrious life. Passes away at the age of 102 today. As we bring in Jeff Joniak. Jeff, it's obviously a tough day for everybody in the Bears organization and Bears fans around the city, around the world. But if you could share any, thoughts and stories about Virginia McCaskey that you'd like to, we'd love to hear them from you.
I appreciate it, guys. Jeff, Tommy, how you guys doing? Everything that's probably been echoed already from Tommy. First of all, she just had a presence about her, even though she's the most humble person on the planet. And whenever she was in the building or going to be in the building, word spread fast that, hey, Mrs. McCaskey's going to be in the building or Mrs. McCaskey's going to watch practice, and everybody got excited about it, genuinely. As I indicated, I tweeted out, which I don't tweet much, but the woman always had a smile on her face when you'd greet her, and she just was genuinely thrilled to talk to you. A woman of few words, but powerful words and a powerful presence. And she meant a lot to me. I'm a crier, so sorry about that.
It's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good.
The thing about it is she was great to me and my family. She welcomed me into her family. And when my kids were born, you better believe they got a rosary. I had a cousin, a Notre Dame nun, from Cleveland, Ohio, that worked in Rome for John Paul II, Pope John Paul II, for 7 years, and she got wind of that through conversation that I had. And here I get a beautiful portrait of Pope John Paul II, a pencil drawing of him that is framed up, and something I cherish very much, a gift from her. You know how much her faith meant to her, Tommy?
Yes.
And I share that same faith, and it's just stuff like that. I mean, this is not a normal owner, right? It's just not a normal situation. This is just the nice woman down the street, that happens to be getting a new job at age 60 to be owner of the Chicago Bears and take that role. So just an amazing family, amazing person, and definitely be missed. I mean, anytime anybody can live that kind of life, they're going to touch a lot of hearts and a lot of people. So I can't say enough great things about her. I've been blessed and honored to be a part of this organization, and certainly blessed to have had conversations with her, including ones that made me uneasy, like the time I can remember being in the lobby of Halas Hall, and I think it was a training camp, I don't know how many years ago, but I had bought a stock, and I dabbled in it. Nothing crazy, right? I think it was Citibank, and I was crowing about the fact that I sold it at its absolute highest. And so I made a couple $100 or whatever, nothing crazy. She goes, "Why didn't you hold it?" Like, no, something like that. You you keep for a long time. And I was like, that honesty, but great advice. Anyway, little things like that. And then, just on these trips, you'd see her on the team bus, elated in victory and complete sadness in loss. And when I would get on the team bus, and Tom Thayer would tell you the same thing, your eyes divert right to Virginia. You can't help it, in defeat or victory. And she wore her heart on her sleeve.
Jeff, I said it earlier as well. I mean, so many accomplishments, so many great qualities. I think the thing that I could say that kind of resonated most with me is she's just a wonderful person.
Yeah.
And, her interest in every person in that building, whether you were a player, you were part of the coaching staff, you were part of the front office, the broadcast crew, she had a genuine interest in you as a member of the Bears family, and she had a genuine interest in your family.
Yes.
So it was just – and when you're so right, too, when you'd get on the plane and you'd be messing around with one of your buddies and probably using some salty language, you'd see Mrs. McCaskey, and you immediately was like straighten up. Yeah, and get yourself together. But, just a wonderful person. And I think that her kindness and her just being a caring person who was very interested in, as I said, faith and family, but also in doing things in the community and making life better for those who didn't have it as good.
Right, the graciousness, the charity, Bears Care. Look at how much money has been raised for cancer research through the Piccolo relationship and how it's spread and how it's grown. And you also mentioned a key thing, caring about everybody's families.
Yeah.
And truly interested. And my daughter Kelly had a chance to work for a couple of seasons as a seasonal in the exercise the sports science department at Hallis Hall, and she sent me a picture of the two. She had a chance to visit with her. She traveled with the team during COVID when I could not. So, and she sent me that picture, choked me up big time. From the time when my kids were born is when I got involved with the Bears. So they were raised with this, and they know what she meant to them and what she means to this city and this organization and this franchise and what the franchise she knows means to the city. But it's the handwritten notes that you would get. Thank you notes. Beautiful penmanship. Little things like that. It's just, it's as I said, it's unique. It's unique in the NFL.
But as you also said, I mean, to live to be 102, and I saw her, I want to say, very briefly at training camp this year. She was in very quickly, and I think one day. But going back a couple of years ago, Jeff, I mean, she had to have been 100 at the time, and sharp as the day is long.
Yeah.
Sharp as the day is long, and just, very willing to have a conversation with you. And I know it may be trivial to some, and it shouldn't be, but it may be to some, and not to overemphasize it, but to think, though, Jeff, that the last game she saw was the Bears win over the Packers, I do think is meaningful.
Yeah, on her birthday.
Yes.
On her birthday, absolutely. I don't think some of these things you can't even draw it up, right? It's just it's too good to be true in a situation like that. I last saw her, I think at Bears Care. She came to Bears Care this year, which I MC, and you used to, Tommy, so you know.
Yeah.
And then. She was at the Ed Block Courage Award last March.
Wow.
And the place was packed. And the line of people to want to say hello to her was amazing. It really was amazing. People love that woman.
Yeah. On a happier note, Jeff, it has been quite a busy couple of weeks here as this Bears team has assembled their coaching staff. Your thought on what they've been able to accomplish?
Well, they haven't officially named a lot of them, but the names that they're coming aboard, I mean, it's a great, as I indicated to you guys, I believe last week, it's just a great combination of youthful exuberance and intelligence and veterans. I mean, guys that are in their upper 60s coming aboard and a lot of different spirit. It's like a melting pot of different tree branches of NFL coaching. And, you can link it to, Sean Payton, but then you got to go and, that's Bill Parcells. And then you've got Mike Holmgren. And then you've got, we can go on and on here from the offensive and defensive side of the ball, and I think they're going to devise something unique to the Bears. I mean, and to the talent they have, and certainly around that quarterback. So I'm impressed with what they brought in, guys who've played the game, guys who've coached for a very long time. And we can look no further than Vic Fangio in the Super Bowl and Steve Spagnuolo, guys who've been around a bit, that gets the attention and the respect of their players.
You were busy last week calling the Senior Bowl for Sirius XM Radio, Jeff. Did you unearth any gems for the Bears in the later rounds
do
for
some
us?
scouting.
Oh gosh, I mean, believe me, there's a lot of guys on the offensive and defensive line. That's for sure. I think, and that's not even, there's going to be some of those guys that are going to be first rounders for sure. But if not, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or seventh round. What I gathered from talking to scouts and hearing from Jim Nagy, the executive director of the Senior Bowl, is that, the top of the draft, there's not the superstar power maybe of other drafts, but you're going to find depth through 7 rounds, which you often do. But the sweet spots are going to be second and third round, where you're going to get good value for your draft slot. So I think there's going to be plenty on that list. The North Dakota State offensive lineman certainly got everybody's attention. He was named the outstanding player by coaches in that game. Piers also picked him as the top offensive lineman in this Senior Bowl. So there's a bunch of different talent at the tackle position, at the guard position, and the player I'm referring to, of course, is Gray Zabel. Nobody got more recognition, and maybe he didn't have as many snaps as anybody else, because he was playing center, guard, and tackle at all different spots during the course of the week. So it was a really fun game. There's really good running backs, and I guarantee you every one of those guys are going to be drafted that was in the Senior Bowl. Ollie Gordon of Oklahoma State was very impressive. Woody Marks is an outstanding pass receiver out of the backfield from USC. A couple guys who didn't play in the game. Damian Martinez is a 226-pound running back. Donovan Edwards from Michigan. ETN, the running back from Georgia, is a home run hitter. RJ, there's a lot. There's a lot of guys. Devin Neal of Kansas. So, there's a bunch that may interest the Bears in those categories.
Jeff Joniak joining us here on Waddle and Sylvie Meller in for Sylvie today. Jeff, all right, so in the not-too-recent history, there have been Bears GMs who have brought in difference-making pass rushers for 2 first-round picks. It has come to the attention of everybody who follows football that Myles Garrett has requested a trade. Have you even allowed yourself to enter the headspace of the possibility of Ryan Poles potentially calling the Cleveland Browns and having a discussion about trading for Myles Garrett?
From a fan perspective, if I'm just some guy that loves football,
Yahoo like me and Meller.
Yeah. And I told that to Christine. Boy, that would be something. But you step back, listen. You don't even realize he's 8 years deep in this league already, and it would cost a bundle, obviously. And I still want to be a draft-driven football team, and build. Yes, he's a tremendous player. I don't know that the Browns will actually pull that trigger, even though he's asked for such. And he wants to go to a Super Bowl sooner rather than later. So I would say that it would not be something I would do right now. That's just my personal opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you have any special plans for Super Bowl Sunday?
My daughter's coming in, so I'm going to sit down and just chill and watch it. It'll be fascinating. Great matchups in this one. Honestly, the tight end position on both sides. Each team has difficulty with that particular position. There's going to be the matchup of A.J. Brown and McDuffie. You got the 2 quarterbacks, but the running games, how those running games are going to be affected by those 2 defensive tackles. Of note, Jalen Carter on one side, Chris Jones on the other. I'd run away from both of them and have everybody else pick up the slack, tire those guys out. I think it's going to be fascinating. It was a 3-point game the first time they got together, so a couple years ago in that Super Bowl, and it was a lot of fun to watch.
Do you think you'll find yourself rooting for history and a possible three-peat with the Chiefs, or would you like to see the Eagles knock them off?
I appreciate history. So, and granted, in the Super Bowl era, it's not been done, but that team up north did it twice. In the championship era of football, the NFL championship. So, in today's game, it's a really, really hard thing to accomplish. And so, listen, I wouldn't hate it.
Jeff, what do you have coming up on Bears Weekly at 6:30?
You know what? We're going to celebrate life. We're going to celebrate life of Mrs. McCaskey. So we've got lined up Mike Singletary, Ron Rivera, Don Pearson, the outstanding retired writer from the Chicago Tribune who worked with Dan Pompei and sat in her living room for 20 hours finding out all the different stories about her life, of course, with Jim Miller, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee also going to join us. And I think a little conversation with Brian Urlacher that I'm about to tape as I hang up with you.
Well, listen, fantastic. That sounds like a fantastic listen for any Bears fan out there, so we will make sure we're
Thanks
locked
for joining
in, Jeff.
us today, Jeff. I know
Thank
how
you, guys.
important she was to you and your family. So
thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Best to everybody.
Jeff Joniak, the voice of the Chicago Bears. Obviously, you can listen to him on Bears Weekly, as they will remember the life of Virginia McCaskey, who passes away at the age of 102 today.
I have a couple of interesting questions. I think they're interesting about some NFC North rivals and what they may be looking to do in the 2025 season. It's not a Waddle's W list or whatever you would call it.
Okay.
But I got a couple of questions. One about quarterback and the other one about a receiver.
All right,
both of you.
Let's tackle that when we come back right here on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie from my friends at Window Nation. This February, you could miss Groundhog Day, President's Day, and even Valentine's Day. Well, some of you probably shouldn't miss Valentine's Day, but don't miss your chance from Window Nation to save 60% off all window styles and pay nothing for 2 full years. Only from Window Nation. This offer ends February 28th, so you'll want to schedule your free in-home consultation right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Ugh, leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text LION to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text LION to 321321. That's LION to 321321.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Chicago's home for sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Sylvie are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
You all right, Jeff Miller?
I'm doing good, Tom Waddles.
Are you?
You have
you guys just spilled coffee everywhere.
yeah, someone kicked over my
Somebody? Was that somebody you?
I went to the bathroom and then I came back and it was knocked on the ground.
I have not moved. Tyler, did you do it?
No.
Is it you, buddy?
Negative.
It was an accident.
I had two thoughts for you guys, okay? Because obviously the NFC North was at least during the regular season, was the best division in all of football.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of things have come out, Super Bowl week, things are talked about. Davante Adams, Josh Jacobs was asked about maybe what they would need or what they would be interested in adding going forward in the 2025 season.
Yes.
Davante Adams back with the Green Bay Packers. I don't want to see it. Is it something you think would be?
Davante Adams doesn't scare me the way he used to.
I agree with that, but does he scare you more than somebody else that may be starting for them other than him?
Yeah, Christian Watson is perennially injured with a hamstring injury, it seems like, but he can take the top off of a defense when he's healthy. Romeo Doubs has made some really difficult catches at times, but he hasn't really put together like a full season yet where he's, put up the numbers. They have, a host of guys.
The Green Bay Packers are an interesting team because they're the youngest team in the National Football League.
Yeah.
It would be interesting, and I'm just connecting the dots now because Josh Jacobs mentioned it. Davante Adams, is he going to – I don't know what his contractual status is, but where will he be next year? Would be interesting if he found his way back to Green Bay. I don't think that would happen. I think the only reason why it was really attractive for him to be in Green Bay was because of Aaron Rodgers. The other question I had for both of you is who are you expecting to be the starting quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings next year? And which guy, who do you want to see under center for them because he would be less of a threat?
So I think J.J. McCarthy will be starting for the Vikings next year.
And do you believe that that's a good thing for Bears fans? Or do you think that listen, nobody could have predicted what Sam Darnold was this year in a Vikings uniform. He was fantastic until the final game of the season, and then obviously into the postseason.
I thought what we saw from Sam Darnold this year statistically was the best case scenario, far and away. But then what we saw in the final two games of the year for the Vikings was the worst case scenario for anybody that was counting on Sam Darnold to be a long-term answer.
Right.
So, at the number they had him at, it was a perfect play for them, plug and play, and then let J.J. McCarthy develop. He got hurt this year, so he wasn't available. But I don't think anybody really wants to sign Sam Darnold to a big money long-term deal. And so because of that, I would not be surprised if the Vikings, based on what they have on their roster, say it's not it's not financially prudent for them to go forward signing Sam Darnold when they have J.J. McCarthy waiting in the wings.
Do you believe that when you get to the end of the season, while the Vikings may not be a 14-3 team, as J.J. McCarthy could potentially develop, they may be more of a threat with McCarthy at the tail end of his, wouldn't be his rookie year, but it would be.
I wasn't.
What team and what quarterback would frighten you more?
Scare me more? I think the Vikings with McCarthy next season scare me more than potentially the Vikings with Darnold next year, because I wasn't sold on J.J. McCarthy when they drafted him because he had so little. He was asked
so young
to do so little at Michigan. They ran the ball and they ran play action, and he was very effective at that, but I didn't know how good he could be. But it's weird because with as much success that Kevin O'Connell had with Sam Darnold actually makes me believe more in J.J. McCarthy because I trust Kevin O'Connell more than I ever have. And so I trust his judgment.
Tyler, what would you say? Who do you think will be the quarterback of the Vikings, and who would you as a Bears fan prefer to see?
I think it will be J.J., but I would prefer to see Darnold.
You would. So you believe that over the course of the 2025 season, J.J. McCarthy will be developed by Kevin O'Connell.
And just a year kind of just sitting and watching.
So ultimately, you think he'll be a better quarterback for them than Sam Darnold?
Yeah, I think long-term, yeah. And, you're building things up now for him.
Do you know what I'm fascinated by? He was using
I think it's going to be one of the better stories.
answer your own question. Who would you fare more next year?
I think it's going to be J.J. McCarthy. I don't think they're going to spend the money on Sam Darnold.
Yeah, and you know what I'm fascinated by? I guess all season
They're going to
long-
have to spend their money on some other position.
Well, they're going to have to spend their money. What I think it's very little that they have, too.
They have some,
they
but
have
they don't have
three
any,
draft
they don't have any
picks.
picks.
But I'm fascinated to see McCarthy because, he was using the virtual reality all season that Jaden Daniels talked about was really helpful for him and his practice habits. I'm curious to see, too, if we hear anything or read a story about Caleb Williams using virtual reality now that it's apparently becoming something that is extremely helpful. All the extra reps you can get in an on-field type experience, it'll be fascinating to see. I'm curious to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I just thought there were two interesting NFC North conversation pieces because to hear, like I kind of, when I heard Josh Jacobs say it, I said, well, I don't think it's that likely. But by the same token, I was like, I don't want to see Devontae Adams back in the NFC North up north with the Green Bay Packers.
That's fair. That is fair. He's Tom Waddle. I'm Jeff Meller in for Sylvie today on Waddle and Sylvie. Up next, Jesse Rogers joins us here live at Dave & Buster's. He's getting set to head out to Arizona for spring training. We'll pick his brain about what he's going to be doing out there, what storylines he's watching for. Coming up next right here on ESPN 1000.
This is Waddle and Sylvie. Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6759.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Always great to see a very friendly face.
Yes, sir. Jesse's face as well.
What do they say? Good guys wear black?
I was going to say, Johnny Cash wears blue.
Yes,
You're all ready for White Sox spring training. Getting ready. I see that.
You don't wear black in the desert, though. I probably should change tomorrow, right? When I get out there, I'm not going to be.
Where are you going first?
It's nice there now, though. It's not hot, right?
No, yeah, I'm staying in the Mesa area first.
Yeah.
Cubs open early because they go to Japan.
Yeah.
So in fact, it's the earliest.
Yes.
I've covered them 13 years. They open on Super Bowl Sunday. Pitchers and catchers report. And so I texted Jed, make sure it's an early morning. I got things to do in the afternoon.
Did you get a response?
Yes, everybody has things to do. In fact, so Jed and Carter and Council, they're doing their media thing 9 a.m. local time on Sunday. Pitchers and catchers will do their first workouts. Everybody's going to scatter to, have some fun.
Like a club Super Bowl party?
I think they do. I wasn't invited.
No?
But I think they do, yes.
What are your plans?
I asked Jamison Tyon at the convention if he'd have media over to his house.
Yeah.
He just turned away from me.
Yeah, he didn't want any part of it.
So you asked what Chicago media. We're getting together at one of the places in Tempe.
Nice.
We've reserved.
You and Bruce?
I don't know if Bruce is going to be out there. I'll have to ask him. Some of the other, Megan Montemero from the Tribune, Maddie Lee from the Sun-Times, the MLB, Jordan from MLB.com.
Nice. So how long will you be out there in total?
So 3 weeks straight. 3 weeks straight from February tomorrow through the end of the month. Then I'll come home. I'm not going to Japan. A little costly. So I'm not going to Japan. But when they're in Japan, I'm going to Florida. Usually I have to do a week or 10 days down there, hit a lot of the camps.
You say it like it's a prison stint.
Well,
I have to do a week or 10 days.
Yeah, I know. But Florida's just different. Arizona's more enjoyable.
Yeah.
But I'm not complaining. I'm going to Florida to watch baseball, right? So that's the deal. And then I'll come back home and maybe head back out to Arizona because when they come back from Japan, they actually open against the Diamondbacks. So they're going to head back to Mesa, finish up spring training, then open up against the Diamondbacks. And actually, they play the first games in Sacramento.
Oh, yeah.
Sacramento. The A's will host
Sacramento
the Cubs
A's
to open up that stadium.
How surprised were you to see what Pacoda had projected for the Cubs in terms of wins?
A little bit, because that is kind of the high end. I bet they would tell you that. The Cubs do their own internal projections. I bet they would tell you that's the high end, but that's good news. The bar has been raised. I've kind of been saying it. I think the floor and the ceiling have been raised at least a little bit. And a little bit might be enough to get you into the playoffs, and I think that's what they're thinking about. They're not thinking about 95 to 100 wins. They're thinking about how can we get in.
Yeah.
And Kyle Tucker gets you a little bit closer. Matthew Boyd gets you a little bit closer. These relievers they've signed and traded for get you a little bit closer. Of course, that's all on paper. My point being, when you have the sort of variance of an 80 to 90 win team, could go a lot of different directions, right? There's only a couple directions the Dodgers can go. It's 95 or 100 or 105.
Yeah.
The Cubs, there's a lot of variance there, but it looks like their floor and ceiling have been raised enough.
You mentioned the Dodgers. I know we're not going to spend a ton of time on the Dodgers, but with what they have done and what they've invested, if they don't at the very least get to the National League Championship, the NLCS. Is this a catastrophic collapse or underachievement?
I can never say it in the playoffs.
Because can you think of another time, Jess, regardless of sport, most sports, these days have some sort of salary cap type of mechanism in place that everyone has to function under the same similar type of rules. Is there ever been, at least in your time covering sports, where a team has had this type of advantage?
No.
Over the rest of the
absolutely
the
not,
league?
because just a few years ago, there were a lot of teams that could spend similar because their revenues were coming in the same way. Now with these TV issues that most of the league is having, the Dodgers really stand out. It does remind me of the Steinbrenner Yankees when we were kids, or younger at least. That kind of, that gap. So yeah, the Dodgers really, but the playoffs are such a different animal.
Yeah.
I mean, best of 5, come on. In the first round, best of 3, I assume they won't be in that because they'll win the division. But best of 5 and even best of 7, it's a roll of the dice. So they've guaranteed themselves a spot in October already, seemingly. But after that, it is a roll of the dice.
Yeah. No, it's interesting you bring that up because in some ways, the small sample size of a 5-game series, it might be more beneficial to try and play the Dodgers in that series, believe it or not, rather than having to play another team, and then if you actually have to end up meeting them in a 7-game series, it might be more difficult to try and beat
a lot
the
of people in baseball think, the Padres took them to 5.
Yeah.
And everyone looking back says Game 5 was the World Series. The Padres could have easily gone on the same run the Dodgers did. So it's not a bad point. You can sneak a best-of-5 winner.
Yeah,
you know?
you feel better about your chances maybe stealing one against them. Man,
but the good news is, Tommy and Jeff, Cubs are not in the Dodgers division. They're not in the Mets division. They're not in the Yankees division. They're in the Central.
Yeah.
And we say every year it looks eminently winnable.
Yeah.
And then they lose by 10 games to the Brewers. But I'm going to say it again, like everyone, they have as good a chance as anyone to win that division.
So if they excel and they get further than maybe everyone anticipated, it'll be because of what? And conversely, if they don't meet expectations, and once again the Brewers prove that they have a miracle on their hands again, what would be the reason why they would finish higher than you think or go further than you think, or that they would not get to where you would expect?
I think, mark this down, Adam and Black, that's a great question. I think that's a great question because of that variance I'm talking about. What's the variance that puts them in, and what's the one? I am really high on PCA, and what he can bring to the table is more than just analytics can describe to you. You know, get that idea of if he's on first in the ninth inning of a tie game, he's going to be on third.
Yeah.
You know, so my answer to the question about what could get them in is the guys kind of on the margins. We kind of know what Happ, Swanson, Bush, Tucker to a certain extent are going to be, and maybe Tucker has that career MVP type year that he is probably the lone guy capable of. But I almost feel like it is Matthew Boyd, the fifth starter. It is all these new bullpen arms that maybe not everybody knows about. Ryan Brazier, they just picked up from the Dodgers. Of course, Ryan Presley, 36-year-old closer. You know, it didn't work out with Hector Neris last year, and now they've picked up two guys in their late 30s. So I feel like it actually is the guys on the margins. What is PCA? What is Amaya? Do they pick up where they left off? That would take them to another level. What could prevent them is, what if Ian Happ has a bad year?
Yeah.
It's happened before. What if Tucker, new league, new team, platform year, what if he underachieves? Lefties at Wrigley Field can do that. Bellinger did last year. So if their frontline guys kind of are like, that prevents them.
Yeah.
That prevents them.
Fast.
Who do we got?
Who do we got? Take one
Who's
guess.
behind
Who do you
me?
think?
Oh, I should have known.
The good
If
kid.
he's twisting my my nipples, then I know it's him.
Hopefully the folks.
Boy, he looks good, too. He looks like he's cleaned and
comment?
showered. And
Look, I think it's a victory that he's here. You know?
look who came in right after
Sauntering
Peggy.
in.
It's a star-studded affair all of a sudden.
They do the post-game to show together.
Yeah.
Now they travel together. Apparently. They walk in. They don't show up without each other.
This is a star-studded affair, right?
It is.
Jesse Rogers joining us here on Waddle and Sylvie. You to emphasize your point about being in the Central, it's not just that the Cubs were projected for 90 wins, but the Brewers, their closest competition, were projected for 80 wins. They've lost a lot year after year now, and it almost seems like they just need to do what you expect them to do. Jed's talked a lot about, hey, we want to overachieve the numbers that we have, but it feels like if they just do what you expect them to do, this division should be theirs for the taking.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. If they do what they're expected to do, that's 85 to 88 right there. Now, someone's going to have to exceed a little bit to get to 90-plus. I don't think the Brewers are going to win 80. I think they'll win more than that, but I don't think they're a 90-plus win team either. So it's all right there. And
what do the Cardinals and the Reds do?
Okay, so Pacoda had the Cardinals in third and the Reds in last. I mean,
I'm with you. That doesn't.
Cardinals are resetting.
Goldschmidt's gone. If Arenado waives his no trade, he'll be gone.
And others will be gone mid-season. It's a weird number for the Cardinals.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know what they don't like about the Reds. Francona should be the guy to bring out the best in them. So last year I thought the Reds and Cubs would battle for first. I'm going to just go with that again. Why not? They have the talent. Now they have the manager. So I'll go that direction, but let's not be surprised by Milwaukee. We can never be surprised by them anymore.
You mentioned the Cubs starting the season in Japan against the Dodgers for that two-game set. That's why they're reporting early. Any news scuttlebutt around Ippei being sentenced 4 years, 9 months, coming down today?
I mean, it's just every time there's news about him, people are like, okay, this kind of does indicate that he's not covering for, that whole thing. Oh, he's just covering for Ohtani. I think it's pretty obvious now. They have recordings. He's been sentenced. He owes him $17 million. I don't know how he's going to – that's a lot of translating to do to earn that back.
That's hard money. That's hard money to pay back when you can't just steal from someone who is actually making that much.
If you bet enough on an octopus, you might be able to.
There you go.
That's true.
Do you know what an octopus is?
Yes. Wait, remind me. I do.
NFL.
Right.
Yeah, he knows what the animal is.
No. I know NFL.
No, he
What is
doesn't
it
know
again?
what an octopus is. This guy.
No, don't. I think I do.
That's your comment?
What is it?
When you score a touchdown and the subsequent 2-point conversion.
Oh, I thought it was a betting term. Sorry.
Well, it is kind of.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it's like because you can bet.
Right, you score
in the Super Bowl.
So he bet the octopus.
Yes.
That's why I've heard it.
Will anybody score an octopus?
That's what I've heard.
That's the bet.
Yeah. I'd go with yes when you have a guy like Saquon Barkley in the game, right?
Well, we thought that it was much more likely with, Saquon, yes, but Jalen Hurts with the tush push. You get a touchdown. For whatever reason, you get a penalty. Now you're going to go for it on second down.
Right. Weren't people critical of the Eagles on their 2 points? They didn't go to Barkley in the last game.
Well,
if
they go for a 2-point conversion, like close
from the one, if
it'll be a tush. Yeah. Right. So I knew it was a betting term. I didn't know what it meant though. There you go. So anyway, you want to talk about Alex Bregman because he's still out there. Lots of rumors about him.
Yeah, every time I open up X, I see somebody saying it'd be a great day for the Cubs to sign Alex
There's
Bregman.
always a player I feel like every year that the reporting and the rumors go just wild, and I think it applies to him this year. This is what I can tell you, and anybody that tells you they know exactly what's going on is being fooled by Scott Boras. Let me just say that. I think Boras is trying to create a market for him, a bigger market for him. So a lot of misinformation out there. I saw reports that the Cubs have been the most aggressive team and things like that. No, that's not true. I think we're in Bellinger mode right now. The Cubs have been waiting on the wings. I told people a month ago, talk to me in mid-February. If he's still around, then it gets to be serious. Oh, it's very much like Bellinger. And Bellinger signed in late February last year. So we're inching towards mid-February. Camps are going to open. I don't think he's imminent like we saw Alonso last night. Now, things can change, of course, but from what I've been told, nothing's imminent with him. Boras is trying to get that 6 to 7 year deal. No one's jumping, and that's when the Cubs – look, 6 weeks ago, no one was thinking Bregman to the Cubs.
No.
But they have a position opening there, and the number we think is going to start to come down. I reported last month when I wrote about it on Christmas Eve, the Cubs have no interest in signing up a guy to a long-term past the next labor agreement. But there are exceptions. Maybe they would go to 3 or 4 with opt-outs, but we're not quite there yet. We're not quite there yet. They've never been the most aggressive team. They've never put out the best offer. They've been waiting, just like they did with Bellinger. And the longer it goes, the better the chance. But just like Bellinger, and even more so, I think, the Cubs are more than willing to go to April 1st without Alex Bregman.
Right. Sure.
They have their best prospect playing that position.
Yeah.
They actually needed Bellinger.
Yes.
And they waited on – so, again, they're not going to blink at all, just like they didn't with Bellinger. They certainly won't with Bregman.
If they get a sweetheart deal, they'll absolutely entertain it.
So what are your expectations for this White Sox team?
They've 7 prospects in the top 100. That's good. Very pitching heavy prospect-wise. I'm very interested to see that. But you were the one that brought it up at the end of last year. Like, is 120 – or could it be worse next year?
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants to think that automatically everything's going to go better. Your starting rotation's much less accomplished this year than last year.
Luis Robert will be traded.
Yeah.
If Benintendi and Vaughn have anything like good first halves, they'll be traded. So in some ways, they have not hit rock bottom. Rock bottom is when you've unloaded everybody.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
How can you say they have not hit rock bottom and they're coming off of a historically bad season? But you're right.
The one thing I'll push back, though, on at the major league level, you may be right. The wins and losses, I can see a path where things, because what a while just said, Crochet's been traded, right? He was the ace last year, the unexpected ace. They don't have Eric Fetty. Those were the 2 guys who are fronting the rotation and doing it well for a bad team. So you could see why they might struggle to find the pitching. But your point about the prospects, I don't feel like it's rock bottom because at the very least you can see a glimmer of hope. You see the light at the end of the tunnel with these top prospects in the minor league system. Now, listen, they're not going to be – a lot of them won't be here this year. But last year they didn't even have that.
Well, you may have – you may have rock bottom in terms of where you're at. You may have optimism that the future is brighter than it has been because you have these assets. But these assets aren't going to pay dividends for a while.
No, what's interesting is you could have last year was a bad first half and a really bad second half because the Fetty and Crochet
could flip
everything, and they reduced the inning. It could flip because your top prospects might make it here in the second half. And, you get a jolt, and they are talented. Hagen Smith and Noah Schultz and Colson Montgomery. There's talent there. But the first half could be really shaky. So, but as hard as it is to win 120, it's that hard to lose 120 and to do it a second year in a row. I do like the coaching staff, and that was the thing we didn't like last year. So a 14-game losing streak last year might be more like 2-12, and that's just enough to lose 110, 112 instead of 120. That's the way I look at it.
No, you're right. I mean, I think if you're a White Sox fan, as difficult as it may be, there is a glimmer. It'd be like the Bulls fans, you're going to see Bazelis. Yeah. Right? Like, that's the only draw here. Yeah. If you're a White Sox fan, especially in the second half of the season, there's a good chance you're going to get a look at what your future is.
Yeah. You'll bottom out when you sell off Luis Robert and a couple other guys, and then you start to bounce back because young prospects get their chance, and then they have to perform. Like, the first rebuild didn't work. Let's see if the second one does, but eventually in these rebuilds you got to spend some money, and we haven't seen Jerry do that.
We saw last week the rumor regarding Luis Robert come down, Waddle, Cincinnati Reds.
No, I was on that early in the offseason. It's the same old thing. Chris Getz is asking for 2023 return, meaning when Robert was great. Okay. And teams are saying, no, we're going to give you a 2024 return when he wasn't good. The Reds were there early, and nothing's advanced since then. Yeah.
Which is fine. I mean, listen, that makes sense, though. Like, if I'm Chris Getz, I'm also in the position where it doesn't serve him, I think, any real purpose to go ahead and just sell Luis Robert because he was injured last year and he didn't perform at the levels that he once did. But you know he's a talented player.
And he's not a free agent at the end of this year, so
you wait till the trade
losing
deadline.
A ton of value. You're gaining value.
If you have to, worst case scenario, it's really hard to imagine he would perform worse than he did last year.
No, and let's say he has one of those great first halves. You really could cash in. Like, someone else is two top. They're asking for two top prospects.
Why can't he be part of your future? He's still young.
That was the same question with Crochet, right? I mean, I don't.
For what reason? I mean, he's a cost-controlled player.
I think
Gold Glove caliber center
I think they just want to infuse as much young talent as possible so it lines up. Like,
but you know better than anybody, Jess. You get all of these guys. I got 10 of them. How many of them truly hit?
No,
how many of them will ever be the player that Robert was? Maybe just in a moderate, stretch of time.
It's a risk. I mean, the other aspect I always say is if 10% of prospects make it, you want 100 prospects, not 10. You just want to gather as much. I agree.
And I would also
build around Crochet and Robert. They didn't do it. They're choosing this other path.
I would also ask you, how good are they at developing talent? Because not only identifying talent is an important skill, but developing these guys is also.
My only answer to that is it's a whole new crew there, and on paper, it looks good. People from Arizona where they develop talent. Josh Barfield's from there. Will Venable has been around teams from Boston to Texas that have developed and won. The coaching staff is better than it's been in years. You got to give them a chance. Their pitching infrastructure is good. You got to give them a chance.
Yeah.
But it's all risk. It's all risk.
Jesse Rogers joining Waddle and Meller here on ESPN 1000. You mentioned the coaching staff. Will Venable, what do you know about him? Because, I know that he was somebody who a lot of people around baseball thought would be a really good manager once he got the opportunity.
He's had such a good apprenticeship, such a good one. Bruce Bochy and the Rangers most recently. The Red Sox with Cora there. Before that with the Cubs when Theo and Madden were going well. I mean, he's been around. Pedro was pretty much, Kansas City when they weren't doing so well. But they had a couple years there. Seattle before that, he's just really smart, really bright. I was around him a lot with the Cubs. So I don't know if that means I'm biased for him, whatever, but I just don't see. He checks more boxes than Pedro certainly did in any first-time manager that I can remember, to be honest. So we'll see. He's got to lead men, though. Like we talk about the Bears.
Yes.
Now he's got to lead, not as a bench coach, but as the manager.
Jesse Rogers brought to you by your Chicago Toyota Dealer Association. Toyota, let's go places.
Is Sylvie joining you in Arizona next week?
No, he blew me off this year. He's going to his second home down in Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I figured maybe he would chase you to Arizona.
Arizona's his third home.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was reversed. I thought Arizona's more the second
I am shocked that Kyle Tucker isn't going to be holding Braxton or Mason.
That's my point. Yes.
In a week or two.
Right.
So I guess he's foregoing that for the regular season.
Good opportunity to get a new series of family photos.
If they sign Bregman, Sylvie might change his plans because that's two superstars that can hold.
Well,
and remember,
Mason's affinity for the Astros.
I hooked Mason up with McCullers, Lance McCullers. got him in the dugout with Bregman at the time because Lance is like, hey, Alex, come here. Hey, Altuve, come here. And Mason was like
McCullers are
in
nothing.
heaven. So now it might be Houston North between Presley, Tucker, maybe Bregman.
Listen,
I think Sylvie needs to change his plans.
If you're accumulating players from a former team, the Astros are actually a good one to do it because they won a couple of World Series titles.
Oh yeah, and Jed has always been, I don't want to use the word enamored, but always admired what they've done down there. Remember, the Cubs in a lot of ways were supposed to be the
Absolutely.
Astros.
Absolutely.
Their run lasted a lot longer than the Cubs did. So we'll see. But it'd be quite weird if somehow they do sign Bregman. I still have my doubts for a lot of reasons. He's older than Bellinger. Why would he take short term? You're not getting.
If he doesn't have anything appealing,
he doesn't have any, right? Exactly.
I know the Tigers have been the one team because A.J. Hinch,
and there's still that opening at Houston. Maybe pull on the heartstrings. So whatever. But my feeling is if he was Bellinger's age, he would bet on himself a little bit more.
Okay,
anyway,
so
let's say they get him. It's quite Paredes goes down there.
Yeah.
The Cubs get Bregman. It's kind of wild how.
I think I heard you say as well. Was it that? Like the situation doesn't set up as well for Bregman on the north side as it does down there in Houston.
Well, I mean, they have replaced him
boxes.
with
He takes advantage of that with his swings.
Right.
That'd be the concern.
I know. I did a podcast with Buster and Hembo, and they thought Wrigley for righties was tougher than I think. Like, if you want to be a righty or a hitter at Wrigley, you want to be a righty, not a lefty.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, the weather can be crazy, and it was bad last year, but I don't see why he can't be a doubles machine to left center and the basket at Wrigley. He could have a good year, but it is volatile because if the weather doesn't cooperate, he may not have it. But Tucker's in the same situation.
We talked a lot about the Dodgers already. What about Pete Alonso deciding to go back to the Mets yesterday? 2 years, $54 million deal.
I mean, that's where, again, Boris rolls the dice, and he'll spin it when they have their press conference, I'm sure. But no player wants one and one. You work your whole life to get to free agency. You know this, Tommy. You want to cash in if you're any sort of a talented player. And now he's got to prove him again if he wants to make that $100 million. So that's where I think about Bregman. He's 31 on opening day. That means 32 next year. Maybe he's willing to do that short term if the long term isn't there. But man, that is risky. And Boris went through it with those guys last year. Now he has Alonso in a short term. So this is all out there when it comes to Bregman. We'll see. He's the last big name.
Did the Cubs have any appetite to for 2 for 50? Alex, we talked about it with Tyler a little bit. I mean, it wasn't necessarily.
They definitely have an appetite for higher AAV. I mean, that was proven with Bellinger.
And short term.
And short term with Ricketts. He likes that. Not past the CBA necessarily. Absolutely. And we're getting to the point where it could happen, but we're not there. And a lot of reporting is, the Cubs. No, Cubs are just waiting in the wings like they did with Bellinger.
All right, and equally as important, do you have any good Super Bowl thoughts or feelings for us?
Yes, okay. So
I knew you did.
I really do like the Eagles. I know that's an easy thing to say when there's Mahomes on meaning, like, of course you like the Eagles. They're a good team. But what about Mahomes? But I do. My scenarios are this. Look, Kansas City can come back in a come-from-behind fashion better than the Eagles. So if the Eagles are down 2 scores, fine. But I don't think they're going to be down 2 scores. They just have too many ways to score. They have too many ways to score, and that defense is going to be the best Mahomes faces. Look, he's great. He's not God. And
he's kind of football
God. I know, but you can't.
That's your comment?
Your
really.
reasoning for Mahomes and the Chiefs can't just be, it's a mystical three-peat that no one's done. You have to have more than that. They really don't have a great run game. I like Hunt, but it's really not great. They don't have home run hitters in the pass game. They have Mahomes and a pretty good defense. I like the Eagles.
Are you talking down the Chiefs? Is that what you're doing?
A little bit. But now, from a betting angle, I would take the Eagles in the first half. I would not bet the Eagles for the game because Mahomes scared. I would take the Eagles in the first half because the scenario for me for the Chiefs to win is Mahomes doing magic in the fourth quarter.
Stay out of the casinos in Arizona, okay?
I will.
Out of the sports.
Let me give you one prop bet. Let me give you one prop bet. No one's talking about this. Saquon Barkley over 9.5 receiving yards. Now, look, he never catches the ball, right? That's why it's 9.5. They don't do that.
It's a bad take.
But if Kellen Moore does anything different in these 2 weeks to offset Spagnuolo's blitzes, we got to get the ball to Saquon a different way. That's one catch.
Safety valve to Saquon.
One catch, and I think it happens more
Jesse's
than once.
cashing checks.
I'm giving you advice.
He's not betting that octopus
He's saying Mahomes is not God. Just remember, Jesse was playing the sports radio game back when the Bulls were up against the Suns. He was taking Barkley and the Suns.
What, were you really?
MJ's not
no,
God.
I was out. This is a true story. I was out with Barkley and Dan Patrick on Rush Street during the finals. So I most definitely did not take the Suns.
That didn't work when somebody saw Michael out and bet against him.
Right, a little different player.
Charles isn't Michael.
Right.
I got you.
We'll continue the conversation off air because Bears Weekly is coming your way next. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you, guys.
Good
I'll talk to you from out there, Waddle.
Yes.
13th year, we're doing this.
That's awesome.
Thank you to Courtney Cronin and Jeff Joniak for joining us as well. Thanks to Tyler Aki out here on site. Thank you, Charlie Bevins and Justin Pottinger. Thank you, Waddle.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Bears Weekly coming your way next, right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000.
Really excited. That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No high from you?
What?
No high from you?
I'll give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah.
No big game celebration is complete without a game of squares. Circa Sports now offers Circa Square Bets. Everyone who has played squares knows the pain of pulling terrible numbers. With Circa Squares, instead of randomly pulling numbers, choose your square and choose which numbers you get. Each square has its own odds. With a minimum bet of $1 and a maximum win of $100,000, it's easier than ever. Download the Circa Sports Illinois app to place your Circa Square bet. You gotta be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply. Hey,
Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STREAK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STREAK to 321-321. That's STREAK to 321-321.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Welcome into Bears Weekly, powered by IGS Energy, a Chicago Bears network production. Bears Weekly is brought to you by Advocate Healthcare, Athletico Physical Therapy, CDW, Connie's Pizza, IGS Energy, and Miller Lite. Here are your hosts, Jeff Joniak, a.k.a. the Mayor of Bearsville, and his sidekick, Tom the Surfmaster Thayer.
Well, rare is the person who could uplift a room in the manner Virginia Hallis McCaskey could with just her warm smile and hello. The matriarch of the Bears and the daughter of George Hallis, the founding father of the National Football League, has passed. And with that, we offer our prayers, condolences to the McCaskey and Hallis families, the entire Bears family, and Bears fans that span the globe. This is a special edition of Bears Weekly on ESPN 1000 on the Chicago Bears Radio Network with Super Bowl winning Bears guard Tom Thayer and Jim Miller, the former Bears quarterback from SiriusXM NFL Radio, joining us shortly. I'm Jeff Joniak. We'll take this hour to look back at a life well lived, a long life that ends after 102 years, but one that leaves a unique legacy filled with love, kindness, compassion, selflessness, and charity. For those of us fortunate enough to get to know Mrs. McCaskey over the years, or those who have met her only once, we deeply feel this loss because she will be cherished forever. Tom, I know you feel exactly the same way.
Yeah, she's an NFL royalty. She is football royalty. She's the development of the biggest game in the history of the United States, royalty. She's got all those nice things that you said about her. She also has a world of experience that will never be relived by anybody. Since the inception of the game that was built through her father, through the long life that she had and the experiences that she had as a young kid in football to where she was experienced up into the game, up until the conclusion of this season. She's just an incredible person. She has the passion for the sports, unlike a lot of others. And she's the type of person, if there was more people like her, it would be a better world.
100%. You took the words right out of the mouth. Many people told me that same thing today. It would be a better world. Coming up on the program, we're going to be joined by former Bears, Ron Rivera, Hall of Famer Mike Singletary, and former Chicago Tribune NFL writer Don Pearson. We'll hear from Jason McKee. We'll hear from Jerry Azuma. And in moments, Brian Urlacher to share their stories and define her impact on this great franchise and the NFL. We thank our producers tonight, Sean Graney, Dan Barilli, and Jordan Tredup. And the executive producer of the Bears Radio Network is Eric Ostrowski. So, do we have Jim? He's at the Super Bowl in New Orleans. And, Jim, I know you met this woman and were a Bear during a great period of time when the Bears went to the playoffs in 2001. So I know on those trips when you saw the wins, you saw the expression on her face was all good.
Yeah, it's a sad day. Just a wonderful human being, like you said, always there, always traveling to the games, always a part of the team. And, and her husband, Ed. I always bring up Ed. Those two were so wonderful together. And, Ed, we had some of the greatest conversations in the training room, and same with Virginia. And, so it's a sad day in the NFL for, I think we understand how the direction the NFL is going, but to have these family-owned franchises like, say, the Rooneys or, say, the McCaskies, it's special. And there's a lot of rich history with those great organizations. And, so thoughts and prayers to the McCaskey family, to everybody in the organization. And, loyalty is a wonderful trait, and I definitely believe and know that the McCaskey family definitely have that trait. And it's with just a sad day all around for the NFL.
I think it's super fitting that the Super Bowl is in New Orleans this week, because that's a locker room that Virginia McCaskey was in at the conclusion of our Super Bowl that we won. and she was had the biggest smile in the building, was big as anybody that was inside that building. And for this Super Bowl to be played in New Orleans this year, when that's where Virginia McCaskey was when she represented the Chicago Bears in acceptance of the Lombardi Trophy, it is fitting that that Super Bowl is being played in New Orleans this week.
And fitting that the Bears defeated the Green Bay Packers on the foot of Cairo Santos to end the 2024 season with a win. So she went out in fine fashion with a win there. A statement from the team earlier, just a portion of it. While we are sad, we are comforted knowing Virginia Hallis McCaskey lived a long, full, faith-filled life and is now with the love of her life on earth. The family said she guided the Bears for 4 decades and based every business decision on what was best for Bears players, coaches, staff, and fans. Just a short time ago, also down in New Orleans where Jim is covering the Super Bowl, Bears Hall of Famer Brian Urlacher. I was able to reach him on the phone before he attends a function, the great function that Coach Ditka started, the Wounded Warriors Party, always a big one at the Super Bowl. Here's my conversation with the Bears middle linebacker.
Brian, when you heard the news, what's the first thing that popped in your head?
I was sad. You know, I saw her. She was at my Hall of Fame party, and I saw her, I think, the next year at a home game for the Bears. It was actually the Philadelphia playoff game. I saw her in the box, and she's so nice and so sweet, you know. But, yeah, she showed up to my Hall of Fame party. I think the game was over at like 11, and her and the family rolled in around 12:30 after the game just to pay their respects. It was pretty awesome. But really sad this morning when I heard the news.
Yeah, I was at that party, and I think it was like, 12:15. She stayed a good hour. So.
Yeah, it was fun.
You know
so
what?
nice of them
she
to show
loved her
up.
Bears players, Brian.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was mutual. We loved her as well. It was nice to see her whenever we saw her in the building. You know, she was there every day. You know, when I was playing, she was still young. She was in her 80s. How about that? You know, but she still went to work every day.
I can't get out of my head, though, the NFC title game, the snow globe game.
Yeah.
And she's there with a humongous smile on her face, soaking it all in, ready to receive the George S. Hallis Trophy to signify the NFC champion from Terry Bradshaw. Is that something that lives in your mind, in your memory?
That's one of my favorite moments of my career, honestly, just to be on that stage at our stadium in front of our fans, playing the way we played that day, to be receiving the George Hallis Trophy that we won, and you know, his daughter's receiving it with us up there on the stage is pretty awesome. That's when people ask me what one of my favorite moments is, it's definitely, that's in my top 2 or 3. Just a cool situation, you know, to have my teammates up there and her up there as well receiving that trophy was pretty special.
You were a Bear for a long time, so did you ever have any private moments with her, conversations? Did you happen to pick her brain, or, you know, because she was always about family, so she was probably checking on your family.
Yeah, she's always, you know, my kids met her a few times when they were in the building. Yeah, everything is family first. You know that from playing there for the amount of time I did. They all are in the facility every day doing their jobs. But yeah, we didn't, no really private conversations, just like, how's your family? How are you? You know, that was, most of our conversations consisted of that. I don't know that we ever talked about football, honestly. It was always families and how things are going in that aspect.
Right, that is one thing. Not a lot of football conversation. It was always about the person. Lastly, before I let you go and appreciate it, I know you're down to the Super Bowl, ready to enjoy tonight's party with Coach Ditka. You know, passing the baton on. So thank you for doing that.
It's been fun. It's been fun, Jeff, and you know he does such a great job with Gridiron Greats. I heard your coach is doing better. I'm excited about that. You know, I'd seen a couple of years ago. I saw him, and it was kind of sad seeing him like that. And then I heard some news the other day from one of the women who run this organization saying that he's doing a lot better. He's talking better. And she said, tell me hi. So I was excited about that.
That's Bears linebacker Brian Urlacher, the Hall of Famer. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll be joined by Tom's old teammate and former Bears coach, defensive coordinator, and outstanding player Ron Rivera will join us here on Bears Weekly on ESPN 1000 of the Bears Radio Network.
You're tuned into Bears Weekly with Jeff Joniak on the Bears Radio Network.
Traveling to an away game to watch the Bears win big? Get ready to celebrate. Celebrated a little too much? Time to sleep in. Slept in and gonna miss that flight home? Time to change your flight without paying change fees thanks to United. So, when will you worry about getting back? Tomorrow? Maybe? United, proud to fly the Chicago Bears. Does not include basic economy unless a United waiver applies. Exceptions apply for certain international flights.
After a tough win, imagine the players leaving the field and walking a half mile to our buses. They would never have to do that, and neither should you. With our exclusive pickup service after the game, Echo Windy City will pick you up right at the gate. No more walking to the Hilton. We can drop you at the gate as well. Call Echo Windy City today, 866-94-WINDY. Winter is coming and passes are limited, so book early, 866-94-WINDY.
Bears fans, welcome to another game day at the Gridiron. After seeing your beautiful automobiles at the tailgate, we're calling an audible so you can save on gas. That's right, Bears fans score big on game days. Save 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. That's a touchdown for the tailgate. Download the Shell app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time at participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com/bears.
Make Hollywood Casino Aurora and Joliet your new game day headquarters this football season. We've got the biggest screens, ice-cold pints, and the area's best game day food. Plus, when you join Penn Play, the official loyalty program of Hollywood Casino, you can earn rewards that will cover your next round of wins on us. Getting the most out of this football season? Well played. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Want to make a world of difference without leaving your street? The answer is right above your head. We're IGS Energy. We offer solar solutions that make a world of difference. That's why you see solar systems popping up around your community. It's easy to switch. Now you can choose your energy source, manage your impact, and protect the systems that keep your home comfortable. Choose IGS Energy, and let's go green for good. Visit IGS.com to learn more.
Connie's Pizza has been Chicago's go-to pizza for over 60 years, with pizza options including classic Chicago deep dish, stuffed, thin crust, and our original Connie's Pan Pizza. Connie's is home to Chicago's pizza. Call 312-CONNIES and visit Connie's Pizza with the whole family and big groups. Connie's Pizza is your go-to pizza for Chicago pizza. Call 312-CONNIES and order today. That's 312-CONNIES.
Welcome back to Bears Weekly on the Bears Radio Network. Here's your host, the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak.
He is brought to you by IGS Energy. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jim Miller from SiriusXM NFL Radio covering the Super Bowl down in New Orleans, a place that Ron Rivera celebrated with Tom Thayer and the rest of his teammates in Super Bowl. Win in 1986 after the 85 season, Super Bowl 20, and Ron kind enough to join us. Unfortunately, I made that phone call to you today, Ron, with the news, and your reaction was, okay, he fell off. Okay, we'll get him right back here in a second. So the calls are the toughest thing, Tommy. The calls of the bad news that somebody has passed away.
As soon as the news did get out there, I heard from a lot of different corners of the country about the passing of Virginia. And I think because of everybody knew that how old that she had grown to, that everybody was not only concerned, but they were so appreciative of her adventure in her life and her accomplishments and everything. So I think that was a significant part of everybody's concern in reaching out.
And Jim, listening to Brian Urlacher, I loved talking to him about what was going on there. Great memories for him. He was very flattered that she was at his Hall of Fame party at that hour.
Well, yeah, the Bears have a recorded history. They've got the most Hall of Famers of anybody, and obviously with Hester and Brian, the most recent, and Mongo McMichael, and there's a sense of pride now. She knows what that means. She knows the history of the league and how special that is. And, that's something in her and Ed's trophy case and Papa Hallis's trophy case of all the great players that they've introduced to the country that have played for the Chicago Bears. And there's a sense of pride, no different than I'm sure her children. She's got wonderful children who all work for the Bears, from Mike on down to Pat and Rich and Brian and what they do and how a part of it they are. So there's a sense of pride, and she should be proud. And, boy, what a wonderful life she lived.
No question about it. Ron Rivera now kind enough to join us. Chico, how you doing, man? Think about what Mrs. McCatney witnessed firsthand, from Red Grange to Sid Luckman, the 40s championship run, the 63 team, the 85 team, alive for 8 of the 9 championships. I mean, nobody on this planet has been able to see all that, Ron.
No, nobody has, and that's the amazing thing about who she is. You know, she's grown up in this situation and circumstances. She's been a very big part of the NFL, and she's a big part of Chicago Bear lore. I mean, she saw more than anybody else, and now, unfortunately, we've lost her. And you know, I think her legacy will carry on, especially if you were a guy that played for that organization and she allowed you to become part of it. I mean, that to me is what's really, really special.
Hey, Ron, you know, I grew up in the Chicagoland area, so I've known who Virginia McCaskey is my entire life. So you come from the West Coast and you come into the building and you have a chance for the first time to see Virginia McCaskey, to be around her for the period of your career, to get to an understanding of how serious she is about the sport of football. Do you ever remember your initial reaction or your introduction to her?
I do. You know what it was interesting was, when you made the team back in the day, and I don't know if they did that to you, Tom, in '85, but in '84, what happened was Coach Ditka had all the rookies line up in front of the team, and Mrs. McCaskey came and she Coach introduced us to her. And what happened was each one of us was given Hallis by Hallis and gave us a welcome. And it was an amazing thing because, you know, she was such an icon.
Mexico station.
Well, for me, Ron, I know you didn't have the opportunity to come to the Bears' 100th anniversary, but I had the opportunity, and obviously Jeff and Tom were hosting. And from your standpoint, you know, just talk about that history, talk about that tradition. I know you were coaching and doing your thing, but all those Bears that I just mentioned, there's more Chicago Bears in the Hall of Fame, and there's a sense of pride, I think, from Virginia from that standpoint.
There is, and the thing about Mrs. McCaskey more than anything else, though, was how much pride she took in us. And that, I think, was one of the things. And, you know, now I will say this. I know one thing. One team that she loved for us to beat was anytime we beat Green Bay, you could always see that smile on her face when you got on the airplane, and that was always neat to see.
Ron Rivera joining us here on Bears Weekly on ESPN 1000 of the Bears Radio Network. Tom, Ron, and Jim, the crazy thing, she had a personal relationship with each of the 30 Hall of Famers associated with the Bears. Think about
absolutely.
That,
No, it's absolutely, because just as the way, you know, she had a relationship with each one of her players. I mean, she was there during training camp. She was there. She was coming into the facility all the time. She'd walk into meetings on occasion. So she was around, and she was there for us to see and for her to greet. So that was something that was very special.
You know, Ron, in the course of our lifetime, whether it was Ed McCaskey, Virginia McCaskey, Mike McCaskey, all of them, when you think about your career and what came of your career, do you think that you would have got into coaching if you weren't surrounded by a family-owned team like the Chicago Bears in the environment that we both grew up in?
You know what? I'm not sure, because the thing about them, the thing that was special about them was they wanted to make sure, you know, that we were given every opportunity. And that's one thing that I will always, always remember, is just the fact that they gave us that kind of an opportunity to grow as football players, grow as people. And when the opportunity came to give me a chance, Ed McCaskey helped give me my opportunity to get into the NFL as a coach.
Well, Coach, Tom Thayer talked about it earlier, about your Super Bowl 20 victory and the irony. You know, here, that was probably one of the ultimate highs in the Chicago Bears organization, and Virginia was a part of it right there with all you guys. And then here, the Super Bowl in New Orleans. And I think Tom pretty much encapsulated that it's kind of come full circle. And what a wonderful life her and Ed have lived, you know, and it just really the irony of it.
Oh, and it's truly ironic, just the fact that it's here in New Orleans. You know, I just happened to be here at NFL Honors, and you know, I'm at the event right now, and the crazy part about more than anything else is just the fact that, you know, she was so iconic and that now in one of the more iconic places to host a Super Bowl, we lose her. And so that was something that I will, most certainly remember.
All right, Ron, we'll let you go. Enjoy the show. NFL honors. Her name will definitely be mentioned tonight there. Enjoy it down in New Orleans. Thanks for taking the time.
I promise you'll be remembered. But I appreciate you guys, and God bless Virginia McCaskey.
Thanks, Ron.
Appreciate it. Ron Rivera, Bears linebacker and Bears defensive coordinator for that 2005 team that went to the playoffs. I think some of the responses from throughout the league from the teams, everybody weighing in. I'll just take a couple of highlights here. For example, Michael Bidwell in Arizona, greatest legacy, the character, compassion, and kindness she demonstrated. There'll never be another like her. In Minnesota, carried herself with grace and integrity. You talk about the Carolina owners, the Teppers, an incredible steward of the NFL, a trailblazer. The Denver Broncos, an indelible legacy of leadership, grace, and love of football that will continue to inspire for generations. And of course, the commissioner of the National Football League also weighing in today. We'll hear from some of that and his comments on this passing of Virginia Hallis McCaskey. We will take a break. Coming up at the top of the hour, another Hall of Famer, Mike Singletary, will join the program. This is Bears Weekly on ESPN 1000 of the Bears Radio Network.
You're listening to Bears Weekly on the Bears Radio Network.
After a tough win, imagine the players leaving the field and walking a half mile to our buses. They would never have to do that, and neither should you. With our exclusive pickup service after the game, Echo Windy City will pick you up right at the gate. No more walking to the Hilton. We can drop you at the gate as well. Call Echo Windy City today, 866-94-WINDY. Winter is coming and passes are limited, so book early, 866-94-WINDY.
Calling all Bears fans. Get the ultimate VIP fan package at Soldier Field this season with Chicago Bears VIP. Secure a game ticket, pre-game hospitality, appearances from Bears legends, and more all in one place. Make the most of your game day experience at Soldier Field this season. Get your VIP fan package by visiting ChicagoBearsVIP.com today.
How close can you get with Verizon Access? Front row close. Red carpet close.
Oh my God!
Backstage passes close. Playing quarterback for your favorite NFL team close. Okay, not that close. But watching from the sidelines close? You bet. Get into the experiences you love, like concerts, games, and exclusive pre-sales just for being a Verizon customer. Verizon Access, you're in. Woo! Learn more at Verizon.com/access.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at Athletico.com. Official physical therapy partner of the Chicago Bears.
Bears football and Miller Lite, Chicago's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff. Tailgates going way past postgame. Battles on Sundays. Bliss on Mondays. Going deep dish. Going tavern style. Bearing down, then raising one up. You never forget the way some things taste. Bears football tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Traveling to an away game to watch the Bears win big? Get ready to celebrate. Celebrated a little too much? Time to sleep in. Slept in and gonna miss that flight home? Time to change your flight without paying change fees thanks to United. So, when will you worry about getting back? Tomorrow? Maybe? United.